Chapter 301 System Upgrade. Your grandpa's. How can I stop it? Gunlong can only control his energy body to block a certain point. But he has no ability to fully protect him. Just as he was about to be stabbed into pieces by the nebulous sword, he heard a buzzing sound, and a brand new armor appeared, protecting Gunlong. Looking at the armor, the whole body was red, and the outer periphery of the armor was still roaring with flames. Gunlong's heart moved, and he put on the armor directly. Ah! The energy-gathered armor merged with Gunlong. The Gunlong couldn't control himself and roared to the sky. At this moment, Gunlong could feel the strong mecha elements all around him gathering towards him, and his body was suspended in the air on its own. Although when the cultivation level reaches the 6th level of human armor, Gunlong can fly. But at that time, the mecha element was extremely powerful and could not fly for a long time. Now seeing that the mecha elements can be replenished by themselves, and he can fly as long as he wants, Gunlong is extremely happy. He knows that he has finally been promoted to the 8th level of holy armor. The Gunlong swooped up to Shuiyu and directly pulled Shuiyu up. The moment he just took off, he had already seen where the boss and the others were. He took Shuiyu with him to have a round with the boss and the others. Master, your cultivation has improved. As soon as Gunlong landed, the boss rushed over to him. Sensing the difference in Gunlong, the boss immediately roared excitedly. The old lizard was also very happy. Originally, he thought that Gunlong would be doomed this time. Now that he saw that Gunlong was not only okay, but also that his strength had been improved, he burst into tears with excitement. He stepped forward and hugged Gunlong, crying loudly, "Okay, old man. All the brothers are watching. By the way, I still have some things to do. The group of people who dealt with us at the beginning have also been eliminated. You and Shui, you can continue to explore together. Wait for me, I'll come find you when the matter is over." After Gunlong finished speaking, he flew up in the air, looked at the still completed side hall in the corner of the palace, and flew over, seeing the phantom guard following him. With the guard beside him, he nodded, then sat there cross-legged and entered a meditative state. The connection to the training system failed. Please wait for retry. Seeing that his first attempt was unsuccessful, Gunlong was not discouraged and continued to meditate, looking for the feeling of connecting to the system in the first place. You know, it was just when Gunlong's level was upgraded, he suddenly heard the system prompts that he had not heard for a long time. Although it was intermittent, it did bring hope to Gunlong. After all, Xiqiang is gone now. Although the dragon soul knows many things, it is too unreliable and cannot be relied on at all. And as his cultivation level improves, he travels to more and more places, and it is impossible for Big Eyes to follow him every day. If I can take this opportunity to regain connection with the cultivation system, it will be much easier for me to practice in the future. The connection to the training system failed. Please wait for retry. The mechanical sound came again. Gunlong knew that this was not an easy matter, but he was not in a hurry. He recalled the word Xiao Chong had communicated with him when he first met him. The reminder sound of the cultivation system and the process of helping him to cultivate were still vivid in his mind, which touched Gunlong's heart. Congratulations. You successfully connected to the training system. The training environment has changed. Please wait for the system update. When Gunlong heard the prompt that the connection was successful, he jumped up with joy. The guards on the side didn't know what happened to Gunlong, but out of a sense of protection, those guards did not evade and continued to guard Gunlong's side. The error was detected and the system cannot be updated. I originally thought that I would be successful and get rid of the tedious practice in the future. Hearing the words of the mechanical voice in his mind, Gunlong felt a little depressed. Thinking about it, it is probably because Xiqiang is not here. Furthermore, the training system can only be used in the game world, which is similar to the gift package in the novice area. Now that we have arrived on a living mecha planet, naturally we can no longer use it. Knowing that using this thing would not work, Gunlong stood up and prepared to go for a round with Shuiyu and the others. But before he could take action, the nebula sword behind him suddenly shook violently. And then, the nebula sword soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Gunlong didn't know what was going on with the nebula sword, so he flew over, seeing the nebula sword moving and stopping in front of him. As if he wanted to follow it, Gunlong didn't say much, but followed closely behind the nebula sword, wanting to see what the nebula sword was going to do. After the nebula sword confirmed that Gunlong was following it, it flew faster and faster, and finally stopped at the top of a high mountain. Gunlong looked around and saw that there was nothing else except huge rocks. He was a little confused as to why Xingyun's sword brought him here. Just when he was about to ask questions, the nebula sword was suddenly thrust into the ground with force, and a crack appeared. Gunlong looked through the crack and found a human-shaped thing under the ground, shining with silver light. Lying there quietly, the nebula sword flew up and drew a word H on the ground beside it. Gunlong came to some understanding. He estimated that this nebula sword had Xiao Chang's consciousness. He knew that he needed to practice the system, so he allowed himself to merge with this thing, since he knew that this thing would be helpful to him. Gunlong naturally would not delay. He held the nebula sword in his hand and cut the ground open. After seeing that the space that appeared was enough for him to pull the thing out, Gunlong directly reached out and grabbed the silver object. The system is being updated. Please wait. That is, when Gunlong's hand touched that thing, a mechanical voice immediately sounded in his mind. Seeing the silver thing integrating into his body through the palm of his hand, many messages appeared in his mind, flashing back and forth quickly. Gunlong knew that this should be transmitting information in this space. The system update is successful. Welcome back. Please confirm your own information. Gunlong. 8th level Holy Armor Cultivation. Weapon Nebula Sword. 7-star Combat Power. The skill Healing is maxed out, and the skill 5-Finger Ju is maxed out. Gunlong was really overjoyed when he heard this familiar system sound. In any case, with this training system, you can save a lot of trouble by practicing on your own. And through this training system, Gunlong can clearly see his own strength, as well as the strength of those around him. In this way, Gunlong can reduce a lot of risks when he fights again. After Gunlong was sure that he was successful and could use the training system, he no longer stayed here. According to the location in the memory, he flew all the way back, rejoined Shuiyu and the others, and went to explore other things in this ancient city together. Chapter 302 Mood Value. Although this new training system is not as complete as the one Xuqiang made for himself, it is very easy to use, seeing that every place he went, with the help of the cultivation system, there was corresponding information introduction. Gunlong felt extremely happy, but what left Gunlong speechless the most was that he didn't know if it was because of his improvement in cultivation. When he was with others, his cultivation system actually had an extra mood value to get along with him. Look at the introduction of the mood value. As long as it exceeds 60, the other party, regardless of gender, will be happy to follow you. Once it exceeds 80, the other party's loyalty to you will be greatly increased, and you will become your diehard follower. What's even more terrible is that when the mood value reaches 100, there is nothing wrong with gay men. They are just more loyal. But women are terrible, and they will insist on committing themselves to each other. Gunlong accidentally glanced at Shuiyu, and saw that the mood value displayed on Shuiyu's head was actually 82, which was the same as his own. Although Gunlong retained his absolute loyalty to Long Rong in his mind, he couldn't stand it as a man. Some fantasize about it. After all, the snowy moon looks really good, and it looks like it has a unique flavor. As for the boss, Gunlong knew without thinking that he was definitely a person with high mood value. But when Gunlong saw the 100-point mood value on the boss's head, he was also very surprised. I think the boss has not been following me for a long time, but his mood value is so high. You know, that old lizard's current mood value is only 85. Gunlong didn't say much. He led Shuiyu and the others to search inside the building as usual. However, Gunlong now has the help of the training system, and his efficiency has been greatly improved. Although the training system does not allow him to know what is in the treasure box, it does allow Gunlong to know the grade of the treasure box. Therefore, once he discovered that the data on the treasure chest indicated that it was a low-level treasure chest, Gunlong naturally did not even look at it. Ah! Shuiyu suddenly screamed, and Gunlong hurriedly came to Shuiyu and asked her what was wrong. Success in timely care and level at 1 to your mood value. Before Shuiyu could answer, the system prompt sounded in Gunlong's mind first. Seeing that such contact could increase the mood value, Gunlong was a little speechless. He really didn't expect what this little girl would do once Shuiyu's mood value reached 100. Gunlong. Look! There's a head here. Hearing Shuiyu's words, Gunlong looked at the high-end treasure chest he had just discovered, thinking that he already had too many good things. His pockets were almost full, so he asked Shuiyu to open them. Unexpectedly, there was this good thing inside. Gunlong was about to explain to Shuiyu the purpose of the head. Suddenly, he remembered that he now had the help of the cultivation system, and he might be able to discover the method of using the skull. So Gunlong looked towards the head, waiting for the analysis of the cultivation system. The head of a 9th level cultivator contains the thoughts of 9th level cultivation. It lacks the soul-inducing stick and cannot be absorbed. The voice of the system sounded in Ginglong's mind. Seeing that he actually knew what he needed to use the skull, Ginglong was very happy. Seeing Shuiyu on the side still waiting for his explanation, Ginglong immediately suppressed his inner excitement and told Shuiyu what he knew. Knowing that the head had such a magical effect, Shuiyu put the head away and waited until she could find something that could crack the head before using it. Ginglong thought that the dragon soul should know the news about the soul-inducing stick. He watched Shuiyu continue to search forward and summon the dragon soul. Seeing the words on dragon soul's head and his own mood value of only 58, Ginglong secretly thought that it was no wonder that this kid was unreliable and ignored him all day long. "Oh, I'm taking a rest. If you need anything from me, tell me quickly." Dragon Soul was a little impatient and muttered something angrily. Ginglong was used to Dragon Soul's attitude towards him, and he didn't share the same level of understanding as Dragon Soul. So he asked Dragon Soul directly, Have you heard of the soul-inducing stick? Do you know where it can be found?" When Dragon Soul heard Ginglong's question, he was confused. What was it? He had never even heard of it. Through the performance of the Dragon Soul, Ginglong knew that the Dragon Soul should be unclear. He stopped wasting time and asked the Dragon Soul to go back, while he himself caught up with Shuiyu and continued to explore together. "Hey, that's not right," I said. "Ginglong, I found that after your strength increased this time, there is obviously something different." Dragon Soul did not leave directly as usual. He chased Ginglong, looked up and down, and muttered directly. Ginglong thought it was because the Dragon Soul sensed that he had a cultivation system. Just when he was about to explain, the Dragon Soul actually shook his head and said, "Oh, that's really weird. You're only at level 8. Why do I feel like you've seen through everything about me? Boy, did you get something else when you improved your cultivation?" "Good stuff." Ginglong heard what Dragon Soul said and knew that Dragon Soul must not know about the cultivation system. Of course, he wouldn't explain it to Dragon Soul, since no one has revealed anything about this cultivation system. Ginglong naturally pretends that he doesn't know anything, so as to avoid any trouble in the future. Seeing that Ginglong didn't want to explain to him, the Dragon Soul curled his lips and returned to Ginglong's body. The other party is disgusted and his mood value drops to 55. When he heard that the system said that the Dragon Soul and his mood value had dropped, Ginglong felt a little ridiculous. After all, this Dragon Soul was a powerful existence in ancient times. He didn't expect that just one sentence could make his mood rise and fall. It was really interesting. "Hey, Ginglong, come and see. There is a secret room inside." While thinking about it, Shuiyu's voice sounded. Ginglong heard the sound and ran over. He looked at a side room of the building. The floor on the ground was gone, and a step stretched straight down. Visually, it was not shallow down there, and it was so dark that it was impossible to see the bottom. Ginglong then asked Shuiyu to follow behind, and he should lead the way from the front. "Your grandpa's. What the hell is this place? Why are there so many steps down there?" Ginglong held a torch in his hand and led the way. After walking for about half an hour, it was still dark below, and it was impossible to see the bottom. Ginglong was a little depressed. "I really don't know what the people who built this place were thinking." Ginglong slowed down. "There is a door over there." He had been paying attention to Ginglong at his feet. Hearing Shuiyu's reminder, he looked up and found that not far ahead, a stone gate as tall as a person was hanging there alone. Ginglong couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "Could it be that this is a tomb?" Chapter 303 Ghost. Ginglong wanted to go home and think about it, but his hands were not idle. He took out the nebulous sword and aimed at the lock of the stone door and struck it. After seeing that the big lock was successfully opened, Ginglong opened the stone door with a little force. Call! An evil wind appeared, and oil lamps lit themselves on both sides of the stone door, instantly illuminating everything inside. It seems that this space is not big. There is only a bed, a cabinet, and nothing else. Ginglong stepped forward and opened the cabinet. I looked at the cabinet, and it was empty. There was nothing. But Ginglong is a little confused. To say that the guy who built this place put all the effort into it, it can't be just to create a resting place. Ginglong walked out of the room and looked around by the firelight. Seeing that the dim passage stopped here and there was nothing else, Ginglong shook his head in frustration and returned to the room. Ordinary room. Nothing valuable. Ginglong was worried that he would miss something. He used the cultivation system to explore the room. When he heard that the cultivation system said that the room was very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. Gunlong gave up completely and stopped worrying about it. Shueyu, let's go. There are no treasures here. Gunlong said low and watched Shueyu walking over. He continued to lead the way towards the ground. Just as he was about to reach the exit, Gunlong looked back unexpectedly. This glance didn't matter, but it shocked Gunlong. It turned out that he saw an extra person behind Shueyu at some point. The guy lowered his head and couldn't see his face clearly. He followed quietly without saying a word. I'll go. It's not haunted. Shueyu noticed something wrong with Gunlong and looked back. When he found that it was dark behind him. Only deep underground. The dark firelight in the secret room was looming. Shueyu was very strange and didn't know what was going on. Gunlong kept staring at that guy. The moment he saw Shueyu turning around, the guy disappeared in a flash. Although Gunlong was very surprised, he saw that Shueyu was not hurt, and the exit was right in front of him. He didn't want to cause some trouble because of this place with nothing. So he shook his head, called Shueyu to come to the front, followed him behind, and walked towards the exit. Don't tell me. After making this arrangement, the ghost really didn't appear again. Gunlong looked back from time to time. After making sure there was no problem, he followed Shueyu and walked out of the secret passage. Shueyu, don't move. Gunlong followed Shueyu closely. When he saw a black handprint appearing on the left and right sides of Shueyu's shoulders, Gunlong was stunned. Could it be that it was left by the ghost? Shueyu didn't know what was going on, so she just stood there obediently, seeing Gunlong pressing her shoulder without saying anything. Shueyu was a little scared, thinking of the dark environment just now. She asked timidly, Gunlong, what's wrong? Gunlong watched the handprint disappear immediately after slapping it, and it did not have any bad impact on Shueyu. He didn't want to get into trouble, so he shook his head, said it was okay, and left with Shueyu, thinking of leaving this weird place as soon as possible. Return. A shrill cry appeared, and Gunlong and Shueyu could clearly hear it. It came from the cave just now. This sudden sound startled the two of them. They looked at each other and walked towards the entrance of the passage in unison. Nothing could be seen in the dark passage. Gunlong threw down the torch in his hand and heard the clanging sound of the torch as it fell into the passage. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing. Gunlong and Shueyu looked at each other, not knowing how to describe their current mood. I don't believe it anymore. Shueyu, you stay here and I'll go down and have a look. Gunlong took out the nebula sword, held it tightly in his hand, lit a torch again, and carefully entered the passage. He was about to reach the place where the torch had just been dropped, and there was nothing unusual nearby. Gunlong was just about to throw down the torch in his hand to see if there was any problem down there, but he felt a chill on his back, as if something was following behind him. Gunlong suddenly turned around. He had just seen the man appear. He still lowered his head and said nothing, just following Gunlong. Your grandfather's. Go to H.L. Gunlong finally found the rightful owner. He shouted loudly and swung the nebula sword in his hand. But when he saw that his nebula sword actually passed through the man's body without causing any harm to him, Gunlong was a little confused. Could it be that this guy was really a ghost? The disturbed ghost finally raised his head. When Gunlong saw the ferocious face, a sudden flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. He felt like he had seen this guy before somewhere, but for a while, I really couldn't remember it. Up, down, head. The ghost sputtered out an incoherent sentence. After Gunlong reluctantly listened, he suddenly remembered, or else he thought he had seen it somewhere. When he mentioned that head, Gunlong thought of the head that Shueyu had just obtained. Shueyu, come down and take out the head you just got, Gunlong shouted, and Shueyu ran down immediately. When the ghost saw his head, his whole body trembled, and he let out a strange cry. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Come with me. The ghost's emotionless voice appeared, calling Gunlong and the others to follow him down. At this time, Gunlong was also very curious about what this ghost wanted to do. He nodded toward Shueyu, followed closely behind the guy, and returned to the room at the bottom of the passage. After Gunlong and the others stood firmly in the room, the ghost ignored them and went straight to Shueyu, just staring at his head. If this doesn't work, they can't stay with this guy and miss their past. So Gunlong stepped forward, took the head, and said to the ghost, well, what exactly do you want to do? Even if this head is yours, and we have some use for it, we won't give it to you. The ghost understood Gunlong's words. He looked fierce and wanted to attack Gunlong. But when he arrived in front of Gunlong, he suddenly stopped as if he thought of something. After a while, he finally spoke. You can't waste your life's cultivation. You fuse? Looking at the ghost and pointing at Shuiyu. Gunlong finally understood. I dare say that this righteous master doesn't want to end his inheritance. So he wants to use his own strength to pass on all his skills to Shuiyu. Chapter 304 Xianling Market. It's your grandfather's inheritance. Why don't you just tell us about such a good thing? It's so mysterious that it scares us. Gunlong breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what. As long as everything was safe. Seeing the soul body coming to Shuiyu's side, Gunlong was very curious as to how the soul body could pass on energy without the help of the soul guiding stick. Because that Gunlong didn't say a word, watching the movements of his soul body attentively. Your strength is too low, and the force fusion will fail. You go find the soul element. Come to me when you have the soul element. The soul body only paused briefly, and then stopped immediately. He lowered his head, obviously unhappy, and told Gunlong that they couldn't fuse. Soul Yuan? What is that? Neither Gunlong nor Shuiyu had ever heard of this soul element, so they shouted it out in unison. The soul body raised its head after hearing the words, and looked at Gunlong and Shuiyu with empty eyes. It is estimated that if the real person was here, he would probably deal with Gunlong and the others. But after thinking that he was just a soul, the guy sighed and said, the abyss of death to the east of the Xianling battlefield is where souls gather. Because the soul energy is too strong. The soul element is naturally formed. As long as you get the soul element and neutralize the Hunyuan, you can get my inheritance, and the body will not be harmed by backlash. Gunlong wrote down what the soul said. Seeing that there was nothing going on here, Gunlong pulled Shuiyu and ran out. Although this soul is determined to pass the inheritance on to Shuiyu, time waits for no one. Especially in this complex and changeable Xianling battlefield. It is better to successfully integrate it earlier to make people feel at ease. After leaving the cave, Gunlong first came to the boss and told him a few words to be careful. And he dragged Shuiyu and flew directly into the air, determined the direction of the abyss of death, and accelerated forward. Children, you are going out to hunt for treasures with your girlfriend. Hey, as long as you hand over the treasures you have on you to me, I will let you go. Gunlong, who was flying, saw a person suddenly appear next to him. The system alarm sound also sounded in my mind. Warning. The opponent is at the upper level of the 8th level holy armor, has 8-star combat power, and has a 30% victory rate. Hearing the alarm from the training system, Gunlong naturally did not dare to stay any longer. However, with Shuiyu by his side, Gunlong's speed could not increase at all. Seeing that the guy was getting impatient and was about to attack him, Gunlong looked at the ground and saw that there was a dense forest there. So he thought about trying his luck there to see if he could escape this disaster. Ah! Gunlong's sudden descent frightened Shuiyu, who had no time to prepare, and screamed, hugging Gunlong's body tightly. With the beauty in his arms, Gunlong's heart was filled with excitement, but he immediately controlled himself to wake up. After all, this powerful enemy was still watching eagerly from the side. The man didn't expect that Gunlong would make this move. When he reacted, Gunlong had already fallen to the ground and entered the bushes. The man was very angry that Gunlong dared to provoke him. He snorted and landed directly into the bushes. Boy! Come out quickly! It's too late for you to turn around now. Otherwise, when I catch you, I will definitely kill you. The dense forest cut off people's breath. The man couldn't sense Gunlong's breath at all. He was very angry. He knocked down the big tree next to him with one punch and roared to the sky, thinking that he could scare Gunlong. After Gunlong landed, he didn't dare to stop at all, dragging Shuiyu and running all the way. Hearing that guy's roar, Gunlong chuckled and said secretly that if you are really capable, come and find me. Although the chance of victory in battle is very small, if he fights to the death and has the attack of the fragments of the Hunyuan cauldron as a backing, he will really not afraid. Oops. Gunlong, who was running all the way, didn't expect that there was a trap under his feet. When he felt something was wrong, Shuiyu had already fallen on him and took him into the deep pit with him. As for the height of this pothole, it is not a problem at all for cultivators like Gunlong. However, the unknown viscous liquid inside the pit was indeed a bit strange. When Gunlong and the others got the liquid on their bodies, they were unable to use their abilities, just like ordinary people stuck in a quagmire, unable to move at all. Ha ha ha. Brother, we caught 2 more people. Dark, and the other one is a big beauty. They will definitely be able to sell for a good price. Above the pothole, a guy wearing a turban and pointed ears and monkey cheeks looked down. when he saw Gun Long and Shui Yu. The guy was very excited and directly called his companions over. Okay. The evening market is about to start. Let's not waste time here and get them both up quickly. The guy called the eldest brother glanced at Gun Long and Shui Yu. Without saying much, he called his subordinates to act quickly. Gun Long watched those guys slide down with the help of ropes. And after tying himself up with Shui Yu, he pulled him up. Gun Long glared at the guy with sharp ears and monkey cheeks, secretly saying that after he gets up there, he will regain his strength and deal with you properly. Hey, kid, don't be delusional. As long as you get a little bit of the potion prepared by my elder brother, you won't be able to use the power of Mecha Yuan for at least 3 days. Just wait obediently for us to sell you and replace you with lots of gold coins. Gun Long didn't believe the guy's words at first, but when he found that his body was still soft after a while, and he couldn't exert any strength at all, Gun Long was a little desperate and wanted to call the Dragon Soul to save him. However, after discovering that the other party's boss was also an upper-level master of the 8th level holy armor, he gave up the idea to prevent the Dragon Soul from being taken away by that person again. Along the way, Gun Long watched the group of people changing their routes back and forth. Perhaps because they were too familiar with this place, they never met anyone else. Gun Long couldn't help but miss the man who just wanted to rob his treasure. If he could show up, he might be able to take advantage of the chaos to find an opportunity to escape. The reality is always very cruel. Gun Long's wish did not come true. When Gun Long watched them being led into a cave, and after turning countless twists and turns, his eyes suddenly opened up, and a huge market appeared in front of him, watching all kinds of people wandering back and forth in front of different stalls, exchanging what they have in their hands for what they want. Gun Long was a little depressed. How could a place like this appear in such a mysterious and noble place as the Xianling battlefield? Boy, I'll let you know it before you die. Looking at your silly and sweet look, you can tell that you are definitely a novice. And it is your first time to come to this Xianling battlefield. Let me tell you, after many years of development, this Xianling battlefield will always be the best. Some people will get too many treasures, and some people won't get any. For the sake of balanced development, this Xianling market is here. Everyone can exchange freely here. As long as you can take out the corresponding ones, you can exchange for the items you want. Just keep your eyes open and look carefully. After today, you will never see the blue sky and white clouds again. The guy with pointy ears and monkey cheeks deliberately angered Gun Long. He walked up to Gun Long, grabbed Gun Long's hair, lifted Gun Long's head up, pointed at everything around him triumphantly, and laughed at Gun Long. Chapter 305 Transaction. Okay. It's important to get down to business. Boy, listen to me. We will sell you to the bank later. You must find a way to steal some things from the bank's warehouse. Remember, bring as much as you can by the way. Don't do any tricks. If we find out, your beautiful girlfriend will suffer. The leading guy said, and touched Shui Yu's face. Gun Long saw it in his eyes, and saw Shui Yu shed tears of grievance. He wished he could go and get rid of that bastard right away. You have a pretty bad temper. I hope you won't let me down later, because your girlfriend's life or death depends on you. This is the topographic map of the warehouse. The red dot is a secret passage. You can escape through it. We are waiting for your good news there. The leader didn't care at all about Gun Long's reaction. He stuffed the map into Gun Long's arms, and took Gun Long into a nearby building. Hey, Wu Lao, you brought something good again today. As soon as Gun Long and his group entered the house, a strong man came over. He glanced at Gun Long, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Without waiting for Wu Lao to speak, the strong man walked straight to Gun Long, looked him up and down and said, Not bad. He's actually an 8th level Saint Armor practitioner. Wu Lao Air. You're really good. Just tell me straight out. How much do you want for this guy? 800,000 gold coins, plus an 8th level inner elixir. If one thing is missing, we won't do this deal. Wu Lauer stretched out his fingers, and didn't look at the strong man at all. Seeing that the strong man was hesitant, Wu Lauer directly dragged Gun Long inside. Hey, Wu Lauer, why are you so anxious? I didn't say I disagreed. Let me take a closer look. The strong man stopped Wu Lauer, reached out, and squeezed Gun Long's arm, nodded with satisfaction and said, The boy is in good health. If he is used to refine the puppet, he will definitely be a killing weapon. Okay, Wu Lauer. One price. 700,000 gold coins. An 8th level inner elixir. This is not your first time here. After all, you've just entered the 8th level of holy armor. So I'm already giving you a lot of face by paying this price. Wu Lao Er pretended to hesitate for a moment. But he was so happy in his heart, seeing that the strong man was impatient and ready to leave. Wu Lao Er nodded and asked his men to hand Gung Long to the strong man. Looking at the pocket that the strong man handed to him, the golden coins jingled, as well as the inner elixir with strong mecha elements. Wu Lao immediately smiled and walked out with his men and Shuiyu. Gung Long was carried by the strong man and walked inside. After waiting for them to cross the gate, he watched several people wearing work clothes coming over. The strong man handed Gung Long to the staff and said, "Keep an eye on this kid. And don't forget to expose his information. The minimum price is 900,000 gold coins, or 3/8 level inner elixirs in exchange." Gung Long felt a little guilty when he heard that he had raised the price again by changing hands. If this strongman knew that he had escaped later, I don't know what kind of expression he would have. Gung Long allowed himself to be manipulated by the staff and watched as they led him to a gate. After opening the gate, he pushed him directly in. Gung Long knew that this should be the so-called treasure house. Seeing no one around him, he wandered around. "Your grandpa. These guys are really big-hearted. They just throw so many gold coins and treasures here. And they are not afraid of being stolen." When Gung Long turned a corner and looked at the mountains of gold coins in front of him, casually throwing them on the ground, Gung Long was speechless. They say comparing people to each other can make people angry. It's really true. If you have so many gold coins, you don't need to come here to hunt for treasures. You can just buy the inner elixirs you need for cultivation. Gung Long did not forget what Wu Lao told him. After all, Shuiyu was still in their hands. He took out the bag Wu Lao had prepared for himself, grabbed a lot of gold coins, and stuffed them into the bag. After filling both bags, Gung Long followed the instructions on the map and walked towards the secret passage. "Your grandpa's. This can be considered a secret passage. Isn't it just a dog hole dug in the wall?" Gung Long came to the place marked on the map and looked at the hole in the corner that was just big enough for someone to crawl out. Gung Long cursed secretly as a bastard and reluctantly lay on the ground and crawled outside. "Brother, that kid is out." Wu Lao, who was waiting impatiently, jumped up immediately when he heard the shouts of his men. Watching Gung Long struggle to climb out, the two pockets behind him were full. Wu Lao was so happy that he just wanted to cheer and celebrate. There was a sudden commotion all around. The strong man who had just traded with Wu Lao appeared with more than a dozen people and surrounded Wu Lao and the others. "Wu Lao Er, I knew you had bad intentions. Are you planning to use your old tricks again?" The strong man stared at Wu Lao, but he didn't look good at all, especially after seeing the bag full of gold coins behind Gung Long. The strong man became even more angry and wanted to eat Wu Lao alive immediately. When Wu Lao saw what had happened, he saw that the people brought by the strong man were all masters, but he couldn't beat them. Wu Lao's eyes turned and he said, "Brother, you have misunderstood me. I am hunting here with my brothers. I don't want to find out that this kid is trying to steal your old man's things. No, we have captured his girlfriend. Just now we also taught him that if he doesn't immediately return the gold coins, we will send his girlfriend to your old man's house as a servant for free," Wu Lao said, pushing Shuiyu forward and showing her in front of the strong man. The strong man who was about to get angry, but after seeing Shuiyu's alluring face, he chuckled and didn't worry about Gung Long and the others stealing the gold coins. He called his subordinates to take Gung Long and the gold coins back, while he picked up Shuiyu, threw an inner elixir to Wu Lao and said, "You're a smart kid. So this inner elixir will be your reward. I'm going to take this beauty away." After the strong man finished speaking, he kissed Shuiyu on the face. Seeing Shuiyu's disgusted eyes, the strong man was not angry at all. He took another bite and left laughing. "Boss, what should we do? Both of our baits have been taken away." The guy with the sharp mouth and monkey cheeks came to Wu Lao with a sad face and muttered reluctantly. When Wu Lao heard this, he punched the guy in the head and said with a sense of resentment, "You're stupid. We're just here to make money. Now that we've got the money, we just want to make less. So what's the point of losing? Let's go. Let's get out of here quickly. With that old man's temper, we'll get tired of it later now. When you come to your senses, you have to skin us." Chapter 306, The Perfect Realm. How could Shuiyu be willing to be held like this? She struggled hard. However, without the power of the mecha, Shuiyu is just a helpless person. How can she compare with that strong man? Moreover, Shuiyu's actions made the strong man even more excited, and he walked even faster. "Gung Long, save me!" Shuiyu screamed helplessly, But Gun Long was indeed led in the opposite direction. Farther and farther away. Faintly hearing Shui Yu's call, Gun Long turned his head and looked. Although he had the intention to come, he couldn't use his strength. He just sighed again and again. And there was nothing he could do. Gun Long was locked in a cell this time. Seeing that there was already a person in the cell, Gun Long didn't care who the guy was. He looked around to see if he could get out from here. Friend, do you want to get out from here? Don't waste your efforts. There are people guarding here. It's better to stay down and enjoy the rare tranquility here. Hearing the man's voice, Gun Long rolled his eyes at the guy. When she thought that Shui Yu might be being bullied by a strong man, she needed her own rescue. Gun Long targeted the corner of the wall, took out the nebula sword, and attacked the wall. Although the nebula sword is very sharp, without the injection of mecha elements, it is just an ordinary long sword. No matter how Gun Long slashes, some marks will appear on the wall, and there is no intention of being opened at all. Seeing that this was not going to work, Gun Long glanced at the guy still sitting on the ground, walked to the corner alone, and whispered to his arm, Dragon Soul, come out and help quickly. I have to escape from here. Let me go. The guy next to you is not a simple person. Okay. He has noticed me. I quickly got out of the way. Hearing the whisper of the Dragon Soul, Gun Long turned his head and looked at the man. To be honest, he didn't notice anything different about the man. What made Gun Long even more depressed was that the training system also positioned that person as an ordinary person. After thinking that maybe Dragon Soul didn't want to help him at all, Gun Long just wanted to scold Dragon Soul. After all, now was not the time to joke. The guy on the side actually moved, stood up directly and said, Little brother, the thing on your arm is quite good. Come over here and let me take a look. Hearing the man's words, Gun Long was stunned. You must know that the communication with Dragon Soul just now was very secretive. And his arms were covered by clothes. If that guy was an ordinary person, how could he know the existence of Dragon Soul? Seeing Gun Long's nervous expression, as if facing a formidable enemy, the man chuckled, waved his hand and said, Little brother, don't get me wrong. I'm just interested in the wonders of the world. I have no other intentions. Well, to show my sincerity, I can help you and restore your strength. After the man finished speaking, he came to Gun Long with a swish, and before Gun Long could react, he put his finger on his forehead. Gun Long felt a cool feeling appear, and then the familiar mecha element in his body began to boil again. Because that guy was so fast, Gun Long didn't react yet, and everything was over. Seeing that his strength was restored, Gun Long looked at the man blankly, and used the training system to explore again. After confirming that the system prompts that he was still an ordinary person, Gun Long was speechless, and couldn't figure out what was going on. Something happened. How about it? Let me see what's on your arm now. The man chuckled and brought Gun Long back from his thoughts. Seeing the unfathomable look on the guy opposite him, Gun Long suddenly remembered something. That is, Xu Qiang has said before that this cultivation system can only detect people who are at the same level as himself, and whose cultivation level is lower than his own. If it goes beyond 2 levels, the training system is useless. He is now in the 8th level of Holy Armor, and the 9th level is Divine Armor. Above the Divine Armor is Mahayana, and further up Mahayana. Gun Long is stunned for a moment. Could it be that the person in front of me is actually a person in a perfect state? How is this possible? If that was the case, why would he be locked up here? What's wrong? Kid, can we start? Okay. Gun Long was in a state of confusion at this time. Seeing the man still smiling, he hurriedly blocked his arm, revealing the Dragon Soul mark. It's really a Dragon Soul. But when it comes to you, the growth rate is still a bit slow. Well, everything is destined. It seems that I have gained something this time. Nebula Sword. Dragon Soul on the arm. Legend, it's all true. The already erratic mecha star seems to be doomed. The man chirped and said something to himself. Gun Long didn't understand what was going on. Just when he thought that the man wanted to snatch the Dragon Soul away, a sudden light and shadow flashed, and the man disappeared. Kid, you have good qualifications. Practice hard. We will meet again soon. Listening to the man's voice ringing again, getting farther and farther away, Gun Long knew that the man had left. For such a character, Gun Long was really frightened. After being promoted to the 8th level of Holy Armor, Gun Long was still a little swollen, thinking that he was only 1 step away from the 9th level. I never thought that today I would give myself a big blow. It is true that there is heaven outside the world, and there are people outside the world. Thinking about it carefully, he was able to be restrained in front of others without even having a chance to breathe. Gunlong had gathered enough energy, thinking that he must not relax and continue to practice. Shueyu, wait for me. I will come to rescue you right away. Gunlong quickly got over his slight shock. When he thought of Shueyu, who was still in dire straits, Gunlong immediately stood up, used the nebula sword, and directly broke open the prison door. It is estimated that those guys were too confident in their own defense, and the people detained here did not have the power of mechas. Therefore, when Gunlong rushed out, no one came to stop him. Gunlong was so happy that he took off directly. In the air, use your perception ability to find traces of Shueyu. Asshole. Let me go! I tell you, if you dare to touch me, you will definitely regret it. Gunlong didn't run far, indicating that he felt Shueyu's position. Hearing that Shueyu was still entangled with the strong man, Gunlong was furious. He determined where Shueyu was and rushed down. Hey, beauty. You can scream. No one will come to save you even if your throat is broken. This is my territory. Just stay with me obediently, and I will ensure that you have no worries about food and drink in the future. The strong man took off Shueyu's clothes and kept persuading her. For a beauty like Shueyu, that is really rare. Chapter 307, The Abyss of Death. It's your grandfather's. Stop it! Gunlong kicked the door open and rushed to the sturdy man. Seeing that the sturdy man was only at the 8th level of Saint armor, about the same as himself, Gunlong snorted coldly, and before the sturdy man could react, he grabbed the sturdy man's neck and hit the sturdy man's head with a violent blow. It's you? How is this possible? Someone, hurry up and help. When the sturdy man saw that it was Gunlong rushing towards him, he hurriedly called his men over. As soon as Gunlong heard the people's shouts getting closer and closer, he knew that if he was surrounded, he would be unable to fly. After all, Shueyu's strength had not yet recovered. So Gunlong gritted his teeth and took out the Shifang drum without caring about what he was saying. The heavy drum beat sounded, and the corpse chief appeared directly in front of him. After seeing his strength increase this time, the number of corpse chiefs increased to 3, and their strength levels were the same as his own, all at level 8. However, the killing star did not appear this time. Gunlong didn't have time to think about the reason and called the corpse leader to attack, while he picked up Shueyu and ran out. Shifangu? That boy has a Shifangu in his hand. Inform brothers. As long as you catch that boy, no matter you live or die, I will reward you too with 9th level inner elixirs. A strong man naturally knows his stuff. As soon as he saw Shifangu, he couldn't hold back and started shouting like crazy. The people who were rushing here heard the strong man's voice. Each and every one of them was as if they had been given chicken blood. They were no longer afraid of the corpse leader. They all yelled crazily and attacked the corpse leader. Gunlong and the others didn't dare to stay here. They saw that someone still broke through Shirkue's defense and chased after him. The Gunlong immediately soared into the sky. No matter which direction it was heading, it just accelerated with all its strength, thinking of getting rid of the pursuit of these people first. Where else do you want to run to? Because of Shueyu? Gunlong was finally caught up, looking at the guys on the opposite side. All of them were at the 8th level of holy armor. Although Gunlong was not afraid, it would be difficult to win in this battle. Gunlong, please leave me alone and run away, without me holding you back. You will have no problem escaping. Shueyu saw that the situation was not right, but her strength did not recover. She didn't want Gunlong to suffer because of herself. So she spoke directly and let Gunlong escape on his own. I, Gunlong, would never do anything like abandoning a friend. I am going to die today, and having a beauty like you by my side makes it all worth it. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Shueyu, and your mood value will be raised to 90. Gunlong looked at him, and as soon as he finished speaking, the beep of the training system sounded, and the data on Shueyu's head immediately changed to 90, while Shueyu's face was slightly red, and she leaned her head against his own. In arms, Gunlong was a little speechless. He didn't expect that he could still play like this. Damn it. When you were about to die, you even kissed me. Brothers, do it to me, my eldest brother said. I want you to live or die. The people surrounding Gunlong and the others couldn't stand it any longer, so they immediately burst into laughter, waved their weapons, and rushed forward. Gunlong was still holding Shueyu in his arms, so he couldn't move to attack. He had no choice but to dodge with all his strength and looked at a canyon not far away with lush trees. He thought about going there to hide and defeat these guys one by one. Ah! A scream suddenly came out. Gunlong looked back and saw many souls appearing, swallowing up the guy who was chasing him. Gunlong couldn't help but be stunned and immediately looked down, when he saw clearly that those lush trees were not trees at all, but many souls combined together. Only then did Gunlong understand. I bet they made a mistake. They were in the abyss of death. The people who were chasing Gunlong stopped immediately when they saw the spirit body attacking. They dared not continue chasing. Seeing Gunlong continue to go deeper inside, those guys immediately shouted, "Boy! Come back quickly! If we get it, we will ask you to hand over the Shifeng to it most. If you get there, you will die miserably." Gunlong didn't pay attention to the shouts of those guys. Seeing that the souls didn't attack him, he flew towards it boldly. Seeing that he could no longer see the people outside, Gunlong glanced at a stone platform not far below. So he took Shuiyu and landed there. "Gunlong, are you okay?" As soon as Shuiyu landed, she had a tender expression on her face, looked Gunlong up and down, and asked with concern. This sudden greeting really made Gunlong a little distraught, especially after seeing Shuiyu's torn clothes and exposed fair skin. Gunlong felt a fire rising within his body. He glanced over hastily, forcing himself not to look at Shuiyu, remembering that he had a robe that he had searched for in his pocket. He took it out and handed it to Shuiyu, asking Shuiyu to put it on. Seeing that Shuiyu must have noticed something wrong with her, she blushed and went to change clothes. Gunlong looked at the mood value on Shuiyu's head, and he really had a headache. If Shuiyu's mood value really rose to 100 one day, and he would not marry unless he... How could he explain it to Long Rong? In her mind, Shuiyu had already changed her clothes. Gunlong looked at Shuiyu, who was walking slowly. The clothes seemed to fit her well. However, judging from the taste of the ancients, the chest area is particularly material-saving, and the whole thing is almost transparent. The picturesque scenery was displayed in front of Gunlong. Gunlong was dumbfounded. His nose felt hot, and blood flowed out from his eyes. When Shuiyu saw that something was wrong with Gunlong, she immediately ran over, helped Gunlong wipe the blood, and asked with concern, "Gunlong, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Did you hurt your body during the fight just now?" Gunlong was in trouble at this time, but Shuiyu didn't shy away from it at all, and her body directly relied on him. Seeing that this was not going to work, Gunlong hurriedly jumped aside, waved his hands to show that he was fine, and looked around to see if he could find the soul element. That's not right. Shuiyu, did you notice that those guys were attacked by soul bodies just as they arrived at the entrance? But we have been here for so long. How come no soul body came to us? Gunlong initially thought that his soul body had found an attack target and was unable to escape. After such a long time, those guys should have given up and left. Not to mention this, just looking at the countless souls around them, none of them were attacking them. Gunlong felt something was not good, secretly thinking that there must be something fishy in this. Well, are you stupid? You have my noble dragon soul in you. What do I eat? It can be said that as long as I want to eat, anything in the world can be used as my food. These souls, but they are all supplementary materials. Do you think they will be delivered obediently and used as my food? The voice of the dragon soul sounded at the right time. Seeing the guy finally came out, he drooled and looked at the souls around him excitedly. Those souls that were targeted by the dragon soul immediately fled. Gunlong was speechless to this guy. He was too lazy to pay attention to the dragon soul. After knowing that his safety was not a problem, he continued to look for the soul source. Chapter 308 Minotaur. The restless souls tossed back and forth, looking towards Gunlong from time to time. However, when they saw the dragon soul beside Gunlong, they immediately scattered and fled. No longer approaching here. It belongs to your grandfather. This is such a big place, and we have never seen the soul element. Where can we find it? Gunlong and the others traveled for more than half a day and saw that the ground was clean and there was nothing else at all. He called out in despair, not knowing where to start. Dragon Soul rolled his eyes at Gunlong, and he snorted with some annoyance. "Oh, you think the soul essence fell from the sky and will drill into your arms by itself? If that's the case, why would we practice cultivation? We can just stay at home and wait for death." As soon as Dragon Soul finished speaking, a ball fell from the sky and landed in front of Gunlong and the others. Seeing that the ball was completely black, and there seemed to be a soul moving back and forth inside, Gunlong activated the training system. When he knew that the thing was the soul element, Gunlong laughed proudly and went forward to pick up the soul element. He got up and said, "I say, this is good luck. Everything goes smoothly. So, do you accept it? This soul energy came to me on its own. Ginlong saw that before he had finished speaking. The dragon soul swished into his arm. He was just about to ask what was going on when he felt something breathing out behind him. He turned his head and saw a huge bull's head appearing. The fist-sized eyes on the bull's head were staring at him, obviously very angry that he was holding the soul element. Ginlong stayed there for a while, not knowing what to do. Put that thing down. A low voice came out, and the Minotaur put his hand on Ginlong's shoulder, indicating that if Ginlong did not comply, he would take action immediately. Ginlong originally wanted to resist, but when he discovered the holy armor on his body, the Minotaur's hand just moved up and began to show signs of collapse. Ginlong knew that this Minotaur was not easy to mess with, so he spread his hands and put the soul element on the ground. Whoosh! That is, when the soul element fell to the ground, the Minotaur was about to reach out to grab it, but the soul element returned to Ginlong's hand again. The angry Minotaur roared angrily and raised his hand to hit Ginlong. Brother Nyoto, don't be angry. This thing came here on its own. It was definitely not my fault. Just wait. I will hand it over to you directly. Ginlong could feel the power attached to the Minotaur's punch. He hurriedly waved his hand and put the soul element into the Minotaur's hand. That is, when Ginlong left his hand, the soul element rose up on its own and stuck tightly to Ginlong's hand. No matter how hard Ginlong tried, it was firmly engraved there and had no intention of falling off. Asshole. You're kidding me. The Minotaur was really angry now. He roared and attacked Ginlong directly. Ginlong was also very helpless, but the soul element never left his hand, and he had no choice. Seeing the Minotaur attacking, Ginlong dodged and jumped aside. Seeing the Minotaur's punch strike on the ground, it directly made a big hole in the ground that Ginlong didn't dare to stay. He picked up Shuiyu and wanted to fly away. Where are you running? Get down here. The Minotaur roared violently, and Ginlong felt his body tremble and actually fall to the ground. Before Ginlong could get up, the Minotaur jumped in front of Ginlong, pushed Ginlong to the ground, and raised his fist to hit Ginlong's head. Okay. You stupid cow. It's me who doesn't want to go with you. How can you blame others? Go back quickly. I want to go out and practice. Ginlong had no choice but to take out the fragments of the Hunyuan cauldron because his body was restrained. I originally thought that I was really going to die today, but the soul element in my hand fell to the ground on its own, uttering human words. The originally irritable Minotaur immediately became docile after hearing Hunyuan's words. He let Ginlong go, put his hands in front of him, and said with an aggrieved look, "You can't do this. It's so chaotic outside. You'll get into trouble. Be obedient. Let's not go. Come home with me." How could Ginlong bear such torture? Seeing that the Minotaur's body was as coquettish as a little girl, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Soul Yuan probably couldn't stand the Minotaur's pretentious appearance, so he rolled away a little. The soul inside was rotating violently. It took a while before he stabilized and said, "I've had enough of you. Can we be a little calmer in front of outsiders? How can you, a grown man, do such disgusting things? Go home now. I'll go back when I've had enough fun." The Minotaur refused to leave at all. Seeing that Hunyuan was about to follow Ginlong, he was determined not to leave. The Minotaur rolled its eyes and immediately came to Ginlong's side. He directly cut Ginlong's arm open and let the blood drip on his head. "You stupid cow. What are you doing?" Hunyuan did not expect that the Minotaur would do this. It wanted to step forward to stop it, but it was already too late. When Ginlong's blood dripped onto the Minotaur actually turned into a ray of light and shadow and sank directly into Ginlong's arm. "Well, there's actually someone here, so I'll go to the other side." Ginlong heard the voice of the Minotaur in his mind and knew that the Minotaur had discovered the dragon soul. Before Ginlong could speak, the Minotaur moved to the other arm. Ginlong only remembered a sharp pain on his arm, and a bull head tattoo appeared on that arm. "Hack me. Do you think that god-level beings like you all like my body so much? To be honest, I really hate having tattoos on my body. When you do this, have you considered my feelings?" Ginlong looked at himself with a dragon shape on one side and a cow on the other. He was very speechless. Although the Nyoto's strength was pretty good, Ginlong was still a little angry that his body was being used without his consent. "You kid. What are you mumbling about? I am quite powerful. You think I am willing? With your broken cultivation level. I even lowered my cultivation level to cater to you. If my master didn't like to follow you, I would have just taken it away." The Minotaur showed its body, patted Ginglong on the head, and taught Ginglong seriously, not taking Ginglong seriously at all. Ginglong saw how good this was. It was just a disobedient dragon soul. But now there was a minotaur who became a guest. I dare to admit that this SHL of my own was prepared for them. Hey, master, you think this is good? I won't advise you anymore. Don't you want to go out with this kid to practice? Let's go together now. With me by your side. You can play with confidence. The minotaur ignored Ginglong at all, came directly to Hun Yuan, squatted on the ground, and said with a playful smile, Chapter 309 Ethereal. I'm really speechless for you. You big stupid cow. Hun Yuan muttered something and flew directly to Ginglong. It was a bit too dazzling to see him staying on Ginglong like this. A colorful light appeared on the soul element, shrank directly, and finally turned into a button, attached to Ginglong's collar. Can soul elements change size on their own? Ginglong looked at the soul element on his chest. If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't be able to find it at all. He couldn't help but feel it was very novel, and couldn't help but make a sound. What? You actually said that my master is a soul element. Don't you deserve a beating? My master is so noble. How can you mix with those low-level things? The minotaur didn't want Ginglong to call his master that way. He came to Ginglong's side, and gave Ginglong 2 head blows to vent his dissatisfaction. Well, he's not a soul element. So what could he be? Ginglong didn't know much about the soul element, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity to learn about it. He endured the pain and continued to ask. You little kid. You are quite persistent. Let me tell you. My master is a soul bead that has been accumulated for thousands of years. Although he is also a kind of soul energy, he does have an independent consciousness. He is not like us. The most important thing is that once my master is born, he will definitely be a master in the supergod realm. Do you think he can be the same as those souls? Ahem. Old cow. We will die if we don't brag. What kind of supergod realm? Just make it clear that I failed to absorb this soul bead, and I will die if I am trapped in this soul bead. Hun Yuan couldn't accept the minotaur's boastful talk, so he shouted to stop the minotaur. Looking at Ginglong, who was still a little confused, Hun Yuan continued, Little brother, I am transformed by heaven and earth, and my name is Kong Ling. This minotaur has been practicing with me since I was a child, so I have a certain relationship. I don't want me to appear in the process of absorbing the 10,000-year soul bead when I discover it. Unexpectedly, the soul pearl backfired and the body was trapped inside. Don't listen to that old cow's nonsense. By the way, that old cow is pretty good for following you. I see. You also have a great chance. It just so happens that you need some experience and experience. Laonyo is not bad, but he is a little short-tempered. If you get along well, it will be good for everyone. After listening to Kong Ling's words, Ginglong finally understood. I can't believe that through this strange combination of circumstances, I actually got a big treasure. But with Laonyo by his side, Ginglong naturally didn't dare to have any ideas, thinking that they should be familiar with this place. Ginglong asked directly, Well, can you take us to find the soul element? We need to do something with that thing. Hearing Ginglong's words, Kong Ling laughed and asked Laonyo to lead the way, and they walked towards the abyss of death. It was probably because the minotaur's aura was more frightening. Ginglong watched as he walked along, not to mention the prying eyes of souls. He didn't see even a shadow of a soul within 100 miles. Ginglong was very satisfied with the result. After all, it saved them a lot of trouble. Just when Ginglong was thinking about when he would see the soul element, the minotaur suddenly stopped and pointed at the large tunnel in front. There's a lot of soul energy there. I don't like that place. Go get it yourself. Hearing the minotaur's words, Ginglong strode forward. After he crossed a ravine, he looked at the deep pit that suddenly appeared in front of him. It was densely packed with black balls, all of which were soul elements. Ginglong was very happy. He immediately ran over, picked up a few and threw them into his pocket. Hey, we've helped you get what you want. It's your turn to help me. Kong Ling looked at Ginglong returning with a full load. He chuckled and directly asked Ginglong for his opinion, although Ginglong didn't know Kong Ling's true strength. Looking at the powerful minotaur, he actually obeyed his words, because he knew that Kong Ling was not a simple person. Ginglong, who had been thinking about how to have a relationship with Kong Ling, immediately agreed after hearing Kong Ling's words. Well, the place we are going to is very dangerous for you. But don't worry. Laonyo is here. As long as you follow Laonyo closely, there will be no problem at all. When we get to that place, I will naturally tell you what to do. Kong Ling was honest enough. and directly informed him of the situation there. Gun Long frowned slightly, obviously reluctant. That Kong Ling then continued, "Don't worry. I said I'll guarantee your safety. Then you'll be fine. If you successfully help me this time, I can take you to a place where there are all high-level inner elixirs, which are very sensitive to your strength. Improvement goes a long way." Ginlong was just in trouble. After all, with the Minotaur beside him, he didn't dare to agree to help Kong Ling. However, when he heard Kong Ling said there were such benefits, Gun Long immediately nodded and said there was no problem. Just as everyone was preparing to set off, Gun Long suddenly remembered that Shui Yu beside him was still at the 7th level of fighting armor. It would be uneconomical for her to accompany him in danger. So Gun Long thought of sending Shui Yu to the boss and the others first. Shui Yu was a little reluctant at first, but when she heard Kong Ling said that he couldn't enter that place at all, Kong Ling nodded sensibly, not wanting to cause any trouble to Gun Long. Seeing Ding Long holding Shui Yu and about to take off, Kong Ling immediately said, "Hey, how long are you going to fly like this? You're just standing there, thinking about your friend's face." Gun Long didn't know what Kong Ling wanted to do, so he did as Kong Ling said. Just when the boss's appearance appeared in his mind, Gun Long saw a flash of white light in front of him, and a teleportation array actually appeared in front of him. On the other side of the teleportation array, the boss was munching on an inner elixir. He was obviously frightened by the sudden appearance of the teleportation array. He was stunned and did not dare to move. "Go on. It's so powerful. Isn't this the same as teleportation?" Gun Long pulled Shui Yu across the teleportation array and came to the boss. The boss only reacted when he saw Gun Long. It immediately jumped up and stepped forward to hold Gun Long in its arms, expressing its longing for him. You have a good chance. And you are able to tame even the wild beasts and work under your hands. It seems that my choice is really right." After seeing the boss, Kong Ling sighed for no reason. "TCH, what choice is not bad? Act like the chosen one. It's not like there was no one in the shabby place just now. It's just this fool. You have no choice. That's why you are like this. The dragon soul is only afraid of the Minotaur, but has no cold feelings towards the emptiness." Hearing the ethereal words, he immediately started to laugh. Chapter 310 Earth? "Swarthy, you little worm. Is your skin itchy?" When the Minotaur saw that Dragon Soul dared to provoke Kong Ling, he immediately became unwilling. He came to Ginglong and grabbed the arm where Dragon Soul was, trying to force Dragon Soul out. "Your grandpa. Please be honest with me. Now you have to understand that you are using my body. So listen to me. If anyone is actively looking for trouble, don't blame me for being rude." Gunlong was pinched a bit by the Minotaur, so he broke free from the Minotaur's restraints and shouted sharply. Not to mention, after being scolded by Ginglong, the Minotaur became more honest. After all, Gunlong is the main body. If he uses any means, the Minotaur himself will suffer. Gunlong entrusted Shui Yu to the boss, and at the same time took out the soul essence and gave it to Shui Yu, asking Shui Yu to follow the boss to complete the inheritance. He himself followed the Minotaur, re-entered the teleportation array, and left here. "Old Nyo, you know the way, so thank you for taking us there," Kong Ling shouted. And upon hearing this, the Minotaur immediately transformed back into its bull form, and after inviting Gunlong to ride on its back, it jumped into the air and started running quickly. "Hack me. You guys are taking me out of the Mecha Star." Gunlong watched Lao Nyo go straight up, and saw that he had stepped out of the clouds, and could already see the outside of the planet, the dim starry sky. He was so stunned that he was really worried that he would die due to lack of oxygen. After all, in Ginglong's understanding, although they are cultivators, they still have a need for oxygen. Don't worry. We'll be there soon." Kong Ling opened his mouth to comfort Gunlong, but looked at them and saw that there was nothing around them. Gunlong already felt some discomfort in his throat and lack of oxygen. At this moment, the Minotaur suddenly shouted loudly, and a crack broke out in the silent space, and the Minotaur got directly into it. Are we back on Earth?" Gunlong was riding on the back of the ox, looking at the tall buildings below, and airplanes flying by from time to time, just like the Earth. He was very excited and asked directly, "I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Our strength cannot directly open the passage to your planet. This is just a mapping space. There once was a master in the super god realm who seemed to have some connection with you people on Earth. In order to commemorate that happy time, he created this space by himself. Everything in the space is an illusion and cannot be taken seriously. Kong Ling knew that Gung Long had misunderstood, so he directly explained to Gung Long. Gung Long, who knew the situation, looked at the realistic things around him, but he could not imagine how powerful this super god realm existence was. You know, everything below can really be confused with reality. If it weren't for the ethereal explanation, Gung Long would really have thought he was on Earth. Here we go. Right there. The Minotaur finally stopped at a pool. He pointed to the pool below, signaling to Gung Long that they had arrived at their destination. Gung Long looked down and saw that the location of the water pool should be a scenic spot. There were bustling people nearby, visiting and visiting. Just when Gung Long was thinking about how to avoid the eyes and ears of these people, the Minotaur roared, and a huge sound wave impacted. The road, which was originally filled with crowds, was affected by the sound. Those people who were seen stopped in place, and before they could make the next move, they all disappeared, and the area around the pool became quiet. Your grandfathers, you are killing someone. Although Gung Long knew that this was a phantom, he watched helplessly so many people disappear, including some children. He could not hold back and started scolding them. Haha. Gung Long, don't worry. Those people are just trapped in a unique space. When our affairs are over, Lao Niu will release them. Kong Ling began to explain, looking at Gung Long with some disbelief. He flew into the air, and after a gliding motion, he actually created a crack in the space. Come on. See for yourself. Hearing the ethereal shouting, Gung Long poked his head over. It was really nice to see those people standing still in another space, maintaining their previous actions. Gung Long felt relieved now. He coughed lightly to relieve the embarrassment on the court. Haha. Gung Long, you are worrying too much. You think that other people can destroy the things made by people in the super god realm. This space has its own laws. We are just cutting them off temporarily. But there is a time limit. We should hurry up and find what we need, so that when the time comes, the space will be restored to its original state. If the people here see us, they will not be able to bear it, and they will really disappear. Gung Long naturally believed in the ethereal words, and jumped into the pool with the Minotaur. Looking at the bottom of the pool, a teleportation array flashed at the bottom of the pool. Gung Long understood that that was their destination, and swam directly towards the teleportation array without saying much. When Gung Long and the others entered the teleportation array, they seemed to be teleported to a battlefield. It was obvious that the battle had just ended. Corpses were everywhere, and shouts of killing could be heard from a distance from time to time. Gung Long, this is the only way I can go. You need to walk the rest of the way by yourself. Lao Niu knows what I need, and he will take you to it. You must remember that you only need to move forward and bring back what we need. Don't get involved in their war. Otherwise, we will be trapped here forever. Kong Ling was a little worried, so he explained to Gung Long carefully. After watching Gung Long nod and take notes, Kong Ling felt a little relieved and floated there out of thin air, waiting for Gung Long and the others to return. The Minotaur walked in front first. When he saw someone appearing, he called Gung Long to hide. They walked and walked like this for about half an hour, and finally stopped in front of a dilapidated building. Well, Long Rong, how is this possible? Just when Gung Long was about to follow the Minotaur into the building, a familiar voice sounded beside him. He looked sideways and saw Long Rong wielding a long sword, slashing the enemies rushing towards her. Behind Long Rong, Long Ying had scars all over his body, and was being supported by Lin Bao. As soon as he saw the scene, Gung Long could not remain calm and rushed over there. Gung Long, come back! Kong Ling and Dragon Soul shouted at the same time, and the Minotaur turned around when he heard the shout. When he saw that Gung Long was about to rush into the battlefield, the Minotaur roared and immediately charged towards Gung Long. Chapter 311 Xiao Yingying. The Minotaur was faster than the Gung Dragon. Just when the Gung Dragon was about to fight with the people on the battlefield, the Minotaur rushed forward, hugged the Gung Dragon's waist with both hands, and pulled the Gung Dragon back. Let me go! I'm going to save people! Gung Long tried to tear him away, but the Minotaur hugged him tightly and wouldn't let go at all. Kong Ling and Long Hun saw that this was not going to work, so they both ran to Gung Long and tried to persuade Gung Long. Gung Long, calm down. None of that is true. Gung Long, think about it carefully. Long Rong and the others are not strong enough. How could they be here on the Mecha planet at this time? After repeated dissuasion, Gung Long gradually calmed down. Seeing that the fighting there was still going on, Long Rong and the others had retreated to a place where they couldn't see. Gung Long took a long breath, looked at Kong Ling and said, "Didn't you say this is an independent space? But why are my friends here?" Kong Ling glanced at Dragon Soul and saw that Dragon Soul was still looking over there, and had no intention of answering. Kong Ling then slowly opened his mouth and said, Gunlong, do you know that some places can predict the future? It can be said that the time calculation in this space is much faster than reality. Everyone will see their own future here. Do you know why you are not allowed to join the battle? Because you don't belong there. And joining rashly will only shatter the entire space and indirectly affect your real friends. Gunlong looked at the place where he was now, which was still the place where he had just separated from Kong Ling. That Kong Ling never stepped forward. Thinking of Kong Ling's words, Gunlong suddenly realized and said, in this case, your future is also on that battlefield. So you don't enter the battlefield and just let us pass. Right? Well, my situation is more complicated. You can understand it this way. Gunlong, we don't have much time, and the battlefield may not last that long. You should act quickly. Gunlong was completely awake at this time. He memorized all the nearby scenes, thinking that one day in the future, he must arrive at the scene in time to rescue Long Rong and the others. The Minotaur was sure that Gunlong would not get into trouble again, so he continued to move forward. However, this time, he was very cautious and grabbed Gunlong's arm, fearing that Gunlong could not help but rush over again. When Gunlong and the others came to the building again, they saw that Long Rong, who was not far away, had been overwhelmed by the crowd. The dying Long Rong's eyes were particularly firm, staring in one direction in the sky. Gunlong followed that gaze, and when he saw himself hanging in midair, there were Shuiyu and Hirama standing next to him. He was stunned there, and really couldn't figure out why he didn't go to rescue him when he was right in front of him. At this moment, he seemed to sense something in the sky and looked towards him. Gunlong met his gaze. Although it was very strange, Gunlong had a feeling that he really met his future self's eyes. Gunlong, come here! Just as the future self slowly landed and flew towards this side, the Minotaur's voice suddenly appeared. Gunlong responded and looked over there again, only to see his future self appearing in front of Long Rong. The Xingyun sword took action and killed Long Rong himself. What? How is this possible? Gunlong was confused at this time. If this future scene was true, how could he kill Long Rong with his own hands? That's the person I like. Gunlong. With a low roar, Gunlong felt his hands tighten. And then, he was dragged into the building by the Minotaur. There is nothing special about it, except for a sarcophagus placed in the center of the building. The sarcophagus had no lid, and Gunlong saw a masked guy in black lying inside the sarcophagus. He saw that the man was still alive, his chest rising and falling with his breathing. Just when Gunlong was about to ask the Minotaur what he should do, the Minotaur took off his long horn and stabbed it towards the man's heart. The expected blood did not come out at all. Gunlong saw that the horns were like phantoms, passing through the man's body without causing any harm to him. He felt inexplicably comfortable and felt relieved. Gunlong, come here! This guy is about to wake up! Hearing the Minotaur's voice, Gunlong came to the sarcophagus. Only then did Gunlong see clearly that it turned out that the person lying in the sarcophagus was a woman. For some reason, Gunlong felt that this person gave him a very familiar feeling, like someone he knew. The Minotaur kept urging, asking Gunlong to hurry up. Gunlong took out the nebula sword as he was told. Just when he was about to pierce the sword into the man's heart, Gunlong accidentally reached out and took off the man's mask. Xiao Yingying. Seeing that man's face, Gunlong would never forget it. It was she who bought herself time to survive. Gunlong couldn't believe that Xiao Yingying, whom he had been looking for a long time, was here. Looking at Xiao Yingying's face in pain, she didn't know what she had suffered. Where did Gunlong succeed? He put away the Xingyun sword and actually wanted to take Xiao Yingying out. Gunlong, you are crazy. Kill her quickly. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. The Minotaur stepped forward to stop Gunlong and watched the man in the sarcophagus blink his eyelids, obviously trying to wake up. The Minotaur panicked, looking at the nebula sword behind Gunlong. The Minotaur pulled out the sword directly, pressed it on Gunlong's hand, and dragged Gunlong to attack Xiao Yingying. Hack you. Let me kill my friends. There is no way. Gunlong didn't know where the strength came from, and kicked the Minotaur to the ground. And he himself ran to the sarcophagus, stretched out his hand directly toward Xiao Yingying, thinking about taking Xiao Yingying out. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and Gunlong saw that his hand that had reached into the sarcophagus was frozen. Then he felt a cold gaze staring at him. When he looked down, it was Xiao Yingying who had woken up and was staring at him. Gunlong felt very strange. He couldn't figure out why Xiao Yingying looked at him like this. Just when he was about to ask, Xiao Yingying stretched out a hand and grabbed it directly towards his heart. Gunlong. Be careful. Dragon Soul followed him at some point and dodged to Gunlong's chest. The hand that was supposed to grasp Gunlong's heart was caught tightly by Dragon Soul. There was only a crunching sound, and Dragon Soul's body was actually divided into two parts. The severe pain caused the Dragon Soul to cry uncontrollably. Chapter 312 The Future. Dragon Soul. Gunlong saw that Dragon Soul was frustrated. What else could he care about at this moment? He saw that Xiao Yingying still refused to let go, and was ready to continue attacking Dragon Soul. Gunlong immediately took out the nebulous sword and attacked Xiao Yingying. Gunlong, who thought he would hurt Xiao Yingying, saw that Xiao Yingying had no scars at all when his sword passed by. Moreover, the strength in Xiao Yingying's hands increased, and she was obviously not prepared to let go of the Dragon Soul. Gunlong sighed secretly, took out the Hunyuan cauldron fragments, pointed it at Xiao Yingying, and prepared to attack. Gunlong, it's useless. You go quickly. Xiao Yingying, who was launching an attack, heard the word Gunlong. She was stunned for a moment, looked at the Dragon Soul in her hand, and followed the Dragon Soul's gaze. When Xiao Yingying saw Gunlong, she was stunned as if she was electrocuted. Dragon Soul took the opportunity to escape and hit on Gunlong's arm again. Seeing Xiao Yingying's reaction, Gunlong immediately became excited. He took a few steps forward and shouted, Yingying, it's me. You don't remember me. You? Gunlong? Xiao Yingying looked painful and shouted Gunlong's name with great difficulty. Yes, I'm Gunlong. Yingying, what's wrong with you? Gunlong stepped forward again, wanting to get closer to Xiao Yingying. He didn't know what Xiao Yingying had gone through and why she was like this. Just when Gunlong was about to grab Xiao Yingying's hand, Xiao Yingying suddenly shouted, soared into the sky and left here. What's wrong? Let's leave quickly. This place is going to collapse. As soon as he saw Xiao Yingying leaving, the Minotaur's expression changed, and he immediately called Gunlong to leave. Boom! That is, when Gunlong and the others were taking action, there was a loud noise, and countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space. They expanded rapidly, and looked like they were about to collapse completely. The Gunlong didn't dare to stay. He rode on the Minotaur that transformed into a bull and rushed outside quickly. Ling, who was waiting outside, saw the space shatter. He knew that the operation had failed, and sighed. Hey, everything is fate. You can't escape no matter what. Gunlong, you asked me to travel through time and space to remind you to kill Xiao Yingying. I didn't expect that you still couldn't do it after all. Gunlong, who was trying his best to escape, naturally didn't hear Kunling's words. Seeing the space behind him rapidly shattering, Gunlong immediately shouted loudly, Kunling, hurry up and leave. You can't stay here for long. Kunling heard the call and circled around, and a teleportation array appeared. When Gunlong saw the teleportation array, he slapped his head and secretly thought that he was really confused and had forgotten the ability of being ethereal. When the Minotaur saw that there was a way out, it speeded up its feet. When it passed by Kunling, it directly took Kunling with it, and the three of them got into the teleportation array together. After Gunlong and the others disappeared from this space, in the center of the shattered space, a person with golden light all over his body appeared, completely unaffected by the changes around him. He came to the teleportation array that Gunlong and the others had left, and just snapped his fingers, and the teleportation array disappeared directly. Alas, I didn't succeed after all. Whatever. Everyone has his own fate. It's just a joke to try to change your fate. If Gunlong was still here, he would naturally be able to recognize the person who spoke, because that guy is none other than his future self. It is said that Gunlong and the others came out of the teleportation array, and they were still in the abyss of death. Gunlong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the Dragon Soul had been split in half just to save him. Gunlong immediately asked with concern, Dragon Soul, how are you? Are you seriously injured? How can I help? Ahem. You are talking nonsense. You didn't notice that I was split in half. That's all. I won't talk nonsense to you anymore. I need a period of recuperation. If you have nothing to do, don't bother me. Hearing Dragon Soul's words, Gunlong responded, seeing Kunling comforting the Minotaur and helping the Minotaur heal the damage it suffered while traveling through space. Gunlong had many doubts in his mind, so he asked Kunling directly, Kunling, what happened just now? Why is my friend there? Was she stimulated by something? By the way, didn't you say that is the future space? Why can she talk directly to us? Why can she talk directly to us? Hurt us? Kong Ling didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't tell Gun Long that everything was controlled by his future self. Firstly, now is not the time to explain. And furthermore, even if I say it now, I am afraid Gun Long will not believe it. Well, Gun Long, I don't know how to explain it to you. In short, if you meet your friend again in the future, please don't hold back and kill him directly. Otherwise, you will regret it. Listening to Kong Ling's words, Gun Long felt that Kong Ling must know something. But after looking at Kong Ling, who didn't want to say anything, Gun Long didn't ask any more questions. The image of Xiao Yingying just now appeared in his mind. And Gun Long felt that Xiao Yingying must have been manipulated by someone. Otherwise, how could she not recognize herself? The Minotaur had some superficial injuries and recovered quickly. Seeing that his actions were no longer affected, Gun Long took the Minotaur and the others together, thinking of going to have a round with Shui Yu and his gang. Kong Ling just used the teleportation technique and will not be able to use it for a while. Gun Long then rode on the Minotaur and beckoned the Minotaur to move towards its destination. The Minotaur was very fast, and within 2 or 3 hours, they had already arrived at the outskirts of the desert basin. Seeing that the ancient city was not far away from them, Gun Long asked the Minotaur to sit down and rest for a while. Kong Ling looked at this familiar place and suddenly remembered something. He looked at Gun Long and said, "I said, you are looking for treasures in this ancient desert city." Yeah. What's wrong? Have you been to this place before? After hearing Gun Long's answer, Kong Ling remembered that Gun Long was only at the 8th level of holy armor cultivation. Now Kong Ling chuckled and thought to himself, if he waits for Gun Long to grow up in the future and remembers that he raided his old nest, he wonders what his expression will be like. In his mind, the scene of him fighting with Gun Long appeared in Kong Ling's mind. It's just that the old friend has passed away, but the Gun Long in front of him is still young and ignorant, full of hope for the future. Na Kong Ling secretly cursed himself for being so troublesome. Wouldn't it be nice to meet his old friend again and continue to explore the world with him? The Minotaur noticed something strange about Kong Ling, and he turned to look at Kong Ling. Kong Ling understood the Minotaur's thoughts. He came to the Minotaur's ear and chuckled. "Don't worry. I won't be exposed. But you said before that if you see young Gun Long, you must give him a good beating. Now is such a good opportunity. You must not miss it." Gun Long naturally didn't know that the 2 new friends beside him were actually old acquaintances for him in the future. Seeing Kong Ling and the Minotaur chattering about something, Gun Long was too lazy to pay attention and just laid down on the ground to rest. He couldn't let it go in his heart, and kept thinking about what Xiao Yingying had experienced and how she became like this. Chapter 313, The Powerful Killing Star. Gun Long. Look, isn't that your girlfriend? Just when Gun Long was thinking about something, Kong Ling suddenly called Gun Long to get up. Gun Long looked in the direction pointed by Kong Ling, and saw that Shui Yu was indeed running towards this direction quickly. Behind Shui Yu, the boss supported the old lizard and limped closely behind. The Gun Long immediately stood up and flew towards Shui Yu and the others. "That's great. Master, we met you here. Come and help quickly. This old lizard is too heavy." Without waiting for Gun Long to reply, the Minotaur was faster than him and rushed directly to the boss, signaling the boss to put the old lizard on him. "Hey, don't touch my horns." The Minotaur's unreasonable words made the old lizard a little unbelievable. You know, he had just had that idea, and before he was ready to take action, the Minotaur discovered it. The old lizard attributed it to the Minotaur being too powerful and didn't think much about it. "Old Nyo, don't lose your composure. There are some things that we can't explain clearly. If they arouse suspicion, something bad will happen." Kong Ling looked at Lao Nyo and finished speaking, with tears rolling in the corners of his eyes. Knowing that Lao Nyo was thinking about fighting side by side with Lao Lizard, he hurriedly came over to remind Lao Nyo. "I felt relieved when I saw that the old cow was back to normal. I said, don't delay. Run quickly. The guy will be chasing you soon." Shui Yu looked at the group of them standing there, not taking any action, and immediately shouted loudly, telling them to evacuate quickly. Gun Long didn't know what was going on. He was about to ask when he heard a loud bang and a figure jumped out of the sand pit. It was the guy who was going to give the inheritance to Shui Yu. He had a gloomy face and led the wind and sand came raging. What's going on? How did this guy become so powerful? Oh, don't mention it. Seeing that Shui Yu was about to succeed, I never thought of suddenly killing a group of people and starting a fight without saying a word. As soon as they were interrupted, this success failed. If the boss hadn't reacted quickly, Shui Yu might have the moon was swallowed up. Hearing the words of the old lizard, Gunlong immediately understood. He glanced at the guy who was chasing him, and saw that the training system couldn't determine his level. Gunlong knew that this was another master who was not easy to mess with. He no longer worried about the confrontation. He flew up directly, grabbed Shuiyu and ran away. Damn it. Your grandpa. We can't go on like this. Even if that guy can't attack us, he can exhaust us to death by just running away. Gunlong marched for a while, but saw that the guy was still following behind, with no intention of stopping. While Gunlong was flying, he was thinking of a solution. Gunlong, go away and leave me here. All that guy wants is me. As long as he captures me, he won't chase you anymore. Shuiyu knew the guy's strength and didn't want to implicate Gunlong and the others, so she spoke directly. Just stay here. I won't hand you over to that guy. Gunlong watched Shuiyu keep struggling, trying to break free from his restraints. He grabbed Shuiyu tightly and went to scold Shuiyu directly. Hee. You are always in such a mess every time I see you. Do you need my help? Just when everyone was at a loss, a familiar voice sounded. Gunlong Xuanchen looked around and saw the killing star suspended in midair, looking at him with a smile. Then Gunlong secretly said that he could be saved, so he answered directly. Oh my god. You can't see it yourself. Come on. Come and help me. The killing star fell down in response, and looked at the guy who was chasing him. After looking around, he saw the nebula sword behind Gunlong. He came directly behind Gunlong, drew out the nebula sword and said, Lend me your sword. Hey. This sword is not ordinary. Not everyone can use it. Before Gunlong finished speaking, he looked at the nebula sword shining with a strange brilliance in Killing Star's hands. After the light faded, countless small nebulae appeared and attacked the chasing guy. Ah! Seeking death? The man who was attacked was very angry. He shouted loudly and reached out to grab the Killing Star. Killing Star was not afraid and just stood there. After waiting for the man's palm to come closer, the Killing Star finally moved, waving the sword randomly and cutting off the man's arm. Seeing that he was no match for the other party, the attacking guy didn't dare to stay any longer. He fled and disappeared. After there was no threat, Gunlong breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing Killing Star return the nebula's sword, Gunlong couldn't help but ask, You guy, why are you here? Hearing Gunlong's words, Xiaoxing laughed and spread his hands helplessly. Didn't you use the Shifang drum not long ago? I was here then. But after seeing that there was no problem with you, I wandered around, wondering if I could find some good things. This is not a coincidence. They bumped into each other. I happened to see you in trouble, so I came to help you. Gunlong knew that Killing Star would not lie, and he watched Killing Star staring at Kong Ling thoughtfully. Gunlong thought that Killing Star was trying to kill Kong Ling, so Gunlong immediately waved his hand and said, Killing Star, let me tell you, the people here are all our own people. You can't mess around. Hear Gunlong's words. Killing Star nodded. Seeing that Gunlong and the others had nothing to do, Killing Star refused Gunlong's request to go with them and left directly. Let me go. Why is this guy still like this? Appearing and disappearing all day long. That's all. As long as we are fine, he can do whatever he likes. Gunlong looked at Killing Star's retreating figure and secretly thought that he hadn't felt it before, since his strength has improved. As his strength has become higher and higher, Gunlong actually feels a little unable to see through the Killing Star. Gunlong, we don't need to go back. The ancient city has been destroyed by that guy, and the other brothers have all been there to protect us. Gunlong, who originally planned to continue exploring the ancient city, couldn't help but feel a little regretful when he heard the old lizard's words. After all, there are still a lot of good things in the ancient city. If I had known this, I should have brought more out. By the way, Gunlong, when we came out just now, we seem to have seen Bimu. The next words of the old lizard really made Gunlong feel excited regarding this existence that was similar to his enlightenment mentor. And now that he actually knew the news about him, Gunlong naturally wanted to see Bimu right away. I'm going. Why didn't you tell me earlier where he is? Let's go find him quickly. Hearing Gunlong's question, the old lizard shook his head awkwardly and said, Well, it seems that Bigu is being chased by someone. We vaguely saw two people chasing him. At that time, we were so focused on escaping from the monster's attack that we actually forgot to note the direction in which Biga left. Chapter 314 Collapse. Gunlong couldn't help but be startled when he heard that Big Eyes was in danger. The person who can make Thumu escape is definitely not an ordinary person. Gunlong flew up in the air and looked around. Seeing no visible shadow, Gunlong returned to the team. Master, this ancient city is gone. Where should we go next? Hearing the boss's inquiry, Gunlong turned to look at Kongling. After all, they are the only ones facing the familiar ones here. Except Shuiyu. Well, if I remember correctly, there is an abandoned town about a day's journey from here. We can go there to try our luck. Once they saw that Kongling really knew that there was a good place, Gunlong and the others didn't waste any time. They formed a team and set off according to Kongling's guidance. Everyone was chatting and laughing. But it didn't feel like the journey was far. When they arrived at the outskirts of the abandoned town, they saw that the town was dilapidated and there were only a few good buildings. Gunlong waved, and everyone dispersed to search inside the town. Because of the help of the training system, Gunlong no longer had to do it himself. He scanned the buildings in front of him. After seeing that there were no energy fluctuations in the training system, Gunlong switched to the next area. Kongling and the others followed Gunlong closely. Seeing that Gunlong refused to enter the house, they couldn't help but ask curiously, Gunlong, you always take a look outside. Does this mean you can be sure that there is nothing good inside? Just as Gunlong was about to answer Kongling's question, the cultivation system suddenly beeped, and the coordinates were the tavern in front of him. Gunlong immediately waved his hand and asked Kongling to go in with him. Everything in the tavern was still intact. Looking at the jars of old wine sealed on the wine cabinet, Gunlong couldn't help but walk over, take down a jar, and open the lid. The rich aroma of wine filled his nose. And even Gunlong, who didn't like drinking, couldn't help but take a sip. Cool. The spicy feeling was triggered from the inside out, and Gunlong felt that his whole body was hot. But that feeling quickly disappeared. When the wine entered the body, the whole body became clear. Dragon Soul, come out. This thing is a good thing. It will help your injuries. Dragon Soul, who was recovering from his injuries, felt a little depressed when he heard Gunlong's words, and he cursed directly. You guys, that's enough. How can you let a patient drink? Let me tell you. The more Dragon Soul talked, the angrier he became, and he immediately showed his head, ready to teach Gunlong a lesson. But when it smelled the strong aroma of wine and looked down at the contents of the wine jar, the Dragon Soul immediately stopped talking and jumped directly into the wine jar, soaking its entire body in the wine jar, occasionally drinking. Take 2 bites and squeal with satisfaction. Hee hee. I've only heard of people who make elixirs and medicines, but this is the first time I've seen people who make wine. Gunlong could feel the strong smell of wine lingering in his body after he took a sip of wine, nourishing the old wounds in his body. He couldn't help but sigh that it was fortunate that he had this cultivation system. Otherwise, he would never have thought that there was something in this wine jar. After confirming that there were no other good things in the tavern, he watched the Dragon Soul swallow the jar of wine into his stomach, return it to his arm, and go to rest. Gunlong walked out of the tavern and continued to explore other places. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the sky, and then Gunlong and his friends discovered a huge crack appeared from the sky to the ground. No! This space is about to collapse. Let's get out quickly. Kongling took one look and immediately shouted loudly. Gunlong knew that Kongling would not joke around, so he hurriedly picked up the people who were still searching for things. Looking up at the sky, the crack was getting bigger and bigger, and everything touched by the crack turned into powder. How could Gunlong and the others dare to stay here? After confirming the location of the teleportation array when they came over, they immediately started running away. I'll go. This is so good. It's going to collapse no matter what. Gunlong looked back and saw that the crack was opening very fast, and he was about to catch up with them. Just when Gunlong was worried and didn't know what to do, a figure suddenly appeared and stopped in front of Gunlong and the others. What are you doing standing still? Come up quickly. After seeing that it was Baimu, Gunlong was overjoyed and immediately asked everyone to jump onto Baimu's thick dragon back. When Baimu saw the Minotaur and Kongling, he was thoughtful, but the crack behind him was already close, so he didn't have time to think. With a sharp roar, Baimu soared into the sky and ran towards the teleportation array. Kongling, do you think this old monster recognizes us? Shh. Keep your voice down. This guy has lived for so long and has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. But I think with his personality, even if he recognized him, he wouldn't say anything. After all, he has such a deep relationship with Gunlong, so he naturally understands it. Vital. Kongling and the Minotaur muttered a few words back and forth, and after confirming that there was no problem, they stopped talking to avoid being overheard, which would cause trouble. Gunlong sat on Big Moo, It turned out that everyone was scattered in search of treasures. But now they all fled towards the teleportation formation. It was immediately obvious that there were quite a lot of people here. The closer you get to the teleportation array, the more people are nearby. At this time, everyone had no time to fight against each other. So they all ran towards the teleportation array with all their strength. Especially when everyone saw that the teleportation array not far away was gradually shrinking. Everyone accelerated their speed. And no one dared to delay. Bai Mu, where are you running? Seeing that Gunlong and the others were about to reach the teleportation array, they heard a roar. Gunlong and the others looked towards the place where the sound came from, and saw a huge tiger rushing towards them at a fast speed. Gunlong and the others immediately took out their weapons, and were ready to fight at any time. It was obvious that Bigu didn't want to fight with that person. So he accelerated towards the teleportation array. When the big tiger on the ground saw this, he immediately jumped up in the air, bit down on Big Eye's tail, and pulled Big Eye down with all his strength. Gunlong and others who were sitting on Big Moo also fell to the ground because of Big Moo. Watching the tiger desperately tearing apart Hideo's body, Hideo was indeed slightly outmatched. The sharp-eyed boss noticed that the gesture was inappropriate, pointed at his body and said, "Master, it's not good. I have old wounds on my body. I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat that tiger." Gunlong followed the direction directed by the boss, and found that there was indeed an old wound on Big Moo's body that was deep enough to show the bone. Since the wound was on the stomach, Gunlong and the others were in a hurry to leave just now, and did not notice it. Chapter 315 Going Home. You go first. I'll go help. Seeing that this place was not far from the teleportation array, and that others could not help here, Gunlong asked the boss to take them out first. After knowing through the training system that the tiger was also a high-level guy, Gunlong didn't hide his clumsiness and directly took out the fragments of the Hunyuan cauldron. "Bayum, get out of the way!" the prepared Gunlong shouted. And Biga noticed the huge energy fluctuation behind him and immediately jumped aside. As soon as he saw that Big Eyes was out of the attack range, Gunlong roared loudly and struck out. Although the tiger monster felt the energy fluctuation, Gunlong's strength was too low, so he didn't take it seriously. However, when the attack came close, the tiger was a little stunned, because he really felt that the attack power was not low, and it was obvious that it could hurt him. Boom! Unable to avoid it, the tiger had to use all his strength to create a defensive barrier in front of him. Even so, the powerful attack wave still shattered its barrier, and the huge impact forced him to retreat continuously. Walk! Biga grabbed Gunlong and put it on his body, then rushed into the teleportation array. By the time the tiger reacted and wanted to chase them, it was already too late. The tiger had no choice but to lick his wounds and leave angrily. The boss and others who were waiting outside the teleportation array were very happy to see Gunlong and the others coming out. Bai Mu did not speak, but looked at Kong Ling beside Gunlong, pointed at the teleportation array that had not disappeared and said, "Can you break this thing?" Kong Ling didn't say much after hearing the words, and came directly to the teleportation array. A colorful light appeared in the round sphere and merged into the teleportation array. The teleportation array that could be heard crackled and finally shattered into pieces and disappeared completely. Gunlong saw that those who had not had time to come out of the teleportation array were directly broken into pieces and disappeared into the space as the teleportation array burst. He knew that he could not be merciful at this time. Once the tiger monster comes out, it will be uncomfortable for them. The people around who were waiting for their companions to come out were very angry after seeing someone deliberately destroying the teleportation array. But when they saw that it was Bigu, those who knew Bigu's strength pulled their friends away, not wanting to provoke Bigu. Let's go. Let's go back to the station. Baima called for everyone to get up. And with a roar, he rose into the sky and rushed towards the direction of the station. When they arrived at the gate of the station, Gunlong looked at the bustling market below the station, which looked like a big market. And inside their station, the people with the Gung family army logo were high-spirited and had many new faces. Gunlong couldn't help but be very curious about what was going on. Just when Gunlong was about to go in to find someone to ask, Bigu, who had returned to his human form, suddenly stopped, glanced at Gunlong meaningfully and said, "You guys, have you figured out how to explain?" Gunlong didn't come back to his senses. He didn't know what Baima meant. Seeing everyone looking at him teasingly, Gunlong scratched his head and asked with some confusion, "What's the explanation?" Seeing that Gunlong's brain was not clear, he smiled, said nothing, and walked inside to rest in his own place. The old lizard and the others didn't say much, and walked past Gunlong one by one. From time to time, He even winked at Gun Long. Quite like watching a good show. Gun Long really couldn't figure out how they could be like this all of a sudden. When he was about to enter the station, he felt his clothes being grabbed by someone. Gun Long looked back and found that it was Shui Yu. Only then did Gun Long realize that he had just been focusing on resisting the enemy. But he had actually forgotten that this ancestor was still with him. Shui Yu didn't regard herself as an outsider at all. Seeing the crowds of people in the market, she was very excited and immediately took Gun Long for a walk. The boss followed Gun Long and the others closely. He also liked Shui Yu quite a lot. In addition, she was the master's woman. Seeing that Shui Yu was a little tired, the boss directly put Shui Yu on his shoulders, followed Shui Yu's command and walked back and forth in the market. Gun Long and his companions were halfway there when they saw brothers from the giant wolf clan passing by. Gun Long couldn't help but think of the blind wolf. Although he was a little cruel at the beginning, if he didn't do that, everyone would be in chaos in the future. When he thought that the blind wolf was still locked up, waiting for him to deal with it, Gun Long lost interest in continuing to wander. Shui Yu was very sensitive and noticed that something was wrong with Gun Long. So she stopped messing around and asked the boss to follow Gun Long towards the family. Everyone who knew Gun Long was back was waiting in the meeting hall. Gun Long stepped forward to greet everyone one by one. When he saw Long Rong, Gun Long couldn't hide his excitement and directly pulled Gun Long to sit on the chair in the main hall. Gun Long. Shui Yu didn't expect Gun Long to actually abandon her and ignore her. She was about to speak, but when she saw everyone looking at her thoughtfully, she pouted her lips, stood aside angrily, and said no more. Gun Long felt very embarrassed when Shui Yu did this. He looked at Long Rong, who had no reaction at the side. Gun Long thought that this would be good, so he took the time to explain it to Long Rong. It didn't matter at first glance, but when Gun Long discovered that the mood value on Long Rong's head and his head actually showed 0 eggs, Gun Long was a little confused. To be honest, he couldn't figure out why it was like this. Look, Lao Luo, you are not called the chief manager for nothing. In just a few days, our family is already prosperous. The old lizard's words brought Gun Long back from his thoughts. Look what you said. The main reason is that the master of the house is well known, so everyone can live here with peace of mind. Don't try to make a fuss about me. By the way, the master of the house, you are back. The old wolf is still in prison, waiting for your revenge. Gun Long felt a little uneasy because of Long Rong's matter. Hearing Lao Luo's words, he waved his hand and asked Lao Luo to arrange someone to bring the blind wolf up. Old wolf, do you know now that you were wrong? After waiting for the blind wolf to be brought up, Gun Long felt restless and didn't know what to say. Lao Luo saw Gun Long's embarrassment. He took a step forward and scolded Lao Lang directly. Head of the family. Manager, I know I was wrong. I asked the head of the family to expel me. I'm sorry for everyone. I did something that harmed the family. I have no shame in staying here. The blind wolf knelt on the ground, bursting into tears, thinking of being separated from his brothers, who had been with him for many years. The blind wolf felt very uncomfortable. Chapter 316 Leaving. Old wolf, what are you doing? We are all brothers, and the head of the family has not said what to do with you. How can you ask to leave? The old lizard ran up to the blind wolf and punched him, unable to hide his anger. Well, since you want to leave, I won't keep you here. Here are 2 level 8 inner elixirs. We are brothers, so just consider this as compensation for your years of companionship. Gun Long's cold voice appeared, and everyone present was stunned. Although Blind Wolf had made preparations, he was still stunned when he heard Gun Long's announcement, and it took him a long time to react. Master, Old Wolf is our brother. The old lizard found it hard to accept. He ran straight to Gun Long, pointed at the Blind Wolf, and wanted Gun Long to take back his decision. Old man, if any of your tribe members want to leave with you, I won't stop them. For those who stay, I will definitely not let them suffer. Lao Luo, when the time comes, you can count the brothers who want to leave. A level 6 inner elixir, and another 100,000 gold coins. After Gun Long finished speaking, he took Long Rong and left directly, leaving everyone waiting in the meeting hall with surprised faces. Old Wolf, don't leave. The master of the house is probably still angry. Wait until I get there before trying to persuade him. The old lizard had been friends with the old wolf for many years, and was reluctant to let the old wolf leave. He grabbed the old wolf, who was about to leave, and asked him to stay. That's enough. Old man, can you let me save some face? The blind wolf roared angrily, And the old lizard was shocked. He watched the blind wolf turn his head and left without saying a word. The old lizard squatted directly on the ground, hugged his head and cried. Ginlong took Long Rong back to his room and saw that the mood value on Long Rong's head was still 0. He held Long Rong in his arms and whispered, "Rongro, do you miss me?" Long Rong nodded without saying much, looking at Long Rong in his arms. Ginlong was sure that this was the person he loved deeply. But the system prompts did make Ginlong a little concerned. Just when Ginlong wanted to ask Long Rong if something was wrong, Shui Yu's voice rang out in the yard. "Ginlong, come out. Where have you been? How could you leave me there alone?" Hearing that Shui Yu was coming, Ginlong had a headache. When he thought of the embarrassing scene after seeing Shui Yu, Ginlong simply ignored it and just hugged Long Rong and enjoyed this rare world for 2 people. "Ginlong, I know you are here. Come out quickly." "My eldest sister, did I tell you not to disturb the master? Hurry up and come out with me. I will take you to your room." The boss's voice sounded, listening to the commotion outside. It must be the boss pulling Shui Yu. Ginlong frowned, secretly thinking that this girl really has no eyesight. And there is no end to it. Go. Otherwise, she will probably keep making trouble here today. Long Rong stood up, helped Ginlong tidy up his clothes, kissed Ginlong on the face, and then opened the door. "Ah, Ginlong, you are here. After all, I came all the way here with you. And I don't even want my home anymore. You can't leave me in the cold. Take me out to play quickly." When Shui Yu saw Ginlong, she immediately broke free from the shackles of her boss and quickly ran to Ginlong. She didn't shy away and directly took Ginlong's arm, quite provocatively, and looked at Long Rong on the side. "Oh my god. It's over. Master is going to kneel on the corner of the chair today." When the boss saw Shui Yu running towards Ginlong, he knew something was up to him. After seeing Shui Yu's actions, the boss was extremely depressed. Seeing Ginlong looking at him with a resentful look on his face, the boss stuck out his tongue, turned around and ran away. "Haha. The little girl is quite cute. Ginlong, just take her out for a walk." Long Rong was not angry at all. She raised her hand and patted Shui Yu on the head, calling Ginlong out. "Among the little girls you are talking about, I am not young. In our place, I am 300 years old." Ginlong was relieved that Long Rong was not angry. When he heard Shui Yu's words, his face darkened and he secretly thought what was wrong with Shui Yu today. She was usually quite reasonable and didn't have this problem. Long Rong didn't reply to Shui Yu's words. She turned to look at Ginlong, smiled, and went straight back into the house. Ginlong was helpless because of Shui Yu's entanglement. He just wanted to tell Long Rong a few words and said he would be back soon. Only a bang was heard, and the door was slammed shut. "Hey, Ginlong, your wife is angry and you can't get in. Come on. Let's go out and play." After Shui Yu finished speaking, she dragged Ginlong outside regardless of whether he wanted to or not. Ginlong was also speechless to Shui Yu. But seeing Shui Yu as so happy, Ginlong couldn't say anything. Coupled with the problem of displaying the mood value on Long Rong's head, it became a knot in Ginlong's mind. He also wanted to go out and relax and forget about this unpleasantness. So Ginlong stopped thinking about it and took Shui Yu for a stroll in the market. "Wow, Ginlong, your market here is so interesting. There are so many interesting things." As soon as Shui Yu saw the things on the stalls, she was so excited that she couldn't stop. She ran here and there, and soon her hands were full of things. Ginlong followed closely behind her, watching Shui Yu just taking things and couldn't stop at all. He couldn't help but regret bringing Shui Yu here. Seeing that the stall owners were about to get angry, Ginlong immediately stepped forward to pay the money. "I said, don't you humans have this market? Looking at you like this, it's like you haven't seen the world since you were a child." It's really speechless. Shui Yu was a little tired after all the hard work, so she went into a tea house and sat down. Ginlong looked at Shui Yu and looked at the people around him very curiously. He couldn't help but chuckle and asked Shui Yu directly, "Hey, look, what does that person do? Why is he carrying a small board?" Shui Yu couldn't stop for a moment when she saw someone coming up to the stage in the middle of the tea house. She immediately asked Ginlong what was going on. "Oh, he's just a storyteller. They're usually found in tea houses. The main thing is to gain popularity." Ginlong turned around and looked, and when he found out it was a storyteller, he explained to Shui Yu. Shui Yu should have never seen this thing before. Watching the man start, she immediately sat aside and listened carefully. Last time we talked about how Ginlong the master of Gingjiao Fort, destroyed the Shin family with one person. This time we will tell the story of the establishment of Gingjiao Fort. Hearing that it was a story about himself, Gunlong became interested. He asked the waiter to fill his cup of tea and slowly savored it. Wow, Gunlong, you are so powerful. I really admire you. Shuiyu listened carefully to the whole process, and saw that the man stopped at the critical moment, and said he would start again tomorrow. Shuiyu, however, was still unfinished and sat directly next to Gunlong, hoping that Gunlong would tell the rest of the story. Chapter 317 Shuizha. Well, why are they here? Gunlong, help me block them. The happy Shuiyu suddenly became quiet, and hid behind Gunlong. Gunlong followed Shuiyu's gaze, and saw two people holding weapons coming in from the door. Na Gunlong could feel the different auras on their bodies. He watched the two guys just glance at them, and then go out, obviously looking for someone. Gunlong's heart moved. He looked at Shuiyu, who was lying there, and said, What's wrong? Are they here to see you? Well, that's right. Those guys are bad guys. You must be careful. Don't let them take me away. Watching the two people leave, Shuiyu sat up again. Continue to return to your innocent self. It's no small matter that people from the human race will come to us. Shuiyu, let's go back. I want to inform everyone so that nothing happens. When Shuiyu heard that she was going back, she was a little unhappy. However, she knew that Gunlong was busy with business, so she didn't say much and followed Gunlong honestly towards the Gung family fort. Shuiyu, it turns out you are here. It's really easy for us to find you. Just as Gunlong and the others were about to enter Gingjiao Fort, the two guys they met in the tea house appeared. They stopped Shuiyu, and one of them directly took action to take Shuiyu away. Gunlong, save me! Shuiyu shouted and ran behind Gunlong and hid. Seeing Shuiyu's appearance, the person who was about to catch Shuiyu was a little angry. He stepped forward, directly past Gunlong, and continued to reach out to catch Shuiyu. Friend, you still dare to be so arrogant on my territory, so as not to give me face. Gunlong took action directly and grabbed the man's arm. The two secretly competed and glared at each other. If you still want to live, let me go quickly. The guy who was caught was extremely angry at this time. He had never encountered such a thing before, and someone actually dared to stop him. A pair of eyes stared at Gunlong, obviously preparing for a big fight. The guards at the door saw that their master was actually getting into a fight with someone, and they immediately rushed over and surrounded the two people. Hey, are you people here so cowardly? They like to bully the minority. Seeing that they were surrounded, the two guys were not afraid. He rolled his eyes at the guards and sneered directly. Gunlong was never afraid of anything. He could feel that the guy in front of him was about the same strength as himself. He waved his hand, told his brothers to retreat, pushed the man back, drew his nebula sword, and shouted, Come on! Let me see how powerful you are. How dare you be so arrogant? After hearing Gunlong's words, the already warlike guy roared, raised the giant axe in his hand, and chopped towards Gunlong. Clang! With a loud noise, Gunlong's nebula sword collided with the man's axe. Both of them were stunned for a moment. Both of them could feel the strong power in the other person. The guy who came with that person saw Gunlong carrying an axe and attacking. His body only trembled slightly. Nothing happened at all. He was stunned there. You must know that his young master's wild sky axe was a weapon used by the great god of perfection realm. It was blessed with power. Gunlong actually blocked the attack with a simple block. If it were him, he would probably have broken his arm and collapsed on the ground. Come again! The guy who attacked Gunlong was a little unconvinced, thinking it was just a coincidence that Gunlong managed to deal with it. He shouted violently, raised his giant axe, turned over several times, and jumped into the air, attacking Gunlong like a hot wheel. Clang, clang, clang. There were successive collisions, and Gunlong Quan blocked the man's attack. Seeing that the guy was still unconvinced, he leaped high in the air, held an axe in both hands, and chopped down hard. This axe is quite powerful, and the axe has not struck yet. The energy wave caused by the giant axe hit Gunlong, and only a few snapping sounds were heard. Although Gunlong said he was fine, the huge pressure actually shattered the stones at Gunlong's feet. What? A sky-splitting axe. Xiao Liuzi, hurry up and ask that madman to stop. Shuiyu didn't expect that the man was really moving. She naturally knew the power of this axe, so she hurriedly spoke and called to the people watching on the side to stop the man's attack. Sister Shuiyu, please say something else. Even if I come in person, I probably won't be able to stop this attack. That's all. Let's just leave it to fate. Gunlong naturally heard the conversation between Shuiyu and that person. But at this time, he had no time to think about why they knew each other, because the attack on his head arrived in the blink of an eye. Gunlong, who was unable to avoid anything, snorted coldly, pointed his Xingyun sword in the air, and roared. Fire red flower formation. Come out! Thick light waves appeared immediately, covering Gunlong. The attack from the man in the air just arrived, and with a loud bang, the man was bounced away and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Gunlong was not feeling well either, with broken marks all over the flaming red flower array. Gunlong couldn't help but secretly sigh. Fortunately, he hadn't been careless just now, and had blessed the energy to integrate into the flaming red flower formation. Otherwise, he would have been in bad luck now. What a trick. Haha. Your axe is pretty good too. Both of them were seriously injured, and they stood still without moving. Upon seeing this, Shuiyu immediately rushed to the man and raised her hand to hit him. However, after seeing its poor condition, Shuiyu just stamped her feet on the spot and said, Shui Zhao, you are out of your mind. You are trying to beat someone to death. Fortunately, Gunlong is fine. If anything happens to Gunlong, I will never forgive you in this life. Gunlong understood after hearing what Shuiyu called that person. Shuiyu just lied. These two people must be from Shuiyu's family, and came to take her back. Haha. Your name is Gunlong. You are pretty good. You can be my brother-in-law. I agree. But when we have time, we must have another good fight. You know, I had some scruples just now, and there are many powerful moves that are not used. Gunlong didn't expect that Shueizha was even less reliable than his sister. He spoke so openly, and said so without knowing the situation clearly. Just when he was about to explain, Shuiyu turned red, grabbed Shui Zhao's arm, and said in a panic, Brother, you are so annoying. We are not what you think. Ha ha ha. I still don't understand what you are thinking. Little guy, if you don't like Gunlong, our ancestor's birthday is coming soon. Why don't you go back? Instead, you followed Gunlong back to this bee's tribe. Seeing that her thoughts were revealed by her brother, Gunlong was at the scene again. But Shuiyu was too embarrassed to raise her head, fidgeting with the corners of her clothes and saying nothing. Chapter 318, Divine Territory. Okay. Xiaoya. The teleportation array back this time still needs a few days to recharge. What's the matter? Take my brother and me to see my brother-in-law's family property. Shuizhao is the same as Shuiyu in this regard. He is not afraid of being an outsider at all, regardless of whether Gunlong agreed or not. He walked directly towards the Gung family fort. Gunlong had already seen this kind of rogue behavior from Shuiyu, and he didn't want to explain it to Shuizhao. He waved his hand, signaling the guards to let him pass. Haha. I'm sorry. Our young master has such a temper. But don't worry. We will only stay for 3 days at most. After 3 days, when the teleportation array can be opened again, we will leave. When Xiaolu passed by Gunlong, he laughed directly at Gunlong. Gunlong was non-committal. He nodded and walked directly inside. Looking at it, Shuizhao must have been spoiled at home. If he didn't follow, if some blind person offended him, Shuizhao would tear down his nest. It's okay. SOSO. Although it's a bit young, at least you have become the head of the family at a young age. I say, little sister, you have to think carefully. If you get married, you will rarely have the chance to go back. Shuizhao and his group walked around and came to the meeting hall. Shuizhao was not polite at all. He sat in the middle seat, looked at Shuiyu, and waited for Shuiyu's reply. Seeing her brother's appearance like this, Shuiyu looked disgusted, stepped forward and grabbed Shuizhao's arm, pulled Shuizhao down and said, Why are you like this? That's Gunlong's seat. How can you sit there? When Shuizhao heard Shuiyu's words, he didn't want to, and directly pushed Shuiyu's hand away and said, Sister, you are not married yet, but your elbows are turned out. Sooner or later, we will be a family. Gunlong, I am your elder. The elder is the most senior. So even if you sit down, you should sit down. Lao Luo and others, who knew that Gunlong was back and were going to discuss matters with Gunlong, were startled when they heard Shuizhao's words. They each took a look at each other and admired Gunlong immensely. Unexpectedly, Gunlong just went out for a spin and got this wife. Congratulations, head of the family, on your happy marriage. I don't know when the head of the family is going to do something, so that my brothers will also be happy. Go. Go. Why are you causing trouble here? Leave me quickly. I have something to do now. When Genglong saw Lao Luo and the others like this, he was so angry that he directly waved his hand and told Lao Luo and the others to go down. Lao Luo and others were naturally aware of the situation, and they laughed when they passed by Shuiyu. They didn't know whether it was through consultation or something, but they all greeted Shuiyu. Mrs. Gong, you are tired. Let's leave now. Although Shuiyu has a lively personality, she can't stand such teasing. Before everyone could finish speaking, he turned red with embarrassment and ran behind Shueisha without saying a word. Genglong, I have to say that this girl Shuiyu is pretty good, and it's very normal for us to have 3 wives and 4 concubines here. Just take this girl Shuiyu into your pocket. Kong Ling, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke to persuade Gun Long to agree to Zhuang's marriage. Seeing the people around him looking like this, Gun Long felt miserable and was so angry that he really wanted to jump into the river. By the way, brother-in-law, let me tell you something serious. I just saw a woman in your backyard. She looked a little weak, and her body's aura reacted. I think she only has a lifespan of 2 years at most. Why don't you hurry up? Take her to be treated. When Genglong heard Shueisha's words, he naturally knew that Shueisha was talking about Long Rong. Seeing that Shueisha had such a keen eye, Genglong's heart moved. Could it be that Shueisha knew how to save Long Rong? Thinking of this, Genglong's eyes lit up. He walked up to Shueisha and asked excitedly, What? Can you cure this disease? Hearing this, Shueisha nodded at first, but then shook his head again. After such an action, even Shuiyu, who was beside Shueisha, couldn't stand it anymore. So she punched Shueisha directly and said, Brother, Genglong is telling you something serious. Can you cure it? Hey, you are eating the inside out. That's all. My married daughter is just a throwaway water. I don't care about you. Brother-in-law, don't get excited. I definitely don't know how to treat illnesses, but during my travels, I have encountered a similar situation. At that time, there was an immortal named Yunlu who used some means to cure that person. Great immortal Yunlu? Where is he? When Genglong heard that there was hope, he immediately perked up and started asking questions directly. Well, that great immortal Yunlu is traveling around. I really don't know where he is. But when I separated from that great immortal Yunlu, I heard him mention that he would stay in the divine domain of your orc tribe for a while, saying that you have to wait for an opportunity. If you really want to find him, you can go there and give it a try. Divine territory? Gun Long was very familiar with this name. The most mysterious existence in this orc tribe. Genglong had long had the desire to explore. Now that he heard that immortal Yunlu might be there, he couldn't stay any longer. So he got up and prepared to go. That's not right. Why are you so nervous about that woman? Could it be that she is also your woman? Gun Long, I can tell you, I am just such a sister, and I have never let her suffer any injustice. If you want to marry my sister, that's okay. He must bring the wife. Shui Zhao realized that something was wrong, and he immediately grabbed Gun Long to make his attitude clear. Naturally, Gun Long didn't want to waste too much time here. He pushed Shui Zhao away and called the guards to call the boss. Seeing that there was nothing to pack, he asked the guard to tell Bida that he would be out for a while, and then left with the boss. I'm going. This is really a walk-off. Girl, it seems that this guy has real feelings for that woman. It's too late for you to regret it now. I'll introduce you to a better one, so that you won't suffer like this guy in the future. Oh, okay. Gunlong and I haven't even gotten along yet. He wants to save his woman. Let's go with him. You've seen the immortal Yunlu, so we can save ourselves from running away. What a waste of time, Shuiyu said, grabbing Shui Zhao by the collar and running out. Only after catching up with Gun Long did she feel relieved. Gun Long, the teleportation array we are going back to is also in the god's domain. Let us go with you. My brother has met immortal Yunlu, so he can help you find the guy. Gun Long wanted to refuse, but after hearing Shuiyu's next words, he nodded and agreed. After all, he had never seen the Yunlu immortal. If they had Shui Zhao's help, maybe they could search faster. Come on. Saving one life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. I, Shueisha, will act as a righteous hero. But Genglong, let me remind you, the whereabouts of immortal Yunlu are uncertain, and we cannot guarantee 100% that he is in the territory of God's domain. If you can't find it then, don't blame us. He looked at Genglong and nodded, saying it was nothing. Xuezhao then smiled and took his sister out with Ginlong and the others. Chapter 319, Dwarf. Gunlong had never been to the Divine Realm, and he didn't know where to go. After waiting for them to leave the Gung family fort, Gunlong stood there and motioned to Xuezhao and the others to lead the way. Hey, my good brother-in-law. The Divine Realm is actually not far away from you. I think you have all been deceived by people with good intentions. But the road leading to the Divine Realm is really difficult to find. Even for the people in the Divine Realm. It's not easy to come out of it and go back again. I'll go. Then according to your wishes. It's still unknown whether we can go to the God's domain this time? Gunlong didn't know what Xuezhao meant by saying this. Seeing that Xuezhao didn't look like he was joking, Gunlong couldn't help but be a little confused and asked directly, Brother-in-law, you are serious? As long as I am here, it will be easy to find the divine territory. But brother-in-law, you will be a little aggrieved. At this time, Gunlong only wanted to reach the God's domain quickly. And how could he care about other things? He immediately agreed and urged Xuezhao to act quickly. Ouch! Xiaolu, who received Xuezhao's permission, howled for no reason. After a while, a wooden boat flew over in the distant sky, and finally stopped in front of Xiaolu. Brother-in-law, this is our Shui family's unique secret book, the 1,000-mile teleportation ship. When I first arrived in the God's domain, I imprinted the coordinates there on the ship. As long as we get on this ship, it will take us to the God's realm by itself. Territory, Xuezhao said and jumped into the boat first. Then called Ginlong and the others to go in together. Seeing that the boat was not moving, Gunlong immediately spoke. Didn't you say you need my help? Tell me what to do. After hearing Gunlong's question, Xuezhao took Gunlong to the bow of the ship, pointed to the steering wheel on the bow and said, This ship is good in every way, except that it needs the power of mecha to supplement its movement. How about you take care of the steering? Upon hearing that this was the case, Gunlong laughed and immediately agreed. He quickly stepped forward, firmly grasped the steering wheel, and used the power of the mecha to transmit it to every part of the ship through the steering wheel. Crunch! There was a crisp sound, and Gunlong looked at the wooden boat flying, knowing that his control was effective. Gunlong confidently poured his mecha elements into the wooden ship. The powered wooden boat ran faster and faster, and soon it came to a huge teleportation array. Without waiting for Gunlong to ask, Mu Chuan walked into the teleportation array. Gunlong only felt his eyes light up. When he regained his sight, he saw that the scenery in front of him had changed drastically. All around him was the boundless sea. Na Xuezhao opened his arms, raised his head and shouted, Everyone, the divine territory welcomes you. Seeing that the place where he was now was the territory of God's domain, Ginlong was a little shocked. He didn't expect that he would come to such a place. Brother-in-law, don't be distracted. We are still half an hour away from the land. Come on. Run quickly. Otherwise, if you relax, my group will have to answer here. Gunlong watched as the wooden boat slowly descended without the infusion of mecha elements. Approaching the sea. In the sea, countless arms suddenly appeared, opening and closing frantically, trying to pull them down. Gunlong was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately came to his senses, concentrating on infusing energy into the wooden boat. After a false alarm, the wooden boat continued to move forward. Just when Gunlong felt a little exhausted, the wooden boat finally stopped at the shore. Gunlong was helped by Shui to sit down and rest. He saw that the place where they were was a port, and there were many ships like theirs parked on the shore nearby. Not far from them, there was a trading market, where all kinds of people were walking and trading. And it was very lively. Hey, don't run around later. You know why people say that there is no return in this divine realm? That's because there are many hidden masters here. They expect that they can't work by practicing to improve their cultivation. Only we rely on devouring other people's inner elixirs to strengthen ourselves. If we sign up for a group, we will be targeted immediately if we are alone. Seeing that Gunlong was almost resting, Xuezhao told everyone a few words. After everyone who saw it took notes, he took Gunlong and the others off the boat. Well, there are really people watching us, they probably told Xuezhao. Seeing that we were traveling in a group, those guys gave up tracking. The ethereal perception is very strong, and it can feel a few eyes looking at them. But they quickly move away. So Kongling opened his mouth to remind Gunlong. The early warning mechanism of Gunlong's training system also frequently called the police. But after confirming that those guys were not targeting him, Gunlong felt relieved and asked the boss to follow closely, and did not dare to stray too far from Xuezhao and the others. This is it. If you want to find someone, you have to come here to inquire. Xuezhao stopped in front of a remote building. If they hadn't watched Xuezhao push the door open and go in, it would have been difficult for Gunlong and the others to discover that there was an entrance here. Although the sun was shining brightly outside, it was really dark inside the building. On the wall of the building, the candlelight flame swayed on its own without wind, illuminating the things inside the house, sometimes clearly, and sometimes hazily. Ahem. Friends, are you looking for someone? Or are you ready to take a fate test? A sudden voice appeared, which startled Ginglong and the others. Although Xuezhao had been here many times, the movement just now really scared him. You old man, why do you appear and disappear every time? It really scares me to death. So, why are we here this time to ask where the immortal Yunlu is? Gunlong and the others looked at the dim light, where an old dwarf man staggered over holding a walking stick. But they understood, and were no longer afraid. After hearing Xuezha's words, the old man opened his palms without knowing what he was looking at. After a while, the old man finally said, Well, immortal Yunlu is far away, in the horizon, and right before our eyes. He is in this market. But I have a hunch that he may not be able to help you with your affairs. As for what to do next, it depends on you. Xuezhao looked at the old man's hand but didn't take it back. He knew what the old man wanted. So he took out a bag of gold coins and threw it into the old man's hand. Seeing the old man leave and hide in the dim shadows again, Xuezhao waved his hand and asked everyone to exit quickly. Xuezhao, it's really not worth it for us to get such news just after spending a bag of gold coins. As soon as he walked out of the door, Gunlong couldn't help but speak directly. Hearing Gunlong's words, Xuezhao's face changed drastically. He turned around and rushed to Gunlong's side, covering Gunlong's mouth. Seeing that the door they had just entered was not open, Xuezhao breathed a sigh of relief, pulled Gunlong aside and said, Brother-in-law, please be more careful. The identity of that dwarf just now is not simple. Everyone in the entire God's domain must give him face. If he knows that you doubt him, he will definitely kill you. And he will satisfy. Chapter 320. Ming Lao solves the problem. It seems bad to speak ill of people behind their backs, Xuezhao said. And a sudden voice appeared behind him. Xuezhao turned around and looked around. When he found that the old man had appeared out of nowhere and was glaring at him, Xuezhao's face changed drastically, and he waved his hands quickly and said, No, 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 I didn't mean that. Don't be angry. Okay, this is the first time someone dares to question me. Boy, I am in a good mood today. In order to convince you, I will personally take you to see Yulu Immortal. But listen carefully. If I help you achieve your wish, then you must leave something I like. No matter what I want. You can't hesitate. Otherwise, your life will end today. After the old man finished speaking, he led the way first and called Ginglong and the others to follow him. Let me go, brother-in-law. What should I do? How about you run away? If you mess with this guy, you will be skinned even if you don't die. What are you mumbling about? I advise you not to make any plans to escape. Otherwise, the old man turned back and glared at Gunlong, and knocked the cane on the ground hard. Gunlong felt the ground shake, as if something came under his feet, and he felt as if he was on the verge of death. Gunlong was actually unable to make any movement to resist. But fortunately, the old man stopped his hand in time, and Gunlong returned to normal. Even so, Gunlong was also very shocked, although the cultivation system indicated that the old man's level could not be predicted. The real feeling was something else. Gunlong said nothing and followed the old man honestly. Gunlong and his group finally stopped in a remote corner of the market. They saw a cave not far ahead. There seemed to be someone sitting inside. The old man pointed at the cave and said, Immortal Yunlu is right there. Go ahead. I'll be waiting for you right here. Gunlong nodded when he heard this, and strode forward. When I got closer, I saw that the Yunlu immortal had gray hair and wrinkles on his face. A quick look revealed that he really had an immortal spirit and an extraordinary temperament. What do you want from me, little friend? It's not a good fate to force someone to come here. You'll easily disappoint me. Immortal Yunlu sat cross-legged, opened his eyes, and glanced at Gunlong, then continued to close his eyes to rest. Immortal Yunlu, my friend has a strange disease. I heard that you can cure it, so I came to ask for your help. Uh-huh. A hard disease needs a hard medicine. Just leave. I can't help you. Gunlong didn't expect Immortal Yunlu to be so direct. Before he informed Long Rong of her condition, he directly said that it couldn't be cured. The Ginglong woman got angry and scolded directly. What a bullshit immortal you are. You are not worthy at all. Immortals are all about saving the common people. But now you are using the banner of an immortal to ask for help when people have something to do. You don't even listen and just say you can't help. I see you, he's just an old bastard. A liar. The people waiting aside didn't know what was going on. But they heard Ginglong's words clearly. Seeing that Ginglong dared to speak like this to immortal Yunlu, Shuexiao had a strange look on his face. He looked at Shueyu aside, and the expression on his face was obviously saying, Sister, the husband you are looking for is a real tiger. He must not be brainless. There's a problem. Along with Shuexiao and the others. The old man on crutches who was waiting for Ginglong's return naturally heard Ginglong's words. He burst out laughing, and his dentures almost fell out. Ming Lao, did you come all the way today just to see my jokes and let this kid humiliate me? Yulu Immortal stood up and ignored Ginglong. Instead, he came to the old man who was laughing, with a meaningful look on his face, as if he wanted to deal with the old man immediately. Ming Lao saw that Immortal Yunlu was really angry. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, Old man Yun, that's not my intention. It's mainly because that young man doubted my ability that I brought him here personally. After your business is over, I will settle the score with him. Immortal Yunlu nodded when he heard this. He returned to the cave and sat down, ignoring Ginglong at all. Hey, what's going on with you, old man? Do you feel uncomfortable being exposed by me? If you are really capable, come with me to cure my friend. Until then, I will let you do whatever you want, and I will never regret it. That's enough. You're still working hard? Boy, do you think I'm like Ming Lao? Who will follow you after being provoked by you? Okay. I said it can't be cured. It means it can't be cured. Get out of here quickly. If you want otherwise. Don't blame me for being rude. Immortal Yunlu had issued an order to expel guests, and Ginglong had no choice but to return to everyone. Ming Lao walked over with a smile, put his hand on Ginglong and said, Boy, don't be dissatisfied. I've already told you that this old man Yun can't help you. You should give up this idea as soon as possible. By the way, now is the time to settle our accounts. I don't want anything else. Just your heart. What? Why is this old man like you? If you don't have a heart, wouldn't that kill him? You? Shueyu became anxious when she heard this, and she jumped up immediately. When Shuexiao saw that the situation was not right, he immediately pulled his sister back, blocked Shueyu's mouth with his hands, and signaled Ming Lao and the others to continue. Ginglong was willing to admit defeat. He pulled the clothes off his chest and watched Ming Lao's hand slowly come over, and he was about to take action. Ginglong suddenly remembered something and said directly, Ming Lao, what else do you need? My life and my body can be given to you. I hope you can help me and persuade the immortal Yunlu to save my friend. Hearing Ginglong's words, Ming Lao's hand stopped. Na Ming Lao glanced at Ginglong, shook his head and said, Young man, life and death are determined by fate. Everything in the world is true and false. One day, you will find that everything around you will change. Your perception, your life, everything will be subverted, allowing you to re-understand the world. Listen to my words and go with the flow. After Ming Lao finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving Ginglong stunned, savoring Ming Lao's words, the mood value on Long Rong's head, and the scene where he personally took Long Rong's life when he foresaw the future. These images appeared in Ginglong's mind at the same time, intertwined back and forth. Ginglong contacted Ming Lao's words, and a bold idea came to his mind. Could it be that there was something wrong with Long Rong? Thinking of this, Ginglong immediately looked in the direction where Ming Lao had left. However, at this moment, there was no trace of Ming Lao. Ginglong had a good memory, and he still remembered the way to Ming Lao's home. So he immediately stood up and ran along the road he remembered. Shuexiao saw Ginglong leaving, worried that he would be targeted. So he hurriedly called everyone to follow him. But when they arrived at Ming Lao's house, they saw that it had turned into a square, and there was no trace of Ming Lao at all. Ginglong was stunned, not knowing what to do. Chapter 321 Human Tribe. Are you Ginglong? Come with us. Ginglong was stunned when two sturdy men appeared, holding Ginglong on his left and right sides, preparing to take Ginglong away. Ginglong was already upset, being disturbed by these two people. He burst out with nowhere to vent his emotions. He roared angrily and attacked the two people. Uh-huh. With your little ability, you still want to resist? Just save it. Ginglong saw that his attack was actually suppressed. He was a little surprised and looked towards the two people. Ginglong was speechless when he found out that they were all 9th level cultivators. Just now, he was only focusing on what he wanted to say, but he didn't pay attention to the other party's cultivation level. Hey, 2 of the 4 kings of the Dong family came at once. Why? You don't want to hang out anymore. And you dare to take away my Xuejia's brother-in-law? Xuejia recognized the 2 men. He stepped forward directly, stopped them, and signaled them to let Genglong go. Brother-in-law? Xuejia. If I remember correctly, your sister Xueyu hasn't gotten married yet. Where did this brother-in-law come from? Although your Xue family is powerful, our Dong family is not a pile of dirt. This kid kills, we must take Dong Chong back, as ordered by the head of the Dong family. Anyone who dares to obstruct him will be killed immediately. Knowing that Genglong and his men had killed Dong Chong, Xuejiao rolled his eyes, and thought that his brother-in-law was really fearless. You know, Dong Chong's father, Dong Dong, was a bloodthirsty guy. He was a poor boy who relied on his own perseverance to kill people everywhere and establish the Dong family. You said that he was the kind of person who could not even hide in time. You also killed his son. Isn't this a clear attempt to jump into a pit of fire? However, Xuejia understood his sister's intentions even more. Even if he didn't stop him, his sister would still ask for it. And there is another point. After this short relationship, Xuejia actually admires Genglong's character for some reason. There are still too few people like this now. Having him take care of his sister is better than those unreliable young men introduced to her by her father. Therefore, Xuejia made a sudden move, took out his long sword, and stopped him first. What nonsense! If Dong Zhong wants someone, let him go to my Xue family. No matter who of you comes today, this Genglong can't even think of taking him away. Ouch! As Xuejia finished speaking, there was a roar behind him, and a huge monster appeared, glaring at the 2 guys. Yes, Fire Pixiu. The 2 guys who were still holding Genglong saw that Xuejia actually brought Huapixiu out. They knew the strength of Huapixiu. The 2 of them looked at each other, and without daring to say anything, they directly let Genglong go and left quickly. Wow, brother, how can you be so powerful? You actually brought out all my father's battle pets. Seeing that his sister was speaking freely, Xuejia hurriedly covered Xueyu's mouth, and saw that the 2 Dong family members had long since disappeared. Xuejia breathed a sigh of relief and said, You silly sister. How could daddy's battle pet come out with me? I asked Uncle Ban to imitate this thing for me. To scare people. It is just an image, without any offensive power. Don't make any noise. If people from the Dong family find out, my poor brother-in-law will be captured by them. After knowing the reason, Xueyu nodded hurriedly. She didn't care whether it was true or not, as long as Genglong was fine. I said, Genglong, you provoked the Dong family. Those guys are ruthless. No, just follow us to the human race. There, our Xue family will take care of us, and the Dong family will not dare to mess around. When the time comes, we are trying to figure out how to resolve this matter. Otherwise, if the Dong family takes revenge, your brothers and Jingjiabao will be in trouble. Genglong didn't want to leave at first, but after hearing Xuejiao's words and remembering the 2 guys with level 9 cultivation just now, Genglong nodded, indicating that he agreed with Xuejiao's arrangement. Yeah, that's great, Genglong. When you get to our Xue family, I will definitely take you to eat well and play well. I can tell you, our family is so fun. I guarantee you won't want to come back. Xueyu watched Genglong agree, and she happily jumped on Genglong, eager to set off immediately. Genglong knew Xueyu's temper. After Xueyu calmed down, he called the boss over and told him to go back and bring back the news about him to the human race. At the same time, asked the boss to tell Bai Mu about the Dong family and let everyone take precautions. After confirming that nothing was missing, Genglong asked Xuejia to find a way to send the boss away. While waiting for everything to be settled, Xuejia was worried that the Dong family was coming to kill them. He went to check the teleportation array. Although the energy had not been fully charged, it was still possible to teleport them back to the human race. It was just that it could not accurately reach their Xue family's territory. Let's go. Everyone can feel at ease when we reach our territory. Thank you for your hard work. We will travel a little longer when the time comes. Xuejia simply tidied up, activated the teleportation array, and called everyone in. When everyone who was waiting came out of the teleportation array, they saw that they were in a canyon. And below the canyon, a city was suspended in the air. Around the city, water flows directly down, like a waterfall falling from the sky, which looks very spectacular. Oh, this is the human race. It is indeed much more beautiful than ours. Kong Ling got up and walked around for a while, completely conquered by the beautiful scenery here. Let me go! It's really hard to remember. How did you get teleported here? Everyone, be careful and don't run around. After hearing Xuejia's words, Kong Ling immediately returned to Genglong. Xueyi didn't know what was going on. She was just about to ask when she saw her brother pointing at the battleship at the ferry not far away and said, "Look, this is the Dong family's territory." After being pointed out by Xuejia, everyone looked around. Isn't that right? On all important buildings, there are signs with the Dong family's flag. What are you afraid of? It's not good if we just fly over. Gong Long disagreed. Seeing that it was still some distance away from the Dong family's main building, he thought about flying over directly. Brother-in-law, unless you want to be beaten into a hornet's nest, we are different from you here. Each family has a defined sphere of influence. This includes not only the ground, but also the sky. Unless you get permission, if you rashly enter someone else's territory, no matter who you are, they can attack you and beat you to death without any responsibility. Gong Long didn't know that there was such a thing, and saw that there was no other way. They had only one way, which was to enter the Dong family city and use the teleportation array there to return to the Shui family. After all, the teleportation arrays here were still interconnected. Chapter 322, Entering the Dong Family. Brother, we had no problems in the past. Everyone in the Dong family is looking for Genglong. If Genglong goes in, wouldn't he just fall into a trap? Xueyu saw Xuejiao and the others preparing to take action, and immediately stopped Xuejiao, pointed at Genglong, and shouted anxiously, "Well, what else can we do? Staying here is courting death. So why not give it a try? What if no one finds us? Then we can pass through successfully." Genglong felt that what Xuejiao said made sense. After all, where they were standing now, the surrounding area was completely bare, and anyone who came over could spot them. So he asked Xueyi to follow him. He would have no problem. If you don't want to be recognized, that's easy. Genglong, please bear with me for a moment. But I have to attach myself to your head. Kong Ling heard what Xueyu and the others were arguing about, and after asking for Genglong's consent, he directly enlarged it and put it on Genglong's head. Don't tell me. After Kong Ling completely merged with Genglong, Xueyu and the others looked at Genglong again. There was no change in Genglong's body, but his head did look like a stranger's, and they couldn't recognize him at all. Let me go! This operation is too violent. Even if someone uses the power of the mecha to sense it, it will be useless. Genglong, just go boldly. Xuejia was worried that this was just a superficial change, and those experts could still see through it. He used the power of his mecha. After confirming that under the influence of the power of the mecha, he still couldn't distinguish Genglong's face. Xuejia hugged Genglong. With his shoulders swaggering, he walked towards the Dong family city. It's your grandfather's. No wonder Xuejia just said that after inspecting his territory. He just said that he was SOSO. They walked for almost a day, but they were still on the outskirts of the Dong family and did not enter the core area. At this time, Genglong finally understood the arrogance of Xuejia and the others. In any case, they can indeed be called a real big family. Compared with theirs, my own Gingjia Claypot is just a drop in the ocean and not worth mentioning. Hey, you guys stop for a temporary inspection. Genglong, who was lamenting the vast territory of the Dong family, was stopped by soldiers in armor. They took out a portrait and looked around at Genglong and the others. After realizing that it was not the person they were looking for, they waved their hands and said Lo. Genglong and the others left. I'll go. It's really thrilling. If you hadn't changed your appearance in advance, I'm afraid we would have been caught now. Xuejia looked carefully and saw that Genglong's face was on the portrait. Xuejia smiled, thankful that they had escaped. Well, no. Since they will be looking for traces of you in the city. It seems that the Dong family found out that we are here through the trajectory of our teleportation array. In this case, we can't use their teleportation array. If nothing unexpected happens, the Dong family will be heavily guarded there, waiting for us to take the bait. Xiaolu, we are waiting here. You go explore the way. Xuejia was just about to ask everyone to continue moving forward when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Seeing that there was a tea house nearby, he asked everyone to go in and rest, and asked Xiaolu to go out and check the situation. Xiaolu was very fast, and Genglong and the others only had to drink a few cups of tea before Xiaolu ran back. Everyone immediately gathered around. very concerned about the news brought by Xiao Lu. Master, your guess is right. I have already inquired and found out that all the teleportation arrays of the Dong family are guarded. And probably for fear of us taking advantage of them. The people responsible for guarding them are all Dong family army's internal guards. And the leaders are the four kings. Upon hearing that this was actually the case, Shuizhao secretly sighed that it was fortunate that he reacted quickly. Otherwise they would have really fallen into the trap. If this is the case, we won't be able to use the teleportation array. I don't know if there is any other way out. After all, the four kings know that I am with you. Even if we act separately, they will not let you pass easily. Teleportation array. Gunlong thought carefully and decided that the most reliable way was to find another way. He was not familiar with this place and could only rely on Shuizhao and the others. Well, what you said makes sense. There are ways to leave the Dong family without taking the teleportation array. But since the teleportation arrays to various places were established, few people walk on that road. That's all. Let's go see it first. Look, if it really doesn't work, then think of another way. After Shuizhao finished speaking, he took the lead and led Ginglong and the others back. When they arrived at the edge of the Dong family's city, Gunlong watched Shuizhao turn to the left, and they came to a remote trail. This trail was obviously rarely walked by people. It was overgrown with weeds, and some birds and beasts appeared from time to time. They were frightened by the sudden appearance of Ginglong and others and fled quickly. Gunlong, this road used to be a road for poor people to walk. You know, when the teleportation array first appeared, because it usually consumed too much energy, the toll was naturally higher. Those who had no money could only after taking this path. With the emergence of high-level masters, the structure of the teleportation array was simplified, and the cost of teleportation came down. Since then, few people have used this path. Shuizhao had nothing to do, so she chatted with Gunlong about the local customs. In fact, Shuizhao didn't understand why he didn't dislike Gunlong at all. Although he pretends to be a scoundrel, he understands very well in his heart. If the younger sister is really allowed to follow Gunlong, then the younger sister will definitely not be bullied. While talking, Ginglong and the others came to a mountain pass and looked at the wooden bridge that connected the two mountain roads, which was more than 10 meters long. The wooden boards that make up the bridge deck are basically moldy and rotten. At first glance, I am really worried that if someone walks on it, it will suddenly break. Of the people in the team, only Shuiyu still has level 7 fighting armor cultivation. The others have no problem and can fly. Ginlong took on the task of carrying Shuiyu on his back. Seeing everyone getting ready, there were no other problems. Xiaolu took the first step and flew towards the opposite side. Just as Xiaolu was about to reach the other side, there was a sudden loud noise at the bottom of the canyon. And then a tentacle suddenly appeared and grabbed Xiaolu. Seeing that Xiaolu was in danger, Shuizha and the others became anxious and soared directly into the sky and attacked the tentacles. However, their attacks on the tentacles not only did not cause damage to them, but caused the tentacles to branch out and attack Shuizha and the others. Old Nyo, come out, and Shuiyu will be left to you. I'll go help. Dinglong saw that Shuizha and the others were trapped and resisted with all their strength. They had no chance to rush to the other side. Since this place is very close to the Dong family's city, they are worried that the fight will attract the Dong family's army. The Ginglong called the Minotaur to come out, and he himself took the nebula sword and jumped into the cliff, thinking of going down to see what was attacking them. Chapter 323. Stone statue blocking the road. Whoosh! Just as Ginglong jumped down, a tentacle suddenly appeared and attacked him. Ginglong dodged the attack and saw the tentacle turning around again. Ginglong raised his nebula sword and slashed at the tentacle. Clang! There was a hard collision sound. And seeing that the nebula sword only left a mark on the tentacle, it did not cause much damage to it. Gunlong could not help but feel a little depressed, thinking that this thing was really evil. Gunlong, this is the totem bar. It's useless for you to attack it. Keep rushing down. If you guess correctly, that guy's body totem should be at the bottom of the valley. Kong Ling was not sure at first, but after Gunlong's fight just now, he looked carefully and confirmed that it was Totem's attack method, and immediately reminded Ginglong not to get too entangled here. After knowing the secret, Ginglong immediately stepped aside, no longer paying attention to the attacks of those tentacles, and dived down at full speed, trying to find what Kong Ling was talking about. Ginglong, did you see it? It's right there. As long as you knock down the totem in the middle of the stone platform, these tentacles will not appear again. Gunlong dived while avoiding the sudden attack. Hearing Ethereal's reminder, He followed Ethereal's guidance, and saw a stone pillar more than 10 meters high. Standing there proudly, Ginglong used all his strength and slashed towards the stone pillar. Boom! Just when Ginglong's attack was about to reach the stone pillar, there was a loud noise and countless tentacles appeared, surrounding Ginglong, dragging Ginglong and throwing it aside. Humph. It seems that the stone pillar is its weakness. The more you behave like this, the more I will defeat you. Bastards. Take the move. Ginglong shouted loudly, and took out the Hunyuan cauldron fragment. He turned around and rushed to the top of the stone pillar with the help of the nebulous sword's attack. Press down hard and shout destroy. A huge shock wave appeared immediately and hit the stone pillar. It is estimated that Shirshu also felt the power of this attack, and his tentacles surged out, trying to resist the attack. Unexpectedly, after those tentacles touched the light waves, each one turned into fragments and disappeared. Dong dong dong. Several muffled sounds were heard in succession, and the stone pillar was firmly hit by the attack. Seeing that the upper half of the stone pillar shattered and fell directly to the ground, while the surrounding tentacles disappeared, Ginglong knew that this attack was effective. He turned over and landed at the bottom of the stone pillar. He raised the nebulous sword and slashed at the bottom of the stone pillar, without the protection of the tentacles. The stone pillars were ordinary. Ginglong chopped down the stone pillars casually. After confirming that no more tentacles appeared, Ginglong was about to go to a round with Xuezhao and the others. But Conling stopped Ginglong and said, Ginglong, don't panic. Look there. Is there a cave? Hearing Conling's words, Ginglong walked to the place guided by Conling. Seeing that there was indeed a passage, just big enough for one person to walk, Ginglong's senses were directed towards it. But unfortunately, there must be some restrictions there, and he couldn't find anything. Well, there must be something weird here. Let's go. Let's go round with everyone first, and then come over to explore together. Ginglong didn't dare to be careless regarding this unknown place. He thought it would be better for everyone to go in together. So Ginglong stood up and flew upward. Seeing that Xuezha and the others were fine and waiting for him on the other side, Ginglong hurriedly waved his hand and asked everyone to come down together. Ginglong, you can do it. You solved the monster and found this treasure cave. I tell you, as long as there are forbidden caves, the things inside will not be bad. Moreover, I heard that the ancestors of the Dong family, the main reason why we established a territory here is because there is a mysterious place in this space. It is said that a person in the supergod realm is imprisoned there. Think about it. The treasures here can imprison a person in that realm. There's nothing less. If this place can really lead to the cave where people in the supergod realm are imprisoned, we'll be lucky this time. Xuezhao said that he would go into the cave first. Seeing this, Ginglong and the others followed him in without saying much. Your grandpa. What a lousy place this is. If I were that great god, I would have collapsed a long time ago if I was locked up in this stupid place. Ginglong and the others didn't know how long they had been walking. The space nearby was still very narrow, only enough for one person to pass through. Ginglong felt very cramped and started to mutter out loud. Shh! Keep your voice down. There seems to be someone in front of you. Xuezha, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and told everyone not to move, while he himself walked forward cautiously. When he arrived in front of the man, Xuezhao breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that it was just a stone statue. Hey, that's not right. This guy has blocked the road. How can we get there? Xuezhao stepped forward and groped around, but couldn't find any mechanism on the stone statue. Seeing Ginglong coming, he motioned for Ginglong to come forward and explore. When Ginglong came over, he had already seen Xuezhao touching the stone statue all over. He knocked on the stone statue to make sure it was solid. I used the training system and wanted to see if I could find some clues. The stone statue blocking the road requires specific items to open. Ginglong was a little depressed after seeing that the cultivation system just gave him such a reply. If you can open it, why should I use you? Having said that, there is no clear hint from the cultivation system as to what this specific item is. Ginglong was just about to turn around and look elsewhere when he suddenly discovered something was wrong with the stone statue. Just now, they were all thinking about finding the mechanism on the stone statue, but they actually forgot to study the stone statue itself. Looking at the hand of the stone statue, a hollow place appeared, obviously missing something. Ginglong reacted immediately and asked everyone to search around to see if there was anything corresponding there. Ginglong, I remembered that there seemed to be a stone stick in the center of the stone pillar that we smashed. We thought it was also a part of the stone pillar, so we didn't pay attention. After Kong Ling reminded him, Gung Long immediately remembered that this was indeed the case. He asked everyone to wait here, while he himself quickly ran outside with Kong Ling. After waiting, he came to the stone pillar, and saw that the stone stick was still there. Gung Long secretly cursed himself for being confused. He saw the stone stick appearing alone in the center of the stone pillar. Why didn't he have a clear mind at that time to put this thing away? Put it away. Gung Long pulled out the stone stick smoothly. Just as he put the stone stick into his pocket, the voice of the cultivation system in his mind sounded. Get a stone stick, which can be used to open the stone statue blocking the road. At first glance, this training system can automatically identify the purpose of props and the tools to open them. Gung Long suddenly thought of the heads he had collected in the ancient city. It seemed that when he was free, he could take out the heads and let the cultivation system study them carefully. As for now, Shui Yu and the others are still waiting for him to return. So Gung Long will naturally not delay and run directly towards the cave. Chapter 324, Faceless Man. Come on. Let me. I'm back. Gung Long trotted all the way to the front of the crowd and asked everyone to step aside. He walked straight to the stone statue, took out the stone stick, and inserted it into the hole on the statue. Quang dong dong. Just when the stone stick was put in place, there was a loud noise in the cave, and the stone statue sank into the ground, revealing a big hole. Thank God. I don't have to squeeze into the small passage anymore. As soon as Shui Zhao saw a large cave appearing on the other side of the cave entrance, he was very excited. Just as he was about to step in, he was stopped by Gung Long. What's wrong? Gung Long didn't answer. He picked up a stone and threw it in. After looking inside for a long time, there was no response. Gung Long carefully entered the cave. After confirming that there was no problem, he called for everyone to follow him. I said yeah. Dad always said that no one in our Shui family is smart. Look how good our brother-in-law is. He does things steadily. Don't worry. When you go back this time, I will definitely help you persuade Dad to put those things aside. Get rid of all the swine and dogs. Except me, Gung Long's brother-in-law. Gung Long had no time to joke with Shui Zhao at this time. He opened his cultivation system and scanned everything around him. After seeing that the cultivation system did not give him any corresponding prompts, Gung Long went straight to the walls of the cave and touched them one by one, wondering if there would be any other discoveries. Kid, you touched my toes? A sudden voice appeared, which startled Gung Long. The Gung Long jumped aside, and the nebula sword took action directly, aiming at the place where the sound came from and attacking. Call! Before Gung Long arrived, he felt someone exhale from the other side. Then he felt a wave of air appear and push him to the ground. Gung Long, what's wrong? Shui Ao and the others ran over when they heard the noise, and they also heard the sound just now. However, they couldn't see the person speaking at all. Shui Ao and the others did not dare to be careless. They helped Gung Long up and took a few steps back, as if they were facing a formidable enemy, taking precautions. Don't be nervous. I won't hurt you. No one has come here to see me in years, and I have almost forgotten who I am. You just need to chat with me. Hearing the man's words, Gung Long thought of what Shui Ao said about people in the super god realm. Could it be that the guy in front of me is the person in the super god realm? Shui Ao and Gung Long looked at each other, and both of them could see what the other was thinking. They were stunned and didn't know what to say. Don't be nervous. We are just chatting. It's so lonely to stay here. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to arrange seats for you. As soon as he finished speaking, several stone chairs appeared in the center of the hall. On a huge stone table in the middle of the chairs, a pot of tea was steaming, and the smell was refreshing. Well, Senior, it is said that people in the super god realm are imprisoned here. Could it be that you are the one they are talking about? Gung Long couldn't help it and asked directly. But when he said it, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He was still a little abrupt. If that person didn't like to hear this topic, it would cost him his life. Oh, the super god realm? This is what they say about me. It's really interesting. Little guy, let me correct you. I am not imprisoned, but I chose to be sealed here. Gung Long was puzzled when he heard that the great god actually said that he had sealed himself. If the outside world was so big, and this senior had such a high level of cultivation, shouldn't he continue to work hard to explore more unknown worlds? Why waste such a good time here? Perhaps seeing Gung Long's doubts, the great god paused and continued. The road is long, and there are always people who will get lost. When I was young, I always pursued the best in the world, and was always obsessed with practice. In the end, it was all in vain. Although I have some skills, looking at the past, it is really no fun at all. My friends, relatives, and lovers have all left me. I am alone on the top of the mountain, looking at the sky and feeling helpless. Little guy, do you know that if you give me a chance to come back, I will never leave again? The path of cultivation. Having said this, the man probably thought of something and became a little excited, causing the whole cave to sway. Ginlong and the others didn't dare to move. They just sat there obediently, waiting for the man to continue speaking. Sorry. I just remembered some old things and got a little excited. Little guy. Yes. It's you. Where did you learn from it? Why do I feel like I've seen you before? Ginlong watched the teacup in front of him rise, and knew that the man was talking about him. He hurriedly caught the teacup and replied respectfully. Senior, I have never met my master. As for you saying you have met me, you are probably joking. I am not from a mecha planet, but from another planet. Gunlong felt that in front of such a person, he should not play tricks. So he told the truth and didn't hide anything. Well, it's just my imagination. But I feel that you are very similar to an old friend of mine. From what you said, it's more like a coincidence. After all, that guy is a native mecha star. Back then, he made a different choice than I did. He said he wanted to travel around the world. After so many years, there was no news about him. And he didn't know if he was still alive, or he had discovered some new place and continued to pursue the path there. Gunlong nodded. After all, there are so many things in this world, so it is normal to have one or two people who look alike. For example, when he was on Earth, there were celebrity imitation shows on variety shows every day, and each of them looked exactly like the celebrity. Oh, you little brat is here. Why don't you say hello when you see me? That man said something without any reason. Ginlong and the others looked at each other in confusion, just as they were thinking about who could actually recognize such a god-level figure. I saw the ethereal spirit slowly floating up, circling the cave and saying, Who are you? I feel that your breath is still familiar, but I can't remember your appearance. Ha! Kid, it was you who gave me the name Faceless Man. Why? I forgot it so quickly. As soon as the man said this, Kong Ling reacted immediately. Thinking of the Faceless Man, Kong Ling immediately flew back to Gunlong, leaned into Gunlong's ear and whispered, Gunlong, be careful. This guy is not ordinary. I think back, then he almost destroyed the entire mecha star in a rage. Chapter 325 Attacked. You little brat. You do hold a grudge. You said it too. Just a little bit worse. Okay. Don't dwell on the past. Tell me, what do you want to do here? If I feel sorry for you, if you're interested, I might be able to help you. When Ginglong heard what the Faceless Man said, he immediately remembered Long Rong's illness and started to talk about it. After watching himself finish speaking, the Faceless Man fell into silence and did not answer directly. Gunlong was very nervous. He couldn't sit still at all and stood up directly, waiting for the Faceless Man to speak. Well, little brother, I regret to tell you that no one can cure the situation you mentioned. If you want to completely cure your friend's disease, unless she can break through the 9th level of cultivation, reaching the superior state, cleansing the body and refining the marrow, there is no other way out. And although I have never seen the medicine you mentioned, I have a vague feeling that there is something wrong with it. That friend has changed a bit from the past. The Faceless Man hit the nail on the head and played into Ginglong's hands. In the illusion, he personally took Long Rong's life. Ming Lao hinted several times that Long Rong had changed. Now this fairy-level figure also said the same thing. It seemed that there was something wrong with Long Rong. And this also explained why he saw that the mood value on Long Rong's head was 0. Seeing Ginglong not saying a word, Faceless Man understood that Ginglong must be feeling uncomfortable at this time. He understood Ginglong's mood and didn't want to say anything more. Then he continued, I had a great time chatting today. You young people are very interesting. I'll give you another chance. Tell me if there is anything you need my help with. This time Shueisha took the lead, considering the hardships and changes along the way. Shueisha said directly, Senior, due to some circumstances, we cannot use the Dong family's teleportation array. But the journey home is too far. Can you help us and send us out? It doesn't have to be too far, as long as it is far away from the Dong family's sphere of influence. Oh, that's it. What's so difficult about that? Isn't it just a teleportation array? Just open your hand and come. After the Faceless Man finished speaking, A teleportation array appeared immediately. Looking at the teleportation array, there are green grass and flowing streams. That Xuezhao immediately recognized that this was the edge area of their Shui family's sphere of influence. Woolly grassland. If we get here, the nearest teleportation array is only 2 or 3 days away. Ah. Thank you for your help, Senior. I really appreciate it. Xuezhao couldn't hide his excitement. He knelt down directly on the ground and cowed out in thanks in the direction where he felt the faceless man was. Well, seeing that you still have things to do, I'll stop here today. Boy, stop being sad about your woman. Everything is fate and can't be forced. But then again, you are so much like my friend. Even your style of doing things is the same. You must remember this place. You are always welcome to come and chat with me. If by any chance I figure it out and am ready to go out and gain experience, I will definitely come to you. So don't deny it then. After the faceless man finished speaking, he packed up the chairs and tables and signaled to Ginglong and his party that they could leave. Ginglong knew through Xuezhao that the faceless man had helped a lot this time. So he took the lead and bowed to the faceless man to thank him. Ha! I'm finally back. When Xuezhao and the others stood on the woolly grassland, looking at the familiar environment around them, Xuezhao was very happy. After seeing Ginglong coming over, he immediately grabbed Ginglong and said, Brother-in-law, do you see? These are our family's territory. When you get here, if you have anything to do, just call my name to my brother. I will keep you safe and well. After everyone who was waiting came out, Xuezhao immediately led the way towards the nearest teleportation array, seeing Ginglong with a sad face. Knowing that Ginglong was worried about Long Rong, Xuezhao patted Ginglong on the shoulder and said, Brother, I know you feel uncomfortable. Relationships are not so easy to break. But you can't give up the entire forest because of a tree. Look at my sister. What a good girl. She is infatuated with you. One Piece. Feel free to accept it. Besides, our planet is different. As long as you like it, it's okay to ask for more wives. Ginglong knew that Xuezhao was trying to comfort him. But for a guy like him, who was used to being taken care of, he suddenly couldn't organize the words to care about others. Okay. Thank you. I'm not a child. I can still distinguish my priorities clearly. Don't worry about your sister. I will definitely give her an explanation. Ginglong is not an ignorant person. He understands the intentions of Xueyu and Xuezhao. It's just that Long Rong has always been a big stone in his heart, and he needs time to solve the problem with Long Rong. As they were talking, Ginglong and his group arrived at a small town with a teleportation array. Perhaps because Xuezhao was too famous, the people in the town immediately came out to greet him when they saw him. Xuezhao seemed to be used to this. He just nodded symbolically and asked everyone to follow him and walk towards the teleportation array. Ginglong followed Xuezhao closely. For some reason, Ginglong felt a little uneasy, as if something was about to happen. But since this place is the territory of their Shui family, and seeing how sincerely those people are enthusiastic, Ginglong can't help but feel a little suspicious. Probably because he is too suspicious. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Xuezhao noticed something strange about Ginglong. He retreated to Ginglong and asked aloud. Well, it's okay. I just suddenly felt something was wrong. As if something was about to happen. Ha! Brother-in-law, just be at ease. Anyone who dares to cause trouble on our Shui family's territory hasn't been born yet. As soon as Xuezhao finished speaking, there was a whooshing sound, and a long arrow shot over, aiming right at Xuezhao's heart. Fire red flower formation. Because the distance was too close, Ginglong and Xuezhao had no time to escape. In addition, Ginglong had a feeling that this was definitely not the only attack. So he summoned the fire red flower formation to protect Xueyu and the others. Whoosh whoosh. That is when the formation of flaming red flowers appeared. Arrows fell from the sky like raindrops. People who had no time to dodge were shot to the ground by arrows. Seeing that in just the blink of an eye, most of the people who had greeted him happily turned into corpses. Xuezhao became angry, shouted loudly, and rushed out to find the person who attacked him. Chapter 326 Xuehao. Laonyo. Stop him! Ginglong watched the arrows continue to attack this direction. He did not dare to let Xuezhao go out and take risks. He immediately called Laonyo over and held Xuezhao down. The people who were attacked fled away, watching them finally enter the house and hide. Xuezhao breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, it was good to be able to reduce casualties. Oh no! Don't let me find out who did this. I will definitely destroy their entire family. Looking at the mess on the ground, Shui Zhao's teeth itched with hatred, and he looked at the direction where the arrows were attacking. However, the opponent is obviously very well concealed. Apart from the arrow attack, nothing else can be detected. Kill! Uniform shouts of kill appeared, and a group of people ran over from a distance. Seeing that his own army was coming, Shui Zhao immediately asked Lan Yo to let him go. After joining the large army, he headed towards the place where the attack came from. Ginlong and the others followed closely. When they came to the place where the attack was launched, they saw only dozens of ballistas placed there. There were no signs on the ballistas. Shui Zhao went berserk and rushed directly to the ballistas, slashing at them frantically. The eldest young master of the Shui family was actually attacked. And what was incredible was that Shui Yu was also present. If those people succeed in their raid, the Shui family will suffer heavy losses. Considering the seriousness of the situation, the soldiers immediately surrounded Shui Zhao and the others and strictly protected them. At the same time, they sent people to the main city to notify the city lord and send reinforcements. The Shui family is very efficient. In no time, a large number of uniformed troops appeared and instantly surrounded the entire town. Seeing the person leading the team, Shui Zhao and Shui Yu immediately went up to them and said, "Second uncle, why are you here in person? Those bastards didn't succeed and ran away a long time ago. This time, it's thanks to my sister." "Ah, my sister's friend? If it weren't for him, I'm afraid our lives would have been lost," Shui Zhao said, introducing Gun Long over and telling Gun Long that the leader was his second uncle Shui Hao. Gun Long didn't know why, but there was something wrong with the way Shui Hao looked at him. But he had never seen the Shui Hao before, and a bold idea came to him. Could it be that the attacks just now were arranged by this guy? Thinking of this, he watched Shui Hao being led to see the scene of the incident. Gunlong grabbed Shui Zhao, who was about to follow, and said, "Well, your second uncle doesn't have any problems. Does he? He doesn't have any disputes with your father?" When Shui Zhao heard this, he knew that Gunlong was doubting his second uncle. Shui Zhao's expression changed. He patted Ginglong on the shoulder and said, "Brother-in-law, let me tell you that our entire Shui family will betray you. And even my second uncle will not do it. My second uncle has been so kind to us. You'd better not bring up this topic in front of me in the future. Otherwise, our friends won't be able to do it." Watching Shui Zhao leave angrily, Gun Long looked at Shui Yu behind him. He thought about it and decided not to make any noise. After all, this matter was no small matter. Well, these people are quite cunning. Everything is made temporarily, and there is no way to investigate it. You listen to the order. The guards in this small town did not do a good job in investigating. They actually let people lay out attack equipment in front of them. They are all suspects. Send the order. Kill all the guards in the town. Leave no one behind. I will see if any of you will dare to cooperate with the enemy in the future." Shui Hao acted decisively and ordered the execution of the town's guards. Gun Long didn't expect Shui Hao to deal with it this way. Seeing those guards burst into tears, he said that he was wronged. Gun Long was about to say something when a pair of hands stopped him. Turning his head to see Shui Yu, Gun Long realized that he was a little impulsive. This is someone else's family affair. It's not his turn to talk too much. After settling the matter here, Shui Hao led a group of people back to the main city. Shui Hao didn't say much along the way, waiting for Gun Long and others to pass through the teleportation array and arrive at the main city of the Shui family. Because Shui Hao and the others took him to report the incident to Shui Zhao's father, Shui Jian, Gun Long was arranged to stay in an inn closer to the main city, seeing that the inn had high standards, just like the 5-star hotels on his own planet, and that all the service staff were from the Shui family army. There was definitely no problem with security. Gun Long felt relieved and boldly stayed there. "Gun Long, do you think there is something wrong with Shui Hao?" After confirming that no one was watching them, Kong Ling's abrupt words aroused King Lung's interest. "Well, I don't know. I just feel like there's something wrong with that guy. Think about it. Shui Zhao said that others wouldn't dare to make trouble in their territory. And you didn't realize that the Shui family army is indeed very powerful. In this case, the only people who can make arrangements quietly are the people within the Shui family. But there is one thing I don't understand. The Shui family we come to is a teleportation array arranged by the great god, and the Shui family does not have one. People know. So, in this case, it is definitely impossible to ambush in advance. How could they calculate so accurately that we will definitely appear here?" The ethereal words reminded Ginglong, who immediately stood up. "Just now, I was just worried that Shui Hao had a problem. But I ignored the problem. Gunlong looked at the Shui family's power map inside the house where he lived, and the locations of all the teleportation arrays were clearly marked on it. Gunlong marked the teleportation array close to the Dong family, remembered it in his mind, asked Kong Ling to help him with plastic surgery, and then sneaked out of the room. Shabing Town is a small town in the Shui family's territory that specializes in making weapons. Gunlong's first stop was here. It looks very peaceful here, and there is nothing wrong with it. Gunlong came outside the city and walked to the road that must be passed into the town. Just when Gunlong was about to investigate, several guards came over and stopped Gunlong. Seeing that the guards looked unkind, they didn't even give me a chance to speak, so they wanted to drive me away. Gunlong had no other choice, so he returned to the town, found a place where no one was around and sat down, and let Kong Ling secretly test it out. Gunlong, as expected, there are really crossbows arranged there. Hearing Kong Ling's words, Gunlong became energetic. Who else but Shui Hao could have such strength and arrange these things without letting the Shui family army discover them? You know, Shui Hao is the commander-in-chief of the Shui family army. Gunlong, what should we do? Should we tell Shui and the others that there is something wrong with Shui Hao and let them be careful? Well, let's not alert the enemy. This alone can't prove anything. Then Shui Hao can say that they discovered through investigation that there are also layouts in other places. In order to facilitate the investigation, they deployed heavy security guards. It's better to plan everything in the long term. Chapter 327, Competition to Recruit a Bride. After Gunlong knew the situation here, there was no need to explore other places. Moreover, Gunlong was afraid of disturbing the situation and making Shui Hao notice him. After making sure that there was nothing else going on here, Gunlong set off to go back. Mr. Gong, you're back. The city lord has summoned us. Please come with us. Gunlong was about to return to his room when the service staff came over, followed by several people from the Shui family army. Hearing that it was Shui Jian who summoned him, Gunlong laughed, packed up his things, and followed the people from the Shui family army to the main city. Mr. Gong, where did you go just now? It's not peaceful here recently, so you'd better not run around. On the way, a guy following Gunlong spoke for no reason. Gunlong heard the sound and looked towards that person. When he saw that his face was somewhat similar to Shui Hao, Gunlong secretly thought that he must be from Shui Hao's lineage. So he pretended to smile and said, "Thank you for your concern. I will definitely pay attention to it in the future." After this conversation, Gunlong and the others were speechless and entered the main city directly. Probably because of the attack, the guards in the main city were strengthened. Basically, all the aisles were filled with soldiers. When they saw Gunlong and the others coming, they all looked this way. Mr. Gong, wait here for a moment. Let me go in and report. The guy who was somewhat similar to Shui Hao walked into the hall as he spoke. After a while, the door of the hall opened. Shui Zhao came out and came directly to Gunlong. While people were not paying attention, he whispered, "Brother-in-law, please be careful what you say later. My father has a bad temper and will hit people if he disagrees with me. Don't say I didn't warn you." Gunlong didn't expect that Shui Jian was such a person, so he followed Shui Zhao into the main hall. When he saw Shui Jian sitting in the middle of the main hall with an amiable look on his face, Gunlong couldn't help but be confused. This Shui Jian didn't look like Shui Zhao said. "Haha, you must be Gunlong. Thank you for taking care of Shui Yue during this period. Well, the young man is really good. I heard from Shui Zhao that you are interested in my Shui Yue. I wonder if this is true." Hearing Shui Jian's words, Gunlong was speechless. Unexpectedly, Shui Jian was quite able to pave the way for him. Gunlong originally wanted to tell the truth, but after seeing Shui Yu's expectant eyes and thinking of the crisis that the Shui family might face, Gunlong laughed and said directly, "Master Shui family, what Shui Zhao said is absolutely true. After I came into contact with Shui Yu, I found that she is the person I want to find in my life. This time I came with Shui Zhao rashly because I wanted to meet Shui family. I hope the Shui family master will make the marriage proposal come true." Haha, you are really young and promising. To be frank, we are all old. And now it is the world of you young people. I think Celia feels quite good about you. Female students are not allowed to stay in the university. In this case, in the middle of Shui Jian's words, Shui Hao suddenly took a step forward and said, "Brother, how can marriage be a trivial matter? This Gunlong is an outsider, and we don't know where he came from. Moreover, the tradition passed down by our Shui family's ancestors requires that children get married to the strongest among their peers. Look, young masters from the Liu family in the north, the Liu family in the middle, and the Shui family in the upper part have come to propose marriage several times. But we have not agreed. Brother, if you just arrange it like this, I'm afraid the other families will be unwilling and come directly to cause trouble. After Shui Hao said this, Xuejian couldn't say anything more. Seeing Shui Yu's little face wrinkled together, she was about to cry. Xuejian seemed to think of something and laughed suddenly. When you said that, I remembered it. When my ancestors got married, there was a competition to recruit brides. Now that my Yura has become a hot commodity, I think we should also have a competition to recruit brides. It doesn't violate our family's ancestry. Secondly, I can shut up the malice of other families and make them convinced. Gunlong, do you think this arrangement is fair? Do you have the guts to challenge me? Gunlong saw everything, although no one pointed it out. Gunlong had a feeling that this was a secret game between Xuejian and Shui Hao, and he was inexplicably involved in it. Thinking of Shui Hao's scheming appearance, if Shui Yu was really arranged by them, I'm afraid she would be destined to end badly. What's more, Gunlong is not a hard-hearted person. He also knows Shui Yu has feelings for him. In order to prevent Shui Yu from suffering, Gunlong's eyes were firm, and he replied directly. Thank you for your support, Patriarch Shui. I will definitely do my best, and will never let Shui Yu down. Shui Hao didn't expect Gunlong to be so bold that he wanted to get involved in this mess. He wanted to say something, but Xuejian spoke directly. Zhao, you are older now, and you have to start taking over the family affairs. Well, you will be the one to take care of your sister's choice of son-in-law this time. When he heard that Xuejian actually asked Shui Hao to do this, Shui Hao immediately refused. Just as he was about to say a few more words, the man next to him, who was about the same size as him, grabbed his cuffs, pulled him back. Okay, the business is done. Let's talk about private matters. Gunlong, you can be considered a favor to my Shui family, and there is no need to avoid it. Come here. Escort the Shui Hao to the palace. First, hit 30 boards. Gunlong didn't expect Xuejian to change his face very quickly. He watched Shui Hao wink at him, obviously asking him to come to the rescue. But Gunlong was baffled by this matter. He didn't know why at all. Naturally, he didn't know how to speak. He could only shake his head helplessly and stand there, waiting to see what was going on. Oh, it hurts me so much. Please be gentle. The whole hall was filled with Shui Hao's painful wails, and Xuejian didn't even bother to look at him. After waiting for the board to be finished, he finally said, Zhao, you ignored the family rules and ran away from home. Do you know your fault? Moreover, I was informed that you actually used your cat and dog tricks to bring out Fire Pichio in public. Are you planning to make our Shui family the target of public criticism? Gunlong heard clearly. No wonder Shui Hao asked him to help. He thought that Shui Hao was indeed helping him. So he stepped forward and said, Master, Shui Hao also had a reason for the incident. Firstly, he didn't see Shui Yu return, so he was anxious to look for it, which shows the deep love between his son and sister. Secondly, when he saw that I was being restrained by bad guys, he drew his sword to help me for the sake of brotherhood. This is a good thing that can be praised and praised. Things, even if it violates the ancestral precepts, it should be dealt with lightly. Xuejian didn't expect that Gunlong would actually plead for Shui Hao. He was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly and said, Gunlong, you can do it. I like it. If this is the case, then you two will fight 50 times each, and I will no longer pursue Shui Hao. Upon hearing that he was about to be beaten, Gunlong turned to look at Shui Hao, who was standing aside. Seeing Shui Hao looking at him with a smirk on his face, Gunlong was a little angry. If he hadn't thought that he was on someone else's territory, he would have immediately gotten into a rage and stepped forward to deal with Shui Hao. Chapter 328 Drinking Tea. Brother-in-law, you are really my good brother-in-law. You have been beaten dozens of times, but you didn't say a word. Don't worry. I am not responsible for this competition to find a bride. I will definitely let you pass. Gunlong and Shui Hao soaked in the bathtub. The pain was relieved a lot after being soaked in hot water mixed with medicinal herbs. Gunlong didn't bother to deal with the shameless Shui Hao. He didn't look at Shui Hao at all and closed his eyes, thinking about how he would explain to Shui Yu if he really won. By the way, brother-in-law, tell me what happened to my second uncle today. Normally, he loves us brothers and sisters very much. Now that he sees Celia finding her sweetheart, shouldn't he be happy? How come he's causing trouble? Shui Hao couldn't rest for a moment. He suddenly remembered something, and leaned into Gunlong's ear again to whisper. Gunlong wanted to express his suspicions, but when he realized that everything was his own inference, there was no real evidence. Even if he discovered the ambush, Shui Hao was not present, so he couldn't prove anything at all. Considering his own safety, and the fact that Xuezhou was very unreliable, Gunlong did not speak out, but was prepared to wait until he had sufficient evidence before speaking. Xuezhou saw that Gunlong didn't want to pay attention to him, but he was boring. However, Gunlong's beating today was really bad for himself, so Xuezhou was too embarrassed to lose his temper. But he was used to being crazy, so it was naturally awkward to face Gunlong's wooden man like this. The bored Xuezhou got up, got dressed, and was ready to go out for a walk. Just when he was about to walk out of the door, Xuezhou stopped for no reason, turned to look at Gunlong, who was still in the pool, and said, "Brother-in-law, do you know? With my father's temper, he decided to beat you in the lobby today, which means that he has recognized you as a husband." Gunlong naturally thought of this. Otherwise, he would not have resisted when he was beaten. Originally, Gunlong thought that the Shui family was dominating, so there must be nothing to worry about. However, through today's brief contact, I really agree with the old saying that every family has sutras that are difficult to recite. Gunlong continued to remain silent, waiting for Xuezhou to leave, and then came out of the pool. After wiping himself, he put on his clothes, sat at the door, and drank tea. Haha. Gunlong is here too. As expected by Gunlong, Xuejian came here after all. In fact, after Gunlong and the others came out from the beating, that boy Xuezhou called Gunlong and said there was a place for pain relief. Gunlong contacted Xuejian and the others about their actions in the hall and guessed that something was going on. Seeing Xuejian coming to the table and sitting down, he was not polite, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and continued with a smile. "Well, good tea. I used to like to sit there alone and drink tea. It's a pity that now that there are so many things, I don't have that leisurely elegance anymore." Gunlong didn't like beating around the bush, and seeing that Xuejian never got to the point, Gunlong used his perceptual abilities. After confirming that restrictions were placed around them, and no one could hear their conversation, Gunlong said directly, "Master Shui, your restriction is strong enough. If you have anything to say, you might as well say it directly." After finishing speaking, Gunlong slammed the teacup on the table, clearly showing his impatience, and hoping that Xuejian would tell the truth. Haha. Today's young people are so cheerful. Unlike us, when we get older, we have to think twice before doing things. Okay. Since you are so direct, I will make it clear. Zhao Yuer is still young, and some I don't understand the situation. I hope you can take care of them for me. To be honest, in so many years, I have rarely seen anyone fall in love with these two little guys at the same time. Gunlong, you are the first. Gunlong carefully considered Xuejian's words, and it seemed that he meant to entrust him, that Gunlong couldn't see through. As the patriarch of a big family, Xuejian couldn't rebel even if Shui Hao had ideas and the family's rules were in place. Xuejian saw Gunlong's confusion. He grabbed Gunlong's hand and told Gunlong to understand it carefully. "What? You don't have any mecha power at all." When Gunlong discovered that Xuejian was just like an ordinary person at this time and had no mecha power, Gunlong was quite shocked. He didn't know what kind of change had caused Xuejian to be like this. "Gunlong, please keep quiet. I think you must have seen Zhao's method of summoning Fire Pixiu. In fact, I am also relying on that method to fake the power of the tiger. But even so, I can't stand up to the shrewdness of those old foxes. Shui Hao already vaguely knew I also know some of his private affairs, just to make sure that I have no power. That's why I beg you to take care of the two brothers for me. If that doesn't work, take them away with you. Go live in the orc tribe." Gunlong just thought that Shui Hao had a problem, but he didn't expect that the problem would be so difficult. Looking at Xuejian, he seemed to have aged instantly, with no sparkle in his eyes at all. Gunlong was a little heartbroken, thinking that the former king would now put down his dignity and pray for help from his small role for the sake of the survival of his children. "Don't worry, Mr. Shui. Shui Zhao and Shui, you are both my friends. I can't be mean to my friends, but it's impossible for others to bully my friends. As long as I live, Shui Zhao and Shui, nothing will happen." Just when Gunlong was still thinking about talking to Xuejian about Shui Hao, Xuejian suddenly changed his face, and the restrictions around him disappeared immediately. Xuejian, who was still looking depressed, regained his high-spirited appearance, picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Gunlong and said, "Gunlong, you are new here. This is the best tea we have here. You can bring a few more cups with you." Hearing Xuejian's sudden change of topic, Gunlong knew that someone must have come to the stone statue. He didn't say much, took the cup with a smile, and drank the tea in one gulp. "Brother, it turns out you are here. I found you." Xuejian stood up after hearing the sound. After watching Xuehao salute to him, Xuejian finally said, "What's going on? Why are you so panicked?" "Hey, it's all about your martial arts competition to find a bride." As soon as the news came here, several other families that wanted to propose marriage refused. They brought people together at the city wall. "I'm afraid there will be a big chaos. Brother, do you think you should hand over the control of the city defense army to me and let me command it in a unified way to prevent any accidents? Your grandfather is such a cunning guy. He really doesn't care about his dignity in order to gain control." After Gunlong knew Xuehao's face, he didn't like Xuehao at all, thinking that this is probably another trick played by Xuehao. Maybe people from other families will be bribed. He joins forces with Xuehao to put on a play so that he can fully gain military power and then rebel. Naturally, Gunlong was too lazy to say hello to Xuehao and drank tea alone, wanting to see how Xuejian would solve the problem. Chapter 329 Luo Ping. Haha. Second brother. You came just in time. Come and try this tea. Xuejian didn't mention anything about military power. He just invited Xuehao to come over for tea. In any case, Xuejian is still the patriarch of the family, and Xuehao couldn't say it clearly, so he had to sit down and sit down. "Brother, this time is not a child's play. If those family members really make trouble, where will our Xue family's face be?" Seeing Xuejian just drinking tea and pouring water, obviously not taking that matter to heart, Xuehao felt a little anxious and spoke directly. "Oh, so, our Xue family has been silent for many years, and they probably forgot our glorious past. In this case, let's go together. I want to see how big a wave they can stir up. Gunlong, you should come too. Just in time to see the strength of your opponents." Gunlong stood up as instructed and followed Xuejian closely. When he saw the gray hair on the back of Xuejian's head, Gunlong's heart palpitated inexplicably, and he secretly swore that he would not let Xuehao succeed. "Get out of the way. I'm going to see your family master." "I don't believe it. He would make such a stupid decision. How long have you been competing for a bride? I think your family master must have been deceived by a traitor. So he made such a stupid decision. Wait until the decision comes out." "That's right. Get out of my way. I have nothing to say to you guys. Get out of my way quickly, or we'll fight in." Before Gunlong and his group reached the place where the riot was taking place, they heard people shouting and scolding. Seeing that those guys were getting more and more outrageous, Xuejian had no expression on his face. But Gunlong could see that Xuejian's fists were clenched tightly, and his fingers turned white because he was clenching too hard. He understood that Xuejian was still somewhat angry at this time. "Welcome to the family master, the Xue family army," who were trying their best to stop the troublemaking gang, saw Xuejian appear, and they immediately stepped forward respectfully and greeted Xuejian. "Okay, no need to be polite. Come on. Let me see whose family is causing trouble here." Xuejian waved his hand and walked forward, his eyes scanning the surroundings as if he were a king. This actually made those guys who wanted to cause trouble become a little scared. After all, they had heard this legend about Xuejian for many years. Now seeing Xuejian standing next to him with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Master Xue, we don't want to cause trouble. It's mainly because your martial arts competition for marriage is a bit inappropriate. We just want to ask you to see if this is true." A leader in the Lu family camp stood up. Seeing that the man was already at the upper level of the 8th level, Gunlong couldn't help but secretly sigh that this big family is really full of talents. "Oh, it's my nephew Lu Chuan. I haven't seen you for a few years, and your strength has improved a lot. Let me give you a happy message today. It was really me who came up with this idea of a competition to recruit a bride. There is no way. I am just that daughter. The palms and backs of my hands are full of flesh. Besides, it would be unfair for others to let me decide who to marry out of thin air. You peers haven't seen each other for so many years, so let's learn from each other." Seeing that Xuejian, as the person in charge, was so direct, the others couldn't say anything more and all retreated one by one. Gunlong watched Xuejian leave directly without adding himself. He didn't know what Xuejian wanted to do. Seeing that he had nothing to do here, He was just about to leave when a young man caught up with him and saluted Gunlong. Hello Gunlong. I am Luo Ping of the Luo family. This is the first time we have met, and I hope you can give me more advice in the future. Gunlong was not interested in this young man at all, so he nodded in return. Seeing that Luo Ping had been pestering him and had no intention of leaving, Gunlong was a little annoyed and said directly, Master Luo, you have nothing to do. Why don't you go back and practice your skills quickly so that you can have a better chance of winning in the martial arts competition? Oh, that's what I thought at first. But after I found out that you, Gunlong, were going to participate in a martial arts competition to find a bride, I thought that we, the Luo family, could just go out and go through the motions. I have no other intention of coming here this time. Just to meet you. Talking about old times. Luo Ping knew that Gunlong had misunderstood him, so he hurriedly waved his hands to explain, fearing that Gunlong would be angry again. Reminiscing about the past? Gunlong didn't know what Luo Ping was up to. He had just arrived at the human race and didn't know anyone else here. Now, hearing Luo Ping's words, it seemed that he was very familiar with him. Gunlong couldn't help but wonder who Luo Ping was. Seeing Gunlong's confused face, Luo Ping chuckled, leaned into Gunlong's ear and whispered, Gunlong, that Luo Yun is my uncle. Luo Yun? You mean Lao Luo? When Gunlong heard the familiar name, he couldn't remember where he had heard it for a long time. Gunlong was very surprised when he realized that he had heard from Bigu that Lao Luo's original name was Luo Yun. He didn't expect that Lao Luo was actually from the human race, and that he could also meet Lao Luo's descendants. Well, it's all nonsense. Do you have any evidence? Although Gunlong was mostly convinced, for the sake of caution, he decided to learn more. After all, I was alone outside now, and any mistake could cost me my life. Gunlong, look at this. My uncle probably knew that you came to the human race. He was worried and left a message directly through the family emblem, asking us to protect you once we meet you. They will arrive soon. See you here. Gunlong took the emblem medal handed over by Luo Ping, and saw that the image and words inside were indeed Lao Luo's. Gunlong laughed and secretly thought that his life was really good. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, I could still get help from this good friend. When he thought that Shui Hao was determined not to let him win and married Shui Yu home, a bold idea appeared in Gunlong's mind, and he whispered softly into Luo Ping's ear. After Shui Hao recovered, he immediately started preparing for a martial arts competition to recruit a bride. According to him, his sister is already a grown-up, so this matter cannot be delayed any longer and must be ended as soon as possible. Therefore, after some discussion, Shui Hao finally set the time for the competition to be held in 3 days, and at the same time arranged for people to announce this information to the world. And everyone from all walks of life was welcome to visit at that time. Gunlong had no objection to this. And from Gunlong's point of view, this matter must be carried out as soon as possible. If it takes too long, if Shui Hao really has trouble with other families, the more time we give them to prepare, the more disadvantageous it will be for Gunlong and the others. And now that he has the support and help of the Luo family, Gunlong hopes to end this matter as soon as possible, so as to save him many long nights and dreams. Chapter 330 Gambling. Brother-in-law, come here and show you something nice. Gunlong calculated that tomorrow would be the day when the competition for marriage would begin. He was making preparations when Shui Hao slipped over and pulled him to stop in a deserted place. Brother-in-law, you have to take note of these things. I have paid for these with so much hard work. Absolutely useful information. Gunlong opened the booklet handed over by Shui Hao, and saw that it was full of information about other young masters. Even the weak points attacked by those guys were marked. Gunlong had an interesting secret, so he read it carefully. Brother-in-law, please read slowly. After you finish reading this thing, you must remember to destroy it. Otherwise, once someone discovers it, it will definitely be over. I'm leaving first to save others from gossiping. Watching Shui Hao cover his head with a rag, he sneaked out of the backyard. Gunlong really thought that Shui Hao was really funny. Seeing that there was no one around him, he continued to read the booklet Shui Hao gave him. Hey, what are you looking at? You are so serious. Just when Gunlong was memorizing the key points in the booklet, Shui Yu actually came to him. Gunlong was frightened by Shui Yu and hurriedly hid the booklet in his arms. But when he saw clearly that it was Shui Yu, Gunlong breathed a sigh of relief, reached out and flicked Shui Yu's head and said, You guy, you didn't say low in advance when you came. You really scared me to death just now. Shui Yu glanced at Gunlong's hand and knew that it must be the winning book prepared by her brother for Gun Long. Knowing that Gun Long was so attentive just now, just after memorizing this book, Shui Yu felt happy, secretly thinking that Gun Long still had himself in his heart. Otherwise, he would be so concerned about it. Gun Long, you must win the competition. I will never marry unless you are in my life. Shui Yu finished these words with a blushing face, probably because she was afraid that Gun Long would see her ugly appearance. After explaining, she immediately turned around and ran away, leaving only Gun Long with a faint fragrance. I say, Gun Long, this girl Shui Yu is quite good. Just take her in. Kong Ling appeared directly after Shui Yu left. He looked at the retreating figure and couldn't help but muttered, Hee. That's easy to say. Although what you said makes sense. I just can't get over that hurdle in my heart. Let's wait and see. I don't know how long it will take for me to slowly adapt to the living conditions here. Gun Long did not deny it directly this time. Kong Ling understood the meaning of Gun Long's words. He chuckled and secretly thought that Gun Long finally had his wits about him. But just when Kong Ling was about to continue talking to Gun Long, he suddenly remembered something. Kong Ling looked at the direction Shui Yu left, sighed for no reason, returned to Gun Long, and stopped talking. The waiting time was always boring. Gun Long stayed up all night, just studying the booklet Shui Zhao gave him. In fact, Gun Long couldn't explain why he did this now. Although the contact time was not long, Gun Long felt a little uncomfortable when he thought that Shui Yu would be married by those guys and possibly live a bad life. Could it be that I really like Shui Yu? Gun Long himself was not sure of the answer. He looked at the time and saw that in 3 hours it would be time for the martial arts competition to begin. Then Gun Long walked to the pool, lowered his head, and put his entire head into the pool. The cold and biting water hit Gun Long, but he woke up completely. With the war approaching, he must ensure that he has no distracting thoughts. Only in this way can he calmly deal with everything that happens on the battlefield. Gun Long now forced himself not to think about any problems, and just adjusted his breathing to calm down his mind. Gun Long, the game is about to begin. Time passed quickly, and when Gun Long had almost adjusted his mentality, a shout came over, waking Gun Long up. Looking at the time, the game was about to start. Gun Long arranged his clothes and followed the guests to the competition venue. Everyone, we are participating in the martial arts contest now with Gun Long from the Orc tribe, Luo Ping from the Luo family, Lu Fei from the Lu family, and Shui Lin from the Shui family. There are just 4 of you. So let's go straight to the game and fight 2 by 2 to determine the winner. Then the 2 victorious parties will fight to determine the final winner. Okay. The 4 of you come here to draw lots, so that it looks fair and just. As the person in charge, Shui Zhao was not sloppy at all and explained the rules of the competition clearly. After seeing that no one had any objections, Shui Zhao wrote the names of several people on the paper and asked them to come up and catch them separately. Everyone, please be quiet. I announce that the first match of the martial arts competition will be between Gun Long and Shui Lin, and Luo Ping and Lu Fei. Please wait in the rest area. Our competition will officially begin in 10 minutes. Gun Long sat in his rest area and looked at the place used for fighting, which was like a coliseum. It was surrounded by high walls, and the audience sat above it. It is estimated that such a scene rarely occurs. The auditorium is bustling with people. Gun Long, who was guided to the competition area by the reception staff, saw the Minotaur running out at some point, mingling with the captain of Shui Zhao's escort team, holding a big bag, and walking through the crowd one by one. When they got closer, Gun Long listened carefully. It turned out that the Minotaur and the others were encouraging people to place bets to see who could win. Gun Long knew it was Shui Zhao's idea as soon as he thought about it. He turned back and looked at Shui on the rostrum. When he saw Shui Zhao, he just met his gaze. He probably knew that he had discovered the problem. Shui Zhao was a little embarrassed and immediately looked away. Come! I'll buy 10,000 gold coins. Gun Long wins. Hey, brother. I'm not telling you. You are so short-sighted. You didn't notice how skinny Gun Long is. He doesn't look like a strong person. But Shui Lin has already reached the upper level of the 8th level holy armor. You can advance to level 9 at any time. It's a waste of your money to buy Gun Long. Just listen to me and buy Shui Lin. You will definitely win. The Minotaur did not expect that while drinking with Shui Zhao, the idea that Shui Zhao casually proposed would be so popular. The 2 of them were simply too busy collecting money and registering. When he heard that someone wanted to buy Gun Long Sheng, he immediately started persuading him according to the words Shui Zhao taught him. Oh my god. Captain, why did you kick me? Hurry up and help this person register and buy Shui Lin Sheng. After the Minotaur finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. The captain was still kicking himself. He looked up and found that the one who bought Gun Long Sheng with 10,000 gold coins was Gun Long himself. The Minotaur felt a little depressed. He scratched his head and whispered in Gun Long's ear. Gun Long, don't be angry. This is all our plan. Think about it. They all bought Shui Lin Sheng. And in the end you won. And all the money is ours. You don't know. Under our deliberate propaganda, come on. Your odds are already 1 to 50. Well, keep your 10,000 gold coins. When the time comes, we will give you a share. Chapter 331, Lost. Ha ha ha. He is Gun Long. He is the only one who expects to win Shulinli. A guy who has just been promoted to the 8th level of Holy Armor actually wants to defeat a master who has 1 foot in the 9th level of Holy Armor. It really made me laugh. Come over here. I'll add another 3,000 gold coins, and buy this Gun Long loser. The guy standing next to Gun Long and the others laughed immediately when they saw Gun Long's appearance, and directly asked for more money. And those who heard that Gun Long was here, after coming to confirm that what the man said was true, also joined the ranks of raising bets. Gun Long was going to be pissed off by these people. He shook his head and walked towards the competition venue as the game was about to start. Captain, give me 3,000 gold coins, and I'll buy Gun Long and lose. Gun Long, who had just walked a short distance, heard the Minotaur's voice, and turned his head sharply, just in time to meet the Minotaur's gaze. The Minotaur was a little embarrassed, and immediately pretended not to see it, and continued to trick people into adding bets. Kong Ling, where have you gone? Gun Long walked to the entrance of the competition venue, and saw that the entrance was not open, and it would take some time. At this moment, Kong Ling flew back and stuck to him. Gun Long was very curious and asked directly, Oh, I have money in my pocket when I go out, and I am not afraid of traveling around the world. I also ran to place bets. Don't worry. I am different from them. I am betting half and half. Half betting you win. Half betting you lose. In this way. Anyway, I won't pay. Hearing that Kong Ling was also not optimistic about him, Gun Long was so angry that he wanted to roll his eyes, and just ignored them, adjusted his breathing, and waited for the start of the game. Both parties enter the duel. There are no rules in this duel. Only victory or defeat. Please pay attention to both parties, as long as your life is not harmed. Anything else is optional. The officers and soldiers responsible for welcoming the entrants announced the rules loudly. After the announcement was made, the guy immediately ran out of the battlefield, leaving only Shui Lin and Gun Long in the battlefield. Haha. Gun Long. Right. If you give up now, I can consider giving you some face, so that you don't lose so miserably. Shui Lin didn't take Gun Long seriously at all. Under the pressure of his absolute strength, he believed that Gun Long would never be able to withstand his attack. Even if Gun Long had some powerful magic weapon, Shui Lin was still confident. With only 3 moves at most, Gun Long would kneel down and beg for mercy. Gun Long didn't want to talk about winning or losing. He recalled Shui Lin's weaknesses in his mind. Speaking of Shui Lin, the strong point is that his training skills are as soft as water. If he attacks hard, Shui Lin can easily neutralize the attack. And even if it is bad, it will rebound and attack. However, Shui Lin's weakness is also very obvious. Precisely because he emphasizes his personal strength training and prefers close combat, Shui Lin has no way to attack from a distance. In order to deal with Shui Lin, Gun Long worked really hard. He entrusted Shui Zhao to make many bows and arrows for him, in order to ensure that they could be effective against Shui Lin's attacks. Gun Long specifically asked Shui Zhao to add ice attributes to the arrows. Although Rao was well prepared, Gun Long did not dare to be careless. After all, the gap in strength was there. If he couldn't dodge Shui Lin's attack, all preparations would be useless and time would be wasted. Okay, now I declare that the competition officially begins. Following Shui Zhao's order, the bell rang for the start of the game. Shui Lin did not take the initiative to attack. He just stood there, waved at Gun Long, and called on Gun Long to come over and attack. It was obvious that he did not take Gun Long seriously. Gun Long was happy to distance himself from Shui Lin. He took out a bow and arrow from his pocket and fired toward Shui Lin. However, because the attack speed was still too slow, after several rounds of shooting, no arrows hit Shui Lin. Gun Long was a little depressed. He looked up at Shui Lin, still standing there, waiting for him. Attack. Gun Long forced himself to calm down. secretly thinking that he could always find a solution. What's wrong? Is this all you can do? If you don't attack again, then I will come. Xue Lin snorted coldly, and saw that Ginglong stayed there, and made no other movements. He flew directly into the air, and dived towards Ginglong to kill him. Broken. Although with the help of the training system, Ginglong was able to accurately capture Xue Lin's movements. However, due to the disparity in strength, Ginglong could not dodge as fast as he could, and was still attacked by Xue Lin, which made Ginglong retreat continuously. You go to H.L. The enraged Ginglong roared and took out the arrow from his pocket. At this time, he had no time to draw the bow and shoot the arrow, so he directly threw the arrow branch towards Xue Lin with his hand. I'll go. Is this your level? If these bastards still want to snatch Xue from me, just go to H.L. After Xue Lin saw that the arrow hit his body, there was no harm at all. He naturally didn't bother to pay attention, and raised his fist to hit Ginglong crazily. Well, no. There's something wrong with this arrow. After the ice attribute on the bow and arrow comes into play, the speed of the water forest's movement will be greatly affected. When Ginglong saw that the opportunity had come, he turned over and jumped into the air. The Xingyun sword directly shot out and stabbed Xue Lin's body. Ha ha ha. Ginglong. So what if you find my weakness? With your strength, you can't break through my holy armor halo. You are destined to fail in this duel. Xue Lin could feel the power of Ginglong's attack. After knowing Ginglong's strength, Xue Lin was not worried. He mobilized the mecha elements to condense on the body surface to increase the defense of the holy armor. At the same time, the power in his body accelerates, thereby eliminating the impact of ice attribute attacks on him. Clang! The nebula sword's attack hit the holy armor, and there was a loud noise. There was no scratch on the holy armor. Seeing this, Ginglong turned around and struck Xue Lin with his sword again. But what depressed Ginglong was that the nebula sword's attack still failed to break Xue Lin's defense. Ginglong, you have used up all your moves. It's time for you to experience my true strength. After this delay, Xue Lin completely recovered. He chuckled, grabbed Ginglong directly, and kicked Ginglong in the chest, knocking Ginglong away. Without waiting for Ginglong to stabilize his body, Xue Lin rushed to Ginglong and punched Ginglong's head again, knocking Ginglong to the ground. Ha ha! Xue Lin is mighty. Xue Lin, come on. Defeat that Ginglong? Yeah. I told you that I asked you to buy Ginglong and lose. If you don't want to, you will lose a lot now. When people on the field saw Ginglong being defeated, they all cheered. After all, everyone basically bought Ginglong to lose. Judging from the current situation, Ginglong is definitely going to lose. They are all very excited, waiting for the end of the battle to go to the Minotaur to collect the money. Chapter 332, Getting Angry. Old Nyo, you said I will withdraw the gold coins I won from buying Ginglong now, and then buy him again and lose. How can I keep up? When Xuezha saw that something was wrong with the situation, he ran to Lao Nyo, whispered into Lao Nyo's ear. Well, isn't this good? Everyone is watching. I told you back then. It would be better if you did it half and half. If you insist on not listening, now it's good. You can pay big compensation. Seeing that there was no hope of withdrawing the money, Xuezha returned to his seat with a look of despair. Not in the mood to watch the game again. I just prayed that the game would end soon so that I could go back and relax. At this time, Ginglong really felt the pain caused by the gap in strength. Seeing that his holy armor had cracks, Ginglong used a healing spell to pass over it. Seeing his recovery, he immediately stood up and distanced himself from Xue Lin. Xue Lin obviously didn't intend to play with Ginglong anymore. He rushed to Ginglong's side and punched Ginglong again, knocking Ginglong away. He looked at the water forest that didn't stop and attacked him again. Ginglong had an idea and remembered the method of his attack just now. It must be said that he just threw the arrow out directly, and then he had the opportunity to attack Xue Lin. If I take off the arrow and use it as a hidden weapon, like the martial arts dramas I have watched, it might be able to have some outstanding effects. Thinking of this, Ginglong retreated while taking out the arrow branch, taking off the arrowhead and holding it in his hand. Seeing that Xue Lin was already in front of him, Ginglong directly threw out the arrow in his hand. The mecha element used the force to push the arrow toward Xue Lin. Ah! You bastard! You actually use such despicable methods. Xue Lin didn't expect Ginglong to have such a method, but he was constantly attacked, due to some arrows hitting Xue Lin's eyes, and the activation of ice attribute attacks. Xue Lin lost all sight, and could not see Ginglong at all. Gunlong never imagined that his attack would be successful due to some combination of circumstances. Naturally, he would not miss such a good opportunity. Xing Yun's sword took action directly, and slashed at Shui Lin's weakly protected head. Shui Lin, who had no vision, could still feel Gunlong's attack. Just when Shui Lin was about to dodge, his movements were extremely slow due to the ice attribute attack. Gunlong successfully hit Shui Lin on the head with one blow. Countless nebulae on the nebula sword were activated, and they frantically attacked Shui Lin's head. Ah! Bastard! I'm going to kill you! Ginlong's attack this time was very strong, and Shui Lin struggled from side to side in pain. He didn't expect that he would be so embarrassed by Gunlong. Shui Lin was so angry that he burst into flames. He brought huge pressure to Gunlong. Gunlong was so shocked that he backed away and immediately distanced himself from Shui Lin. Oops. This Shui Lin is really angry, and even uses the method of burning the power of the mecha. I think that Gunlong is not dead this time, but also a cripple. Xuezhan naturally knew Shui Lin's methods, and Shui Lin used his strongest attacks every time he saw it. He sighed. At this time, he no longer expected Gunlong to win, but only hoped that Gunlong would return. I'll go. Then why don't you go and announce the end of the game? Didn't you say you can't take human lives? When Lan Niu heard that Gunlong might be beaten to death, he panicked and immediately called Xuezhao to rescue him. You say it lightly. Those old boys all know that my father deliberately favors Gunlong. I wish I could see Gunlong defeated. It's a joke. Unless Gunlong is really in danger, how can they let the game go? Finish. Xuezhao looked at the old guys in the family not far away, who were beaming with joy at this time, as if the game was over and Gunlong had been defeated. He was so angry that he could only hope a miracle happened over there with Gunlong. Gunlong, go to H.L. After watching Shui Lin yell loudly, he rushed over like lightning. Gunlong could not avoid it, so he had to summon the flaming red flower formation. Boom! 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 The fire red flower formation's defense was powerful, and Shui Lin's attack was even more powerful. After successive impacts, the fire red flower formation directly shattered. Shui Lin rushed to Gunlong's side and punched Gunlong. The holy armor protecting Gunlong was shattered with the sound, and Gunlong was hit and hit the ground directly. The huge impact caused the ground to explode, forming a huge hole. There was silence in the duel field, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. You know, no one present felt that they could withstand the attack just now. They all looked towards the hole where Gunlong was, waiting for the news of Gunlong's failure. Shui Lin, who was ready for victory, suddenly realized something was wrong. There was a powerful energy appearing in the cave where Gunlong was. This energy made him feel very scared. He wanted to escape, but he was unable to do anything. What? How is that possible? The people watching the battle also felt something abnormal when they felt the huge energy released by Gunlong. The people watching the battle were stunned. You know, Gunlong is just a person who has just been promoted to the 8th level of holy armor. How could he have such a powerful energy fluctuation? But everything happened for real. People knew that there was only one possibility, and that was that Gunlong had a powerful treasure. People can understand this. After all, obtaining treasure also depends on chance. Destroy. Following Gunlong's deep roar, the Hunyuan cauldron fragments attacked, attacking Shui Lin. Shui Lin, who couldn't move at all, felt death. This thrilling feeling had not appeared for many years. At this moment, many scenes appeared in Shui Lin's mind, just like a movie, replaying his life. Missed. The death that people expected did not come. Gunlong changed the direction of his attack at the last moment. The attack of the Hunyuan Ding shot straight into the sky and turned into stars and disappeared. Hey, what a pity. Usually after such an attack is released, it will definitely have an impact on the body. At least Gunlong will not be able to move in a short period of time, since such a good counterattack opportunity is missed. It means Gunlong is doomed to fail. Shui Lin doesn't need to attack at all now, and Gunlong has no way to attack again. There were also experts outside the venue. When they saw this thrilling scene, they immediately spoke and answered questions for those who couldn't understand. Shui Lin didn't have the same idea as the audience. He was the only one who knew what had just happened, because he watched carefully. At the moment the attack was launched, Gunlong took the initiative to change the direction of the attack. Otherwise, I might have lost that terrifying attack power just now. Chapter 333 Victory. Shui Lin also knew about this method of suddenly increasing one's strength. and knew that Gun Long definitely didn't have the strength to fight back at this time. However, thinking that Gun Long had just intentionally let him go, Shui Lin was a little hesitant, not knowing whether he should go forward to attack Gun Long. Stupid. Attack quickly. That's right. Why are you standing there in a daze? End the battle quickly. The onlookers saw that Shui Lin missed such a good opportunity. How could they be willing? They just shouted and urged Shui Lin to attack. Gun Long was lying on the ground at this time. The blow just now indeed consumed a lot of his mecha power. However, since he is now at the 8th level of holy armor, he can attack twice. Therefore, Gun Long was not afraid. He took out the inner elixir from his pocket to replenish the mecha elements he had consumed. Looking at Shui Lin, he also hesitated and did not attack. Gun Long just thought that Shui Lin was pretty good and didn't take advantage of others' danger. Just seeing Shui Lin moving, he finally couldn't hold back and flew towards him. Shui Lin finally stopped more than 10 meters away from Gun Long. Watching Gun Long absorb the inner elixir to restore the mecha elements, Shui Lin had a complicated mood and said directly, Gun Long, thank you for not killing me just now. But this world is so realistic. For fame and honor, I can't let go of such a good opportunity and not kill you. You may not know that our Shui family is already at the end of its strength. Only by marrying into the Shui family can we guarantee the survival of the family. Don't blame me. If I can make it to the end and win this time, I will definitely repay you double. Knowing that Shui Lin was not planning to let him go, Gun Long naturally would not let him go without a fight. Seeing that his body is almost recovered, it is enough to launch the Hunyuan Cauldron's attack. Gun Long laughed and restarted the Hunyuan Cauldron fragment attack. What? How is this possible? How can he use this attack method continuously? Oh my god. Is this guy a human? Could it be that the treasure in his hand has no limit on the number of times it can be used? This is really outrageous. The people on the viewing platform were stunned. They couldn't believe that all this was true. But in the dual field, the obvious energy fluctuation slapped them in the face, leaving them speechless. Ha ha ha. The Ginglong I bought wins. The Ginglong I bought wins. With a shout of excitement, those who bought Gun Long Sheng cheered. They really didn't expect that this Ginglong could actually go against the will of heaven and win. Shui Lin also didn't expect Ginglong to be able to launch this attack. Although the energy this time was obviously smaller than before, it was enough to defeat him. Shui Lin, who was originally prepared to resist, calmed down and stopped resisting after hearing the shouts from the audience. After all, he had already lost the attack just now. Now that Ginglong attacks again, his resistance will be in vain. So he should just accept death. Here I go. Why did I miss the target again? Is Ginglong blind? You are blind. The attack was so powerful. If it hit Shui Lin would definitely die. Ginglong didn't want to kill, so he deliberately dodged the attack. Otherwise, look at Shui Lin. Lin is restrained and cannot move. Can he miss this living target? There was discussion among the crowd. In the end, everyone knew that Gun Long did it on purpose. Gun Long was seen letting go of the water forest twice. At this time, people had forgotten the victory or defeat, and they didn't know who started the attack first. They all called Gun Long's name together. Gun Long, Gun Long, Gun Long. The shouts grew louder and louder, ringing through the sky. Shui Lin naturally understood who the real winner was at this point. Ignoring Shui Hao's eyes that kept giving him hints, he flew directly to Gun Long, lifted Gun Long up, and helped Gun Long raise one of his hands, indicating that Gun Long was the winner of this game. Gun Long, who was brought back to the lounge, looked at Shui Yu, who was already waiting there. He waved his hand and said directly, "No one bothers me. Let me have a good sleep." As soon as he finished speaking, Gun Long closed his eyes and fell asleep directly. Shui Yu ordered her to go down and not let anyone come to disturb her. She stayed alone in the room with Gun Long. Looking at Gun Long's peaceful face, Shui Yu recalled Gun Long's performance on the battlefield just now. She chuckled, lowered her head, and kissed Gun Long's mouth gently. "Idiot. I asked you to compete. Why did you work so hard? What will I do if something goes wrong?" Xue Zhao originally wanted to come and meet his own, the god of wealth, his future brother-in-law. Thinking that he had to continue the duel with Gun Long, Xue Zhao felt a chill go down his spine. He secretly thought that if Gun Long had used this trick continuously, he would probably have given an explanation on the spot. However, when Xue Zhao found out that it was his sister who was staying in Gun Long's room, Xue Zhao had a rich expression and wandered around the door for a while before getting up and leaving. Because of this battle between Gun Long and the others, The competition venue was destroyed. Maintenance will take a certain amount of time. And out of respect for Gunlong and the wishes of the other two contestants, they must wait for Gunlong to wake up before starting. Therefore, this second game was put aside for a day, ready to start again when Gunlong woke up the next day. The meeting hall of Xue Hao's house was neatly filled with people. Seeing Xue Hao going back and forth, he was very annoyed. Xue Hao's son Xue Dong stood up. At this time, he was the only one who dared to touch his father's bad luck. Father, calm down. Gunlong also relied on his treasure to win. You didn't see the end. But Gunlong couldn't even move. The probability of Luo Ping's victory in the next game is very high. As long as we explain things well to Luo Ping, no matter what, as long as we can hold out until Gunlong attacks, we will definitely win. Xue Dong finished speaking and stood aside, looking at Xue Hao, who was still frowning. Xue Dong was about to say something else when Xue Hao suddenly woke up. He patted Xue Dong on the shoulder and sighed. Dong, things are not that simple. Send people down now. Be sure to keep an eye on the Gung Dragon. What we need now is to figure out what the Gung Dragon relies on to attack. Only in this way can we have way to deal with it. If that doesn't work, we'll send people to assassinate Gunlong tonight. I've been strategizing for so many years, and I'm going to achieve great things. If it's ruined by this kid, it's not worth the loss. After hearing his father's arrangement, Xue Dong responded and immediately made arrangements. After the waiting men were arranged to go out to do things, Xue Hao stopped Xue Dong and said, Dong, do you think Luo Ping is reliable? Don't let the guy betray you. Climb onto Xue Jian's boat and unite to deal with us. Chapter 334, Attack. Father, don't worry. The Luo family is not much better, now that resources are scarce. Their family can only rely on big families, like us, if they want to survive. Things that should have been a matter of course. But to get rid of Gunlong, they are now themselves. I wish I could kill Gunlong, so we don't have to worry about our safety. Upon hearing this, Xue Dong immediately told the truth. Regarding Luo Ping, he was his playmate since childhood. Xue Dong understood Luo Ping very well, and believed that Luo Ping would not betray him. Well, that's the best. But I heard from people below that Luo Ping had contact with Gunlong when he first arrived. You can't take this matter lightly. You must understand it, and be cautious. Oh, Father, don't worry. I know about that matter. Luo Ping also carried the military order when he came out this time, and must form an alliance with our Xue family. At first, he thought Gunlong was the Xue family's confirmed son-in-law. So he will say Lo to Gunlong. Now he has clearly understood the situation, and will never have any more relations with Gunlong. Hearing Xue Dong's words, Xue Hao felt relieved. He asked Xue Dong to go down and do some work, while he sat on a chair in the meeting hall, recalling recent events in his mind. No matter what, success or failure will only happen in the last few days. Now I need to be absolutely calm, and must not make any mistakes. It is true that Gunlong recovered very quickly with Xue Yu's care. By the time it was night, Gunlong was able to get out of bed and walk. Seeing Gunlong finally regaining his composure, Xue Yu was very happy. Knowing that his brother and the others were worried about Gunlong's health, he immediately called his servants to spread the good news. As soon as Xue Zhao heard that Gunlong had woken up, he immediately stood up and ran over with Xiaolu. I saw that Gunlong was just a little sleepy, but there were no other problems. Xue Zhao laughed, took out a ledger, flipped through it and said, Brother-in-law, we made a lot of money this time, after excluding the gold coins as compensation. In the end, we made a net profit of 5 million gold coins. You are really a god of wealth. I will keep this money for you first. Wait. Let's wait for the dividends to be distributed after all the games are over. As soon as my brother arrived, he directly discussed the issue of money. Xue Yu was a little unhappy, and stood up directly to drive Xue Zhao and the others away. There's an assassin! Xue Yu and the others were having fun when suddenly a shout was heard. Then 3 or 4 men in black rushed in and attacked Gunlong without saying a word. Gunlong's body had just recovered at this time, and he had no ability to fight at all. Seeing this, Xue Yu protected Gunlong behind her. When the Minotaur heard the noise, he immediately appeared and followed Xue Yu to protect Gunlong. Oh no! Are you tired of living? Even my Xue family dares to come in. Xue Zhao didn't have a good face towards these assassins. And those guys he met didn't say much. They just looked for opportunities to attack Gunlong and insisted on killing Gunlong. Xue Zhao shouted coldly, and summoned Hua Pishio directly. This time, the fire Pishio was genuine. Xue Jian was mainly worried about his son's safety. since he was unable to summon the fire Pichio again. He passed the fire Pichio to Shueisha. When the men in black saw Hua Pichio, they were also stunned. After all, the Shui family's fire Pichio is famous far and wide. As long as they are from the human tribe, everyone knows about it. Hey, you know you're scared. If you are wise enough to surrender, I will let you go. Otherwise, you will just be the food of my fiery beast. After Shueisha finished speaking, seeing that those guys didn't react at all, he snorted coldly and directly called Hua Pichio to come forward and start attacking. Withdraw? After a melee, it seemed that they were unable to break through Hua Pichio's defense, and the sound of an army gathering could be heard outside the door. The men in black immediately got up and left. Running outside, Shui Hao, who was about to visit Gung Long, heard that there was an assassin trying to kill Gung Long. He looked at the place where Gung Long lived. It was surrounded by soldiers in 3 layers, and no one was allowed to enter. Shui Hao immediately turned around and quickly returned to his own residence. Dong, tell me honestly whether you sent the assassin tonight. I tell you, I have a feeling that old boy Shuejian has begun to doubt me. You must not alert the enemy. Father, I just found out about this. Don't worry. I knew it well, and didn't send anyone to attack Ginglong at all, knowing that his son would not lie. Shui Hao was a little confused, since it wasn't one of their people who did it. Who could it be? They wanted Ginglong's life so much, but they weren't afraid of the Shui family's revenge. By the way, Father, you have forgotten your family. That Ginglong killed their young master. Shuedong was also very surprised. Who had such courage? But he soon remembered and reminded Shui Hao directly. Oh, you mean the Dong family? Ha ha ha. How could I have forgotten this? Dong, please go to the Dong family secretly. We can't do it openly. We can join forces with the Dong family secretly. Just Ginglong, I think the Dong family will fight Gung Long to the end even if they risk their lives. Until then, we will just sit on the mountain and watch the battle, waiting for the moment of victory. Seeing that his father's arrangement was very appropriate, and that they could achieve the purpose of killing someone with a borrowed knife, Shuedong was very happy. He said goodbye to his father, and got up and rushed to Dong's house. After Shuedong was waiting for him to go out, Kong Ling, who had been ambushing near Shui Hao's house, got up and quickly returned to Gung Long. The surrounding area was surrounded by guards protecting Gung Long. The ethereal spirit returned to Gung Long and told Gung Long through code words that the fish had taken the bait. Ginglong got up immediately after receiving the news. Shueisha, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately got up and called all the guards to stay outside, saying that Ginglong was going to sleep. After everyone left, Xiaolu lay down on Ginglong's bed. Kong Ling followed closely behind him, and transformed Xiaolu into Ginglong's appearance. After making sure everything was ready, Ginglong followed Shueisha and sneaked out through the back door. Ginglong, are you sure you are okay? Shueisha, who was sitting on Lanyo with Ginglong, saw Ginglong's pale face. He was a little worried and asked directly. Well, don't worry. It's just too much consumption ahead. I guess I'll be almost recovered after we catch up with Shuedong. No matter what, we must get rid of Shuedong tonight. In this way, Shui Hao, that old guy, definitely can't sit still and be exposed in advance. We can use everyone's strength to get rid of that Shui Hao. But you have to come with me. What if something happens to your father? Chapter 335, Violence. Well, don't worry. Since my dad can let me out with confidence, there must be an arrangement. You know, our Shui family's iron guards are not just joking. They have followed my dad for many years, and they are all masters. There is no problem in protecting my dad's safety. Hearing what Shueisha said, Ginglong felt relieved. Look, Ginglong, that's Shuedong in front of you. Lanyo was still fast, and they caught up with Shuedong as he spoke. Seeing that Shuedong was alone, Ginglong and the others were very happy. This would save them a lot of trouble. Ginglong, Shueisha? Shuedong, who was running with all his strength, heard a noise behind him and looked back. When he saw that it was Ginglong and Shueisha, Shuedong frowned and secretly thought something was wrong. He looked at the desolation all around, and the nearest teleportation array was hundreds of miles away. Shuedong didn't dare to delay, so he turned around and ran back along the way he came. Shuedong, where are you running? You two dogs, father and son, are eating everything inside and outside. Come back with me and wait for the family law to deal with it. After Shueisha learned about the rebellion of Shueisha and his son, if Ginglong hadn't taken him to his father to confirm it in person, Shueisha would never have believed that his second uncle was actually planning to rebel. Xuezhao still has some feelings for Xuedong. After all, they grew up together. However, when he saw that Xuedong was still stubborn, he had no intention of stopping. Xuezhao was really worried that Xuedong would run back and leak the news. So he nodded to Genglong, indicating that he could start taking action. Genglong kept waiting for Xuezhao to speak. After all, this was a family matter. After confirming that Xuezhao was relieved, Genglong called Lao No to speed up. And he also used the force to jump up and ran directly in front of Xuedong. He took out the nebula sword and attacked Xuedong. Xuedong's strength is not low either. He just doesn't want to be besieged. Seeing Genglong attacking, Xuedong took action with his long sword and faced him directly. After several rounds of fighting, Genglong didn't take advantage at all, and he felt like he was being beaten. When the Minotaur saw that Genglong was struggling, he joined the battle. At this time, Xuezhao also rushed over. Under the siege of the three people, Xuedong was struggling and gradually lost. Asshole! You forced me to do this! Xuedong lost his temper, and saw that he had no hope of breaking through. He took out a medicine gourd from his pocket, opened the lid and poured the contents of the gourd into his mouth. Xuedong! No! In the end, Xuezhao was a step too late, and watched Xuedong swallow everything in the gourd. Xuedong's eyes instantly turned red, and the muscles around his body expanded rapidly. After a while, he turned into a giant as tall as the Minotaur. Genglong didn't know what was going on. He felt the violent aura on Xuedong's body, so he called Lao No to retreat together, away from Xuedong. Xuezhao, what happened to that guy? Why did he suddenly become so powerful? Genglong and the others came to Xuezhao. Seeing that Xuedong's body was still getting bigger, he was very confused and asked directly. That is our Xue family's secret recipe. It can improve the user's strength in a short period of time. But once the effect of the medicine wears off, the person will be useless. We will not use this trick unless it is absolutely necessary. I didn't expect that Xuedong would actually with such determination. It seems that their father and son are really determined to oust my father this time. Genglong, be careful. Lao No turned over and came to Genglong and the others, pushing Genglong and Xuezhao away. That is to say, as soon as their feet left the ground, the mutated Xuedong rushed over and attacked directly towards the place where Genglong and the others were standing. There was a loud bang, and a big hole was made in the ground. Your grandpa's is so powerful. Genglong didn't expect that the mutated Xuedong would be so sharp. When Xuedong didn't react, he raised the nebula sword and controlled countless nebulas to attack Xuedong. Ding 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 ding. Nebula attacked Xuedong, making bursts of sounds. Seeing that Xuedong was fine, Genglong was a little depressed. If even the nebula sword couldn't break through Xuedong's defense, then he would really have no choice. The Hunyuan cauldron fragment had just been used not long ago. Genglong saw that it would take at least half a day if he wanted to use the fragment to attack again. Judging from Xuedong's current strength, they simply couldn't stand up to that time. Genglong, that guy's Achilles' heel is in his neck. We'll find a way to hold him back, and you'll find an opportunity to attack his neck. Hearing Xuezhao's call, Genglong felt more comfortable. After all, if that Xuedong is really like an invincible existence, unless there is no other way to deal with it after the effect of the medicine wears off, Genglong and the others couldn't afford to delay him. Firstly, they really couldn't defeat him. And secondly, they were afraid that it would take a long time to come out and arouse Xuezhao's suspicion. Xuedong was still conscious, so he naturally heard what Genglong and the others said. Knowing that Genglong and the others were going to attack his weak spot, Xuedong immediately took a few steps back, trying to run towards the teleportation array. Seeing Xuedong trying to escape, Genglong and the others panicked. Lao No was very fast. He jumped up to him and attacked Xuedong directly. Unexpectedly, Na Xuedong kicked him over and kicked Lao No aside. Xuedong took the opportunity to continue running away. Genglong, hurry up. If he escapes, our plan will be over. Xuezhao didn't expect that Xuedong would escape without a fight. With his current speed and defense, if he really determined to escape, Genglong and the others would not be able to do anything. Genglong, who was following Xuezhao, saw that this was not an option. He gritted his teeth and took out the Shifang drum. Dong dong dong. The sound of heavy drum sounded, and Xuedong, who was escaping in front, was also attracted by the sound. He turned around and looked towards Genglong, when he saw two ghost-like things appearing with the sound of drums and rushing toward him. Xuedong was stunned. He could feel the two ghost-like things appearing and rushing towards him. The pressure from the soul body made it impossible to stop running. and ran with all its strength towards the place where the teleportation array was in the memory. Whizzing! After Gunlong's strength improved, the abilities of these two corpse chiefs also improved. They quickly came to Xuedong, held him down, and dragged Xuedong towards Gunlong and the others. Oh my god! Gunlong, what the hell are you? How come you are so powerful? Xuezha had never seen Shirkuei before, and he was very curious as to how Gunlong could do this. However, when he saw Xuedong going completely crazy and vaguely wanting to break through the shackles of the corpse chief, Xuezha put away his curiosity and followed Gunlong towards the place where Xuedong was, thinking of quickly killing Xuedong. Solve it. Chapter 336 Assistance. Gunlong. No. I'll bring you here. Xuezha stepped forward and attacked several times. But every time he tried to attack Xuedong, he was dodged by Xuedong. He immediately called Gunlong over and helped Shirkuei hold down Xuedong. Gunlong quickly ran forward and saw Xuedong glaring at him angrily, reaching out to attack him. He raised the nebulous sword and stabbed Xuedong in the neck. Clang! There was a heavy impact sound, and Xuedong stretched out his hand to block Gunlong's attack. Seeing that this situation was not going to work, and that Jikui's power would be consumed sooner or later, he called out the Gunlong cultivation system to see if there were other ways to deal with Xuedong. When Gunlong saw the prompt from the training system, which told him to attack Xuedong's neck, there was no other way. Gunlong sighed and looked at his attack using the fragments of the Hunyuan cauldron. There were still more than 7 hours left. Na Gunlong suddenly thought of his 5-finger technique. You know, as the cultivation level improves, this 5-finger skill has also reached the top level. However, Gunlong and the others are now stronger. When fighting, the chance of face-to-face fighting becomes smaller. They all use magic weapons and combat skills to fight. Therefore, Gunlong rarely used this 5-finger technique. Now that the opportunity came, Gunlong was ready to try it. 5-finger judgment. Gunlong hit Xuedong with a 5-finger Ju. After seeing some reaction in the area that was attacked, Gunlong also became energetic. It seems that the 5-finger Ju is still effective. He then accelerated his attack speed and used his 5-finger Ju crazily, hitting Xuedong. After waiting for Gunlong to do some operations, he finally discovered it. My 5-finger technique is still useful for cultivators. It's just that the duration of the 5-finger Ju's effect will vary depending on the opponent's level of cultivation. Because although Na Xuedong was indeed affected by the 5-finger Ju, his body was stiff and motionless. However, Xuedong was in a violent state at this time, and his strength suddenly increased. In more than 10 seconds, he regained his freedom. After Gunlong knew the secret, he saw the right time, aimed at Xuedong and attacked. Seeing that the 5-finger technique had taken effect, Gunlong did not dare to delay. He raised the Xingyun sword and aimed it at Xuedong's neck before attacking. Ah! Xuedong's throat was sealed with a sword, and a strange sound came from his mouth. Then Gunlong watched as Xuedong's body shriveled up quickly like a deflated rubber ball and returned to its normal state. Asshole, bastard. I'll kill you. Xuedong roared at the top of his lungs. But at this time, he was firmly held down by Shirkuei and Xuezha. Without the support of violent force, Xuedong was no match for Gunlong and the others. After a while, he lay down on the ground and stopped moving. Gunlong, is he dead? Xuezha was a little worried, fearing that Xuedong would wake up again. Gunlong stepped forward and checked his breathing, and after confirming that Xuedong was out of breath, he nodded, indicating that Xuedong was completely finished. Ah! Gunlong. Why did they eat Xuedong? Gunlong had just taken a breath, and when he heard Xuezha's words, he turned to look at Xuedong. The secret passage was broken, and I forgot to remind those two guys not to eat the snow dong. But when Gunlong saw that Xuedong's last arm was also stuffed into the mouth by Shirkuei, he shook his head and was helpless. Come on! If my second uncle finds out that his son's body is gone, he will definitely go crazy. Uh-huh. It's already here. Don't care if he's crazy or not. You know, he wants your family's lives now. If he's gone, he's gone. They deserve it. Who made them uneasy and want to use their power? Hearing what Gunlong said, Xuezha also felt that it made sense. Seeing that there was no one else around, he asked Gunlong to rush back together, fearing that because of the time delay, Xuezha would discover their plan and affect his father's painstaking efforts to set up the trap. Gunlong and the others were waiting for them to return to the house. But before they could go to Xuejian to report, Xuezha actually broke in with his escort team. claiming that he was worried about another assassin attacking and wanted to assist the internal guards to strengthen the security of Shui Mansion. Seeing that Shui Hao's fox tail was exposed, Shui Zhao couldn't hold his breath. If Gung Long hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed out and confronted Shui Hao. After all, Shui Zhao knew very well that the assassins were deliberately arranged by them just so that the old fox Shui Hao could not help showing his face. Xue Jian did not object clearly and affirmed Shui Hao's loyalty. Seeing that his people were able to infiltrate into the inner courtyard of the Shui family and have the opportunity to directly control Xue Jian, Shui Hao was extremely happy. Now he just waited for Xue Dong to come back with the people from the Dong family and cooperated with the Shui family inside and outside. The position of the head of the family will be himself. After Gunglong watched Shui Hao arrange the defenses, the guards near Xue Jian were basically replaced by Shui Hao's people. Gunglong and Xue Zhe wanted to go to Xue Jian to report the matter, but the guards refused to let them go. They had to get Xiao Ho's permission. Xue Zhe was a little angry. This was obviously under house arrest. Xue Zhao, don't worry. Since your father dared to let them in, he must have corresponding countermeasures. The day after tomorrow is the start of the second game, so you should worry about handling the game first. I don't believe that when the finals start, can he prevent your father from showing up? Although Gunglong knew Xue Jian's physical condition, Xue Jian's ability to become the head of the family was not only based on strength, but also on resourcefulness. Therefore, Gunglong believed that Xue Jian must have his own solution. It is said that the best time to attack is when the enemy is paralyzed. You think you will win, but in fact you have already lost. Gunglong believed that Xue Jian would not let him down. Otherwise, his role as the head of the family for so many years would have been in vain. In Xue Hao's house, when Xue Hao, who was sitting in the middle, heard the report from his subordinates, Xue Jian was just resting peacefully. While Xue Zhe was concentrating on arranging the competition, Xue Hao was very happy, thinking that after years of dormancy, he had completely gained the trust of Xue Jian's family. They did not suspect him because of his involvement in the security. Xue Hao secretly thought that something big was about to happen. However, Xue Hao felt a little uneasy when he thought that there was no news from Xue Dong. The Dong family was not far away. Even if Xue Dong had gone through a remote teleportation array to conceal his whereabouts, there should have been news by now. How come there was no news at all until now? Report, Commander. There are people outside the door asking to see you. They say they are from the Dong family. They also say that after we come to report, you will understand what it means. When Xue Hao heard that someone from the Dong family was here, he was extremely happy. It really comes to mind. Just when I thought about the Dong family, their help came. God is really helping me. God has destined me to achieve great things. Chapter 337, An Unexpected Match. Well, tell them to wait in the backyard. By the way, have you seen Donger? Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, I have not seen Master Xue Dong. When Xue Hao heard that Xue Dong didn't come with him, he was stunned for a moment. But he quickly came to his senses, secretly thinking that Donger has grown up after all and is so thoughtful. It would be bad if we came here together and were criticized. Watching his men make arrangements, Xue Hao called a few personal guards over and told them to protect them and not let anyone into the backyard until he came out. After confirming that there was no problem, Xue Hao strutted towards the backyard. The Dong family slave has met the Commander-in-Chief. Xue Hao arrived at the backyard and saw that it was the 4 kings of the Dong family. He was extremely happy and had forgotten the news about his son. You know, the 4 kings of the Dong family are well known in the market, since they represent the backbone of the Dong family. No matter what the task is, as long as you look at the number of people dispatched by the 4 kings, you can see its importance. When Xue Hao saw that all the 4 heavenly kings were present, he knew the Dong family's attitude towards this incident, and he was naturally very happy. Thinking about it, Xue Dong must have been treated politely at the Dong family and wouldn't be able to come back for a while. After all, I still know very well what his son looks like. The 4 kings of the Dong family are famous. Don't do this. Since you can come here, I think my son will also tell you what happened. We will work together this time. After the matter is completed, the people you want can also give you the Shishan mine, which is relatively close to your Dong family. In return, in the future, our Xue family will form an alliance with your Dong family and share this great place. Xue Hao knows that at this time, there is no need to hide and point out everyone's benefits, but it will be more conducive to cooperation. Therefore, Xue Hao did not hesitate and directly told him the reward after the task was completed. This is so kind, Commander. Oh, no. It should be called Master Shui. Then we will ambush all around. Just waiting for your order. We will come over to kill you. The 4 heavenly kings stood up at the same time, excitement evident on their faces. Shui Hao saw that it was just such a small favor to make those guys be grateful to him. He thought to himself, for a small family like you, I will deal with you after I successfully ascend to the position of clan leader. After some polite greetings, Shui Hao asked the 4 heavenly kings to sit down. He knew that there were more than 40 people coming this time, more than half of whom had the 8th level holy armor cultivation alone. Shui Hao nodded with satisfaction and said, That's it. Long nights and many dreams. The day after tomorrow is when the second game starts. I will find a way to show that old boy Xuejian. And then we will attack together and force him to give up. When the 4 heavenly kings heard Shui Hao's words, they couldn't help but be stunned, looked at each other, and then said, Master Shui, on such an occasion, if we don't have a suitable reason, can we shock the rest of your Shui family? What if? You can rest assured. Just follow my plan and it will be fine. When the time comes, I will give you a surprise. Considering the impact, Shui Hao summoned the inner guards to secretly send the 4 kings out of the city. After confirming that everything was okay, Shui Hao was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night, just waiting for that day to come. Gunlong, what do you think happened today? Why did my father specifically announce that everyone from the Shui family should be present? When you were competing, he didn't have such an arrangement. Gunlong and Shui Zhao were sitting on the side of the rostrum, looking at the first few rows filled with important figures from the Shui family, while their father was still sitting in the center. They couldn't see anything wrong at all. Smiling happily and following say low to everyone. I don't know, but it's probably the trick of that old fox Shui Hao. I have a feeling that Shui Hao will take action today. If you think the situation is not right later, don't stay and take your father away first. Remember, don't fight to the end. I will let Lan Yo assist you. When Shui Zhao heard Gun Long's arrangement, he nodded and said nothing more. He looked around and found that Shui Yu was not there. Shui Zhao felt uneasy and approached Gun Long and whispered, Gun Long, my sister, why haven't I seen her since your game ended? Gun Long made a silent gesture towards Shui Zhao, indicating that Shui Zhao didn't need to ask any more questions, as he had already made arrangements. Just ask Shui Zhao to pay attention to the situation on the field and concentrate on protecting his father. Quiet! Our respected and beloved head of the family is invited to speak. The guy in charge of hosting the party saw that everyone had arrived, and he immediately shouted loudly. Warm applause rang out, and Shui Jian stood up and waved to the people. After the applause died down, Shui Jian spoke. Hello everyone. How many years have I not had fun with you? Today is a unique day. I heard that many young talents have specially set up a comparison show here for my little princess. I missed the first show because of my busy schedule. From now on, I will accompany you until the end of the game. I hope the juniors on the field can do their best, and let me see your sincerity. After Shui Jian finished speaking, Luo Ping and Lu Fei walked onto the stage. The two of them bowed to everyone on the stage as a greeting. Just when everyone was getting ready and waiting to see the exciting battle, Luo Ping suddenly stepped forward, raised his hands to Zui Jiani and said, Master Shui, I'm sorry. Although what I say next may be a bit presumptuous, I think it's better to tell the truth. In fact, I already have someone I love, and it is the family's request to come here to compete. But I have figured it out now. You must live for yourself. Therefore, I want to announce directly in front of you that I will withdraw from the competition, so that you can witness it for me, and I don't have to go against my own wishes and do unnecessary things. At the same time, my family, it's not good to force me to continue competing. Please allow me to withdraw from the competition. As soon as Luo Ping said this, everyone watching on the field looked stunned. They didn't expect that there was such an operation. Shui Jian admired Luo Ping's bravery very much. He stood up and applauded. Ha ha ha. Young people, you must dare to love and hate. Luo Ping, you are very brave. I am especially proud of your beloved girl. She really found someone who loves her. I think you will definitely be very happy. Seeing that the head of the family had spoken, those who were about to scold Luo Ping all shut their mouths. Shui Hao, who was standing aside, was feeling very proud at this time, seeing that everything on the field was developing according to the rhythm he had prepared in advance. Shui Hao called his bodyguard over and asked the bodyguard to go outside the city to inform the Dong family. It was time for the 4 heavenly kings to enter the city. They waited for the salute to end the game, and rushed in immediately. Chapter 338, Comeback. Gunlong. How is your recovery going? I didn't expect that my appearance today would directly turn the game into a final. Xuejian said, and looked at Gunlong with a smile on his face. Waiting for Gunlong's reply. No problem. I also want to end this game early. Gunlong stood up, bowed to Xuejian, and walked straight to the duel arena, drawing the nebulous sword, ready to fight at any time. In this case, the game begins immediately. Following Xuejian's order, Gunlong and Lu Fei fought together. Perhaps because he had seen Gunlong's strange methods, Lu Fei attacked with a desperate attitude. He fought close to Gung Dragon, and never gave Gung Dragon a chance to fight back. Come on, Gunlong. Come on, Gunlong. The people watching the battle spontaneously shouted slogans. After the first battle, everyone had an understanding of Gunlong's strength. Therefore, when they saw the person responsible for placing bets coming over, they all bought Gunlong to win. Xuejiao was not in the mood to do these things this time. When the person in charge of betting came to him, Xuejiao felt itchy and asked his men to bring over 100,000 gold coins and bet on Gunlong to win. Hey, you must have made a mistake. The one I bought was Gunlong win. Looking at the note handed to him by the guy responsible for placing bets, it was written clearly that Gunlong lost. Xuejiao was a little depressed, so he directly questioned the boy. Don't say anything. Just listen to me. Seeing the boy in charge of placing bets leaning close to his ear, Xuejiao felt a little bored. Just as he was about to push the boy away, he heard Xueyu's voice. He looked up and said, Don't tell me. The guy in front of him is Xueyu. It's nothing more than a beard and heavy eyebrows. Xuejiao didn't know what was going on. He was just about to ask Xueyu when he saw Xueyu winking at him and continuing to invite people to place bets. Xuejiao understood in his heart, so he stopped talking and continued to watch the duel. In field games, it's true that Gunlong didn't know what happened today. He was just defensive, seeing a chance to counterattack. Gunlong missed the opportunity, allowing Lu Fei to regain the advantage. Gunlong, come on! The onlookers were dumbfounded at this time, especially those who had placed all their bets. Their eyes were filled with tears, and they roared loudly, hoping that Gunlong would work up and a miracle would happen. Lu Fei on the field was also very depressed at this time. Although Xuejiao had told him to let himself go at the critical moment, he must let Gunlong win. But the Gunlong in front of him was really too weak, and he could easily deal with it without even using his full strength. Thinking that Gunlong relied on the help of artifacts to achieve victory, Lu Fei knew in his mind that Gunlong itself was trash. Lu Fei, who originally thought about letting go completely if it was no longer possible, saw that when he attacked Gunlong again, the Gung Dragon fell down for no reason. He was also driven by inertia and directly kicked Gung Dragon. Kick away. Gunlong had just recovered from the war, so he could not withstand the torment. He covered the painful area and a mouthful of blood spurted out, as if he had no strength to fight again. Ahem. I admit defeat. When Gunlong's words rang out on the playing field, not only the audience, but also Xuejiao were stunned, not knowing what to say. None of them expected Gunlong to be defeated so quickly. They looked at Gunlong's face pale and very uncomfortable. Everyone could only complain secretly, saying that they had forgotten to take Gunlong's physical factors into consideration. In any case, Gunlong had just gone through a big battle, so how could he recover so quickly? When Xuejiao finally reacted, he looked at Lu Fei, who was also depressed. He was extremely angry. He didn't expect this would be the outcome, especially when he found that the guards were ready to light the victory salute. Xuejiao panicked. He quickly arranged for his men to inform the 4 heavenly kings that the plan had changed and asked them not to come and kill him. Boom boom! The fireworks representing the winner rang out, and Xuejian was the first to stand up and applaud. Seeing the head of the family's actions, the people stood up to celebrate regardless of whether they were happy or sad. Kill! Gunlong is not from our human race and has evil intentions. Even if he wins, we cannot recruit him as our son-in-law. The 4 heavenly kings of the Dong family took the lead and led people to rush in. This actually made the cheering people quiet down. They looked at this group of heavily armed people who suddenly came out, and they didn't know what they wanted to do. Let me go! Gunlong didn't win. The 4 kings of the Dong family looked at Gunlong lying on the ground. He was obviously seriously injured. Lu Fei was standing there with a depressed look on his face. They were a little embarrassed. Just as they were about to exit, the Xue family's internal guards appeared and surrounded them. Bold. Who are you? Why can you break into the forbidden area of my Shui family? Xuejian now regained his authority as the head of the family and shouted harshly, obviously very angry at the violation. Shui Hao on the side was completely speechless. He couldn't figure out why it ended like this when he had clearly arranged everything. Seeing more and more internal guards coming towards this side, Shui Hao didn't want his efforts to be in vain. So he immediately said violently, Lu Fei, the 4 heavenly kings, close the battlefield gate and stop those inner guards from rushing in. Luo Ping, bring your people with me and capture Xuejian. After Shui Hao finished speaking, he rushed towards Xuejian, wanting to control Xuejian as soon as possible. As soon as Shui Hao saw that his father was in danger, he immediately rushed to Xuejian, took out his weapons, and prepared himself for defense. Ha! Xuejian, how long has it been, and you are still resisting? Surrender. Your Xuejian lineage is destined to perish today. Shui Hao shouted as he rushed towards Xuejian and the others. But when he got there, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Gun Long, who was originally seriously injured, had somehow recovered and appeared in front of Xuejian. Behind him, the expected fight did not happen. Instead, the guards he had arranged beside Xuejian were killed one by the inner guards. Shui Hao, who sensed something was wrong, took a step back and distanced himself from Gun Long and the others. While waiting, he turned and looked towards the entrance of the battlefield, watching the Shui family's internal guards continue to pour into the battlefield. As for the 4 kings of the Dong family, they pinned Lu Fei to the ground and tied him up. No matter how stupid Shui Hao is, he still understands that the situation he set up with all his heart and soul was actually prepared for him in the end. Second brother, for the sake of you and my brother, if you surrender now, I can forget the past and spare your life. Seeing that Shui Hao was in danger, Xuejian couldn't bear the brothers killing each other, so he directly spoke out to dissuade him. Chapter 339, Level 9 Divine Armor. Ha! Surrender? That's impossible. Xuejian, although I can't figure out when you took all my people over, it's a fact that you don't have any cultivation. Do you think you can still do it? A qualified family leader? Shui Hao was not afraid at all. He glared at Xuejian and did not give Xuejian any face at all. Second brother, you are still stubborn even now. I tell you clearly that all this is actually a test for you. I know my situation. The family really needs a leader. Xiao is still young and can't handle these things. It's a pity that you disappoint me so much. In order to get the position of the head of the family as soon as possible, you actually used all means, even wanting to kill our family. Xuejian, stop being pretentious here. The winner is the king. The loser is the bandit. Now that you have the upper hand, everything you say is right. How could Shui Hao believe Xuejian's words? As he spoke, he looked for a way out, trying to find a chance to escape. Humph. Shui Hao, look what this is. The head of the family worked hard, just thinking that if you could turn around and make peace. He suddenly came to his senses at the last moment, and after the competition to recruit a bride, he announced in public that he would pass on the position of head of the family to you. What a pity. You made a wrong step after all. When Shui Hao saw the golden silk seal that the family's head butler took out, he was stunned, especially when he saw his name listed on the gold silk. The corner of Shui Hao's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. That's good. Shui Hao, you really disappoint me. I'm warning you one last time. Surrender to the law immediately. Otherwise I'll kill you without mercy. Xuejian had regained his seriousness as the head of the family at this time. He couldn't tolerate Shui Hao to continue to make mistakes, so he directly called the inner guards to surround him, and waited for his order to subdue Shui Hao. Ha! Big brother. This is the last time I call you big brother. I didn't expect that you were better than me after all. I finally understand why my father said that you are the most suitable person to lead the family. I am tired of living under your shadow for so many years. Now that I have taken this step today, I will not think about turning back. Come on. Only one of us can survive today. Let's do it. After Shui Hao finished speaking, there was a loud thunderclap around him, and a violent airflow appeared, and he was suspended in the air. Looking at the strange scene beside Shui Hao, Xuejian felt vaguely familiar. When Xuejian remembered it, he was stunned and said directly, What? You have already broken through to the 9th level of divine armor cultivation. Ha ha ha. If you don't have diamonds, you can't do porcelain work. For this day, I remind myself every moment to suppress my cultivation. For 3 years, I have to endure the pain of suppressing my cultivation every day for these 3 years. Today, I am finally released. Xuejian, I want you to die. And you must die today, because you are my inner demon. And in order to go further on the road of cultivation, I must get rid of you. Seeing that Shui Hao was completely crazy at this time, with a pair of blood-red eyes, staring at Xuejian, he wanted to rush up and kill Xuejian immediately. Gunlong and the others immediately moved closer and surrounded Xuejian in the middle. Humph. How can you guys block my attack? Get out of my way, all you sensible people, or I will kill you all without leaving anyone behind. Gunlong and his men retreated one after another. Although they were still some distance away from Shui Hao, they could all feel the terrifying pressure from Shui Hao, knowing that this was the absolute suppression of strength. Gunlong's eyes rolled, and he immediately said, Shui Hao, don't be stubborn anymore. Your son has been killed by us, and all your people have surrendered. Now you are the only one left. Do you think there is any point in continuing to torment? Hearing Gunlong's words, Shui Hao looked up to the sky and roared. He didn't expect that his son was no longer here. Looking at Gunlong, Shui Hao was furious. All the hard work he had put in was immediately ruined after the appearance of Gunlong. The more Shui Hao thought about it, the angrier he became, and he attributed everything to Gunlong. Gradually, he became startled and stopped paying attention to Xuejian. Instead, he turned his gun and attacked Gunlong. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Gunlong jumped to the side and led Shui Hao to fly away. Just as he was leaving, Gunlong roared, Shui Zhao, take your father away quickly. Xuejian knew that Gunlong was no match for Shui Hao, but he had no skills. If he stayed here, he was worried that Shui Hao would suddenly come over and take him hostage. So Xuejian stepped back and called others to help Gunlong. After confirming that there was no problem with Xuejian, Lan Yo Xuezhi and the others rose into the sky and attacked Shui Hao. However, this sudden additional level of cultivation is obviously different. Before they could reach them, Shui Hao shouted loudly, and a huge shockwave appeared, knocking them all back. Gunlong watched Shui Hao drink away the aid and immediately charged towards him again. He knew that today was a life and death situation, but he couldn't hold back. Unable to consider the impact at all, he took out the Shifang drum, and the heavy drum beat sounded, shocking people's hearts and minds. That's the Shifang drum. Ha ha ha. Gunlong, I didn't expect that there would be so many surprises today. The Shifang drum is famous, and it's actually in your hands. It seems that God will treat me well. Wait until I take you kill and get this Shifangu. What a piece of shit the Shui family is. The entire human race is mine. Shui Hao had completely fallen into madness at this time, but the sound of the Shifang drum still had some restraint effect on him. The corpse chief appeared next, and seeing Shui Hao standing still, the corpse chief immediately charged towards Shui Hao. Gunlong saw that Shui Hao had no reaction, just closed his eyes and listened to the drums. He felt happy and kept tapping on his hands, because he knew that in this situation, he could only hope for the killing star to come over. It's just that the whereabouts of the killing star are mysterious, far beyond the control of the god-killing genealogy, and you can freely choose to stay or go. So Gunlong could only hope that with good luck, the killing star would come to the rescue. Oh, so this is the corpse king. It's really powerful, but it's a pity that the person who uses it is too weak, so you can only be used as cannon fodder, Shui Hao said as he stretched out his hand to grab the corpse leader who had climbed on top of him. As soon as a white light appeared on his hand, the two corpse leaders immediately exploded and died. Gunlong suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was unable to stand firmly and fell directly to the ground. Gunlong. The people who had been paying attention to the battlefield were very angry when they saw Gunlong defeated. Shui Yu, who had been hiding behind her father, couldn't help but rushed out of the crowd and ran towards Gunlong regardless of the internal guard's obstruction. Chapter 340. Moss fly into flames. Shui Yu. No! Gunlong fell heavily to the ground. When he saw Shui Yu running towards him, he hurriedly shouted loudly, asking Shui Yu to go back. What a pair of hard-luck Mandarin ducks. Since you want to be together, I will make it happen for you. Shui Hao sneered and came to Gunlong's side. Watching Shui Yu protect Gunlong behind her, Shui Hao sneered, then reached out and grabbed Shui Yu. Gunlong, are you heartbroken? If you hand over the Shifang Gu to me now, I can consider letting Shui Yu go. Seeing Shui Hao's hand grabbing Shui Yu's neck, with just a little force, Shui Yu's face turned red, and she struggled hard, trying to break free from Shui Hao's restraints. Gunlong, no, don't worry about me. Hurry, go! Shui knew that Gung Long was no match for Shui Hao. So she shouted at Gung Long at the top of her lungs, asking Gung Long to leave quickly. How could Gung Long have the heart to let Shui Yu be bullied by Shui Hao? He struggled to stand up, holding the Shifang drum in his hand, and raised it high. Asshole. Don't you want Shifang Gu? Let me go, Shui Yu. Shui Hao didn't bother to look at Gung Long at all. He seemed to enjoy Shui Yu's painful struggle and wrote lightly. Gung Long, do you think you have any room for bargaining? As he spoke, Shui Hao increased the strength in his hands. Shui Yu felt even more pain and her eyes became blurred. Gung Long, go. Please remember. I love you. Shui Yu's eyes regained consciousness in an instant, and she shouted out word by word. Seeing Shui Yu's appearance, Gung Long felt something strange in his heart. Then he saw the flames rising from Shui Yu's body. It was like Shui Dong back then, relying on the power of the burning mecha to forcefully improve his cultivation. Ha ha ha. What an infatuated woman. Shui Yu, do you think you can deal with me like this? You're talking nonsense. Shui Hao's aura suddenly increased. Before Shui Yu could successfully use his power, Shui Hao raised his hand and slapped Shui Yu on the head. Shui Yu immediately fainted, and the power of the burning mecha was also extinguished. Asshole. Don't you want the Shifangu? Take it yourself, and let Shui Yu go. Gung Long saw Shui Yu's eyes close tightly. Her life and death unknown. He was completely angry. He raised his hand, and threw the Shifang drum away. He himself took advantage of Shui Hao to grab the Shifang drum, and let go. In the meantime, he rushed to Shui Yu, and held Shui Yu in his arms. Oh no! You bastard! You're looking for death. Lao Niu and the others had been waiting for the opportunity. When they saw Shui Hao finally rushing over, they immediately picked up their weapons and attacked Shui Hao. Boom! Just when everyone was about to attack Shui Hao, a drum beat came out, which was deafening to everyone's ears. They all collapsed on the ground, covering their ears and screaming in pain. Shui Hao got the Shifang drum and tried it out. Seeing how good the effect was, he laughed happily, thinking of Gung Long's rhythmic tapping just now. He actually summoned the Corpse King. Shui Hao started tapping according to the rhythm in his memory. Dong dong dong. Nervous drumming sound appeared, and Gung Long could feel the sudden coercion coming from all around. After a while, 3 corpse chiefs with 9th level divine armor cultivation appeared. They were hanging behind Shui Hao, waiting for Shui Hao's order to be issued. Ha ha ha. It really worked. Xu Ejian, did you see that you are destined to perish today? He still wants me to surrender. You can wait until the next life. Just when Shui Hao waved his hand to the corpse leader to kill the people below, the Gung Dragon suddenly rose into the sky. After some treatment, Shui Yu's life was saved, but her cultivation was indeed ruined. Gung Long's atmosphere was unbearable. What he hated the most was threatening his own with his friend's life, no matter whether his body could bear it or not. He took out the Hun Yuan cauldron fragments and aimed at Shui Hao before accumulating power. Stop him! Shui Hao had seen Gung Long's attack and knew how powerful it was. Moreover, he could feel the oppressive force brought by Gung Long's body. Therefore, Shui Hao took the corpse leader and headed towards Gung Long. Rush away. Destroy. Seeing Shui Hao and the others approaching Gung Long, they stretched out their hands and grabbed Gung Long's arm. Gung Long's low voice resounded through the world, and a huge shockwave appeared, attacking Shui Hao and the others. When Shui Hao saw that the situation was not good, he immediately ran away. The corpse chief suffered a disaster. When he was about to dodge, the attack was already in front of him. After receiving a solid blow, only one of the corpse chiefs managed to save his life. Oh no! It's really dangerous. Shui Hao was still in shock, looking at the 2 corpses that had been reduced to ashes. He was a little scared. He secretly thought that he was lucky to have the foresight to escape in advance. Otherwise, he would have died without knowing how. After Gung Long's battle and the healing of Shui Yu, the power of his mecha was already depleted. After the Hun Yuan cauldron attacked this time, he had no strength at all and collapsed directly to the ground. Seeing Lao Niu trying to save him, Gung Long pointed at Shui Yu not far away and said, "Don't come here and sacrifice in vain. Take Shui Yu and the others away, and I'll hold Shui Hao back." When Shui Hao saw that Gung Long was not ready, he was worried that Gung Long would attack again. Immediately, he rushed to Gung Long's side with Shi Kui, grabbed Gung Long's arm, and twisted it off directly. Ah! The severe pain made Gung Long scream. Seeing that Shui Hao had obtained the fragment of Hun Yuan cauldron again, Gung Long looked at Shui Yu and the others, and had not run far away. He was worried that Shui Hao would be harmful to Shui Yu and the others. the Gunlong. Suddenly he remembered that when he saw Xuehao burning the power of the mecha, he asked Xuehao how to deal with it, in order to ensure everyone's safe evacuation. Gunlong roared and the power of his mecha surged out, rising into flames. Strong. Extremely strong. Gunlong looked at himself surrounded by flames, and the original pain disappeared. The only thing he could feel at this moment was the extremely powerful force around him. Gunlong had a feeling that no one in the world could resist him. Looking at Xuehao again, he was not that scary. Xuehao's corpse boss felt threatened and rushed towards Gunlong. But before the guy could reach him, Gunlong spit out flames and rose to the guy directly. Ha ha ha. It's interesting. In order to deal with us, you are really like moths rushing to the flame. Well, then let me learn how powerful you are, Xuehao said and attacked Gunlong. The two fists collided and made a huge roar. Gunlong found that after every attack he made, the power of the mecha burned faster. Based on this estimate, I can support it for up to 3 minutes. Naturally, Gunlong didn't dare to fight head-on anymore and dodged back and forth, looking for the best opportunity to attack. Chapter 341 Killing Xuehao. Ha ha ha. Gunlong, aren't you done with it so soon? You really disappoint me. Come on. Let me feel your strongest attack. Xuehao saw through Gunlong's thoughts. He was not in a hurry, and waited for Gunlong to exhaust the power of his mecha. Gunlong was extremely angry at this time. He took out the Nebula Sword and poured the violent mecha power into the Nebula Sword. The originally translucent Nebula Sword turned into a dazzling brilliance, and countless nebulas appeared. Under the urging of Gunlong, they attacked Xuehao. Xuehao naturally did not dare to be careless. He could feel the power condensed on each nebula. Quickly dodge, trying to avoid the nebula's attack. But it's a pity that nebula is all over the place. And under the control of Gunlong, he attacks like crazy. Even though Xuehao's speed was increased to the extreme, nebula still attacked him. The violent attack exploded, and Xuehao was beaten into a bloody mess, looking very cautious. Oh no! I didn't expect that I would be attacked by you. You brat. Just go to HL. Xuehao was angered by Gunlong, and used a healing spell on his body to make the injuries heal on their own. And he himself rushed to Gunlong, stretched out his palm, and grabbed Gunlong's heart with the impact of the power of the mecha. Gunlong had just struck with all his strength, but he didn't have much energy left in his body. Feeling the threat of death, Gunlong smiled lightly, feeling extremely calm. Gunlong. No! Xueyu had woken up at this time. She was being held by Lanyo, and saw Xuehao attacking Gunlong from a distance. Her heart ached, and she screamed heartbreakingly, struggling to jump down and run towards Gunlong. Haha. Xueyu. Goodbye. If there is a next life, I will love you again. Maybe it's because when people are dying, time passes very slowly. Gunlong looked at Xueyu and said softly, after all, Gunlong is not a stone. He can feel Xueyu's thoughts. For such a woman, how could Gunlong let her down? Hey. No. It doesn't hurt at all. Am I dead? Gunlong waited for his reaction and looked at himself as if nothing had happened. The expected pain did not appear, but Gunlong was a little confused. Could it be that this was the feeling of death? Well, Gunlong, you are still a little strong person who can't be beaten to death. It's a shame I came in time. Otherwise your cultivation would be ruined. By the way, you owe me another life. Hearing that familiar voice, Gunlong was stunned. When he saw that it was the killer star, he didn't know what method he used. The flames burning on his body disappeared, and his body began to slowly absorb the surrounding mecha elements to replenish the consumption in his body. As for Xuehao, who wanted to give him a fatal blow, he was indeed caught by the killing star at this time, and the power attack could not be struck at all. Xuehao was so angry that his face turned red, and he tried to pull his hand back with all his strength. But for some reason, it had no effect at all. The 9th level divine armor cultivation is just SOSO. Oh! No. It's mainly because you just entered the 9th level not long ago and haven't mastered it well yet. Forget it. I'm not familiar with you, so I won't teach you any skills. Who allowed you to bully my boss? Naturally, I, as a little brother, have to help the boss. Shaoxing was very depressed, and this was a knot in his heart that he could never let go of. At the beginning, by some strange coincidence, he had made a blood oath with Gunlong, so that now that his strength has gradually recovered, he was originally considered a supreme master, but he was always inferior to Gunlong. Fortunately, Gunlong had a good character, and did not deliberately embarrass him. Xuehao saw that Killing Star didn't take him seriously at all. He said he wanted to fight him, but he was just thinking about something. He roared angrily, raised his fist, and hit Killing Star on the head. Killing Star. Be careful. Genglong looked at Killing Star, and was still in a daze. But Xuehao's attack had already arrived. He himself was now weak, and had no time to help resist. So he could only give verbal reminders. Boom! A heavy blow sounded, and Xuehao's punch hit Killing Star's face firmly. Xuehao, who thought he could blow up Killing Star's head, saw that Killing Star was completely fine. Xuehao was stunned. This guy is not a human after all. Why is he so powerful? Yeah, the strength is SOSO. But it's still close to the fire. It's so strong. If you come and go, I'll give you a punch too, Killing Star said, raising his fist and hitting Xuehao in the face. When Xuehao was worried about being restrained by the Killing Star and unable to dodge, he was very happy to see the weak attack from the Killing Star. He secretly thought that this guy was not that good, and he probably just had better defense methods. Well, no. As Killing Star's fist got closer, Xuehao realized something was wrong. He felt Killing Star's fist suddenly accelerate, and a powerful force appeared. The fist hit him hard on the head, directly shattering his body-protecting armor, and a tooth was also knocked out, which hurt the snow. Haosher burst into tears, opened his mouth, and his broken teeth fell to the ground. Here I go. You can resist being beaten so well. And you didn't even die. Killing Star was relatively confident in his blows. Seeing that Xuehao was not dead, Killing Star punched him a few more times. Seeing that Xuehao was drowsy this time, he couldn't help it. Killing Star looked at the exhausted Genglong beside him, raised his fist to kill Xuehao, took out his inner elixir, threw it to Genglong and said, After all, it is a 9th level inner elixir. Although it cannot completely restore you, it can at least ensure that your strength is not reduced. Absorb it quickly, and I will protect you. With Killing Star protecting him, Genglong was naturally relieved. He followed the instructions and broke open the inner elixir, guiding the mecha elements to flow into his body. The body, which was originally dry, felt the filling of this mecha element, and all the body's functions immediately recovered, absorbing it like crazy. Genglong, Laonyo, and the others who originally ran away saw someone saving Genglong. Naturally, they heard the conversation between Genglong and the man. After knowing that the man was not a bad person, they all rushed over and looked at Genglong with concern. Long, I want to know how Genglong is doing. Well, don't disturb him. Let him absorb the mecha elements with peace of mind. When the inner elixir is absorbed, I promise to return you a lively Genglong. Killing Star stopped everyone who wanted to step forward. After seeing the old cow, Killing Star suddenly remembered something, looking towards Genglong's exposed arms. When he found that the Dragon Soul tattoo had dimmed again, Killing Star chuckled and said, I almost forgot about you. And I'm embarrassment for you. The wounds on my body have not recovered. And it is indeed a blow for Genglong. That's all. We are all on the same front. This elixir was originally intended to its use to gather a new body. Since you need it, I'll give it to you first. Killing Star said, as a pill appeared in his hand. Under the power of the mecha, the elixir melted into a wisp of gas, and with the help of Killing Star, it merged into Genglong's arm. That is, after the gas was completely fused, the dragon-shaped tattoo actually flashed with colorful light. Chapter 342 Changes. Well, is this about to break through? Genglong's current body is not good enough. Killing Star kept looking at Genglong. Seeing that Genglong was still in the process of being absorbed, he frowned and felt a little uneasy. Ouch! There was a dragon roar, and the dragon soul sprang out from Genglong's arm. His expression was painful, and he was obviously suppressing himself. When he saw the Killing Star, Dragon Soul said directly, Help me. I can't control myself anymore. Genglong has not fully recovered yet. If I force a breakthrough, Genglong will definitely be hurt. It was also difficult for Killing Star to deal with it at this time. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. One solution after another appeared in my mind, only to be rejected immediately. Dragon Soul saw that there was something wrong with Shaoxing. He endured the physical discomfort and stayed outside, not returning to Genglong's body. Seeing that the light of the dragon-shaped tattoo dimmed slightly, Dragon Soul breathed a sigh of relief. Kong Ling Rao is well informed, but there is nothing he can do about Genglong's situation. After all, not everyone is possessed by ancient mythical beasts like Genglong. Looking at Dragon Soul, his eyes started to become a little blurry. and his body floated uncontrollably towards Ginglong's arm. The ethereal thing suddenly reminded him of the faceless man. Well, Laonyo, take Ginglong up. Let's go find the faceless man. As soon as he heard the name of the faceless man, Laonyo, who was still worried at first, immediately became energetic. He dragged Ginglong on his back, followed Kongling, and hurried towards the place where the faceless man was. Wait a minute. I know where the nearest teleportation array leads. Shuiyu naturally remembered the cave where the faceless man was hiding. Watching Laonyo and the others running wildly, she was worried that they would not have enough time. So she immediately followed them. I'll go. What a mistake in the chaos. I need Mao's teleportation array. I can teleport myself. After being reminded by Shuiyu, Kongling realized that he could build a teleportation array on his own. So why bother? I saw the Kongling standing in front of everyone, muttering for a while, and a huge teleportation array appeared. He didn't have time to say more, and directly dragged Laonyo into the teleportation array. Killing Star was relatively close to Kongling and the others, and entered the teleportation array directly. I don't know if Killing Star did it intentionally or something else, but Killing Star deliberately brought Shuiyu in when he entered the teleportation array. When Shueisha and the others were waiting and wanted to follow them, the teleportation array suddenly disappeared, leaving Shueisha and the others standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Dad, there are so many great gods with Gonglong, so it should be fine. Let's go back and wait for news. Shueisha knew that there was no point in following him at this time. Not to mention that the family had just experienced an accident and there were many things to deal with. So he called his father to follow the inner guard back to the inner courtyard. Indeed, when Ginglong and the others arrived at the cave where the faceless man was, the faceless man appeared immediately. I wanted to chat with him some more, but after seeing Ginglong's state, the faceless man immediately understood. He created 2 energy balls out of thin air, separated the dragon soul from Ginglong, and watched the physical changes of the two. After causing an impact on the other party, the faceless man breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Killing Star. The aura on your body is very familiar. Have we met before? Killer Star naturally also sensed the faceless man. He had a confused look on his face, and had no impression of this faceless man at all. You know me? As Killer Star's strength continued to increase, some images would occasionally appear in his mind. He didn't know if they were his memories. During this period of time, he had been looking for the places that appeared in the images, hoping to make some discoveries. After continuous efforts, Shaoxing finally made some discoveries. However, Ginglong's urgent request for help forced him to show up immediately. As a result, the hard-earned clue was lost. Now that he heard someone actually said he had seen him, Killing Star was also a little excited. Could it be said that this faceless person knows him? When he thought of the possibility of knowing his own life experience, Killing Star was naturally extremely excited. He looked directly at the faceless man, waiting for the faceless man's reply. Well, it's been so long that I can't even remember it, but I think we must have met before. Haha. You are really awesome. You can actually practice to such an extent when you transform into a zombie king. You must have been a great hero during your lifetime. Seeing that the faceless man could not give him any definite information, Killing Star sighed. It seemed that he would lead Zhong to look for clues. Looking back, Gonglong didn't have much of a problem now, and Killing Star could feel that the faceless man was far more powerful than him, and he had no ill intentions towards Gonglong, so he could leave with peace of mind. Girl, come here. Shaoxing called Shuiyu over, and he took out a few pills from his pocket and stuffed them into Shuiyu's hand. After marking the pills, Shaoxing spoke. When Ginglong wakes up, ask him to take 1 pill every half hour in this order. No matter what the body's reaction is, all the pills must be taken. Also, remember to tell Ginglong not to do so in the future. If he uses the energy of that fragment again, his body will collapse sooner or later unless he can find new fragments. Killing Star was still crisp and clear. After explaining, he said low to the faceless men and others and left directly. Kongling and the others watched as Ginglong absorbed the energy of the inner elixir bit by bit. When Ginglong opened his eyes, the barrier protecting him was removed and Ginglong fell to the ground. Shuiyu remembered Shaoxing's words, and he immediately came to Gonglong, took out the pills that had been arranged in order, and asked Gonglong to swallow them. The faceless man naturally noticed the actions of Gonglong and the others. He controlled his mind and came to Gonglong. After looking at the pills in Shuiyu's hand, the faceless man actually laughed and said, Interesting. It's so interesting. It's great to be young. To be honest, I really want to go out again and see what the world is like now. The faceless man's unclear words really left Kong Ling and Lao Niu confused. Due to the strength of the faceless man, the two of them were embarrassed to ask. They ran to Shuiyu and took a look. They saw that they were just ordinary pills. Kong Ling and Lao Niu looked at me, and I looked at you. They were both very ordinary. Speechless. I simply couldn't figure out what the meaning of Killing Star's actions was. Hey, Gunlong. What's wrong with you? Why are you face so red? When Shuiyu discovered that something was wrong with Gunlong was already sweating profusely, and his face turned red. Gunlong waved his hand, indicating that he had no problem. Seeing that half the time had passed, when it was time to continue taking medicine, he immediately took out 2 more pills from Shuiyu's hand and stuffed them into his mouth. Chapter 343 Choice. It's your grandfather's Killing Star. You're trying to trick me. After Gunlong took the second batch of pills, he felt more hot and dry all over his body. Especially Shuiyu was dangling in front of him, asking questions with concern. After Gunlong smelled the fragrance of Shuiyu, he became even more confused. If he hadn't been determined, he might have pounced on Shuiyu. Shuiyu, I'm fine. Give me the remaining pills and go and have a rest, Gunlong said and grabbed the pills in Shuiyu's hand. But how could Shuiyu bear to make Gunlong suffer alone? She insisted on accompanying Gunlong. This made Gunlong angry. To tell the truth, I'm embarrassed. Let's not talk about it. The snowy moon swinging back and forth in front of me is really uncomfortable. Seeing that another half hour had finally passed, Gunlong gritted his teeth and took 2 more pills from Shuiyu's hand. After making sure that Shuiyu still had the last 2 pills in her hand, Gunlong gathered all his energy, thinking that he would be able to survive. I'll go. Killing Star. I will definitely kill you when we meet again. After taking those 2 pills, Gunlong couldn't wait to jump up. With the help of these 2 pills, Gunlong almost lost control. Now Gunlong could feel the heat coming out of his head, and even the air he breathed was warm. But what makes Gunlong feel a little incredible is that the internal injuries he suffered in his recent battles are healing quickly. And after healing, the mecha elements run more smoothly in the body. With the help of mecha elements, Gunlong's hot body gradually returned to normal, knowing that killing the star was also indirectly helping him. But the form was a little different. Gunlong felt a little depressed, seeing Shuiyu still looking at him with concern. Gunlong felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. However, when Gunlong found that the emotion appeared, the hot feeling appeared again, and he immediately controlled himself to calm down and stop thinking about it. Kong Ling and Lao Niu on the side saw everything, and knowing the reason, they hid aside and snickered. I said, are all young people today so reserved? They are far worse than we were back then. Hearing the ethereal words, Lao Niu remembered the happy days when he was young and lived in his village and town every day. He sighed for no reason and said, hey, what's the point of us practicing? In the end, we're all alone. I'm telling you, Mavericks, your thinking is wrong. The road has no boundaries. What we are seeing now is just the tip of the iceberg. Your decadent thinking is not advisable. You must abandon it quickly. When Kong Ling said this, Lao Niu scratched his head in embarrassment. Looking at Gunlong's confused look, he sat there cross-legged again, quietly closing his eyes. Lao Niu chuckled and said directly, look, you don't understand me yet, and I'm just talking. Since I chose to take this path in the first place, I naturally never thought about giving up. Boom! An explosion suddenly appeared, attracting everyone's attention. When they discovered that the movement was coming from Dragon Soul, Gunlong and the others immediately rushed over. Gunlong. Medicine. Under Shuiyu's reminder, Gunlong calculated that time was almost up, and he swallowed the last 2 pills. After watching these 2 pills go down, there was an inexplicable extra gas in his body, repairing the wounds in his body. Gunlong breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that as long as he no longer carries out those sudden attacks like before, it would be fine. He calmed down and looked at the Dragon Soul intently, wondering what happened to the Dragon Soul. Well, don't be nervous. This guy is about to transform. Little guy, you are in danger. After this transformation, his strength far exceeds yours. But due to the special relationship between the two of you, he only has 2 choices. One, the purpose is to suppress his strength to the same level as you. But it will be very difficult for him to improve in the future. After all, the stronger the strength, the harder it is to meet the opportunity. The faceless man said this and remained silent. The surrounding space returned to silence, except for the occasional neighing from the Dragon Soul. Shuiyu had never been exposed to anything in this area. She thought there was a second option and asked directly. Senior, what is the second option? The faceless man didn't ask any questions. Shuiyu was a little confused and didn't know what was wrong with the faceless man. She turned to look at Gunlong beside her and saw that Gunlong and the others had serious expressions on their faces. Obviously knowing the second option, Shuiyu pulled Gunlong's arm and said, Gunlong, do you all know the second choice? What is it? Haha. The second option is that the dragon soul devours me in order to ensure the stability of its own strength. From now on, there will be no Gunlong in the world anymore. What? How is this possible? There must be another way. Gunlong, you can't die. Shuiyu didn't expect this choice. She burst into tears and tightly grabbed Gunlong's arm with both hands. Don't cry. Don't worry. I believe Dragon Soul will not let me down. Gunlong didn't want Shuiyu to be too sad, so he tried to dissuade her. But he didn't have any confidence at all. You know, apart from other things, Long Hun and I have always had a very low mood. Plus Long Hun's usual performance. Unless it was a life and death situation. That guy would not pay attention to me, now that he finally had the opportunity to restore his own strength. How could Long Hun give up easily? Both Kong Ling and Lao Niu felt Gunlong's worry. They looked at Gunlong and received Gunlong's affirmative look. Kong Ling directly opened the teleportation array leading to Shui's house. Shuiyu originally thought that Gunlong was going to leave with her. But when she saw that Gunlong just sent her to the door, she stepped aside. Shuiyu understood immediately, and she strode forward, trying to get out of the teleportation array. Who expected Gunlong to come over with a 5-finger attack? Shuiyu was immediately immobilized, seeing the tears in Shuiyu's eyes flowing down her cheeks. Gunlong couldn't bear it. However, when he heard the sound coming from the Dragon Soul side one after another, and seeing that he was about to break through, Gunlong smiled at Shuiyu, stepped forward and kissed Shuiyu's face gently, and then pushed Shuiyu into the teleportation formation. Wow, Gunlong, we are so touched when we see you two like this. You finally got the idea. Let me tell you, Shuiyu is such a good girl. How could you be willing to give it to someone else? Lao Niu had not seen such a scene for a long time, and he burst into tears. Before he could be polite to Gunlong for a while, he heard a loud bang behind him, and then saw a huge golden dragon appear, with a pair of eyes blazing, staring at Gunlong. Chapter 344, Meet the Elf Again. Gunlong, the big golden dragon shouted sharply, rushed in front of Gunlong, raised his giant claws, and grabbed Gunlong. Gunlong, who had been prepared for a long time, turned over and jumped to the side, watching the big golden dragon attack again. Gunlong Xingyun's sword was taken out and stabbed towards the big golden dragon, trying to force the big golden dragon back. Clang! The sharp nebula sword struck the big golden dragon and made a sharp sound. Seeing that the big golden dragon was not injured at all, Gunlong looked stunned. How could he fight like this? Shameless man. Why don't you come over and help? All attacks occurred in the lightning and flint. Kong Ling and the others reacted and rushed towards the big golden dragon. While running, he called for the faceless people to come over and help. Everyone has his destiny, so there is no need to force it. Ailments of the heart require heart medicine, so just let everything go. The faceless man's words were obviously not meant to help. Kong Ling and the others watched Gunlong being forced to retreat, gritted their teeth, and immediately rushed forward to fight with the big golden dragon. Gunlong, this is not an option. We can't cause harm to this big golden dragon at all. Kong Ling said there was nothing he could do. But Gunlong had a headache. You know, when the big golden dragon appeared, Gunlong had already used the training system to explore it. But he couldn't find any weakness to attack the big golden dragon. Fortunately, now, they were facing a godlike existence. Apart from being passively beaten, they had no effective counterattack at all. Your grandpa's. Work hard. Gunlong had no choice but to use the fragments of the Hunyuan cauldron. Besides, this big golden dragon was transformed from a dragon soul. If it were really killed, it would be a huge loss. He took out the Shifang drum and called on Lao Niu and the others to come forward to interfere, while he started beating on the side. Dong dong dong. The heavy drum beat sounded, and before the corpse leader appeared, the originally restless golden dragon suddenly calmed down. It looked at Gunlong, who was playing the Shifang drum, as if he remembered something. He actually stood there and watched Gunlong play the drum. Gunlong knew that the dragon soul had been fighting against him for a long time, and the Shifang drum had been used more often. Seeing that the big golden dragon was actually intoxicated, Ginlong had hope in his heart. Anyway, he finally found a way to stabilize the big golden dragon. Ginlong, what's wrong with me? The sound the big golden dragon made at this time was the sound of the dragon soul that he was familiar with. Ginlong couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that after the appearance of the big golden dragon, the consciousness that dominated the big golden dragon was not the dragon soul, but the consciousness of his body? Thinking of this, Ginlong immediately felt hopeful. While beating the Shurfang drum, he shouted to the dragon soul, "The pills killing star gave you not only healed your injuries, but also allowed you to break through. Now that you have broken through, you want to devour me. Dragon soul, can you help suppress that consciousness and return to me?" Around? Hearing what Ginlong said, Dragon soul looked around. When I found that I was now back to the familiar form, the feeling of being familiar and unintentional came over me. Dragon soul actually hesitated, not knowing what to choose. Dragon soul, Ginlong, you have been walking together for so long. After Ginlong successfully breaks through, you will still break through. Since the results are the same, why lose everyone's brotherhood for something that is destined to be obtained? Ah! Kong Ling knew that success or failure was at this moment, so he opened his mouth to persuade Dragon Soul. However, when he saw that Dragon Soul had no reaction and just lowered his head in thought, Kong Ling glanced at Lan Yo. Lan Yo knew that Kong Ling was planning to take Gun Long away. He nodded and prepared to stop the Dragon Soul. Gun Long kept staring at the head of the big golden dragon transformed by the Dragon Soul, and saw the mood value on its head dropping rapidly. It soon reached 30. Gun Long knew that the Dragon Soul was ready to give up on him. He took out the fragment of the Hunyuan Ding in his pocket and prepared to attack. After all, Gun Long would not easily give up his life and let the big golden dragon do whatever it wanted. Ouch! The big golden dragon looked up to the sky and roared for no reason. Gun Long watched the big golden dragon's eyes return to blood red. Knowing that the Dragon Soul had made a decision to return the dominance of the body to the main body, Gun Long sighed, took a few steps back, and called on Lan Yo to step forward to block it, while he himself began to charge energy into the fragments. Gun Long persisted for a while. Maybe it was what Killing Star said, or maybe it was because his internal injuries had not yet recovered. Gun Long felt dizzy and unable to continue filling the fragments with energy. Seeing that it was impossible to rely on the fragments of the Hunyuan Cauldron to attack, Gun Long looked around and saw that there was nothing to rely on. Just when Gun Long was about to call Kong Ling to set up the teleportation array, they evacuated first. A jingling sound was heard, and then Gun Long felt a familiar breath appear. Hee. I didn't expect you to be so embarrassed when we meet again. Hey, Gun Long, do you need my help? Gun Long looked along the place where the sound came from, when he saw that it was an elf. Gun Long really didn't expect that he would encounter it here. Oh! This treasure gourd. I didn't expect it to be fused with the sword in your hand. Anyway, everyone has their own path to take. Gun Long, you have to thank this treasure gourd. I was summoned by her. Just came here. Hearing the elf's words, Gun Long remembered that Bao Gourd and Xiao Long had merged. After Xiao Long merged with Xuqiang, they went through training and training. The treasure gourd did not come out at all, but was refined together, and finally became the nebulous sword. Gun Long looked towards the nebulous sword, thinking that since the consciousness of the treasure gourd still existed and could find help for him, the consciousness of Xiao Long and Xiao Chong should also be there, and he might be able to awaken them again one day. In a flash, the big golden dragon went completely berserk, roaring and rushing towards Gun Long. Without waiting for Gun Long to make a move, the elf flew up and rushed in front of Gun Long. With a wave of his hand, the nebulous sword was in the elf's hand. The elf put his face on the nebulous sword and said tenderly, "Old friend, we can fight side by side again." Just when the elf finished speaking, the nebulous sword actually overflowed with colorful light, and huge energy emerged. The shocked big golden dragon that was about to attack retreated continuously to avoid the dazzling light. Now, come on! Following the elf's cry, the shining nebulous sword flew into the air. After the colorful light fell, the shadow of the nebulous sword was nowhere to be seen. I saw a huge treasure gourd suspended in the air, with a dark hole facing the big golden dragon, as if the big golden dragon would take it away if it dared to move randomly. Chapter 345, Marriage. Ouch! The big golden dragon couldn't hold it back in the end. It roared loudly, walked around the gourd, and rushed towards Gun Long. Receive! As the elf shouted sharply, a suction force appeared in the treasure gourd, pulling the big golden dragon to drill into the gourd. Feeling the power of the treasure gourd, The big golden dragon panicked. It struggled hard to break free. But the suction force became stronger and stronger. And it was directly sucked into the gourd. Well, what will happen to the big golden dragon next? Refining it. Refining all its strength. And finally turning it into a super inner elixir. With your current strength. Although you can't advance directly, you can still move up a level. Hearing the elf's words, Gunlung looked towards the treasure gourd. Listening to the sad and angry cry of the big golden dragon inside the treasure gourd, Gunlung couldn't bear it. After thinking about it, he said, "Can you let it go? It's not fair to it." "What? Gunlung, is your brain broken? This guy just wanted to kill you. If I hadn't appeared in time, you would have died long ago. Now you actually let me let it go. You are really enough." The elf couldn't understand Gunlung's thoughts, so he yelled directly at Gunlung. Seeing that Gunlung still insisted on letting the big golden dragon out, the elf was completely speechless. He walked directly to the treasure gourd, patted the treasure gourd, and the big golden dragon was released by the treasure gourd. The big golden dragon regained its freedom and rushed towards Gunlung with its fangs and claws. Before he came to Gunlung and saw the treasure gourd on the side, the big golden dragon retreated again. Gunlung knew that the big golden dragon did not dare to hurt him anymore. So he strode forward and got closer to the big golden dragon. Seeing the changes into Jinlung's eyes, Gunlung knew something in his mind and said directly, "I don't care whether you are a golden dragon or a dragon soul. I hope you can remember that I miss the days when we fought side by side very much. There were hardships and laughter, although it was very difficult for us to come through step by step. But I enjoy those times. They make us settle and make us realize. I hope you can understand that we are brothers and will never leave. If you can wake up and continue to come back to me, then we will continue to conquer the world together. If you want to kill me, don't worry. I won't deal with you. Let's leave now, and we'll live our lives in the future." After watching his words fall, Jinlong blinked, not knowing what he was thinking. Gunlung waited for a while, and after confirming that the big golden dragon was still not abnormal, Gunlung said low to the faceless man, took Kongling and the others, and turned around to leave. Gunlung. Before Gunlung and the others could walk out of the cave, a sudden voice came from the big golden dragon behind them. Gunlung looked back and saw that the surface of the great golden dragon's body was degenerating, and all the essence that had retreated was condensed together, shining with golden light. In the end, it actually condensed into the inner elixir. As for the dragon soul, it was standing aside, looking at Gunlung with some embarrassment. "Okay, come back. Let's go back quickly. Otherwise, Shuyu might come with a large army to kill us." Hearing Gunlung's words, Dragon Soul chuckled, threw the inner elixir into Gunlung's hand, and then got back into Gunlung's arm. This time, Gunlung saw it clearly. The mood value on the Dragon Soul's head reached 70. In this way, there is no need to worry about the Dragon Soul rebelling in the future. Gunlung, be sure not to use your inner elixir in a hurry. Just when Gunlung put away the inner elixir and was about to leave, the faceless man's words rang out again. Haha. The 9th level of divine armor can also be called the 10th level of perfection. This is an important turning point in the process of mecha training. Therefore, the difficulty is very great. Some people may gain enlightenment and jump directly to the 9th level. The level of divine armor has reached the Mahayana realm, while some people are forever trapped in the 9th level of divine armor and can never break through. Gunlung, given your opportunity and understanding of life, I have a feeling that you can soar into the sky and directly reach the Mahayana realm. Therefore, I hope you cannot rush for a while. Settle down and accumulate enough the 9th level inner elixir. When the day comes, it will truly soar into the sky. Gunlung nodded and took note of the faceless man's words. To be honest, he was very grateful to this faceless man. He had no interaction with him, but he patiently taught and helped him every time. Gunlung bowed to the faceless man to express his gratitude. After making sure that nothing happened here, he called Kongling and the others to leave, when Gunlung was waiting for him to return to Shue's house. As soon as Shueyue saw Gunlung, she immediately rushed to Gunlung and hugged Gunlung. "You big bad guy. How dare you lie to me? Don't push me away again in the future. I want to be with you forever." Looking at Shueyu's face full of tears, her eyes were red. She had obviously been crying for a long time. Gunlung raised his hand, wiped away Shueyu's tears, and said softly, "Little fool, don't worry. It won't happen again. I will be with you. Always with you. But I still have a wife. Do you mind if you follow me?" Well, as long as I can be with you, I can accept anything. Even if you want to find a wife again, I won't mind. As long as you can guarantee that you won't neglect me. Listening to Shui Yu's words, Gun Long was very moved, and he hugged Shui Yu tightly in his arms. For this woman who would never leave him, Gun Long felt that all he could do was treat her well and prevent her from being wronged. Ha ha ha. Now you are really my brother-in-law. Gun Long, what do you think? Let's pick a good day, and you can come and get married as soon as possible. Xue Zhao has been watching from the side, and he is also very happy to see the tender affection between Xue Yue and Gun Long. After all, Gun Long was a good person, so he could rest assured that his sister would never be wronged if she followed Gun Long. Ahem. I think you should take care of this matter of choosing a date personally. Xue Jian didn't know when he would appear. He chuckled and patted Xue Zhao on the head. I'm going. Dad? Where are all these people? I'm not a child anymore. Don't hit me on the head anymore. Hurry up. Choose a day to go. Don't let Gun Long regret it and run away. Xue Zhao's joking words made everyone laugh. Xue Jian nodded, knowing that he was here. But young people like Gun Long couldn't let go. So he left with the manager to discuss the matter of getting married. Gun Long hugged Shui Yu and looked up at the sky. In the starry sky that is about to usher in nightfall, 2 stars are particularly dazzling. They twinkle and twinkle, as if they are saying H, low to Gun Long. Gun Long chuckled and said to his parents, if you have souls in heaven, you would be satisfied. Your son has found a good wife for you. Chapter 346. The orcs are in trouble. The Shui family's house was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations today, and everyone knew that the daughter of the Shui family was getting married. Congratulations came from all over the world, and it was very lively. Gun Long's ceremony was very simple, but after the waiting, Gun Long was still very tired, because Xue Zhao was greeting her outside. Gun Long didn't have to come forward anymore. In addition, Gun Long needed to rest due to the series of battles, so Gun Long followed Shui Yu and rested in the room. Hey, get up. I haven't finished speaking yet. Gun Long didn't realize that women are really fickle. Shui Yu, who was originally innocent, now acted like a big devil, and told Gun Long that he must remember the 10 things he loves about his wife. However, as time went by, Gun Long felt that there were at least more than 100 of them. He suddenly felt a big head and laid down on the bed. Don't sleep. Get up quickly and recite it to me again. Being tormented by Shui Yu, Gun Long had no choice but to bite the bullet and recite. I, Gun Long, promise to be good to Shui Yu in the future. Shui Yu's words are always right, even if they are wrong. Refer to the first point above. They must be right. You can't quarrel with Shui Yu and be with Shui Yu. You can't think about other women when you are. Seeing Gun Long memorize those conditions word for word, Shui Yu was extremely happy. She lay in Gun Long's arms with a happy face. Clang, clang, clang. A rapid knock on the door interrupted the rare tenderness between the two of them. Gun Long was a little angry. How could anyone disturb the newlyweds? He kissed Shui Yu on the face, stood up and opened the door. Gun Long, something bad has happened. People from your beast tribe are here, and they seem to be looking for you urgently. Hearing what the Minotaur said, Gun Long knew that the situation was serious. Shui Yu behind her also understood the truth. After cleaning up briefly, she followed Gun Long and walked outside. Considering that everyone was still celebrating, Lan Yo arranged for the man to be in the backyard. Gun Long and the others were waiting when they saw the person coming, and saw that it was the boss. Gun Long was very happy. Just when he wanted to say H, low to the boss, he saw that the boss was covered in scars, some of which penetrated his body directly. I am afraid that he would not be able to recover within half a year. Boss, what's wrong? Gun Long's face was gloomy. He was naturally very angry that his friend was injured like this. He wished he could set off immediately, return to the orc tribe, and seek revenge on those guys. Master, I see you. The orc tribe is in chaos. People are going crazy, killing each other and fighting for territory. Our Gongjia fort is also under attack. But with Baimu here, we can still hold on for a while. Baimu, I was specially sent here to let you go back and take charge. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Gun Long naturally did not dare to delay. Shui Yu now belongs to Gun Long, so she naturally wants to follow him. Xue Zhao rushed over after hearing the news. When he learned about the situation, he immediately ran to report to his father. After some thought, Xue Jian decided to let the 4 heavenly kings go with Gun Long. Looking at this guy who had fought against him before, Gun Long still had some grudges in his heart. Xuejian saw what was wrong with Gunlong, and he immediately laughed and said, Gunlong, you don't have to worry. The 4 heavenly kings are the most loyal warriors of our Shui family. When I found out that I was not in good health, I was worried that something would happen to my family, and Xueyu and the others would have no one to take care of them. I arranged for the 4 of them go out to develop and come back to help when the family is in trouble. This can also cover up the public's eyes. The 4 of them have their hearts set on our Shui family. So don't worry about the Dong family's affairs. After hearing what his father-in-law said, Gunlong naturally had no objection. He nodded, told everyone to get ready, and set off in half an hour. Gunlong, we want to go too. Luo Ping didn't know when he would come over. He knew what happened through Xuezhou and immediately asked Gunlong to wait a moment while he sent people from the family over. Gunlong, don't persuade us on this. Our ancestors of the Luo family are in trouble there. And the Luo family cannot just sit idly by. If you feel bad about it, just think that we are helping our ancestors. Hearing what Luo Ping said, Gunlong couldn't say anything more. Seeing Xuezhou jumping to go, Gunlong immediately stopped him and said, Xuezhou, you should stay at home with your father. I feel that this incident is not simple. And maybe your human race will also be affected. Please stay at home and protect me. I will let Kong Ling stay here. Once at home, if anything happens, ask Kong Ling to notify us immediately. Due to the urgent situation, everyone had no objection to Gunlong's arrangement. Seeing that everyone was almost ready, Gunlong and the others set off immediately. When Gunlong and the others arrived at the god's domain, they saw that the originally bustling market was deserted, with collapsed buildings everywhere and corpses covered with scars. Gunlong stepped forward to investigate and found that it was all caused by sharp claws. He called the boss over, pointed at the corpse and asked, Boss, have you ever fought against those guys? I don't think this is done by humans. The boss shook his head, looked at the wounds on the corpse and said, It's because we haven't seen the attackers that it caused a big panic. You know, this mecha star was originally unstable, and its resources were still scarce. Now a bunch of monsters appear for no reason. There are rumors that someone deliberately killed them. Let them out, and let them reduce the number of people in the tribe, so that the remaining people can survive. As soon as this statement came out, people went crazy. And with the instigation of some people, the war started. The Mori, he doesn't know who did this. Gunlong felt that he was more knowledgeable than his eyes, and should be able to figure out who was causing trouble. So he asked the boss, Well, I can't tell clearly. It's just that these things haven't come out for many years. And the mecha planet is going to be in disaster. The elf who had been resting on the nebula sword behind Gunlong stood up and walked around the body. After confirming the scar, the elf looked ugly and said directly, Your friend is right. The mecha planet is going to be in catastrophe. It should be the soul-eating beast that attacks people. In ancient times, this soul-eating beast was harmful to the world, and was eventually suppressed by several powerful forces. These guys are good at it. It is very difficult to kill people who deceive people. Otherwise they would not be alive until now. However, the place where they were suppressed is very secret, and only a few powerful people know about it. And now the powerful people have already disappeared. No. Who actually freed people regardless of their lives? Soul-eating beast? Gunlong wrote down the name. Seeing that the place was in a mess, he was a little worried that Baimu and the others would not be able to hold on. He immediately found a ship and rushed to the mainland instead of wasting time here. Chapter 347 Riot. Master, we can only disembark here, because people are worried about being impacted. All teleportation arrays have been shut down. Everyone works on their own to protect their own villages and towns. Gunlong and his companions had just reached the edge of the continent. Seeing the boss calling for the boat to dock, he went forward to ask. And when he knew what was going on, Gunlong nodded and called for everyone to disembark. Be careful. There is an ambush. The elf had a keen sense and sensed something was wrong, and immediately told everyone to avoid it. After the elf finished speaking, arrows flew all over the sky and attacked them. Seeing the damage caused by these arrows, Gunlong was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. If the elf hadn't reminded them, they would have become dice by now. Kill! We can leave with the boat! After the bow and arrow attack, there was a cry of killing. Gunlong looked at the attacking team, including all kinds of people. Their clothes were rickety, and they had obviously gone through a lot of fighting. They probably gathered together in order to survive. Behind a large army were some old people and children. Gunlong didn't want to cause too much killing, so he flew up in the air and said, Stop for a moment. If you just want the boat, We will give it to you directly. You don't need to fight with each other and cause unnecessary casualties. Hearing Gunlong's words, the group of people who were rushing to kill stopped. Seeing Gunlong and the others on their side automatically move aside to clear a path. A few of the attacking troops walked out and tentatively boarded the boat. At first glance, Gunlong and the others did not take action. But the others were very happy. In any case, they didn't have to fight anymore. They just supported their families and ran to the ship. Gunlong asked if the boat he brought was not big. After a while, the boat was crowded with people. Just when the ship was about to start, there were sudden chirping sounds from all around. Oh no! The monster is coming! Everyone! Run away! Hearing this shout, it was estimated that it would take some time for the ship to start. People did not dare to stay. So they jumped off the ship one after another and swam away through the water. Whoosh whoosh! Gunlong felt gusts of strong wind blowing by. And when he saw clearly, he saw some black soul bodies rushing towards the ship. Anyone touched by a soul body will immediately dry up. Their eyes will be empty. And they will obviously die without a soul. Everyone, be on defense. Gunlong gave an order, and everyone formed a defensive formation. After seeing that the attacking souls could not break through Gunlong's attack, they all left and rushed towards the ship. Crack! Just as Gunlong and the others were moving slowly towards the land, the ground actually shattered, and some mantis-like souls appeared. They quickly chased after the fleeing people, basically without any effort. Even if they caught up with those people, they would raise their swords and drop them, and everyone would be hacked to death. On the ground. Your grandpa. Why are these guys so perverted? Gunlong watched as more and more monsters gathered to prevent everyone from being besieged. He specifically asked everyone not to take the initiative and leave here first. Kakaka. Gunlong and his companions were discovered while they were moving, and a group of souls separated and rushed towards them. Seeing that his attacks hit those souls, he could only cause very little damage, and some people with low strength had been killed by the souls. When Gunlong was worrying about what to do, the dragon soul immediately rushed out and attacked those souls. Seeing those souls being attacked by dragon souls, they actually had the intention of retreating. Gunlong suddenly remembered that the dragon soul was the nemesis of these souls. So Gunlong called the dragon soul to the back, and they retreated while fighting. It took about half an hour before they retreated and stayed away from the fighting area. No, those guys are average in strength, but there are too many of them. They really exhausted me. Seeing that there were several wounds on Dragon Soul's body, Gunlong took out a few inner elixirs from his pocket and threw them to Dragon Soul, calling on Dragon Soul to recover quickly with the power of the inner elixirs. If you encounter these things again later, it's better to bring Dragon Soul to help. Gunlong and the others formed a defensive formation on the spot, waiting for the Dragon Soul to recover. The scene of the battle just appeared in his mind, and Gunlong felt inexplicably like HL just now, with screams and desperate cries from people everywhere. Gunlong had a feeling that this originally quiet and comfortable mecha star was going to become like the prison he had been in. There was killing everywhere, and it was horrific. Who is doing these things, and why are they doing it? Gunlong still couldn't figure out this problem. To be honest, he really couldn't understand. What were the benefits of doing this? Master, there is someone over there. While Gunlong was thinking, he heard the boss's shout, and he looked in the direction the boss directed him. When he saw a person covered in a black robe and a cloak on his face, Gunlong suddenly remembered Xiao Ying that he had seen in the future space. Gunlong immediately stood up and ran towards the black robe. While running, he shouted loudly, Ying, is that you? I'm Gunlong. When He Pao heard this, he glanced this way. But the soul body that suddenly rushed out was really difficult for He Pao to deal with. The black robe turned around and left, running towards the distance. Gunlong was blocked by his soul body, and he originally wanted to pursue it. But when he saw those soul bodies discovering him, they all attacked him. Wherever Gunlong dared to stay, he ran away, and at the same time told everyone to evacuate quickly. The dragon soul has not yet completed its recovery, but the situation on the field does not allow it to continue. The dragon soul roared, soared into the sky, and flew towards Gunlong, wanting to help Gunlong block the attack of the soul body. But it is a pity that the dragon soul, which has not completely recovered, is indeed a bit weak in attack. After a while, several more wounds appeared on his body, and he was defeated. When Gunlong saw that Dragon Soul was about to be unable to withstand it, he immediately called Dragon Soul to retreat, and he himself stood in front of everyone, raising the nebula sword directly. With the help of the elf, The nebula sword once again transformed into a treasure gourd to absorb the surrounding souls. The treasure gourd's attack was still effective at first, but the refining speed of the soul was too slow. So in the end, the treasure gourd was actually filled with soul bodies, and could no longer absorb anything. Seeing that the soul body was still rushing towards him like a flood, Gunlong had no choice but to take out the fragments of the Hunyuan cauldron. Just when he was about to launch an attack, the elf stopped him and said, "Don't waste your energy to deal with these guys. Apart from refining, other attacks can't solve the problem at all." Chapter 348 Black Robe. Ouch! A dragon roar came, and a huge figure appeared in the sky. Seeing Big Eye coming over, Gunlong breathed a sigh of relief. The soul-eating monsters that were originally going to attack Gunlong and the others saw Big Eye approaching, and the unique dragon breath on Big Eye's body shocked them. As Big Eye spit out a mouthful of flames, the soul-eating monsters immediately fled in all directions, disappearing in an instant. "Bai Mu, you are here. If you come a little later, we won't see you." The boss was already familiar with Bulmu, so he jumped directly on Bulmu and called for others to come up. "This is not the place to talk. Come up here quickly, and we'll talk about it later." After hearing Bai Mu's words, everyone quickly got into position. After making sure nothing was missed, Bai Mu immediately rose into the sky and flew towards the Gung family fort. The master of the house is back. When people saw Bai Mu coming back with Gunlong, everyone was extremely excited. At this juncture, no words can be more real than the presence of this spiritual leader. Gunlong got off Bai Mu and greeted everyone one by one. When he saw Long Rong, Gunlong felt a little embarrassed subconsciously, but Long Rong had already sensed it out of a woman's intuition. She looked at Shui Yu behind Gunlong, smiled, and didn't say much. "Hello, Sister Rong. We will take care of Gunlong together from now on." Shui Yu's unreasonable words really made Gunlong a little overwhelmed. Seeing that Long Rong was still smiling, but obviously a little angry, the boss, who was still following Gunlong, all stepped aside, for fear that Long Rong and Shui Yu would start a fight. "Okay. Gunlong is usually too busy and always neglects his daily life. Thank you for your concern, sister." After a while, Long Rong finally spoke. Seeing that the two women did not make an attack on the spot, Gunlong felt relieved. But when Gunlong saw that the mood value on Long Rong's head was still 0, Gunlong looked at Long Rong and was about to say something. Hearing a loud noise in the distance, Gunlong and the others immediately ran to the wall and looked towards the place where the sound came from. "Oh no! It's those beasts again! Brothers, get ready. Get ready for war." After the old lizard saw who was coming, he immediately gathered the brothers and stood in their responsible positions. "Old man, what's going on?" Gunlong looked at them and shouted to kill them. The dark crowd were all members of the tribe, not soul-eating monsters. He felt very curious and asked directly, "Master, these are all fugitives. I heard from the boss that you also encountered a wave of people when you arrived. But this group of people is different from them. They just come in to snatch resources. Come all the way now. Other territories I don't know. But except for a few decent families here, all the other families have been harmed by these guys. To be honest, the Soul Eater hasn't killed many people, and most of the dead compatriots were killed by these guys. Damn it, bastard. Listen to your grandpa. Everyone in Gung family fort will give me a hard beating later. No mercy. Beat these bastards to death." What Gung Long hated most was betrayal. Naturally, he had no good impression of such fratricidal scum. After receiving Gung Long's order, the Gung family troops were all in high spirits. Only when the guys got closer did they start to attack. "Old Nyo, come with me." Seeing those guys pressing towards the castle in groups, Gunlong asked Lao Nyo to follow him out of the city. Let the old cow change back to its cow form. He sat on the old cow, raised the nebulous sword and charged towards those guys. As soon as they saw a man coming to kill Jingjibeo, the people who were attacking were naturally very excited and charged towards Gunlong with weapons in their hands. But when they collided with Gunlong, they realized that this was the beginning of a nightmare. I saw that Gunlong raised his sword and dropped it, and countless cloud-like things came out. Anyone who touches the clouds will explode directly, and their death will be very tragic. Seeing that Gunlong was not easy to mess with, those guys immediately split into two groups. One to intercept and kill Gunlong, and the other to rush towards Gingjia Fort. Gunlong knew that Old Lizard and the others were already well prepared. As long as he killed more people, Old Lizard and the others would be less stressed. Therefore, Gunlong did not chase deliberately, but just killed the people around him. Well, Xiao Yingying. Gunlong, who was killing all the way, rushed to the end of the crowd, and found that the man in black robes, who was suspected to be Xiao Yingying, was actually among the crowd. Gunlong immediately called to Lan Yo and rushed in the direction of the black robe. The black robe noticed something strange behind him. He turned around and saw that it was Gunlong charging towards him. The black robe glared at Gunlong, then stepped aside and ran towards the distance. Gunlong looked back in the direction of the castle and saw that there was no problem there. With Big Eye assisting them, they would not be able to rush to the castle at all. Gunlong felt relieved and called Lan Yo to chase in the direction where the black robe left. The black robe ran fast, and the old cow ran even faster. Seeing that he was about to catch up with Hey Pao, Gunlong rushed forward and pinned Hey Pao to the ground. Before Hey Pao could react, Gunlong reached out and took off Hey Pao's cloak. "You are not Xiao Yingying." When he saw the appearance of the black robe, he did indeed look exactly like Xiao Yingying. But Gunlong was sure that she was definitely not Xiao Yingying, because Xiao Yingying is very kind and feels like a spring breeze. Unlike this person, a quick look shows that he is extremely sinister. "What, Xiao Yingying? You'd better let me go. Otherwise, you will regret it." The man in black robe stared at Gunlong, and seeing that Gunlong had no intention of letting him go, he immediately jumped up, turned over and pressed Gunlong under him, took out a dagger, and stabbed Gunlong in the heart. "You dare!" Gunlong shouted loudly, and grabbed the black robe's arm with his backhand. Although the black robe's attack speed is very fast, it cannot withstand the strength of Gunlong, especially after Gunlong grabbed Hypo's hand. Hypo's movement was restricted. Before Gunlong could unleash all his strength, the black robe couldn't stand it any longer and immediately gave up resistance. In order to find out the identity of this guy, Gunlong used the 5-finger technique to pin the black robe down. Seeing that the battle in the castle was almost over, Gunlong asked Lan Yo to take the black robe back to the castle first. He flew into the air and attacked the people besieging the castle. Being attacked from both sides is a taboo for military strategists. Seeing that they could not take advantage at all, and the people of the Gung family army were also preparing to rush out, a sharp whistle sounded from the besieging crowd, and they immediately retreated like a tide. Go down. Chapter 349, Calling. Gunlong saw that the threat was lifted, and he immediately rushed to the backyard with the people. Looking at the escorted black robe, Gunlong took a few steps forward and looked at the black robe carefully for a while. After confirming that there was still some gap between it and Xiao Yingying, Gunlong said directly, "Tell me the truth. Who are you?" Seeing that Hey Pao had no intention of speaking, Gunlong was thinking about what to do to pry Hey Pao's mouth open. But Biga heard about what happened here and came over directly. "Gunlong, release her quickly. This is the Nether Messenger from the God's domain. He came here specially to help us." Gunlong couldn't help but be startled when he heard that Bai Mu actually knew this black robe. Watching Bai Mu step forward and let go of the Nether Messenger, and after apologizing to the Nether Messenger, he signaled that the Nether Messenger could leave. Although Gunlong knew that there were people in the world who looked similar, they wouldn't be this similar. Apart from their different temperaments, they were cut from the same mold in other places. Thinking about the intersex people that I knew at the beginning, in the end, they completely took over the body, and took over the consciousness of the body. Gunlong stood up immediately, stopped the Nether Messenger and said, "Hello. Let me ask you one last time. Do you know Xiao Yingying?" "Humph. This envoy is too lazy to pay attention to you. Those who don't know are not guilty. For the sake of comparison, I will not pursue it this time. If there is another time, I will definitely make you unable to live or die." After the Nether Messenger finished speaking, he glared at Gunlong and left immediately. Looking at the leaving figure of the Nether Messenger, Gunlong chuckled and said, "Xiao Yingying, you can deceive others, but you can't deceive me. If you are really not Xiao Yingying, why is the mood value on your head 80 miles? Gunlong watched Xiao Yingying disappear completely. He turned around and saw that Bai Mu had not left. Gunlong asked directly, "Bai Mu, what's going on with this Nether Messenger?" "Oh, although our orc tribes all fight on their own, there was one family that dominated the world back then, unified the entire orc tribe, and established the orc dynasty. It is a pity that this dynasty could be divided into 2 parts within 100 years at most. After the collapse, all the people of the dynasty moved to the divine realm in order to survive. In recent years, for some reason, the people of the dynasty have become active again. This Nether Messenger is the messenger of the dynasty, and once persuaded me to join the dynasty. I didn't agree." This was the first time Gunlong heard Bai Mu mention this thing, and he thought of the familiar face of Xiao Yingying just now. Gun Long secretly swore in his heart that after the matters here were settled, he would definitely go to God's domain to see it, no matter what. Xiao Ying became like this because of herself, and she must find a way to save Xiao Ying. Gunlong, the orc tribe is too dangerous now, and our overall strength is not good. If we want to protect everyone, we must enter the temple. First, we can hunt for treasures to increase our strength, and secondly, we can avoid the limelight. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Gunlong turned around and looked at the busy people outside. Since the family has grown stronger, more and more people have defected here, because of the limitations of the Legion's strength. Many people are unable to join the Legion. Gunlong couldn't bear the thought of those people being helpless after he left. He thought about it and said directly, Bai Mu, we are no longer the small army we were when we first started. So many people's lives are entrusted to us, and we must be responsible for them. Now that I'm back, as a member of the tribe, I have the obligation to help the people of the tribe eliminate the evil. I have thought about it, reorganize the team, and speak to the entire tribe. Anyone who is willing to join our team to eradicate these evils will gather at my Gingjia fort within 3 days. The teleportation array of Gingjia fort will be forever open for them. Haha. Gunlong, you have really grown up. I am proud of your decision. Just wait. I will arrange for someone to spread this announcement. Gunlong knew the consequences of opening the teleportation array, so he summoned the old lizard and the others. After briefly introducing the situation to everyone, he led everyone to the gate of Jingjiabao, the only teleportation formation leading here. Reporting to the head of the family, Lord Big Brother has released all the news. Now all the families have received our information. Gunlong looked up at the sky and saw many colorful butterflies flying in the dim sky. Gunlong knew that this was sending messages to the outside world. He looked back at his brothers and saw that they were all fearless and looking at him firmly. Gunlong nodded and waved his hand. Open the teleportation array. As Gunlong's voice fell, the originally dead teleportation array opened directly. Seeing that the teleportation array was shining with dazzling light again, Gunlong and the others took out their weapons, guarding against the appearance of soul eaters and those who deliberately caused chaos. Gunlong, we are here. The first group of people to appear were the people of the giant wolf clan, and the leader was the Wolf King whom they had not seen for a long time. Seeing that there was no blind wolf behind the Wolf King, Gunlong felt a little disappointed. However, he immediately adjusted and called the Wolf King and the others to take a rest first. Oh no! Why are those bastards so slow? They actually let the giant wolf clan take the lead. The old lizard immediately complained after the Wolf King and the others left. His eyes looked towards the teleportation array from time to time, wondering why his people hadn't arrived yet. Report. A group of lizard people suddenly appeared outside the city. They said they heard the call and came to join them. After hearing the report from his subordinates, the old lizard immediately ran out and saw that it was his own tribe coming. He immediately called for release and asked them to come in quickly. I'll go. You guys are really troublesome. This teleportation array is so fast. You don't need it. You have to walk. I'm really convinced. Hee hee. Your Majesty, aren't you worried that when the teleportation array is opened, those monsters will come to kill you? We were not lazy. As soon as we saw the news, we ran over immediately. Hearing that the brothers were working hard, the old lizard didn't say anything more and just cried to his men to take them down to rest. As for himself, he returned to the defensive team. Bang bang bang. A neat team came out of the teleportation array. Since there were no obvious signs, Gunlong naturally didn't know whose team this was. Just when everyone was on defense to prevent someone from coming to cause trouble, Gunlong saw General Tai coming out of the teleportation array, and he immediately understood that this was the Yuan family's army. Gunlong, I heard your call. I'm here with the Yuan family army. When General Tai saw Gunlong, he immediately got off his horse and ran to Gunlong. After some greetings, he looked around as if he was looking for someone. Chapter 350 Departure. Okay. Stop looking. Yunyao doesn't want to kill now. She's taking care of the wounded in the back. Gunlong knew that General Tai was looking for Yunyao, so he told him Yunyao's location, called his brothers over, and led General Tai over. Regarding Yunyao, Gunlong completely downplayed the situation when he came back this time. After all, he already has long roam in Shuiyu. If he is asked to accept the love of another woman, Gunlong himself cannot accept it, and he cannot do it. Just when Gunlong was stunned, he suddenly felt a pressure coming from not far away in front of him. He was just about to call on his brothers to defend themselves, watching the nether messenger coming with a group of people also wearing black robes. Seeing Gunlong, the nether messenger stepped forward, smiled at Gunlong and said, "My master said that although you are unwilling to join us, you cannot kill us for this matter of punishing rape and eradicating evil. Therefore, he sent 3,000 elite soldiers to help you." Gunlong looked at the familiar face in front of him with a different body and voice. He smiled, knowing that now was not the time to communicate with the nether messenger. So he called the old lizard over to place the nether messenger and the others. And he himself was still waiting in front of the teleportation array. About an hour passed, and no one else came. Gunlong knew that this was just the first day, so he was not in a hurry. Not to mention, when Gunlong chose to release the information, he had considered it. He estimated that only a group of people he was familiar with would be able to respond. As for the nether messenger, it was just an accident. 3 days passed very quickly. And except for some scattered people, no other large troops appeared. Seeing that the appointed time was approaching, Gunlong waved his hand and asked people to close the teleportation array. "Brother-in-law, wait!" Just when the teleportation array was about to close, a familiar voice appeared. Seeing that it was Shueisha coming with Kong Ling and the others, Gunlong was a little surprised. He stepped forward, looked at Shueisha, and said directly, "What? Didn't I ask you to protect me at home? Why are you here too? Hey, Dad doesn't trust you, isn't it? Besides, our family has more than 10,000 elite soldiers, and we are not inferior. Brother-in-law, how are you? Is my brother-in-law worth it? Fortunately, we came here in time. I heard that you were gathering people, so I immediately took a ride. Otherwise, we would have come on our own." Gunlong patted Shueisha on the shoulder. He really didn't need to say much to this one of his own. Looking at the back, no one came out, and the agreed time had already passed. Gunlong and the others closed the teleportation array and went into the city to greet the people who came to help. Standing on the city wall, he could see everything going on in the past few days. Seeing that Gunlong didn't answer every call now, but it was almost the same. A strange color shone in Nabamu's eyes. He looked at Gunlong, who was chatting with people one by one. Baimu nodded, feeling that Gunlong was still developing as he expected. One day, Gunlong would definitely able to trample the entire orc tribe under his feet and become the true king. Lord Big Eyes, why did you refuse our invitations one after another? I bet you want to create your own king. This ambition is really admirable. But Gunlong only has one beast king mark. The king of the monster tribe. Can he afford it? The nether messenger didn't know when he came to Baimu, followed by Mu's eyes, and looked at Gunlong, and smiled meaningfully. What the messenger said is wrong. Even the king of beasts back then did not take one step at a time. In the end, the poor boy turned around and became a king. There is a saying on earth that princes and generals should have their own kind. Some things are not destined by God, but we must rely on our own efforts to succeed. As soon as Bigu said these words, the nether messenger turned to look at Bigu, wanting to say something, but in the end she stopped. She shook her head and left, leaving Bigu alone on the city wall, wondering where she was in her thoughts. "What are you wearing?" Early the next morning, all those involved in the battle gathered in the square in front of Gingjiao Fort. Everyone lined up according to their own camp. Gunlong looked at the densely packed team in front of him, which included tens of thousands of people. He felt really high-spirited and had a feeling of looking down on the world. But Gunlong knew what he should do now. He took a deep breath to calm down his mind. Then he raised his nebulous sword and said, "Everyone, I am very grateful for your help. The orc tribe is in danger. Our beautiful homeland has been invaded by aliens, and countless families have been torn apart. For the peace of our orc tribe, we represent justice. Charge at the invading enemies, and kill those bastards. Get rid of our tribe." Although Gunlong had never given a passionate speech, he had seen the speech of his union president convening a team battle when he was playing games. So he followed suit and followed the instructions. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" A uniform voice echoed from the audience, resounding throughout the sky. Seeing that everyone was full of confidence, Gunlong waved his hand and asked the boss to take the lead in carrying the banner and lead people out of the territory and march outside. "Shueisha, family is just as important. Long Rong has been in a bad mood recently, so you should take more care of her. I will leave the responsibility of guarding the house to you. If anything goes wrong, Baimu will be there. If there is anything that cannot be moved, you can just ask Bimu for advice." Gunlong looked at Shueyu behind him. In fact, from the beginning of the plan, Gunlong had been thinking about who to take care of at home. He was worried about the others. On his side, the Soul Eaters were so powerful that even those with high strength would be sent out. The house is protected by traps and blinds. If attacked, there is no problem in refusing to defend. After Long Rong discovered that his mood value was 0, he added information about the future world. Qinlong now doesn't trust Long Rong, so Xueyu is the only one left. However, Xueyu has gained a lot of experience outside, and Gunlong has also learned a lot about fighting. After much consideration, Gunlong decided to let Xueyu stay at home, while Lan Yo and Kong Ling also stayed at home to assist her. Well, don't worry. As long as I'm here, there will be no problem in our Gingjiao fort. Looking at Xueyu's firm eyes, Gunlong stepped forward and kissed Xueyu's forehead gently. Seeing that the large army had left the city, Gunlong jumped down without any further delay, ran a few steps quickly, and joined the team. Master, where should we go first? The boss saw Gunlong coming, and he immediately asked. After all, everyone was following the flag in their hands. He was really worried that he had led everyone astray. Haha. Let's move forward. I heard from the people who were investigating that 100 miles away from us, it turns out that the mine we were exploring was a gathering place for Soul Eaters. Let's go there and kill them all. Don't stay. Chapter 351 Giant Soul Eater. The boss was very familiar with the mine. He led the way and rushed forward with a group of people. Qinlong and the others who were waiting came to the mine and saw that the mine was covered with dark clouds and surrounded by soul-eating monsters. Qinlong called everyone to stop, summoned Old Lizard and the others to gather around, and drew the topographic map of the mine directly on the ground. Old Lizard, take your people and attack in the middle with me. Wolf King, you are fast. Go around to the flanks and attack. General Iron, your cavalry will still attack from the flanks when they are here. Let's encircle them, so that they can't escape. Let's set off now. When the signal is given in half an hour, we will launch an attack together. Everyone took note of Gunlong's words and set off with their own men. Gunlong and his group rested on the spot, waiting for the time to attack. Master, I think there are at least 1,000 Soul Eaters there, and I don't know how many there are in the mine. It's not going to be a good fight for us. Well, if you don't want to fight, you can fight. If you let these bastards run out, I don't know how many people will be harmed. Boss, go and explain to the brothers again. Remember to find a way to attack the soul-eating monster's head. This is the only way to kill them completely. The boss nodded when he heard this. He ran straight behind him and told his brothers to spread the word and remember this method of dealing with soul-eating monsters. Master, the time has come. Fire the gun. Following Dinglong's order, the salute that had been prepared sounded. Old Lizard and the others immediately stood up, picked up their weapons, and rushed towards the mine. The Soul Eaters in the mine all stood up when they heard the noise. Before they could prepare, Gunlong and the others rushed into them. The Gunlong five-finger technique was used, taking advantage of the brief opportunity of the five-finger Ju to stop. The nebula sword was stabbed towards the Soul Eater monster's head. The Soul Eater monster collapsed directly to the ground and stopped moving. There were several souls in the exploded body. The body flew out. Obviously the things that had just been swallowed had not been digested. Gunlong was even more furious and kicked the Soul Eater's body a few more times before finally breathing out his breath. Master, this is too slow. Let's cooperate. Otherwise we will suffer serious losses. Hearing the boss's call, Gunlong turned around and saw that although they had successfully surrounded the soul-eating monsters, it took 4 or 5 people to surround them and barely managed to kill one soul-eating monster. Gunlong nodded and called for the boss to follow. On the battlefield, he rushed forward first and unleashed the five-finger technique on the soul-eating monsters. The boss followed closely behind, punching the controlled soul-eating monsters one by one, with the sharp attacks from Gunlong and the others. It was much easier for the others. Gunlong, who was struggling to kill, saw that General Tai was struggling a little, but he immediately rushed over and brought his boss to assist General Tai. Gunlong, these souls all over the sky are a problem. Didn't you see that the soul-eating monsters that are still alive have obviously improved in strength after absorbing these souls? Hearing General Tai's words, Gunlong glanced at the soul-eating monsters fighting with the people on his side. Originally, the soul-eating monsters were suppressed, but when a soul passed by them and was sucked into the body, the strength of the soul-eating monsters suddenly increased greatly. It was obvious that they wanted to fight back. Gunlong had a flash of inspiration. Thinking of the dragon soul, he immediately summoned the dragon soul. What's wrong? Gunlong? Dragon Soul has gone through successive changes, but he is weak and in a dormant state. Suddenly awakened by Gunlong, he was a little dazed and looked around. Dragon Soul, aren't you the nemesis of those soul bodies? Now that these bastards have absorbed the soul bodies, they are particularly difficult to deal with. Just work hard and absorb those soul bodies. Dragon Soul looked at the souls flying around above his head, and his eyes lit up. For my current weak body, this soul body is a great supplement. The Dragon Soul nodded, flew directly into the air, and captured the soul body. There are no soul-eating monsters to supplement them, and their numbers are constantly decreasing. During the battle, Gunlong and the others gradually gained the upper hand. The number of soul-eating monsters became smaller and smaller. Looking up, there were only dozens of them left. Due to the replenishment of a large amount of soul body, Dragon Soul's body is much better. It looked like there weren't many souls, so it would be troublesome to catch him. He just wanted to return to Gunlong's arm. There was a sudden feeling that something was wrong in the mine not far away, as if something powerful was crawling out. Even his vacuum aura collided with it, which made people tremble. In order to prevent Gunlong and the others from suffering a loss, Dragon Soul hurriedly came to Gunlong's side, pointed at the mine and said, Gunlong, it's bad. I feel something is coming out of the mine. Let's evacuate quickly. As soon as Long Hun finished speaking, before Gunlong could open his mouth to remind everyone, there was a loud bang, and a huge soul-eating monster crawled out of the mine. The soul-eating monster made an unpleasant hissing sound. Gunlong and the others looked at the soul-eating monster beside them, as if they had been given an order. They all rushed towards the giant soul-eating monster, and were swallowed by the giant soul-eating monster. Middle. The replenished Soul Eater's body grew even larger, soared into the air, and rushed towards Gunlong and the others. Gunlong and the others did not dare to stay, and immediately retreated quickly. Ah! Even though Gunlong and the others reacted quickly, several brothers were caught by the giant soul-eating monster. There were bursts of screams, but Gunlong watched his brothers being devoured and digested. He was so angry that he rushed towards the giant Soul Eater with a nebulous sword. Five-Finger Judgment. Gunlong's attack successfully touched the giant soul-eating monster. Seeing that the soul-eating monster had no reaction at all, it continued to attack him with his wave of hands. Gunlong flew directly to the soul-eating monster's head, thrust out the nebulous sword, and aimed at the soul-eating monster's head to attack. Clang! The expected thrust did not occur, but instead there was a loud noise. Gunlong watched as the nebulous sword was pressed against the Soul Eater's head. Unable to attack at all, he frowned, not knowing what was going on. It was during this moment of distraction that the huge claws of the giant Soul Eater arrived and grabbed Gunlong directly. Upon seeing this, Gunlong summoned countless nebulae to attack the claws, while he himself quickly landed in an attempt to avoid the attack. Boom! The giant Soul Eater attacked with another giant claw. Gunlong had no way to avoid it. He received a heavy blow and was directly knocked to the ground. If the boss hadn't seen the opportunity and pulled Gunlong over in time, the giant soul-eating monster's second attack would also have hit Gunlong. Chapter 352, Refining Skills. Gunlong was still in shock and called Old Lizard and the others to hold off the giant Soul Eater first, and he himself went to the side to rest, and discussed with Kong Ling how to deal with the giant soul-eating monster. Gunlong, I think there's something blocking the guy's head. I'm afraid it's useless to just attack from outside the body. Let's find a way to get into his body, and find a solution. Huh? How do you get in? If you accidentally get eaten by it, wouldn't it be over for fun? Gunlong looked up and down, and saw that the giant soul-eating monster easily devoured the captured brother. All the brothers who entered the belly of the giant Soul Eater would die. He didn't think this was a good idea. Let me try it. Dragon Soul stood up, and saw that everyone's formation was scattered under the attack of the giant soul-eating monster, and they were completely out of order. The Dragon Soul glanced at Gunlong, waiting for Gunlong's reply. Okay. Be careful. Gunlong had no other option at this time, since Dragon Soul dared to come forward. There must be some solution. Therefore, Gunlong placed his hope on the Dragon Soul, hoping that the Dragon Soul could take care of the giant soul-eating monster. The Dragon Soul saw the opportunity and rushed to the giant soul-eating monster. Perhaps because of the aura of the Dragon Soul, the giant soul-eating monster dodged aside and did not directly conflict with the Dragon Soul. Seeing that the giant soul-eating monster ignored him, Dragon Soul rushed directly to the giant soul-eating monster and attacked the body of the soul-eating monster. The severe pain made the Soul Eater become angry. It didn't think about anything at this time and moved directly towards the Dragon Soul. It opened its mouth wide and wanted to swallow the dragon soul into its belly. The opportunity has come. The dragon soul was worried that the giant soul-eating monster would not open its mouth. When it saw it attacking, it shrank its body and got directly into the giant soul-eating monster's body. Ah! Ah! The dragon soul was running wildly inside its body, and the severe pain caused the giant soul-eating monster to lie directly on the ground and roll. Gunlong and the others watched as the giant soul-eater's body flickered in and out of sight, with souls emerging from its body from time to time. As more and more soul bodies came out, the giant soul-eating monster's body gradually shrank. In the end, the giant soul-eater monster became like a normal soul-eater monster, no longer posing a threat to Gunlong and the others. Gunlong, I can't absorb any more soul bodies. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be a breakthrough, since you and I are fused. Logically speaking, these soul bodies can also be used as your energy. I will refine the soul body right now. I'll teach you the method, and you can absorb those souls. Hearing Dragon Soul's words, Gunlong nodded. He watched the dragon soul emerge from the soul eater and return to his arm. Before Gunlong could ask how to learn that method, Gunlong felt his head was blurred, and then a formula appeared in his mind. Gunlong recited the formula, but because he was too unfamiliar at first, he always got stuck halfway and made mistakes. At the end of the wait, Gunlong kept thinking more and more, and basically blurted out the formula without much thinking. After waiting for Gunlong to make sure that the formula was familiar to him, he followed the formula and guided the mecha elements in his body to condense into his hands. After watching the mecha element successfully form a small vortex on his hand, Gunlong knew that he had succeeded. He rose into the sky and grabbed the flying souls. All the souls caught by him were sucked into the vortex in the palm of his hand, directly refined into pure mecha elements, and integrated into Gunlong's body. Practice makes perfect. As Gunlong absorbed more souls, he completely mastered this skill. Now Gunlong could control the vortex to leave his hand and fly into the air to actively pursue those souls. This accelerated the speed of absorption. All the souls floating freely in the air were absorbed by Gunlong without leaving any behind. Hey, the closer you get to the end, the more mecha elements you need to advance. I have absorbed so many souls, but I have only reached the 3rd level of the 8th level holy armor. Gunlong really felt the difficulty of upgrading. After confirming his strength through the training system, he saw that the boss and the others had eliminated the shrunken soul eater. There was no longer any threat in the mine. Gunlong then asked everyone to rest where they were and wait until tomorrow to continue to the next stop. Gunlong, this refining method can also be upgraded. In fact, this is a unique training technique of our dragon clan, because of the lack of energy, and our dragon clan needs more energy to upgrade. That's why we learned this secret method. If you can cultivate this secret method to the extreme, everything in this world can be refined by you and transformed into the energy you need. Dragon Soul's voice sounded in Gunlong's mind. After hearing Dragon Soul's explanation, Gunlong understood. No wonder just after I successfully used this refining skill. The words refining skill, skill level 1 were actually displayed on the training system. It turns out that this secret skill can still be upgraded. Gunlong looked at a piece of green grass not far away from him. He recited the mantra silently in his heart. After waiting for the whirlpool to reappear, he controlled the whirlpool and rushed towards the grass, watching the whirlpool successfully engulf the grass. As the refining continued, the grass completely disappeared and turned into a gas, undergoing the final fusion process. Sorry. Refining mecha elements failed. Refining proficiency increased by 1. Gunlong didn't pay attention at first. After hearing the prompts from the training system, he noticed that there was a proficiency prompt behind the refining skills. It seems that the current proficiency level is more than 500, and upgrading to the next level requires a total of 1000 proficiency levels. Gunlong had nothing to do anyway, so he started practicing with things on the ground. Congratulations. The refining is successful. The refining proficiency is increased by 5. Congratulations. The refining is successful. The refining proficiency is increased by 7. Gunlong looked at the further back. The higher the success rate of refining, and as the mecha elements you refine increase, the amount of refining proficiency increased. Gunlong was more energetic and concentrated on practicing. Congratulations. The refining is successful. The refining proficiency is increased by 5. The refining proficiency is full. The refining skill has been upgraded to 2 levels. You can now refining physical objects to add weapon items. The higher the quality of the refining weapon, the higher the proficiency, the higher it goes. It takes 2000 proficiency to advance to the next level. After a night of hard work, Gunlong's efforts were not in vain. Seeing that he finally succeeded in raising his refining level to level 2, Gunlong was overjoyed. This meant that he would have another path to practice in the future. What's more, Gunlong and the others are not short of these weapons. In the recent defense battle of Gingjiao Fort, they captured a lot of weapons and kept them in the warehouse. From now on, those things will be your own cultivation energy. Chapter 353 8th Level Legion Mission. Gunlong stood up and moved his body. After learning that the team led by the Nether Messenger had successfully destroyed 2 Soul Eater gathering areas, he chuckled and called on everyone to move on. It wasn't that Gunlong deliberately rejected the Nether Messenger, but that they simply didn't want to act with Gunlong and the others. Now that they were allowed to leave first, Gunlong naturally had to work harder to prevent others from gossiping about him. The initiator. Boss, where is our next destination? After hearing Gunlong's question, the boss took out the map and looked at it. He saw that this place was relatively close to Xuanlong Town, and there were no gathering places for soul-eating monsters elsewhere. He showed the map to Gunlong and said, Master, this is Xuanlong Town. Well, what a coincidence. Gunlong didn't expect that he would go to Xuanlong Town. Looking at the map, it was also an area hit hard by soul eaters. Gunlong couldn't help but think that now that he was there, he didn't know whether he would be able to receive Legion missions. The large army marched very fast, and when night came, they arrived at Xuanlong Town. Gunlong felt very strange when he saw that the town was brightly lit, still bustling with people, and not at all disturbed by soul-eating monsters. Since there were too many of them, Gunlong asked everyone to wait where they were, while he took his boss with him into Xuanlong Town to find out. 8th Level Legion Mission Group. Commission 1,000 gold coins. Still short of 2 positions. Come as soon as you need them. The 5th Level Legion mission is guaranteed, and the commission is 300 gold coins. The mission is easy and stress-free. Here comes the one who needs to make a little money. Seeing that there was no impact here at all, Gunlong scratched his head and wondered if there was something wrong with his intelligence. In order to find out all this, Gunlong went directly to his own Legion registration office. Seeing that the 2 registrars were still resting lazily, he stepped forward and patted the table and said, Get up quickly and let me ask you something. When they saw that Gunlong was back, the 2 people who were about to lose their temper immediately restrained themselves. They looked flattering and waited for Gunlong to ask questions. I said, Isn't this place occupied by soul eaters? Why can't I see anything happening? When the registrars heard that Gunlong was asking about this, they laughed, pointed to the task release hall outside and said, Captain, you don't know. Originally, the people here were really made miserable by those monsters. However, the mercenary group was so real that they directly changed all the mercenary tasks to killing this soul-eating monster. Everyone saw that it was profitable. Naturally, extra efforts are needed. Now the soul-eating monsters in our Xuanlong Town have been completely wiped out. As for the soul-eating monsters, they are suppressed in the South Valley because there are too many soul-eating monsters gathered there. No one wants to take risks there. I heard that the Union has directly designated the cleaning of the Southern Valley as an 8th Level Legion task. When Gunlong heard that there was such a good thing, he didn't delay, for fear of being beaten by others. He got up and took his boss to the task release office. Looking at the mission release area, there are constantly refreshing missions, all of which are missions to kill a certain number of soul-eating monsters. Some small legions, in order to accumulate points and upgrade, are constantly taking on missions. Gunlong secretly thought that this was also an opportunity to upgrade his legion, but it was a bit unrealistic for his legion to rely on it now. He searched back and forth, and finally saw the mercenary mission to clean up the Southern Valley in a corner. Clean up the Southern Valley, and the 8-star Legion will be directly promoted to the task. No time limit. No limit on method. Completed immediately. Upgrade immediately. Gunlong saw that no Legion came to accept this mission. He stayed at the mission release office for a while, and saw that a 7th level Legion came over and accepted some high-level points missions, but did not touch this mission. He couldn't help but feel a little strange, and directly asked the task publisher, Well, you can ask why no one has taken up this task. The mission announcer heard this and looked at the task Gunlong was referring to clean up the Southern Valley. He didn't want to say anything at first, but after seeing the 7th level Legion mark on Gunlong, he spoke and said lazily, You should all know that this soul-eating monster can reunite its soul after death. The Southern Valley is easy to defend and difficult to attack, unless someone can solve the battle quickly or find a way to reunite the soul. Otherwise, just there can be at least 4 or 5 giant soul-eating monsters in that miserable place in the valley. Who do you think would dare to take that risk? When Ginglong heard that this was the reason, he secretly laughed in his heart. In that case, this 8-star mission was not prepared for him. Ginglong pretended to be careless, walked up to the reward order, stared at the reward order for a while, and finally took action and took it off directly. The task release officer did not expect that Ginglong would really dare to follow. He looked at Ginglong, thought for a while, and then said, "Brother, your courage is commendable. Let's tell the truth. Now the tribe is in trouble, and we need you courageous people. This is the mission statistic stone, and the number of soul eaters you kill will be counted on it. If you look at if it's really hard to handle, just retreat and don't lose your life. As a reward, I can give you double points based on the number of kills you make." Ginglong nodded and agreed. He didn't know the specific situation in the Southern Valley, and he didn't dare to make big claims. But after hearing that there were double points, Ginglong felt it was quite a deal. After waiting, Ginglong met everyone and told them about the mission. Everyone was very excited. After all, this battle can save their homeland, and it is also good for their practice. During the training of life and death, their abilities and perceptions grew very quickly. Ginglong did not delay and led everyone to the Southern Valley according to the mission instructions. Damn it. This place is really easy to defend but difficult to attack. Ginglong and the others came to the Southern Valley and looked at the place where they were looking like a funnel. The Soul Eaters were all entrenched in the highlands, while they were at the bottom. Judging from this terrain, it is simply impossible to rely on the suppression of numbers. The only way is to climb up and do it with real guns and knives. Ginglong, how shall we fight? At first glance, they couldn't take advantage of their large numbers here, and the top of the mountain was densely packed with soul-eating monsters. The old lizard and the others gathered in front of Ginglong, waiting for Ginglong to make up his mind. Ginglong looked at the steep mountain walls nearby, and countless plans appeared in his mind. However, those plans were rejected one by one, just when Ginglong was a little troubled and didn't know what to do. At a glance, he saw the salute guns carried by several brothers, and Ginglong had an idea and immediately had an idea. Chapter 354, Level 3 Refining. Boss, call the brothers who are holding the salute and gather all the salutes. After hearing Ginglong's instructions, the boss immediately went to make arrangements. After a while, when Ginglong saw the salute in front of him that was as tall as a person, he became very happy and asked everyone to work together to tie all the salutes together. "Master, are you planning to blow up that mountain?" The boss didn't react until this moment. He looked at the bundled salute and asked directly, "Well, these are still a bit small, so I'm afraid they won't be safe. In this case, boss, take a few brothers back and come back with more salute guns." After receiving Ginglong's instructions, the boss immediately made arrangements. Originally, they thought about running back, but after knowing that the teleportation arrays near Shuanglong town were all open, the boss and the others were happy to save trouble and teleport directly to a place closer to Jingjiabao through the teleportation arrays. In just half a day, the boss and his gang came back. When Ginglong saw that each of them was carrying 2 pockets filled with salute cannons, they immediately took action again and bundled the salute cannons together. "Okay, that's definitely enough now." Ginglong looked at the huge salute cannon pile in front of him, which was as high as a house, and called on his brothers to carry the salute cannon to the foot of the valley. Guessing that it would be unreliable to detonate it directly, Ginglong called the Wolf King and the others over and told the Wolf King and the others to dig a hole in the corner of the mountain. After confirming that the salute could be stuffed in, Ginglong asked everyone to retreat to a distance. Ignition! Following Ginglong's order, the salute was lit. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud roar. Smoke and dust flew up, and rocks flew all over the sky. After waiting for the smoke and dust to fall, I saw that a big hole had been blown directly into the mountain, and half of the mountain collapsed. The Soul Eater resting on the mountain had nowhere to stand and rolled down directly. Naturally, Ginglong and the others would not miss this good opportunity, so they immediately rushed over and fought with the soul-eating monster. The Soul Eaters also joined the group to fight. When they saw that their companions were in danger, the Soul Eaters entrenched on the mountain ran down and joined the battle. Ginglong saw that the level of the soul-eating monsters here were not high, so the 5-finger technique was still useful. He continued to cooperate with the boss, and used his 5-finger technique to immobilize the soul-eating monsters. The boss who followed him stepped forward and killed the soul-eating monsters. After Ginglong waited and saw that there were more souls floating in the sky, he stopped attacking and used his refining skills to refine those souls. The battle was proceeding in an orderly manner. Seeing that the Soul Eater was at a disadvantage, a strange sound sounded. The Soul Eaters all retreated and retreated back to the mountain. For everyone's safety, Gunlong did not pursue the victory. Looking at the stone they were responsible for registering, it showed that they had killed hundreds of Soul Eaters. Looking up at the top of the mountain, which was still full of soul-eating monsters, Gunlong asked everyone to rest where they were for a while he thought of other solutions. It seems that it is impossible to bombard them with salutes. All the soul-eating monsters are on the top of the mountain this time, and the salutes cannot hit that place at all. As for his Shifangu, let's not talk about the purpose of the reminder. Even he himself knows it. The world is in such chaos now. If I use it rashly again, it will inevitably cause many people to rob it and bring unnecessary trouble to myself. Then Gunlong thought that if it didn't work, he would use a fragmentation attack. Based on the strength of the attack, it is estimated that it can still destroy the top of the mountain. Just when Gunlong was about to take action, the Wolf King suddenly ran over, pointing to the remaining half of the mountain. He said, "Gunlong, as long as you can ensure our safety, don't let those soul-eating monsters come and disturb us. With our hole drilling skills, we can hollow out this hill for you in half an hour at most. At that time, the top of the mountain will be hollowed out. Those beasts who went up there can't even come down if they don't want to." Hearing what the Wolf King said, Gunlong looked at the broken mountain. Don't tell me this is really going to happen. So Gunlong immediately called everyone over and informed everyone of the Wolf King's thoughts. After making sure that everyone understood, Gunlong pointed to the slightly flatter place halfway up the mountain and said, "Everyone is optimistic that we will use that place as the boundary. No matter what happens, we must not cross that line. After the Wolf King and the others succeed, we will retreat immediately. By then, we can give those beasts a chance to catch a turtle in a jar." After Gunlong finished speaking, he rushed towards the mountain. The entrenched soul-eating monsters saw someone rushing up. Their aggressive nature made them immediately rush down and fight with Gunlong and the others. However, because of the defense line established by Gunlong and the others, the Soul Eaters were unable to break through it all. They basically came to kill one by one and were no match for Gunlong and the others. The Wolf King and the others did not dare to relax and went all out to dig into the cave. But fortunately, these rocks are ordinary rocks, so it is not very difficult for the Wolf King and the others to dig them. In the end, before the scheduled time, they succeeded in hollowing out the bottom, leaving only a load-bearing one. Gunlong, it's all right here. Everyone can retreat now. After waiting for the Wolf King to dig their retreat path, he immediately called Gunlong down. Gunlong, who was fighting, heard the shouting and waved his hand, and everyone immediately retreated to the side. After making sure that no brothers were left on the mountain, Gunlong immediately called the Wolf King to start the action. Boom! A dull sound appeared, and Gunlong and the others watched as the entire mountain suddenly sank. And then the mountain began to tilt due to the unbalanced bottom. The Soul Eaters on the top of the mountain panicked and started running randomly. After waiting for the mountain to return to calmness, it looked like the mountain had just covered the valley. The originally narrow and steep mountain top was flattened, and the entire mountain was like a flat road, spanning the valley. As for the soul-eating monsters, they were all exposed and standing on the mountain. Gunlong didn't hesitate, shouted, and killed those soul-eating monsters. Ha! This feels so good. Grandma, let you guys invade our home and kill you all. The Wolf King also had feelings and began to yell and curse. Gunlong laughed when he heard this. He was about to joke a few more words, but when he saw more soul bodies condensed in the sky, he immediately flew into the air and used his refining skills to quickly absorb the energy of those soul bodies. Congratulations! Your refining skill has been upgraded to level 3. The fine casting and refining function has been added, and the refining success rate has been increased by 20%. Upgrading to the next level requires 3000 proficiency. Gunlong was very happy when he heard that his refining skills had been successfully improved. Seeing that there were still many souls in the sky, Gunlong did not delay and continued to absorb them. Chapter 355, Violent Weapons System. Well, what's going on? Gunlong absorbed it halfway and saw that his refining skills were about to be upgraded again. But for some reason, Gunlong felt his head was swollen. His whole body was a little out of control, and he fell directly to the ground. The training system is upgraded. Please wait. The voice of the system sounded in his mind. Gunlong did not expect that the training system would be upgraded again. Seeing that Gun Long was feeling unwell, the boss immediately ran over, pulled Gun Long aside, and guarded Gun Long. The training system has been successfully upgraded. The violent power has been gathered, and the violent weapon arsenal has been increased. Gun Long was very curious about what happened to the violent weapons arsenal. Seeing that he was protected by the boss, there was no problem with his safety. Gun Long then controlled the training system and opened up the violent weapons arsenal. The artifact AK-47 requires 1,000 soul points to summon. The artifact 98K requires 2,000 soul points to summon. Your grandfather is so sharp that he even has this thing. Gun Long looked at the many pages in the arsenal, which contained all kinds of swords, guns and sticks. He flipped through the pages and found that even the aircraft and cannons were not pulled down. It's just that the further you go, the more soul points are required. Gun Long saw that his current soul value was more than 1,500. He didn't understand where this soul value came from, so he directly asked the system. Cultivation system. How did this soul value come from? Master, soul points can be obtained by killing people on the mecha planet. The higher the cultivation level, the more soul points you can get. But if you absorb soul bodies, or kill people with soul bodies, the soul points you get will be doubled. Gun Long understood immediately when he heard the explanation of the training system. Thinking about it, if he was in this world, shooting with an AK, it would be very impressive. And it would definitely make the boss and the others dumbfounded. Master, you can also obtain soul points by recycling weapons. The higher the level of the weapon, the more soul points you will obtain. The quality of the nebula sword in your hand is God level. If you recycle it now, you can immediately obtain 30,000 soul points. May I ask? Do you need to recycle? No. Stop it. Don't even think about this nebula sword. Gun Long didn't expect that it could still be like this. He immediately held onto his nebula sword tightly, fearing that if he was not careful, the nebula sword would be gone. Master, don't worry. Without your consent, it is impossible for us to complete the system recycling. Gun Long felt relieved after hearing System's words. He looked at the AK-47 in the weapon system, and he could just summon it. So Gun Long didn't hesitate. He also wanted to try the power of the AK-47 here. So he directly chose to summon the AK-47. Summoning the artifact AK-47 was successful. It consumed 1,000 soul points and left 520 soul points. The sound of the training system sounded. Gun Long felt his hands sink. He looked down and saw that an AK-47 rifle really appeared in his hands. The overall gilt appearance looks particularly high quality. Your grandfather. This is really possible. It seems that the main reason is that the training system was originally merged with the chicken game, and the weapon system is all from the chicken game. Although in this world, holding of the rifle is a bit of an eyesore. But as long as it's powerful, what else do we care about? Gun Long stood up directly, holding an AK rifle in his hand, looking at the bloody battlefield in front of him. He suddenly remembered the movie he had watched, which seemed to be First Blood starring Stallone. Gun Long's blood surged, and he headed directly towards those the Soul Eater rushed over. Kakaka. There was a sound of machine guns, and Gun Long saw that the rifle in his hand was empty of bullets. He was very embarrassed and stepped back. Let me go! Master, what is this thing in your hand? The boss watched Gun Long retreat and stared blankly at the rifle in Gun Long's hand. The boss had never seen this strange thing before. Hee. This is a new type of weapon. I'll let you see the power of this thing later. Gun Long responded to the boss. He hid behind the boss, restarted the training system and said, Let me go! This rifle has no bullets. You asked me to get rid of it. Master, you only need to fill the mecha element into the rifle to launch an attack. All the weapons in our arsenal rely on your mecha element to activate, so you still need to practice hard. Only with higher strength can you exert the strongest power of your weapon. When Gun Long heard this, he was anxious to test this new weapon and had no time to talk about the training system. He directly controlled the mecha elements to be filled into the AK rifle. After adding the mecha elements, the rifle's magazine was filled immediately. Gun Long quickly loaded the gun skillfully, looked at the boss with a proud look, and then joined the battle. Duh. Gunshots rang out, and a stream of mecha elemental bullets were shot out with strong winds, attacking the soul-eating monsters. The ultra-fast attack speed meant that the Soul Eater had no time to react. He was directly hit in the head and collapsed to the ground. Master, this thing is so powerful. Can you let me try it? The boss saw everything with his eyes. He was very excited and ran directly to Gun Long, wanting to try the AK rifle. However, As soon as the boss's hand touched the rifle, a flash of lightning appeared. The boss trembled and took a few steps back. He timidly looked at the rifle in Gunlong's hand, but never dared to touch it again. Boss, are you okay? It seems that this thing also recognizes its owner. Okay. Just watch me from the sidelines. Gunlong made sure that the boss was fine. So he flew directly into the air and aimed at the densely packed soul-eating monsters. He didn't even need to aim. He just pulled the trigger. Ouch! The weird cry sounded again, and the Soul Eater quickly retreated. Gunlong originally wanted to catch up, but after seeing the souls floating in the sky, he called Old Lizard and the others to pursue them first, while he used his refining skills to chase after those souls and refine them. Refining the soul body is successful. The refining skill proficiency is increased by 8, and the soul value is increased by 30. Refining the soul body is successful. The refining skill proficiency is increased by 6, and the soul value is increased by 20. Gunlong was waiting to finish refining these souls, seeing that he was still more than 300 proficiency levels away from being upgraded to level 4 refining skills, and the soul value was over 2,000. Gunlong felt extremely happy, standing high in the air and watching Old Lizard and the others fighting with the Soul Eater again. Gunlong naturally didn't waste any time and chased after them. The soul-eating monster seemed to have a telepathic response and did not dare to fight against Gunlong. Seeing Gunlong with an AK rifle coming to kill again, another strange sound rang out from the Soul Eater team. They immediately turned around and ran away, not daring to delay at all. Your grandfathers. You are forcing me. When Gunlong saw that he couldn't catch up with the Soul Eater at all, he remembered that he had just seen a howitzer. It seemed that summoning it required 2,800 soul points. Then Gunlong immediately called up the training system and recovered the AK rifle. Seeing that the soul value directly exceeded 3,000, which was enough to summon the howitzer, Gunlong immediately chose to summon the howitzer. Chapter 356 Howitzer. The howitzer was summoned successfully. 2,800 soul points were consumed. The sound of the training system fell, and Gunlong looked at a howitzer appearing directly in his hand. Only then did Gunlong realize that he only had cannonballs, but no barrel. Before Gunlong could ask about the training system, a red dot flashed in front of the howitzer. Gunlong came closer and saw that it was a countdown. He immediately understood that all he had to do was throw the thing out, and he didn't need to worry about anything else. Your grandpa. I didn't expect this howitzer to be used once. What a huge loss. Gunlong regretted that he had given up his AK-47 in exchange for this crap. Seeing that the time for the howitzer to explode was about to come, Gunlong gathered enough strength and accelerated to a place not far from the Soul Eater. He threw the howitzer hard into the center of the Soul Eater. Everyone, retreat quickly. Seeing that there were several brothers in the middle, Gunlong shouted loudly and told them to retreat. Boom! Unexpectedly, before those guys could take a few steps, the howitzer exploded and a huge mushroom cloud rose. The soul-eating monsters that were relatively close to the howitzer were all destroyed, and the escaped souls were flying in the sky. Gunlong saw that his brothers reacted quickly and were only blown to the side without serious injuries. Gunlong was overjoyed. He did not expect that this ugly howitzer was so powerful. He saw that the soul-eating monsters wanted to escape again. He immediately used the refining skill to absorb the souls in the sky, hoping to accumulate enough soul points as soon as possible before summoning the howitzer. Oh my god! What happened to Gunlong? What kind of methods are these? How come he is so powerful? Shueisha was relatively close to the explosion area and was left disgraced. Seeing that Gunlong started to collect souls again, he probably wanted to summon that powerful thing. Shueisha immediately ran far away. He didn't want to be attacked again. Congratulations on improving your refining skills to level 4. Your fine casting and refining skills have been improved, and your refining success rate has increased by 40%. When Gunlong heard that his refining skills had been improved, he saw that his soul value had reached 4,000. Gunlong did not hesitate and immediately summoned the howitzer. The soul-eating monsters that had been injured once saw Gunlong running over with a powerful thing just now, but they did not dare to touch it again, and they quickly dispersed one by one and ran towards the distance. If you want to run away, there's no way. Gunlong accelerated again and came to the top of the Soul Eater. The main reason is because the Soul Eater monsters are so big that it is particularly obvious when they are put together. When they realized that they were being targeted by Gunlong, Gunlong had already dropped the howitzer in his hand and attacked the Soul Eater at his feet. Boom! The same loud noise was made, and the mushroom cloud still appeared. The Soul Eater on the ground was blown to pieces. Occasionally, Those who were lucky enough to survive were also dizzy and unable to move at all. The old lizards on the side saw the opportunity coming. And after the explosion, the number of soul-eating monsters was not much. The old lizard and the others immediately surrounded them and launched an attack with all their strength. Fearing that the soul-eating monsters would escape again, Gung Long saw that he had an absolute advantage. So he naturally didn't need to waste soul points to launch attacks. Seeing that there were many souls floating in the sky, Gung Long didn't delay and absorbed them directly. Congratulations on the successful refining. Because of your diligence, I came from such a distance. I will be awarded an extra 1,000 soul points. When Gung Long successfully refined it again, listening to the sound of the training system, Gung Long was so happy that he didn't expect such an accident to happen during the refining process. Then Gung Long saw that his current soul value was at least 5,000, and he could summon the weapons on the next page of the arsenal. Gung Long immediately summoned the arsenal system to appear and studied it carefully. The God-level powerful laser sword costs 4,500 soul points. The God-level powerful laser gun costs 5,000 soul points. Gung Long is still more interested in laser guns, and he still likes this kind of long-range attack weapon. So when he saw the laser gun, Gung Long chose to summon the laser gun without hesitation. This laser gun looks no different from the AK-47, except that the barrel is slightly thicker. Gung Long filled in the mecha elements and fired directly. Oh my god! So that's how it is. This is so cool. Gung Long fired the gun and immediately discovered that the laser gun not only consumes less power of the mecha when attacking, but the attack distance is also much further than that of the AK-47. Seeing the Soul Eater that thought it had escaped to a safe distance, but was knocked down by its own laser, Gung Long was very happy. He flew forward for a distance, and after making sure that he could cover the surrounding area, Gung Long raised his gun and attacked. Seeing the Soul Eaters fall to the ground one by one, their souls flew out directly. Gung Long did not stop, and frantically pulled the trigger, attacking the Soul Eaters that wanted to escape. Damn it. We have finally eliminated all those soul-eating monsters. After Gung Long dealt with the soul-eating monster and absorbed the remaining souls in the air, he breathed a sigh of relief and fell directly from the sky to reunite with the old lizard and the others. Master, these weapons of yours are so amazing. They are much better than what we can do with our own hands. What are those things? Can we use them? Old Lizard and the others liked Gung Long's new weapon very much, so they all came together, hoping that Gung Long could show it off. Oh, this is nothing. They are all weapons on our planet. I just slightly modified them and used them. Gung Long didn't want to attract too much attention, so he told the truth and told everyone about the weapons. However, Gung Long did not mention a word about the cultivation system. For such a unique killing weapon, Gung Long must keep it strictly confidential, lest anyone make a fuss about it. Old man, boss, Shueisha, you have all worked hard. Take a good rest. I think the 8-star upgrade task is completed, so go back to the Union and hand over the task. Gung Long refused to be followed by the others. Firstly, it was not far from the Union. Secondly, Gung Long's speed was at the front of the team. If he goes back alone and doesn't delay on the way, the round trip won't waste much time. Seeing Gung Long disappear with a swish, the boss and the others no longer pressed. They all stayed where they were, gathering in groups of 3 to 5, and took a rest after changing shifts. Chapter 357, 8th Level Legion. Come on. Hand in the mission. Gung Long came to the Trade Union Hall and saw that there were not many people there at this time. Gung Long threw the reward token on the table and called for the release officer to come over. Oh my god. You guys can even complete this task. The release officer took the reward token in his hand and looked over it several times. After confirming that there was no problem, he accepted the reward token. After some operations, the logo on Gung Long's chest was directly upgraded and turned into an 8th level Legion logo. Hey, are there any tasks to upgrade the 9th level Legion? Gung Long thought he could strike while the iron was hot and directly took over the 9th level mission, and then directly asked the release officer. Level 9 missions are easy to get, so just wait patiently. After watching the official announcement of the mission, he went to work alone and ignored himself. Gung Long was just about to leave when he suddenly remembered his mood value and looked at the word 0 on the head of the mission issuing officer. Gung Long thought about it and called the mission issuing officer over. What's wrong? Didn't I tell you to wait patiently? Oh, I know. I just thought about how hard it was for you to help us issue tasks all day long. I happen to have a lot of inner elixirs that I don't need. So I wanted to give them to you to express my gratitude to you. Gun Long said this. And seeing that there was no one around, he immediately took out the 8th level inner elixir he had prepared and stuffed it into the hands of the task-issuing officer. Well, how can this work? We uphold the law and cannot accept these things. Seeing the mission release officer's eyes light up after seeing the inner elixir, Gun Long knew something in his mind. After making sure that there was no one around him, Gun Long had quick eyes and quick hands and stuffed the elixir directly into the mission release officer's pocket. And he said with sincerity, "Don't worry. This is definitely not a bribe. It's my sincere thank you. Congratulations. You have gained the favor of the task-issuing officer, and your mood value will be increased by 30. When Ginglong heard the prompt from the system in his mind, he knew that this method was useful. He smiled and immediately hit the track while it was still hot. Brother, I think you are really destined. So let's just make friends. Every time we finish a mission, there are always a lot of things that we can't use. You also know that the world is in chaos now. And although things are not valuable, they are worthless. I can't stand other people's jealousy. I'll keep those things here for you. You can use them if you need them. If you feel something is wrong, I think it's like this. There are many people here and there are many opportunities. If you have them, you don't need them. You can just sell the stuff. Let's split the account 50-50. Half for each person." When the mission release officer heard Gun Long's words, he was extremely excited. Seeing that there was everything in the bag Ginglong handed over, the task release officer smiled happily and collected the things directly. "Congratulations. You have gained the trust of the task release officer, and your mood value has increased to 60. When the sound of the system fell, Ginglong raised his head and looked at the task release officer. The guy looked at him with a somewhat ambiguous look. He laughed directly and said, "I say, Ginglong, we are all our own. It's not that I don't want to give you a task, but this level 9 task is very difficult, and no one is like you. You can complete the level 8 task so quickly. Wait for level 9, the mission will be released in half a month at the earliest. Don't worry. I will keep it for you and notify you in time." What Gun Long wanted was this sentence. Seeing that he had successfully dealt with the task release officer, he exchanged greetings with the release officer. In the end, even Gun Long felt disgusted. But he said goodbye to the release officer and directly said stay and leave. Hey, why didn't I think about using this training system before? With this thing, it's really twice the result with half the effort. Gun Long was full of energy, thinking that as long as he could grasp people's hearts, he could improve his mood value. By then, those guys would listen to him. And then, he would be very powerful. With this idea, Ginglong thought of the faceless man in the cave. To say that the faceless man is so strong. If he can surrender the faceless man, then he will not be walking sideways in the future, and no one will dare to mess with him. Gun Long didn't want his boss and the others to wait too long. Not to mention that the faceless man wouldn't run away, so he could get there sooner or later. So Ginglong accelerated his speed and headed towards the place where the boss and others were resting. When they saw Ginglong coming back, the boss and the others were very happy. When they saw the logo on their chests change, they naturally knew that the Ginglong mission was submitted successfully. Now that Gun Long is back, he naturally wants to celebrate. They lifted Ginglong and kept throwing it into the air. Brother-in-law, why is the gadget you just used so powerful? I can't even play with it. After the celebration was over, Shueisha stepped forward and held Ginglong back. Thinking of Ginglong's attack method just now, Shueisha immediately pestered Ginglong and wanted to use that thing. I said, don't think about that thing. Look at me. This is what will happen. When the boss heard Shueisha's words, he immediately pointed to the scar on his arm and said a little aggrievedly. Shueisha glanced at the place directed by the boss. Although the scar was not big, it looked heavy. He stuck out his tongue and stopped worrying about this matter. Boss, take out the map. Let's set off now and head to the next place. Hey, with the help of my super weapon, I think we can counter the rebellion much faster. As soon as Ginglong's words came out, the boss immediately took out the map, looking at Xiangshui town, which was not far from them and was also a small gathering place. The boss pointed at the location on the map and signaled Ginglong that they needed to go there. At this time, Ginglong was just pursuing the goal of killing more enemies and gaining more mood points. Naturally, he just needs to kill monsters. As for how much, he really doesn't mean to be picky. So Ginglong waved his hand and summoned the troops to move forward. Chirp! There was a sound and a laser attack from the laser gun. The boss and the others looked at the soul-eating monster that suddenly shot out not far ahead and died. And the floating soul was directly absorbed by Ginglong. The boss and the others are very greedy, and they all want to have such a weapon in their hands. Gunlong thought that if he could equip everyone with these weapons, then he would have a small army. So Gunlong called out the cultivation system and asked, how can I let my partners use these weapons? Master, your weapon system is currently at the elementary level, and can only be used by you alone. Once your weapon system is upgraded to the intermediate level, you will be able to freely use the items in the arsenal. Chapter 358 Blackstone. Upgrade? How to do it? When Ginglong heard that he could actually give weapons to other people, he immediately became interested and hurriedly asked about the training system. Master, there is an upgrade prompt on the last page of the weapon library. Due to the training system itself, it is not possible to upgrade by skipping levels, and it will take 10 days after each upgrade before you can upgrade again. Gunlong followed the instructions and turned to the last page of the weapon library. When he saw the prompt, it required 200,000 soul points to upgrade to the intermediate weapon library, and 400,000 soul points to the advanced one. As for the rest, Gunlong did not continue reading. The desire to go down. After all, the demand for this soul value is too great. Your grandpa. Isn't this a scam? It takes so many soul points to upgrade once, and you can only make so many things in the years of the monkey. Master, as long as you work hard, you will have bread and milk sooner or later. After the introduction to the training system was completed, and seeing that Gunlong was fine, he continued to rest in silence. Gunlong followed the large army forward. He carefully considered whether he would control himself and not summon other weapons in the future. It is estimated that a big battle can obtain about 10,000 soul points. Coupled with the soul points obtained by refining other substances, it is estimated that in more than a month, one should be able to accumulate 200,000 soul points. Thinking that there was a group of iron-blooded guards behind him, Gunlong made up his mind that he must quickly accumulate enough soul points. Xiangshui town has arrived. The boss led the way. Seeing that they had reached their destination, he immediately called for the team to stop and looked into the town. When he discovered that there were quite a few soul-eating monsters here, hundreds of them, the boss immediately ran to Gunlong to report. Waiting for Gunlong's deployment, Ginglong and the others had nearly 10,000 people here, facing a mere few hundred soul-eating monsters. Ginlong and the others were not under any pressure at all. In addition, Ginlong had the help of a laser gun, so Ginlong was not afraid. He waved his hand and directly waved everyone to attack, as long as he took care not to let the Soul Eater escape. Gunlong flew into the air with a laser gun, and he specifically attacked those soul-eating monsters that wanted to escape. As soon as he saw anyone running away, he immediately opened fire and attacked. After waiting for the soul body to escape, Gunlong immediately used the refining skill to refine it, watching his soul value rise rapidly. It is almost approaching 10,000. The Gung Dragon was happy to fight, but when he saw that the number of soul eaters on the ground was getting smaller and smaller, the Gung Dragon was a little unhappy. He looked around to see if there were any soul eaters elsewhere. Gunlong, come and see. What is this? Gunlong, who was looking for an attack target, immediately flew down when he heard the shouts on the ground. I saw a huge black stone placed next to a pile of soul eater corpses. The black stone was dark and translucent, and if you got a little closer, you would feel nauseous. Gunlong asked everyone to move away, and he raised his laser gun and shot at the stone. After watching the black stone being attacked, a gap leaked out, and from that gap, soul-eating monsters rushed out one after another, attacking Gunlong and the others. The Gunlongian had quick hands and fired several shots in succession, directly sinking the soul-eating monsters. It belongs to your grandfather. It turns out that this thing is the culprit of creating soul eaters. Get out of my way and let me destroy it. Gunlong pulled the trigger crazily, sending out attacks one after another, hitting the black stone. After a while, the black stone was broken into pieces, and there was no whole piece at all. Congratulations on successfully destroying the monster gathering place. The reward is 20,000 soul points. Hearing the sound of the system, Gunlong couldn't help but be startled. He didn't expect that this thing would reward him so well. It was not easy to feel the stones on his grandma's ground. Gunlong didn't hesitate to use his refining skill directly, and used it towards the stones. Congratulations on successfully refining the mechanical black stone, and you will be rewarded with 500 soul points. Gunlong saw that after refining those black stones, his soul value increased a lot, at least to more than 5,000 soul values. Gunlong felt quite good. He immediately wrote down the aura of the black stone, thinking that if he encountered a gathering of soul eaters again later, he must pay attention to see if there was still such a thing. Master, with the help of your weapon, we can clear out the soul-eating monsters much faster. But I found something wrong. I don't know if I should tell you. The boss came to Gunlong's side and watched Gunlong wipe the weapon in his hand. He considered it for a while and then expressed his thoughts. Oh, if you find anything, just tell me. Gunlong didn't expect that the boss would be able to think now. He chuckled and greeted the boss directly. Master, look, our first stop is the mine, and then Xiangshui town. There are also places where the Nether messengers and others fought. I looked. They are all near the mine. So I am thinking, those soul-eating monsters, should they don't want to conflict with us, their ultimate goal is to occupy the mine. Occupy the mine? After being reminded by the boss, Gunlong looked at the remaining black stones on the ground and immediately picked them up. After taking a closer look, you can tell that these stones are really refined from ores. If this is really the case, Gunlong will understand. The reason why there are so many soul-eating monsters is because they occupied the mine, condensed the ore, and used their unique method to create so many soul-eating monsters. Due to years of mining, there are only about a dozen mines in the Orc tribe, large and small. If he wanted to completely eliminate those soul-eating monsters, he only needed to occupy the mine and cut off their source. In this way, all that is left is to deal with the soul-eating monsters that have appeared, and the crisis of this monster attack is resolved. Knowing the problem, Gunlong immediately called everyone together. He expressed his thoughts. No matter what, they still needed to eliminate the soul-eating monsters. So Gunlong overturned the previous route map and looked at Xiangshan, which was a day's journey away from them. It was also considered an Orc tribe. As for the mine where the tribe was ranked first, Gunlong immediately made a decision and asked everyone to go there. Boss, if our speculation is true, you have done a great job this time. I didn't expect that your mind is quite flexible now. Gunlong and the others walked quickly, looking at the boss beside him. Gunlong couldn't help but joke. To be honest, he didn't expect that the boss had changed so much recently, and his mind was becoming more and more proficient. Hey, Master, that's what I'm saying. These soul-eating monsters are killing all living beings and making it impossible for us to return home. We must drive them out and kill them all. The boss was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and smiled directly at Gunlong. Chapter 359 Intermediate Weapon System. Xiangshan Mine, as a rare large mine in the Orc tribe, is rich in mineral resources and can be said to be a must-have place for everyone. Hundreds of people die here every year due to mining struggles. The most important thing is that there are rumors that there is a cave under this mine. It is said that it turned out to be an ancient and powerful cave with countless inner elixirs and top-quality weapons. If it weren't for this soul-eating monster interfering with the world, there would usually be an endless stream of people vying to mine first at this time. Gunlong and the others stood at the gate of the mountain, looking at the deserted mine. There was no one there, except for the occasional patrolling soul-eating monsters. There were no other living creatures. Gunlong asked everyone to wait here while he went to explore first. Well, why aren't there a large group of soul eaters here? Gunlong flew up in the air, along the road into the mountain, and flew towards the inside. Along the way, I didn't find anything else except a few scattered soul-eating monsters. Gunlong couldn't help but feel depressed and didn't know what was going on. Just when Gunlong was about to return, he suddenly realized something was wrong. In the center of the mine, there is a huge pit filled with black stones. However, these black stones were probably condensed not long ago, and no soul eater came out. Gunlong checked around and made sure that there were no soul-eating monsters. And then he landed directly near the black stone. A rough calculation showed that there were at least 30 stones, and Gunlong was extremely happy. If you kill a stone, you will be rewarded with 10,000 soul points. If you collect all these stones, you can be rewarded with more than 300,000 soul points. At that time, not only can you upgrade to the intermediate weapon arsenal, but you can also exchange some weapons for the boss and others. When he thought that his weapons and equipment army was about to take shape, Gunlong couldn't wait and started attacking the stone directly. Congratulations. Your soul value has increased by 10,000. Congratulations. Your soul value has increased by 8,000. Gunlong saw that as the number of stones he destroyed increased, the amount of soul value reward gradually decreased. Even so, Gunlong now had 150,000 soul points. Seeing that he could get enough soul points by destroying a few more stones, Gunlong did not rest. The mecha element could not keep up. So he immediately took out an inner elixir to break the mecha element that absorbed the inner elixir to replenish it. Congratulations. Your soul value has been increased to 200,000. You meet the conditions for upgrading the weapon arsenal. Do you want to upgrade now? Upgrade. Upgrade quickly. Gun Long had been struggling for half a day just to upgrade his weapons arsenal. Naturally, he did not dare to slack off and directly chose to upgrade his weapons arsenal. The arsenal is being upgraded, and super artifacts are available. The weapons arsenal has been upgraded successfully, adding super artifact functions. After the system upgrade was completed, Gunlong immediately opened the weapon depot system. Seeing that it had a gift function, Gunlong was satisfied. Prepare to get some weapons for them after meeting the boss. A super artifact crossbow that has an explosive effect when attacking. It requires 80,000 soul points to redeem. Gunlong turned to the super artifact interface and saw that only one weapon was displayed now, and everything else was gray, indicating that it could not be used or spied on. Gunlong shut down the weapon arsenal system and saw how many black stones were nearby. He then stepped forward to destroy the black stones. After obtaining the soul value, Gunlong left. Gunlong, what's going on inside? After Gunlong was waiting to meet up with Kong Ling and the others, everyone immediately gathered around, waiting for Gunlong's reply. Well, no soul eaters were found in this mine, but I did find a lot of black stones and destroyed them all. As soon as Gunlong finished speaking, the brother who was in charge of guarding the perimeter came back and shouted directly. Oh no! There are a lot of soul-eating monsters coming outside. There are too many of them. Just like legions. As soon as he heard that there was a soul-eater monster coming to kill him, Gunlong flew directly into the air. When he saw the darkness in all directions, there were soul-eater monsters behind him. Gunlong thought that these guys were probably outside, and felt that he had destroyed their lair. So he immediately rushed back to take revenge. Everyone forms a defensive formation and is ready to fight. Boss. Old Lizard. Shueisha. Come with me. Gunlong took the boss and the others aside, and one of them gave them an AK-47. After teaching them how to use it, Gunlong directly rose into the sky and attacked the soul-eating monsters. Duh. The sound of rifles under their feet also rang out. With rifles in hand, Boss Shuejiao and his men attacked very sharply. They formed a barrier in front of everyone, making it impossible for the soul-eating monsters to attack. Gunlong watched as more and more soul-eating monsters gathered together, but relying on their few guns alone was not enough. Some of the brothers on the periphery were already defeated and devoured by soul-eating monsters. Gunlong then called on his brothers to retreat and gather together, and he himself exchanged a few rounds of howitzers and threw them towards the place where the soul-eating monsters gathered. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions sounded, and the soul-eating monsters were blown away in all directions. Seeing the huge losses caused by gathering together, the soul-eating monsters separated on their own and stopped attacking together. This gives others room to move and avoids the risk of being blocked. Their morale was greatly shaken, and they rushed towards the Soul Eater with Shuejiao and the others. Gunlong looked at the sky, but there were countless soul bodies, and they were all covered in darkness. He told the old lizard and the others to be careful, while he himself used his refining skills to quickly absorb those floating souls. Without the support of the souls, and with Gunlong occasionally bringing out a few howitzers, the soul-eating monsters were defeated. Having the advantage in numbers alone was useless. Ouch! The weird sound came out again, and Gunlong could see it clearly this time. Among the army of soul eaters they saw, a man in black was particularly eye-catching. It was he who made the weird sound just now. What? This soul eater is controlled by humans. Gunlong found it hard to believe that these monster troops did not appear by chance, but were deliberately manipulated by someone. He flew into the air, killing the retreating soul eater while pursuing the controller. However, the other party obviously discovered Gunlong, and his body suddenly accelerated, and with the power of the soul eater, he fled towards the distance. Chirp! Seeing that he couldn't catch up with the guy, Gunlong aimed a few shots at the guy. I saw a shot hit the man, but the man didn't react at all. At most, his body staggered, and he immediately returned to normal and quickly ran out of Gunlong's sight. Gunlong was very clear about the power of his spear. He thought the guy's strength was definitely at level 9, or even above level 9. Otherwise, how could he be fine at all? Chapter 360 Armed. Gunlong returned to Kong Ling and the others and told everyone what he had discovered. Damn it. I'm just wondering why this crap thing suddenly appeared. It seems like someone is still causing trouble. When the old lizard heard this, he immediately cursed. The old lizard despises this kind of guy who harms all living things. Well, since that's the case, we don't need to attack aimlessly anymore. Besides, we have already dealt with the places where there are many soul eaters around here. The rest will be left to the nether messengers and us. From now on, the people will try their best to search for all the information about people related to Soul Eater. I don't believe that he can make a big difference. After Ginglong knew that this was not a simple invasion, he naturally wanted to find the root of the matter. However, judging from the current information, these guys are deliberately plundering the tribe's remaining resources. Once these resources are exhausted and people practice and absorb the mecha elements, this mecha star will really be unable to stay and is destined to perish. Shui Xiao, I feel like this is not an easy matter. You better go back to the human race. Tell your father and them that they must pay attention to the resources in the mine. Don't let anyone drain the bottom of the cauldron and rob all the resources. Hearing Ginglong's words, Shui Xiao nodded, and he immediately followed Kong Ling. Old man, mobilize all the resources we can use and be sure to guard every mine. Once you find any illegal people, kill them without mercy. At the same time, you also find a way to release this news. No matter whether it is really what we think, it won't be wrong to take precautions first. At the very least, prevent those guys from creating soul-eating monsters. Ginglong arranged everything, except for leaving some people to defend. The others followed him back to Gingjia Fort, in order to ensure that the information could be transmitted in a timely manner. Ginglong took everyone to repair the teleportation arrays along the way before leaving. After Ginglong and the others returned to Gingjia Castle, Ginglong directly found Baimu. After explaining his purpose to Baimu, Ginglong locked himself in the castle storage room, and no one was allowed to disturb them. Everyone didn't know what Ginglong was going to do, but they thought that Ginglong had never let them down. They just waited quietly outside, guessing what good things Ginglong would bring to everyone when he came out of seclusion this time. The master of the house is out of seclusion. At noon on the third day, following an excited shout from the guard, the people who were waiting for Ginglong to come out in the meeting room immediately got up and ran towards the storage room. Hey, what is that? A cannon? Let me go! What is this thing with two tubes? Everyone looked curiously at what Ginglong placed on the building. Even Biga found it very strange. He stepped forward to take a look, and followed Ginglong's instructions to put the mecha elements into the weapons made by Ginglong. Above, boom! With a loud noise, Biga fired a cannonball, and looked at the place where the cannonball hit, and a huge deep pit appeared. In the deep pit, all the living creatures no longer existed, and Big Eyes was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this thing to be so powerful. When Ginglong saw that everyone was starting to test their weapons, he reminded everyone to be careful and never attack their own buildings. Then he flew all the way and placed weapons in all positions that could play a defensive role. After waiting to confirm that the Gingjia fort was covered with weapons, Ginglong checked that he still had 50,000 soul points. In order to ensure that everyone had weapons, Ginglong and people who were close to each other got an AK-47. Everyone was surprised by the power of this new weapon. Seeing that everyone basically started to rely on the attack of this new weapon, Ginglong hurriedly called everyone to pay attention. Well, everyone, please pay attention. You must not stop practicing. Only the higher your strength is, the better the effect of this new weapon will be. Everyone took note of Ginglong's words and watched Ginglong enter the storage room again. Under the arrangement of Lao Luo, the general manager, everyone practiced using new weapons to defend against attacks. Ginglong entered the storage room this time and stayed there for a week. After Ginglong came out again, his face was full of joy. After upgrading the weapons of the entire Gingjia fort, Ginglong went to find Bimu. Ginglong, your current situation is really unexpected to me. I didn't expect you to open up a new path of cultivation. Originally, I was worried that the world would be chaotic and the base area we had worked so hard to establish would be unsafe. Now it seems that everything is gone. You have to worry too much. With your new weapon, our defense will be no problem. You don't know that after using your weapon, the combat effectiveness of a person with level 6 cultivation has increased by 2 levels. There's no need for close combat, and there's no problem with safety at all. Bai Mu is very happy that Ginglong can achieve such achievements now. Look at Ginglong. He is no longer the silly boy who still needed his guidance. Ginglong was very pleased. It seemed that his master had a good vision, and had not chosen the wrong person. Bai Mu, there must be no problem with the safety of our home now. As for the guy who created the Soul Eater, I think he suffered such a tragic loss this time. There has been no news for several days. And I guess there won't be any news for a while. Appear again. I want to go out and try again. By the way, do you remember the prison we were in? When Gunlong came to find him, Baima could already make a rough guess. After hearing Gunlong's question, Baima stood up and took out a map and gave it to Gunlong. Gunlong, have you seen that river? This river runs through the entire Orc tribe and directly connects to the divine territory. You walk along this river, and when you are about to approach the divine territory, there is a river island. Don't look at that island. The area is not large, but there are many agencies on it. The teleportation array leading to the prison is also there, but you must be careful when you go there. After all, the prison has the same history as the Mecha Star, and no one dares to tell the old monsters trapped inside. Are you still alive? Don't be brave. Gunlong wrote down his words. In fact, when he learned that soul power appeared after killing someone, Gunlong immediately thought of prison. It is definitely a suitable place for killing, and you don't need to worry about anything there. Moreover, the prison exists in multiple dimensions. I only explored 1 or 2 at that time. The vast world was there, waiting for me to go to the trial. By the way, Gunlong, I feel that Dragon Rong is getting weirder and weirder. I heard the old lizard say that when you attacked the Soul Eater monster, you found a mysterious person controlling the Soul Eater monster. If I remember correctly, a few months ago, a few mysterious guys came to see Long Rong, because I thought Long Rong was your wife. I didn't ask too much. In short, you should pay more attention to Long Rong when you take the time. I always feel like something is wrong with her. Bai Mu thought about it, and finally he expressed his doubts. After all, Gunlong was a man with great ambitions, and it was impossible for him to be in Jingjiabao every day. If Long Rong had any problems, Bai Mu would not be able to explain to Gunlong. Chapter 361 Weird Building. Long Rong? Gunlong finished listening to Bai Li's words. Now that he heard those 2 words, he really didn't know how to deal with them. In fact, Gunlong didn't know when. The 2 words Long Rong have become a piece of meat in my heart. It's okay if you don't mention it. Once you mention it, it's like a scar, and you can't let it go. Well, let's send someone to keep an eye on her. If she hasn't done anything sorry for us, that's it. If she does, if I don't come back, you can deal with it directly. Gunlong originally wanted to inquire in person, but after thinking of Long Rong's eyes, Gunlong gave up. Before leaving, he thought about it, and finally gave Big Moo an answer. Big Moo knew that Gunlong didn't want to get involved in this topic, so he stopped mentioning it. Looking at Gunlong alone, Big Moo thought of something and asked Gunlong to stop. He walked straight to the room inside. After a while, then he came out and said, "You are almost catching up with me in strength now, and I have nothing better to give you. I heard some time ago that you have been looking for weapons. This pocket is full of treasures that I collected when I traveled around the world. It's useless if you keep it. Just take it and use it." Gunlong took the bag, and he could feel the weight of the contents inside. He thanked Gunlong and left directly. Since I didn't want to cause a sensation, there was no need. Gunlong just said hello to Lao Lizard and the others, and left with Kong Ling, Boss and Lan Yo. "Hey, are you planning to go out and train alone without taking me with you?" As soon as Gunlong walked out of Gung's home, Shui Yu caught up with him. She said she would not go back, and she would definitely follow Gunlong. Unable to resist, Gunlong had no choice but to nod in agreement and allow Shui Yu to set off with him. "Master, there is a city ahead." Gunlong and the others did not delay along the way. They went directly to the coastal area, bought a small boat, and set sail. When he heard the boss's words, Gunlong immediately ran to the deck and looked at a small island that suddenly appeared in front of him. On the island, there were obviously some ancient buildings standing there. Gunlong couldn't help feeling a little strange. Took out the map and took a look at it and said, "Boss, our route is correct, but there is no sign of this island on the map." The boss and Kong Ling came forward and took a look at the map. After confirming that there was no mark for this island, everyone looked at Gunlong, waiting for him to make a decision. "It's your grandpa's. Maybe this is God's deliberate arrangement for us. We came out here just for experience. Let's go up there and have a try and see what's there." Gunlong asked the boss to dock the boat, and he walked onto the island first, looking into the building in the distance. He could vaguely see a figure. Gunlong did not dare to be careless, so he asked the boss and the others to wait here for a while he flew up in the air, flying towards the direction of the building, thinking of exploring it. "Huh? What's going on? Do you think my eyesight is dazzled? Why is there no one here? Gunlong looked down and saw that the building was empty, with no one at all. But just now, he clearly saw someone. In order to verify all this, Gunlong bravely landed in the building, holding the nebulous sword in his hand and carefully guarding the surroundings. It's weird. There's really no one. Just as Gunlong pushed open several doors in succession, he saw that the inside was filled with dust and did not look like there was anyone at all. Gunlong was stunned and couldn't figure out what was going on. Dong dong dong. Rapid footsteps sounded, and Gunlong felt someone running towards him. He turned around, raised the nebulous sword, and was about to launch an attack. Seeing that it was Shuiyu and the others coming, Gunlong immediately stopped his attack. When he thought that if he hadn't stopped in time, Shuiyu would have died on the spot. Gunlong said angrily, "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to wait on the shore? It was so dangerous just now. What if I don't arrest you?" Shuiyu looked at Gunlong and was really angry. She was stunned there, not knowing what to say. Ling, who was still on the side, saw something was wrong and hurriedly said, "Gunlong, it's like this. We were waiting on the shore just now, but suddenly we saw you fighting with someone, and there were at least 10 people on the other side. So we took it upon ourselves to come and help you." "What did you say?" "I started a fight with someone." Gunlong felt something was wrong. You know, since he entered this building, he didn't see anyone. In this case, who did Shuiyu and the others see? Could it be that this building has some mechanism or something else that can cause people to hallucinate? Didi. Just when Gunlong was thinking about what was going on, he heard a soft sound coming from his body. Gunlong looked towards the place where the sound came from, and when he saw it was something Shuiyu had given him, saying it was their family's secret treasure. Half of it was given to Gunlong, and the other half was on her. Once one party is in danger, the things on the other party will respond. "Shuiyu, is this thing of yours malfunctioning? You are right in front of me, and it is indeed a reminder that you are in danger." Gunlong didn't think much. He took out the thing and asked Shuiyu. But what greeted him was not Shuiyu's answer, but a long sword attacking him head-on. Gunlong was unprepared, and the sword pierced his body. Fortunately, Gunlong's body was protected by holy armor, and the long sword did not break through his defense, forcing Gunlong to take a few steps back. "You are not Shuiyu. Who are you?" "Shuiyu is his wife, and will never attack him." Gunlong couldn't detect anything strange. What he was sure of was that the person in front of him was definitely not Shuiyu. Seeing that Shuiyu did not answer, but still raised his sword to attack, and the boss and others on the side also roared and attacked towards him, Gunlong immediately flew into the air and dodged their attacks. Well, Shuiyu and the others are still on the shore. Who are these guys on the ground? Gunlong flew into the air, and everything around him came into view. When he saw Shuiyu and the others still waiting at the place where they had just separated, Gunlong understood immediately. No matter who the guys below are, they are definitely not their friends. Gunlong directly summoned a howitzer and threw it at the group of people at his feet. Boom! The explosion resounded through the heavens and earth, bringing up thick smoke and dust. After everything disappeared, Gunlong looked at the building on the ground and found it was intact. But the people who wanted to kill him were gone. Gunlong couldn't help but become curious about the building. He knew the power of his SHL, and he really couldn't figure out what the building was made of. It was so powerful, and there was no damage at all. Chapter 362, Trial of the Inner Demon. Gunlong was just about to rush down to investigate again, but at a glance he found that Shuiyu's group on the shore did not react at all. To say that I was not far away from them, how could I not feel anything about such a huge noise? Gunlong, who felt something was wrong, turned around and flew towards where Shuiyu and the others were. After making a move here, Gunlong immediately realized something was wrong. You know, no matter how long he flies now, Shuiyu and the others are still far away from him and cannot be touched at all. Your grandfather's. There must be some restrictions in it. Gunlong also lost his temper at this time. He put away the nebulous sword, took out the laser gun, and aimed at the building to continuously bombard it. Choo choo choo. After the sound of the beating stopped, Gunlong looked at the place where he attacked. The ancient buildings were still intact. Gunlong was completely stunned. Could it be that he was going to be trapped to death here? Just when Gunlong was about to continue thinking of a way to rush out, he turned around and saw a person who looked exactly like him appearing on Shuiyu's side. What did that guy say to Shuiyu and the others? A group of them actually followed the fake themselves and ran towards the building. Your grandfather. These bastards are actually engaging in such a conspiracy. Shuiyu, you guys should leave immediately. Gung Long saw that Shuiyu and the others couldn't hear him. So he immediately summoned a few howitzers and threw them at the entrance of the building. However, when Gung Long saw that the explosion here was deafening, but Shuiyu and the others didn't react at all, Gung Long completely collapsed and could only watch Shuiyu and the others get closer and closer to him. Gung Long, use telepathy. You and Lao Nyo can communicate through telepathy. Dragon Soul's voice sounded at the right time. Being reminded by Dragon Soul, Gung Long was glad that Lao Nyo had become accustomed to Kong Ling and was not like Dragon Soul, who stayed with him every day. Lao Nyo, if you hear this, quickly take Shuiyu and the others to retreat. There is a scam here. After Gung Long called out, he saw Lao Nyo suddenly stop when he was approaching the entrance of the building, and looked suspiciously at the fake himself leading the way. Old cow, don't be fooled. That guy is a fake. And I'm trapped in this building now. This place is too weird. You guys should evacuate quickly. I'll find a way to get out on my own. Lao Nyo heard it clearly now. He looked at the Gung Long in front of him, who was just running into the building, thought about it, and immediately called for everyone to stop. Old Nyo, what's wrong with you? You don't want to get rich. Didn't I tell you that a huge treasure cave was found in that building? There is another wave of people in the building. If we go there late, the treasure can be it was snatched away by others. Lao Nyo winked at Kong Ling, and after seeing Kong Ling's understanding, Lao Nyo stepped forward to block Shuiyu behind him, looked at the fake Gung Long and said, "It's okay. I just suddenly remembered that we still have a partner on the boat. We were in a hurry just now and forgot to call him. You guys wait here for a moment. I will call him over. We have one more person and more strength. You can collect more treasures." Gung Long was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He saw Lao Nyo turning around and wanted to leave. Gung Long immediately stepped forward and stopped Lao Nyo and said, "Oh, why are you so inked? Okay, you go in first. Isn't it on the boat? I'll go and bring that guy here." Shuiyu looked at all of them here, wondering why Lao Nyo suddenly said that. Just as Shuiyu was about to ask, she heard Gung Long's reaction, and she understood. There was something wrong with the Gung Long in front of her. Someone was pretending to be him. How could the real Gung Long believe that there was someone else on the ship? "Boy, who are you? How dare you pretend to be Gung Long?" After Lao Nyo determined that the boy was a fake, he naturally did not hold back and attacked the guy directly. When he saw that he had been discovered, the fake Gung Long didn't fight back. He just dug into the ground and disappeared without a trace. "I'll go. Why are you so evil?" Kong Ling, "Boss, let's go back to the ship first," Gung Long said. "Let us stay away from here. He will find a way out on his own." Although Shuiyu was a little worried, she also knew that she could not help much at this time. If she insisted on rushing into the building, it might cause trouble for Gung Long. So Shuiyu followed Lao Nyo and the others back to the boat and drove the boat away from the island. After Gung Long made sure that Shuiyu and the others were safe, he began to study the building carefully, watching Dragon Soul beside him stare at the building for a long time, nodding his head vaguely in understanding. Gung Long thought that Dragon Soul must have discovered something, and asked Dragon Soul directly, "What? Did you find anything?" "Oh, no. But I feel like this scene is familiar. I remember hearing someone mention it before. This thing should be the island of inner demons. If you want to pass here, you can't just rely on brute force. You must conquer your own heart." "Okay, Gung Long. This is a great opportunity. If you really pass, there might be something good waiting for you." Hearing what Dragon Soul said, Gung Long understood, and all his original worries disappeared. This is how people feel about the unknown. Once you get familiar with it, nothing is a problem. Gung Long landed on the ground. This time, he was fully prepared. Looking at the intricate passages in the building, Gung Long did not hesitate and strode up. "Gung Long, you're back. Ha ha ha. Let's see how our new home looks like." That is, when Gung Long first entered the street, the surrounding scene changed, and his parents appeared. They smiled happily, waved to Gung Long, and called Gung Long over. Although Gung Long knew this was a lie, he was very touched when he saw his parents reappearing with his own eyes. If Dragon Soul hadn't stopped him in time, Gung Long would have really charged forward. "Gung Long, you didn't expect that I'm not dead yet." "Ha ha." Zhang Xing appeared next. Seeing Zhang Xing's arrogant look, Gung Long was fully prepared this time and was not affected. As time goes by, the frequency of hallucinations becomes faster and faster. The funniest thing is that a dragon soul actually appears in the illusion. When the dragon soul and the fake dragon soul met their eyes, Gunlong had already gotten used to it and was not affected. However, the dragon soul couldn't stand the dirty look of the fake dragon soul and jumped to attack. Fake dragon soul. Your grandfather. This inner demon is nothing more than that. Dragon soul. I think what happened around me should be about the same. Isn't it time that this inner demon trial is over? As soon as Gunlong finished speaking, there was a loud noise in the sky, and two huge creatures appeared. Although he knew it was an illusion, Gunlong was still trembling with fright and hurriedly took a few steps back. Chapter 363, Mad God Siejun. Gunlong, why are you willing to succumb to this SHL? You are the son of my mad god. The huge figures merged into one, and a loud voice sounded. Son of the mad god? Gunlong had never seen this guy before, but he heard the guy say that he was his child. Gunlong couldn't help but feel a little ridiculous, thinking that it was probably this so-called inner demon that made him unable to control himself. And he lost his composure and started to do something stupid. Crazy God and evil June? Dragon Soul did not react like Gunlong. He looked at the huge figure, and then at Gunlong in front of him. Not to mention, the two people's looks are really similar. Dragon Soul immediately fell silent, not daring to say a word. Trash? Have you even forgotten your identity? Gunlong, you were born to be an evil dragon. But now? Are you still civilized? The giant's voice sounded again. Gunlong saw that something was wrong with the dragon soul beside him. He immediately ran to the dragon soul and asked it what was going on. Gunlong, the world only knows the Beast King, but they don't know that the biggest evil demon since the founding of Mecha Planet is Mad God Siejun, because he was too domineering and brought trouble to the world. So after he fell, everyone regarded him, as his name was considered taboo, and no one ever mentioned it again. Gunlong didn't expect that this person actually existed. He looked at Dragon Soul's face, which looked ugly and didn't look like he was lying. Gunlong immediately said, Longhun, I am from Earth. Tell me, could this heart demon trial be a deliberate trick? Gunlong, this heart demon trial will only show things related to you, and irrelevant events will never appear. Through the previous events, I believe you have also discovered it. In this way, I also understand why you are not the reincarnated Beast King, and why you can absorb the Beast King token for your own use. You may not know that this Beast King token was originally created by the Mad God Siejun. Hearing what Dragon Soul said, Gunlong was a little confused. According to what Dragon Soul said, is his biological father really such a crazy god and evil man? Evil dragon. My son, how can my life's cultivation be in vain? Now that you have returned successfully, I will tell you that at the bottom of infinite purgatory, my life's cultivation is sealed there. You just need to go wherever you go and give that power to inherit and avenge your father. The giant roared and then disappeared. Gunlong's face was pale at this time, and his whole body was trembling. The giant's words just now were repeated in my mind. Who am I? Gunlong? Evil dragon? Which one is the real you? Gunlong, wake up! The inner demon trial is over, and the core of the building has appeared. This is our only chance to break through, and we must break the core. Dragon Soul watched a ball of light appear in the sky, and he knew that this was the thing responsible for the building in front of him. He tried to attack the light ball, but when he found that it had no effect at all, Dragon Soul called Gunlong to wake up quickly. Otherwise, they would really be stuck here for the rest of their lives. Gunlong was called over by the Dragon Soul. Looking at the shining sphere in front of him, he knew that this guy was the key to his escape. Although Gunlong still had some unsolved knots in his heart, he knew that now was not the time to pursue that. Nebula Sword took action directly and attacked the sphere. Clang, clang, clang. Gunlong slashed at him with 3 swords, and 3 collision sounds were made in succession. After seeing that the Nebula Sword could not cause damage to the sphere, Gunlong took out his laser gun and attacked the sphere. It seems that the laser gun's attack is somewhat useful, but it still can't cause much damage to the sphere. When Gunlong was debating which weapon to use to attack, the luster of the sphere suddenly disappeared for some reason. Gunlong saw clearly that there was a broken fragment inside the sphere. Gunlong was very familiar with that fragment, which was the Hunyuan Ding he had obtained before. Gunlong had an idea and took out the Hunyuan Cauldron fragment from his body. Buzz! The Hunyuan Cauldron fragment was held in Gunlong's hand. Gunlong didn't move much. The fragments in his hands actually emitted colorful light, echoing with the fragments in the sphere. Gunlong could feel that the fragments in the sphere and the fragments in his hand were pulling toward each other. each wanting to devour the other. Naturally, Gunlong would not just watch his fragments being absorbed by that guy. He immediately mobilized the mecha elements in his body to fill the fragments. With the help of the mecha element, Gunlong clearly felt that the fragments of the Hunyuan cauldron in his hand had the upper hand. Pulling the fragments in the sphere to impact. Snapped. With a crisp sound. The fragments of the Hunyuan cauldron in the sphere successfully merged with the fragments in Gunlong's hand. Gunlong only felt a powerful force coming. And then the system voice in his mind sounded. The fragments of the Hunyuan cauldron are upgraded successfully. And you can obtain a skill clone. After using the skill, a clone with the same strength as yourself can appear for 5 minutes. After the system sound fell, the Hunyuan cauldron fragment in Gunlong's hand shone down and returned to its normal appearance. As for the building in front of him, it collapsed suddenly, and the island that hosted the building slowly sank, and finally disappeared completely. Gunlong, we are here. Hearing Shueyu's call, Gunlong flew back to Shueyu and the others. Seeing that everyone was fine, Gunlong felt relieved. But when he thought of Mad God Xiejun's last words, Gunlong felt very uncomfortable. He didn't want everyone to worry about him, so he didn't tell anyone about it. Watching the boss relock the coordinates and move towards the teleportation array leading to the prison, Gunlong said low to everyone, saying that he was a little tired and went to the cabin to rest alone. Shueyu clearly felt something was wrong with Gunlong. Looking at Gunlong's lonely back, Shueyu ran to Gunlong, took Gunlong's hand and said, Gunlong, don't put too much pressure on yourself. No matter what happens, I hope you remember that I will always be by your side to accompany you. And your friends. We are your solid backing. And you are not alone. Hearing Shueyu's words, Gunlong was very moved. He hugged Shueyu and kissed her gently, indicating that he was fine, but just a little tired. Then he walked towards the cabin and rested alone. The march this time was very smooth. When the boss came in and called Gunlong, they had successfully arrived in front of the teleportation array. The teleportation array in front of me is different from the previous ones. The whole thing is dark in color. Looking from a distance, it actually gives people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Gunlong walked out of the cabin, looked at the teleportation array, and thought to himself, my friends in prison. I, Gunlong, am back to fight again. Chapter 364 Orange Shoulder Badges. Everyone. Where we are about to go, there is no emotion to speak of. Only endless killing. If you want to survive, you can only kill others. Gunlong knew who was standing here, so he and Longhun had been in prison. Therefore, Gunlong issued a warning to everyone to pay attention. The boat sailed directly into the teleportation array, and the scenery in front of Gunlong and the others immediately changed. Seeing everyone's clothes change automatically after entering this space. They were all wearing purple epaulets. Gunlong remembered the scene when he first entered. The number of murders in this space could not be accumulated, and they were all counted individually. You all listen. The epaulets on the shoulders will gradually upgrade as the number of kills increases. The higher the level, the higher the reward. So when you find the enemy later, don't show mercy. Just attack. Seeing that everyone had taken note and understood the rules here, Gunlong stepped onto the land first and led everyone into the battlefield. Kill! A deafening sound sounded. When Gunlong and the others crossed a high mountain, they looked at the open land in front of them, where people from the two camps were fighting. Gunlong immediately called to Shueyu and the others to follow him and join the battle. Congratulations. You successfully killed a 6th level cultivator, and you will be rewarded with 50 soul points. Congratulations. You successfully killed a 5th level cultivator, and you will be rewarded with 40 soul points. Gunlong saw that after he killed these enemies, the soul value reward data was not bad. So Gunlong was naturally very happy and concentrated on killing the enemies. Hey, where are you from? You look unfamiliar. Gunlong, who was struggling to kill, suddenly heard a loud shout from behind him and looked back. When he found out it was a guy with gold epaulets. He knew the rules, and he had to obey the golden epaulets in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Gunlong immediately replied with a smile. Brother, we just arrived here not long ago. When we saw a fight starting, we came over to help. Who is he? We are brothers with you. Get out of here. The other party sent here are low-level guys this time. We don't need you to steal our heads. The golden epaulet said, and pushed Gunlong aside. He stood in Gunlong's position, and frantically harvested the enemy's heads. Master, what's his attitude? Damn it. Don't stop me. I'll kill that guy right now. Seeing that the boss was a little out of sorts, Gun Long immediately stepped forward to stop him, waved his hand to signal the boss to be quiet, and led him to the side to kill the enemy. Since it was a close quarters fight, Gun Long didn't have to use a laser gun, so his nebula sword had a long way to go here. Under the control of Gun Long, the nebula sword danced back and forth. Anyone who was attacked by the nebula sword immediately collapsed to the ground. The golden epaulets who were just looking for trouble looked at Ginlong and the others, but they were killing him much faster than them. Although he could see that Ginlong and his gang were stronger than him, this space had its own rules, and his golden epaulets naturally gave him the right to manage novices like Ginlong and the others. So the golden epaulet came directly to Ginlong, pushed Ginlong away and said, "Are you deaf? I told you to get out. Why are you still here?" No matter how good-tempered Ginlong Rao was, the gold epaulet's nonsense made him feel very uncomfortable. Na Ginlong glared at the golden epaulet and said, "It's your grandpa's fault. I've repeatedly given in, and don't want to embarrass you. Listen to me. If you dare to mess with me again, don't blame me for being rude." The golden epaulet did not expect that Ginlong would resist. He turned pale, clapped his hands, and called several of his followers to come over and surround Ginlong. For someone as self-reliant as Ginlong, it's not like he has never seen golden epaulets before. However, in this space, another advantage of epaulet level is that it can make you stronger than those with low-level epaulets. Although Ginlong and the others are somewhat powerful, because they were low-level epaulets, they could only use up to 80% of their strength. The golden epaulets were blessed with the strength of the epaulets. Naturally, he did not take Ginlong seriously, and waved his hand to the brothers to deal with Ginlong. Ginlong has always adhered to the principle that no one will offend me, and I will not offend others. Now seeing that the golden epaulets are actually taking the initiative to attack, Ginlong will naturally not just surrender. He flew directly into the air, and avoided the attacks of those guys. Seeing them attacking him again, Ginlong used a five-finger technique to pin down the guy who was relatively close to him. Before the guy could react, he raised the knife and killed the guy. "Asshole! How dare you kill your own compatriots? We will never tolerate you. Kill this traitor." Ginlong admired Golden Shoulder's ability to knock people off, but he had decided to take action, and would not give Golden Shoulder a chance to survive. Looking at the golden epaulet, he took a few steps back, distanced himself, and just called for his men to come over and attack him. Ginlong chuckled, took out the laser gun, pointed it at the head with the golden epaulet, and pulled the trigger. The golden epaulet had never seen this kind of attack method before. He saw a light and shadow coming towards him. He was just about to dodge when the light and shadow hit him on the head. There was a crisp sound, and the armor on his body was shattered. Seeing how powerful Ginlong's strange attack was, the golden epaulet was a little scared. He shouted vigorously, calling for his men to attack Ginlong. As for him, he quickly ran to the distance and distanced himself from Ginlong. How could Ginlong let go of the golden epaulet after escaping a wave of attacks? Looking at the golden epaulet in the distance, another light and shadow skill struck over. The golden epaulet, which had no time to organize its armor defense, received a solid blow. The painful golden epaulet cried for support and immediately called for support. Naturally, Ginlong had no good impressions of such a guy. Watching the boss and the others come over to block the attack for him, Ginlong jumped up in the air, turned over, and came to the golden epaulet. He took out the nebula sword and slashed at the golden epaulet's neck. Presumptuous! Just as he was about to die when he saw the golden epaulet, a figure suddenly appeared and punched Ginlong, knocking him back. Ginlong held his aching chest and saw that the person who came was actually an orange epaulet, and his own strength was not low. He was at the 8th level of cultivation level like himself. Ginlong secretly thought something was wrong. This was a tough time. Haha. Brother. You're here. This kid is going to rebel and kill me. So hurry up and avenge me. As soon as the golden epaulet saw that helpers were coming, he immediately complained to the evil one first, and immediately cried to the orange epaulet about Ginlong's fault. The orange epaulet naturally listened to the words of the golden epaulet, and directly interrupted Ginlong, who was about to explain. Took out his own weapon and attacked Ginlong. Chapter 365, Skybreaking Priest. Ginlong naturally knew the strength suppression of the orange epaulet, which made the orange epaulet have the strength of the 9th level divine armor, even though it was also an 8th level cultivation level. Ginlong was not stupid. He did not engage in close combat with the orange epaulets. He retreated while using a series of laser guns to attack the orange epaulets. Well, what the hell is this? The orange epaulet could feel the sharpness of Ginlong's attack. He wanted to dodge, But Ginlong's attack was too fast. After all, Orange Epaulet was attacked. Seeing that Ginlong's attack almost broke his own defense, Orange Epaulet was very depressed. He roared and charged towards Ginlong. Ginlong was really angry when he saw the Orange Epaulet. He didn't dare to be careless. He took out the Hunyuan Cauldron fragment and directly used the clone skill. When the Orange Epaulet arrived, he saw 2 Gung dragons appeared in front of him. He couldn't help but be stunned, wondering what was going on. When Ginlong saw an opportunity, he controlled the clone to follow him, used the 5-finger technique, and attacked the Orange Epaulet. Haha. It's done. Although the Orange Epaulet has a strength that far exceeds that of Ginlong, it itself is only an 8th level holy armor cultivation level. Therefore, Ginlong's 5-finger technique still has an effect on him. Seeing that the Orange Epaulet was successfully restrained, Ginlong took his clone with him. He used the laser gun, and the clone used the nebula sword to attack the Orange Epaulet crazily. Crack! With a crisp sound, the orange shoulder straps armor shattered. Without the armor's protection, the orange shoulder straps were as fragile as eggs. The threat of death made him lose all his original momentum, and he immediately begged for mercy with tears. Ginlong was not surprised. He would never be soft on such a person. He aimed at his head, pulled the trigger, and directly eliminated the Orange Epaulet. Congratulations. You successfully killed an 8th level cultivator. The soul value reward is 1,000. Seeing that he had killed a person of the same level, he actually got so many soul points as a reward. Ginlong was very happy. He turned around and glared at the golden shoulder badge, then rushed over and attacked the golden shoulder badge. Ah! You'd better let me go. What you just killed was the big red man in front of the priest. The priest will never let you go. In order to survive, he fought back frantically, and his words were incoherent. Ginlong was naturally not afraid of any high priest. After all, according to what the calming priest said, as long as he could control the 10 Directions drum, he would be qualified to control the prison. To put it bluntly, he also had the strength to be a priest. What's more, Ginlong returned to prison this time, just to improve his strength and save more soul points. As for which party to help, Ginlong had no clear desire. As long as the other party can provide him with soul points, he doesn't mind starting a war with both parties in the prison. The golden epaulets were simply vulnerable to Ginlong, especially since Ginlong still had the help of his clone. In just 2 rounds, the golden epaulet was killed. And as for his companions, they were also killed by the boss and the others. Ginlong saw that the number of kills by the clones were counted as his own. He immediately asked the clones to follow him and rushed into the crowd. In order to avoid drawing too much hatred to himself, Ginlong still controlled the clones and attacked those who were not in his own camp. Party. Congratulations. Your soul value has increased by 100. Congratulations. Your soul value has increased by 80. As Ginlong's killing speed increases, the sound of the system prompts becomes faster and faster. By the end, Ginlong's mind was filled with the system's busy notification sounds. Congratulations. Your soul value has been increased to 400,000. And you have the opportunity to upgrade your weapon arsenal. Do you need to upgrade? Ginlong was already numb from slashing, and saw that his epaulets had been upgraded to gold. Hearing the system prompt, Ginlong immediately chose to upgrade. System is upgrading. Please wait. System upgrade failed. Other systems are randomly enabled as compensation. Please wait. Congratulations. You have obtained the equipment library system. Looking at the series of prompts from the system, Ginlong felt like he was in heaven and on earth. He didn't expect that this training system would fail to upgrade. Hearing that the system said it had an equipment system, Ginlong immediately opened the system. Shangyun armor, with additional rebound skills, can rebound 10% of the damage when attacked. The skills can be upgraded, and the upgrade channels can be obtained in the intermediate equipment system. Shangyun leg armor, with the added speed skill, the movement speed increases by 10% within 10 seconds. The skill can be upgraded, and the upgrade channel can be obtained in the intermediate equipment system. Shangyun fist gloves, additional heavy attack skill, 1% chance to kill the opponent instantly when attacking. The skill can be upgraded, and the upgrade channel is obtained in the intermediate equipment system. Ginlong saw that the equipment system was not as diverse as the weapon system, with only these few pieces of equipment. However, looking at the skill information behind the equipment, Ginlong couldn't let it go, which was equivalent to adding an extra barrier for himself. He looked at the soul value required to summon each piece of equipment, which was not much. All around 5,000. So Gun Long didn't say much and rushed directly into the crowd to fight. Dong dong dong. The dull drum beat sounded, and the two sides, who had been fighting, immediately separated and retreated to their own camps. Gun Long looked at the people appearing on the high platforms behind them, and knew that they were the priests of their respective camps. Gun Long didn't say much. He met the boss and the others, and waited for the priest to issue the next order. Priest of the Skybreaker, why are you struggling so hard? Now most of the prison space has joined our camp, and returning to the Mecha Star is just around the corner. You'd better wake up early and join our camp to avoid suffering the physical pain. Gun Long looked at the priest opposite him, and felt that he looked familiar. He looked very much like one of the 3 priests who attacked the Kongming priest. Gun Long really disliked that person. He looked at his soul value, and found that it was just enough to summon the Shangyun armor. Gun Long directly opened the equipment system, summoned the Shangyun armor, and put it on. Haha. Dark Priest. Your speech is just like your name. It doesn't make people comfortable. Everything you say is an excuse. When you choose to join forces with those barbarians, you are no longer Mecha Stars, and have not gone back. Qualified. The Skybreaker priest was not afraid. He looked directly at the Dark Priests, and condemned everything they did. Ha ha ha. Priest of the Sky. You and I are both exiles. To say that we can't go back is too hurtful. Are you delaying on purpose? Waiting for reinforcements? Let me tell you clearly. Your good friend Priest Kongming has been defeated by us. He has long since fled to other dimensions, and is missing. Just surrender obediently. I can also put in a few words of kindness in front of the commander, and find you a job. Chapter 366, Lucky Cloud Armor. Priest of Kongming? Gun Long didn't expect that by such a coincidence. He could still hear the name of an old acquaintance. When I think about the fact that the Dark Priest defeated the Kongming priest, it goes without saying that the brothers of the Kongming priest must have been killed. The image of those people helping him appeared in Gun Long's mind. Gun Long felt so angry that he shouted violently, then rose into the sky and rushed towards the Dark Priest. Ha ha ha. Priest of Breaking the Sky. Is there no one there? You actually asked a guy with golden epaulets to come out and fight with me. Well, let's let you people who are not afraid of death see how powerful we are. Powerful, the Dark Priest said, as a huge black ball appeared in his hand. The sound of thunder and lightning came from inside the black ball, and the crackling was very scary. Priest Pakong did not expect that his men would attack on his own initiative. He was about to recall Gun Long, but the Dark Priest's attack had already been launched. Priest Pakong sighed. He could imagine Gun Long's fate. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the thunder and lightning attacking Gun Long suddenly turned and hit the Dark Priest. Although the strength of the attack is somewhat reduced, but the feeling of being hit by his own attack was really unpleasant. Yeah. Who are you? The Dark Priest didn't believe that the guy who could take his blow and hurt him was just a guy with a golden shoulder patch. He did not dare to be careless at this time. As if facing a formidable enemy, he called his men over to protect him. He looked at the Gung Dragon hanging in the air, and searched for information about Gung Dragon in his mind. Priest Pakong was also very surprised. He didn't notice when such a powerful person appeared on his side. Looking at Gung Long's expression, Priest Pakong could not find any information about Gung Long from his memory. He no longer struggled, as long as he knew that the guy in front of him was helping him. Aren't you awesome? Where did you get all those words? How can a priest be a priest with this level of skills? Go home and herd the cows, Gun Long said, summoning 2 howitzers and throwing them at the Dark Priest. The Dark Priest, who was completely angered by Gun Long, rose into the sky and watched as Gun Long threw 2 iron lumps at him. Although the Dark Priest didn't know what it was, he subconsciously felt that it would be better for him to stay away from that thing. Before the Dark Priest could make any move, he heard 2 booming sounds, and the 2 iron objects exploded. A heat wave hit, and the Dark Priest had no time to prepare, and was attacked by the heat wave. Although it didn't cause much damage to him, his clothes were in tatters, and he looked like a beggar. As for those guys standing closer to the Dark Priest, they suffered, because they did not have the strength of the Dark Priest. Everyone was affected by the explosion. Some of the guys with low strength were directly blown into pieces, and converted into Gung Long's soul value. Who the H.L. are you? What the H.L. is this? The Dark Priest came this time, hoping to get a bargain, because everyone knew that the people under the Skybreaking Priest were of average strength. Now it seems that I have encountered a hard problem. A mere guy with golden epaulets was able to beat him into such a miserable state. The more the Dark Priest thought about it, the more cowardly he became. In order to survive, He didn't care about dignity at this time. He turned around and wanted to run away. Where to run? Ginlong shouted loudly and chased after the Dark Priest. Seeing that the Dark Priest was very fast, Ginlong laughed, took out his laser gun, and pursued the Dark Priest while attacking. The Dark Priest, who didn't expect Ginlong to have such an attack method, was attacked by a laser gun. He slowed down and was caught up by Ginlong. Ginlong was not polite. He took action with the nebulous sword and chopped off the Dark Priest's head with one blow. What? The Dark Priest was beaten to death by the guy. The people watching the battle on the ground were shocked. Whether it was the enemy team or their own team, everyone was stunned there, not knowing what to say. Ginlong knew in his heart that with the strength of the Dark Priest, it would not be easy for him to kill him. After all, this High Priest has mastered the power of space. As for the Dark Priest being killed so easily by himself, it was mainly due to the sharp attack method in front of him that shocked him, so that the guy just wanted to escape and did not resist with all his strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so relaxed. Congratulations. You successfully killed a High Priest. The reward is 100,000 soul points. When Ginlong heard the system prompt, he jumped up with excitement. Looking back at the priest who was stunned, Ginlong resisted the urge to continue killing. After all, he didn't want to provoke too many enemies. However, the reward for killing the priest is really too generous. To be honest, Ginlong is particularly itchy. Hee. That Shangyun armor is so useful. The other ones can't be used for the time being. I'd better upgrade the equipment system first. Ginlong originally thought about exchanging all the equipment, but when he thought that he had just seen that upgrading the equipment system did not require too much soul value, which seemed to be more than 80,000, Ginlong opened the equipment system and thought about replacing the equipment with it. The system was upgraded, and then the Shangyun armor was upgraded. After all, the ability to rebound attacks was so cool to use. The equipment upgrade system requires 80,000 soul points. Are you sure you want to upgrade? Upgrade? Ginlong couldn't wait and chose the upgrade option directly, while waiting for the system to be upgraded. I watched the people under my feet standing there in a daze, not moving at all. Ginlong was happy. He knew that he could not command others, so he shouted to the boss. Boss, what are you guys standing there for? Strike while the iron is hot, and kill them quickly to earn merits. After being reminded by Ginlong, everyone immediately reacted. They took out their weapons, shouted and attacked the enemy. The people in the enemy camp were in chaos at this time. Without the priest, even if they wanted to retreat, no one had the ability to open the teleportation array back. There is no other way but to fight tooth and nail to gain time for survival. The equipment system has been upgraded successfully. It has been detected that your equipment Shangyun armor can be upgraded. Upgrading requires 20,000 soul points. Do you need to upgrade? Upgrade? This was what Ginlong was waiting for, so he naturally didn't hesitate, secretly sighing that he had enough soul points, and directly chose to upgrade. Shangyun armor has been upgraded successfully. The skill rebounds, and the damage received from the attack is reflected by 15%. Since the skill has been upgraded to an intermediate level, there is a certain chance that the next upgrade will fail. If the upgrade fails, there is a certain chance that the skill level will be reduced by 1 level. Chapter 367. See Kong Ming again. When Ginlong heard that there was a chance that the subsequent upgrades would fail, he was a little reluctant. But these are all system settings, and Ginlong has nothing to do about it. Seeing that there were many enemy personnel below, in Ginlong's eyes, they were the sole values for upgrading his weapon skills. So Ginlong immediately rushed forward and joined the battle group. Victory! We are victorious! After the last of the Dark Priest's men was eliminated, everyone cheered. Although they had won battles in normal times, the meaning this time was different. You know, this time they had a priest, which meant that the number of forces that came to attack them was reduced by 1. Young man, what's your name? Priest Pekong came to Ginlong and saw that Ginlong had an unusual aura and could not be an ordinary person. He asked directly. Ginlong was worried that Priest Pekong would find out that he had the secret of Shifengdu in his body. But when he saw Priest Pekong, there was nothing unusual at all. Ginlong lowered his head and glanced at his body. When he found that he could not sense the situation in his body, Ginlong immediately attributed all this to the Shangyun armor. In order to verify his idea, Ginlong retrieved the information about Shangyun armor. When he saw that there was indeed a line of small words at the end, saying that it could block other people's detection, Ginlong breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Priest Pekong was a little angry because he didn't reply for a long time, Ginlong quickly replied, "Report to the priest." My name is Gunlong. Well, you are very good. Keep developing yourself. With your ability, you will definitely achieve great success in the future. The priest who broke the sky nodded happily, then turned and left. After all, the high priest is busy with overall affairs, and is also busy with cultivation. Although Gunlong is powerful in this space, if there is no magic weapon to control the space, he will have no impact on the status of the high priest. As for the fact that Gunlong had just successfully killed the dark priest, everyone saw it. It was only because the dark priest was too arrogant and did not take Gunlong seriously at all, and was careless and underestimated the enemy. Otherwise, with the ability of his own space magic weapon, how could he die so cowardly? Gunlong didn't know what Priest Pukong was thinking. Out of his own intuition, he felt that he couldn't stay here for long. So after the priest of breaking the sky left, Gunlong took Shuiyu and the others to separate from the large army and look for the connection between the spaces. Shuiyu and the others knew that Gunlong must have his own ideas, so they didn't say much and just followed Gunlong. Along the way, I occasionally encountered a few lone enemies, but they were easily dealt with by the boss and the others. Gunlong and the others had been walking for more than half an hour, and after seeing several huge teleportation arrays appearing not far away, Gunlong knew that they had arrived at a place where space connected. He called on Shuiyu and others to speed up their pace to avoid any trouble. Gunlong, just when Gunlong came to the teleportation array, got rid of the people stranded in the teleportation array, and was about to find a way to break into the teleportation array, he heard someone shouting his name. Gunlong couldn't help but be startled and looked towards the place where the sound came from. The Sky Priest. When Gunlong saw the man and knew it was the calming priest, he immediately ran to him. At this time, the calming priest was wearing ragged clothes and looked dusty. If it weren't for the aura that the calming priest had just revealed, Gunlong would have found it hard to believe that this was the once supreme calming priest. Gunlong, this is not the place to talk. I just exposed my aura in order to attract your attention. I guess those guys also noticed it. Let's move elsewhere first and wait until it's safe. Gunlong nodded when he heard this. He was also very curious as to why Priest Calming became like this. According to what the Dark Priest said just now, the sky-breaking priest in this space is on the same front as the calming priest. In this case, how could the calming priest be so miserable? Come to think of it, Gunlong is not slow at all. He picked up Priest Kongming and put it on the old cow. He watched Priest Kongming point to the mountains to the south and signaled Gunlong and the others to go there. Gunlong nodded as he was told and told everyone to leave here quickly. Gunlong and the others, who were waiting, came to the foot of the mountain and saw that the space was full of turbulence. If they were not careful, they would be attacked by the turbulence. Gunlong and the others, guided by the priest Kongming, entered the heart of the valley without any danger. After confirming that the place was safe, Priest Kongming got off the old cow, asked Gunlong to sit down and said, Gunlong, please get out of here quickly. There is a problem with the priest of Pekong. He wants to annex all of us. What? Isn't he on the same side as you? Gunlong felt a little unbelievable. If this was really the case, why would the priest of the sky have to fight with the dark priest and the others? Why not just join the camp of the dark priest and be done with it? Well, he is a good member of our team, but the enemy is too powerful, and we are defeated one by one. Just like me. The space I control was destroyed, and I can only wander in different spaces and survive. Pokong saw this and thought that he was relatively stable, so he wanted to take advantage of us and take away our magic weapons for his own use. It was only after I came to him that I discovered his tricks and escaped by luck. Your grandpa. This guy turned out to be cheating. He's really blind. If we had known this, we wouldn't have helped him just now and let him be taken in by the dark priest. Hey, that's not right. Priest Kongming. After I just killed the dark priest, why didn't I see his magic weapon fall out? Halfway through his words, Gunlong suddenly remembered the magic weapon. The dark priest must have a magic weapon on him. But how could he not see it? Humph. The laws of this space belong to the sky-breaking priest. How can anything escape his control? It must have been that guy who put away the dark priest's magic weapon. Gunlong, you said you killed the dark priest. What a blessing. Fortunately, that guy takes the magic weapon seriously and must have gone back to his hometown to fuse the magic weapon. Otherwise, if you can threaten his strength, the sky-breaking priest will definitely kill you. Gunlong was really impressed by what calming priest said. When he killed the dark priest, the priest seemed to have recovered something with a wave of his hand. It seems that the priest who broke the sky at that time put away the magic weapon of the Dark Priest. Gung Long couldn't help but secretly sigh that he was lucky, that he was alert and felt a little unreliable. So he didn't leave with the people of the Pekong Priest. Otherwise, I can't tell what will happen now. Chapter 368 Revenge. Gung Long. After all my hard work, my body is no longer functioning. This is my magical weapon. The Soul Stone. I give it to you now. I hope you can make good use of it and avenge me. We must let those who have done evil, you must pay the due price. Priest Kongming was really weak. He took a deep breath and managed to finish his words. Gung Long watched him take out a black stone from his arms and put it in his hand. And he could feel the powerful power coming from the black stone. Just when Gung Long was about to be polite, the Shifangu in his body appeared on its own and directly integrated the black stone into his body. Seeing that the color of the whole body of the Shifangu was bright and sometimes dark, Gung Long knew that this was the Shifangu absorbing the energy of the black stone. At this time, it was too late to say anything. Looking at the priest Kongming on the side, he seemed to have expected this. He did not say anything. He just gathered together to watch the changes of the 10 directions drum. Gung Long sighed and said nothing. Chatty. Boom. There was a soft sound. And Gung Long finally stopped looking at the Shifang drum. Looking at the outside of the Shifangu, a black mark loomed, covering the Shifangu. Gung Long picked up the Shifang drum. He could clearly feel that the power of the Shifang drum had increased. Gung Long. I don't have much time. I'm relieved to see that this magic weapon has been successfully fused. All laws are unified. The reason why the priest of breaking the sky has gone astray is because the fusion of the magic weapon gave him power. Ascension. So that he feels that the world is under control. Gung Long. The magical weapons in the world are mutually reinforcing and interfering with each other. You must be careful not to be used by others, and snatch the Shifang drum away. After you fuse all the magic weapons in the world, the secret of this world will be in your hands. After the Kongming priest finished speaking, his whole body shook, and he collapsed directly to the ground, turning into dots and integrating into the land. Gung Long was still a little moved by this Kongming priest. After all, Priest Kongming took extra care of him back then. Seeing Priest Kongming die in front of him, Gung Long couldn't hide the sadness in his heart. He roared to the sky, secretly thinking that he would avenge Priest Kongming. Gung Long. What should we do now? After Shui Yu watched Gung Long calm down, she immediately stepped forward to ask. After all, where they are now, the air turbulence is still a bit unstable. Just when Gung Long and Kongming priest were talking, a turbulence attacked near them, which really shocked Shui Yu and the others. Well, Priest Kongming has done me a favor, and I want to go back and avenge him. I will send you to another dimension first, and when I finish my business here, I will meet you there. Master, you are not interesting enough. We haven't had such a fun battle for a long time. Why? You want to do this exciting thing alone? Gung Long. What you said is a bit out of line. We are brothers. If people know that we left you here alone, I'm afraid even your brother-in-law won't let me go. When Kongling and the boss heard Gung Long's words, they immediately became unwilling. Shui Yu on the side also held Gung Long's hand and said, You idiot. I told you, I will never leave you, and will always be with you. Gung Long really had nothing to say to the people in front of him. He looked at Shui Yu and the others, and gave them each a big hug. Okay. Let's go together and kill them all. Gung Long still remembered the way they came. He led everyone out of the mountain, and walked back along the way to the base camp of the sky-breaking priest. Oh my god. I can't believe it's so big in here. There's everything in there. In order to ensure the safety of Shui Yu and others, Gung Long did not launch a direct attack. Instead, they infiltrated into the base of the Pekong priest. Seeing that the place where the Pekong priest lived was still a long way away, Gung Long and the others walked on the trails inside the base, and did not conflict with the people around them. Hey, Gung Long. They also have children. After passing a block, Shui Yu saw many children running back and forth on high-rise buildings. She was very curious and asked directly, Oh, this used to be a prison. But with the continuous development, the people in charge of guarding here have settled down. In addition, there are more and more practitioners coming in, and each space eventually becomes an independent living area. Here, people live their lives as they should. If there were no wars occasionally, I think they would be very happy. Listening to the sounds of children playing, Gung Long felt something. He sighed and explained to Shui Yu and the others. Where there are people, there is naturally unequal treatment. This place is just like the slums we have. Look ahead. Across the wall. That's where the rich live. While Ginglong and the others were talking, they passed through the partition and came to this place, which was equivalent to the wealthy area. Everyone was shocked when they felt that the air here contained much more mecha elements than that place just now. And the people here basically lived in separate rooms. Haha. Life is hard no matter where you are. Have you seen the people over there? They want to come here to live. It's very simple. Just kill more enemies and upgrade your epaulets. But look, there are so many people here. And there are many enemies who are stronger than them. It all depends on fate. If you are lucky, killing a few more people can change the life of the family. No. The only thing that will greet them is death. Because those with low strength will be forced into death squads and used as cannon fodder. Just like in the battle just now. The more Ginglong talked, the more excited he became. He didn't know if it was because of the death of Priest Kongming. He thought of how Priest Kongming led everyone to renovate the living area and try to make everyone live as comfortably as possible. Ginglong hated these places where the distinction between high and low was clear. And he wanted to destroy this damn place immediately. Ginglong, don't let hatred blind your eyes. Everything in the world exists for a reason. If you feel that this world is unfair, you can conquer it and change it. Lead people to live a better life. The ethereal word sounded at the right time. And Ginglong suddenly woke up. After feeling that he had just lost his composure, Ginglong took a deep breath and adjusted his mood. After cultivating to this level, Ginglong naturally understood the consequences of getting lost. He smiled gratefully at Kong Ling, feeling very fortunate to have such a group of good friends around him who would always remind him. Have you seen the high platform in front of you? That is where the priest lives. If there is a fight later, everyone must be careful. This space belongs to the priest of breaking the sky, and he is equal to the god of this space. If it is true, if you are defeated, you must not be reluctant to fight, and retreat immediately. I have the Shifanggu in my hand, and he can't do anything to me. Ginglong saw that he had already arrived at the place where the priest Pakong lived. He warned everyone to be careful and rushed towards the high platform first. Chapter 369 Rocket Launcher. Ginglong? What are you doing here? The sky-breaking priest, who was practicing, felt someone intruding into his territory, and he immediately showed up. When he saw that it was Gunlong, the sky-breaking priest was stunned, wondering what Gunlong was doing here. Kill you! Gunlong shouted loudly, and flew directly into the air, attacking the sky-breaking priest. Knowing that the sky-breaking priest was not easy to deal with, Gunlong did not dare to hold back. When he flew into the air, he already had the laser gun in his hand and attacked the sky-breaking priest. Protective barrier. Priest Pakong was killed by surprise and received a blow from Gunlong. However, this is the territory of the Pakong priest. The Pakong priest waved his hand and a barrier appeared. All Gunlong's attacks were blocked and could not cause any further damage to it. The alarm for an attack in the city sounded, and people immediately rushed over. The boss and the others knew that it was time for them to take action. So they stood in a row, forming a barrier to block the rescuers, and by Ginglong time, Ginglong stood high and could see far, seeing the crowd coming here quickly like a flood. Gunlong knew that Shuiyu and the others couldn't resist for long, so he risked his life, and Shifanggu took action directly. Under Gunlong's control, the heavy drum beat sounded. Shifanggu? And the aura of the soul stone? Ha! I bet you and Na Kongming are on the same front. But it's a pity. This is my territory. I'm afraid you are sending a treasure. When Priest Pakong saw Shifanggu, he was so excited that he got out of the barrier and attacked Gunlong. Humph! It doesn't matter who gives the treasure to whom. Gunlong snorted coldly and exerted force with his hand, causing the drum sound to increase in intensity. The priest of Pakong, who was about to hit Gunlong, was also shocked and retreated repeatedly, unable to get close at all. As for Shuiyu and the others on the ground, after hearing the sound of the drum, they immediately felt that the power in their bodies suddenly increased, and it was indeed a lot easier to fight again. Ha! The Shifanggu is really well deserved. Gunlong, if it were before, I would still be a little afraid of the Shifanggu. But now that I have the power of the fusion of 4 spatial instruments, you, the Shifanggu, are in the eyes. It's nothing more than that. The priest Pakong looked up to the sky and roared, and Ginglong watched a black long sword appear in front of the guy. Although he was still some distance away from the sky-breaking priest, Ginglong could still feel the powerful power on the long sword. Seeing that the long sword had such power before it was completely condensed, Gunlong naturally couldn't give the priest a chance. He took action with his nebulous sword, and countless nebulae attacked the priest. As soon as the attack here came down, Gunlong immediately switched to the laser gun and shot at the calming priest. Ha ha ha. Gunlong. Everything is in vain. Now let me show you the power of my condensed space magic weapon. Go with the sky-breaking sword. Gunlong's attacks hit the priest of the sky, but all of them were blocked. At this time, the priest who broke the sky, the black long sword was condensed, and he attacked Gunlong directly. The dark sword roared towards him with a violent aura. Gunlong wanted to escape, but he found that he was locked and unable to move at all. Seeing the Pekong priest opposite him laughing proudly, Gunlong knew that it was the Pekong priest who was responsible. He simply stopped struggling and secretly said that he had the ejection skill of Shangyun armor. If he was really attacked, you, the sky-breaking priest, would not be much better. Boom! A huge crashing sound appeared, attracting people's attention. Gunlong, Shuiyu on the ground felt the powerful collision of aura, and she raised her head to look at Gunlong. Gunlong was seen falling directly to the ground like a meteor, creating a huge hole. Although Shuiyu was very worried and wanted to go forward to check, the surging flow of people attacking them blocked them from advancing or retreating at all. Oh no! What kind of treasures do you still have on your body? I was injured when I attacked you. But it doesn't matter. I think you are definitely going to die this time. The Shurfang drum is mine. The sky-breaking priest saw a deep scar on his body, and recalled the scene when the dark priest attacked Gunlong. He knew that this was Gunlong's trick. But when he thought that Gunlong would definitely die, the sky-breaking priest didn't take the wound seriously, and flew directly towards Gunlong, wanting to confirm whether Gunlong was dead. Boom boom boom! Several loud noises were heard in succession, and before the priest could recover, several thick pillars suddenly flew out of the hole where Gunlong fell and attacked the priest. Protective barrier. Feeling the strong mecha element on the pillar, the Skybreaker priest did not dare to be careless and directly summoned the barrier. Dong dong dong. When those pillars hit the barrier, a series of explosions sounded. After waiting for the last explosion to fall, the barrier of the Skybreaking priest was directly broken. The aftermath of the explosion attacked the Skybreaking priest, knocking the Skybreaking priest to the ground. Damn you, Skybreaking priest. Do you think you're the best? You bastard. Let me show you my rocket launcher. Gunlong really thought he was going to die just now. But when he discovered that all the attacks from the Skybreaker priest were absorbed by the Shangyun armor, Gunlong had a false alarm. Seeing that the Shangyun armor was in pieces and about to be destroyed, the system repair beep sounded directly. Gunlong gritted his teeth and spent more than 10,000 soul points to complete the repair of the Shangyun armor. Gunlong, who had no worries about his life, was worried about how to attack the Skybreaking priest. He found out for no reason that the refining skills on his body actually activated on their own and were contained in the Shangyun armor. All the energy of the Kong-breaking priest's attack was refined. When Gunlong saw that his increased soul value was just enough to summon a rocket launcher vehicle, he immediately summoned this offensive weapon. I'll go. What the hell is that? Not to mention the Skybreaking priest. No one present had ever seen the rocket launcher vehicle driven by Gunlong. Everyone stood there stunned, looking at the rocket launcher vehicle very curiously. Boom boom boom. Gunlong finished loading again, directly activated the launch button, aimed at the Skybreaking priest and attacked. Looking at the roaring rocket launchers, the Skybreaker priest remembered that this was the one that had just attacked him. He hurriedly summoned the protective barrier. But in this series of battles, the energy of the Skybreaking priest was somewhat insufficient. The second attack of this round of rocket launchers was to break through his barrier. The whistling SHLs directly attacked the Skybreaking priest, blowing the Skybreaking priest to the ground. Chapter 370, Establishing the Legion. Oh no! What the hell is this? Priest Pekong was speechless at this moment. He didn't expect that he would lose so embarrassingly. Just as he was about to get up, 3 more SHLs came over. This time it was an absolutely precise strike, all attacking on the Skybreaking priest. Even though the Skybreaking priest was protected by a barrier, his flesh and blood were blown away, and he lay on the ground unable to move. As soon as Gunlong saw that Priest Pekong had been restrained, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly took out the inner elixir from his pocket and absorbed the mecha element in the inner elixir. Just after a series of attacks, his body was hollowed out. If the priest who broke the sky had not been defeated, Gunlong could imagine that he would be the one lying on the ground now. Gunlong, who was slightly replenished, immediately jumped off the rocket launcher truck. He ran to Priest Pekong, took out the nebula sword, pointed it at Priest Pakong's heart, and stabbed it. Gunlong, I have something to say. Aware of the threat of death, the priest of breaking the sky could no longer be arrogant. He hurriedly begged for mercy. But Gunlong would not listen to the words of Priest Pakong. So he pressed down the nebula sword hard. Ah! With a cry of pain, the sky-breaking priest closed his eyes and said goodbye to this world. Gunlong watched as the sky-breaking priest died. And the sky-breaking priest's magical instrument, the black long sword, was suspended in midair. Gunlong immediately took out his 10 Directions drum and watched as the 10 Directions drum merged directly with the black long sword. And probably because the black long sword was the method to control this space, Gunlong felt that as the fusion accelerated, he could actually control this space. The people who originally wanted to fight again to avenge the priest Pakong saw thunder and lightning appearing on Gunlong's head, forming a natural barrier to protect Gunlong in the center. It seemed that the laws of heaven and earth were formed. Everyone knew that this was a sign that Gunlong would control this space. They all retreated to the side, and no one dared to attack rashly. I'll go. No wonder people like to be overlords. It feels really great to control the world. The Shifang drum and the black sword were successfully fused, and Gunlong also completely gained control of this space. Gunlong looked at the situation in this space, and saw it appear in his mind like a map. Wherever I want to see the situation, the nearby scene will appear in front of me like a movie. Gunlong felt refreshed physically and mentally, and directly dispersed the thunder and lightning above his head. Listen to me, everyone. From now on, this space will be under my command. I will accept those who are willing to follow me. I will not force those who are unwilling to follow me. I have already opened the passage to other spaces. You can choose for yourself, Gunlong said, creating a teleportation array in front of everyone. It seems that although some people left, the vast majority stayed. Gunlong waited for a while, and after confirming that no one left again, Gunlong directly closed the connection channel. Thank you very much for your willingness to stay. From today on, I will create an equal cultivation environment for everyone. The original 3, 6, and 9 grades will no longer exist. Of course, this does not mean that you can sit idle and enjoy the results. I will establish with the new assessment mechanism. Everyone will be rewarded for their hard work and will have the opportunity to live a refined life. It is even said that one day, we will get out of this bastard place and return to the Mecha Star. When everyone heard Gunlong's words, they were very excited. After all, everyone came from the Mecha Star, and returning to their hometown has always been their wish. Seeing that everyone agreed, Gunlong waved his hand and destroyed the partition wall. The intersection of mecha elements between heaven and earth makes people feel suddenly enlightened. Kongling, you have lived for such a long time and have gained a lot of experience. I leave this replanning to you. Anyway, I want everyone to have a new and beautiful living environment. Gunlong was not good at this kind of planning. Thinking that Lao Luo had made the Gingjia fort so orderly, he couldn't help but regret not bringing Lao Luo here. Looking around and looking at the people around him, only Kongling was more reliable. So Gunlong left the matter to Kongling, while he acted as a hands-off shopkeeper, planning the next move. After all, Kongling had gone through many years of preparation. When Gunlong saw the layout plan of Kongling's rearrangement, his eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Kongling also had a talent for management. Gunlong temporarily handed over the control of space transformation to Kongling, and asked Kongling to directly transform it. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. After the new home is completed, the surroundings look like heaven and earth. Gunlong couldn't help but be very satisfied. Even the people living in this space were also very happy. Everyone was grateful to Gunlong, and it was a prosperous scene. Boss, you go and select some elite soldiers and generals. Be sure to screen them carefully, and find those ambitious guys who dare to venture and do things. We have to train our own army. After it becomes strong, we will go to other dimensions and bring them free the people there too. Say goodbye to this ugly constitution. Seeing that everything in the space had returned to stability, Gunlong began to worry about the security work. He called the boss over and gave detailed instructions, originally thinking that the boss would take a week to fix it. Gunlong got up the next day and planned to take a walk with Kongling to see what was inappropriate and readjust it. The boss came over directly, saying that the staff was ready, and let Gunlong take a look. Let me go. Boss, you must be dealing with work, right? You found someone so quickly. When the boss heard what Gunlong said, he felt very aggrieved and said directly, Master, how can you say that to me? Let me tell you, I didn't sleep all night yesterday just to build up this army as soon as possible. When Ginglong saw the boss's appearance, he knew that he had wrongly blamed the boss. He immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Boss, it's my fault. I blamed you wrongly. Let's go and see our future Iron Army." The boss has a straightforward temper, and his temper comes and goes quickly. As soon as he heard that Ginglong was going to inspect the troops, he immediately brushed aside his displeasure and led Ginglong to the military camp outside the city. "Stand still. The city lord is here to inspect," the boss roared. And the soldiers who were resting immediately ran out and lined up neatly, looking quite impressive. Ginglong glanced at them with big eyes. "Don't tell me. They are all young and strong. And the weakest one has a level 6 cultivation level." Ginglong patted the boss on the shoulder and said, "Boss, you are really amazing. You have collected so many powerful warriors in such a short time. Just wait. I will definitely find you a beautiful wife." Chapter 371 Provocation. The boss was a little embarrassed by Ginglong's remarks. Ginglong walked up to everyone and saw that everyone held their heads high, wishing that he could see that they were the best. Ginglong nodded with satisfaction and said, "Everyone, from now on, you are the guardian of our home. I hope that everyone can fulfill their duties and jointly maintain our beautiful home. Let it develop and grow, so that everyone in our home can live happily." Happy days. Ginglong was not good at such touching speeches. After he said a few simple words, he assisted the boss to divide the group into groups. After choosing their respective group leaders, Ginglong wanted to give everyone a few more words. But I felt a space tremor in the distance, and someone actually opened a channel to connect the space. Enemy attack? Knowing that someone had broken in, Ginglong didn't dare to be careless and asked his boss to sound the alarm. He flew up in the air, came directly to the rocket launcher vehicle, and drove the rocket launcher vehicle to the connecting passage. "Are you the one who killed the priest? Boy, you are very brave." Ginglong came out of the rocket launcher truck and saw that Wu Yongyang was full of people in front of him. But the guy who was leading them looked at him with disdain. "Humph. So what if you're brave? Why are you trespassing on my territory? If you know what's best for you, leave now. You are not welcome here." Ginglong didn't have a good look on these guys and immediately issued an eviction order. Ha ha ha. The boy has quite a temper. "Sunset Priest, should you strike first or should I?" Space fluctuations appeared again, and another wave of people came to kill them. Watching those guys immediately lined up and prepared to attack. Sunset Priest looked unhappy and snorted coldly. "Priest Mingyu, it's such a small matter. It seems like you don't need to take action. Aren't you obviously trying to take credit from me? Priest Sunset is serious, and I don't want to come. It's just that the commander said that this kid is not simple, and I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it alone." Ginglong didn't expect that the two of them would start chatting in front of him, not taking his side seriously at all. Ginglong laughed and got into the rocket launcher truck, secretly saying that you will suffer a lot later. Boom boom boom. The rocket launcher truck started at full speed, and the SHLS flew directly out, roaring towards the Sunset Priest. Sunset Priest had never seen this kind of attack before. He was very curious about how powerful this thing was. He did not dodge and summon the protective barrier, thinking to test the waters. Damn. So awesome. When the Sunset Priest saw that his barrier was directly shattered, the cannonballs roared towards him. The Sunset Priest then remembered that he was now in Ginglong's space. The laws of space were in the opponent's hands, and his own energy could not be fully released. Seeing that the cannonball was about to hit him, and feeling the attack power attached to the cannonball, Sunset Priest couldn't help but regret a little. He had overestimated himself after all. Boom! A barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the Sunset Priest. The aftermath of such an explosion still made Sunset Priest very uncomfortable. But at least his life was not in danger, knowing that it was the Priest of the Bright Moon who saved him. The Priest of the Sunset looked at the Priest of the Bright Moon with gratitude and flew directly to the Priest of the Bright Moon. "Sunset. See? The commander won't lie to us. This kid is a little weird. If we want to defeat him today, we must cooperate wholeheartedly." Sunset Priest nodded. After receiving the blow, he immediately felt that their opponent this time was unusual. Without waiting for a reply from Sunset Priest, the rocket launcher was activated again. But this time only one SHL hit where the two of them were standing, while the other two flew towards their men. "Everyone, be careful." As soon as Sunset Priest said these words, the cannonballs had already exploded in the crowd. Even those subordinates knew how to dodge, but the power of the explosion was too great. Everyone near the SHL LS was wiped out into ashes and turned into Gunlong's soul value. Asshole. I'm going to kill you. Sunset Priest saw that his side had not launched an attack yet, but had lost dozens of people. He was stunned. If Mingyu Priest hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed to Gunlong and had a deadly fight with Gunlong. Seeing that neither Sunset Priest nor Mingyu Priest took the initiative to attack at this time, Gunlong was happy to have some rest and took out an inner elixir from his pocket to replenish the mecha elements he had consumed. The guards following Gunlong were shocked to see that Gunlong alone had stunned the two priests. They all admired Gunlong immensely. The boss knew that this was a good time to win people's hearts. So he opened his arms and shouted Gunlong's name to the sky. For a moment, Gunlong's name echoed throughout the entire space, resounding throughout the world and deafening. Priest Mingyu saw that Gunlong and the others had organized a defense, and their morale was not low. Looking back at the men they brought with them, the power of Gunlong's two attacks just now had already shocked them, and they lost all their fighting spirit. Priest Mingyu knew that there was no way to fight today. Sunset, let's retreat. It seems that we still underestimated this kid. After reporting to the commander, we can call in some helpers. We can take care of this kid. Sunset Priest has a bad temper. He has never suffered like this before. He pushed Priest Mingyu away and said, Mingyu, if you want to leave, you go. It's him. I don't believe it yet. I must take down this kid today. Brothers, if you are not afraid of death, come with me and charge. Seeing that their boss was charging, those subordinates didn't dare to neglect. They shouted loudly, raised their weapons, and rushed towards Gunlong and the others. Boom, boom, boom. Duh. There were 3 more gunshots, and 3 rockets popped out of their chambers to attack the people who were attacking. The boss and others standing in front of everyone also took out their rifles and started shooting. Priest Mingyu in the distance saw that before Gunlong and his large forces launched an attack, a strange car and a few people with strange weapons actually suppressed the charge from their side of the space. Priest Mingyu said he was unwilling to stay here any longer. You must know that the space power of the opponent's leader has not been used yet. In the current situation, if Gunlong's space law is summoned again, they will be completely defeated. Let alone conquer Gunlong and the others. Whether he can save his life or not is a question. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Priest Mingyu did not dare to confront him head-on. After all, his life was still very important. When Gunlong heard that they wanted to run away, he chuckled, closed his eyes, and felt the power of the laws of space. As soon as he took action, a bolt of lightning as thick as a finger struck the crowd, and anyone who was attacked by the lightning was instantly wiped out. Chapter 372, Powerful Attack. Sunset Priest had already rushed to Gunlong. In his eyes, this weird car was the real threat. He attacked vigorously, trying to blow up the car. After several consecutive battles, Gunlong finally understood. Anything exchanged from this weapon and equipment system, as long as it involves defense, must be very powerful. After receiving a power attack, you will not be affected unless that person is able to smash the defensive equipment. But what makes Gunlong even more happy is that the defensive equipment is about to be shattered, and he only needs to choose the repair function, unless the soul value is used up. Otherwise, the repair can be done in the blink of an eye. So when the Sunset Priest focused his attack on himself, Gunlong was very happy, letting the Sunset Priest waste his efforts here, calling the boss and the others to attack with their brothers. Boom, boom, boom. The rocket launcher was fired again. Since Sunset Priest's people were in charge this time, the number of people was relatively dense. So after these 3 shots, Gunlong made a lot of money. Seeing his soul value rising rapidly, Gunlong immediately reloaded and prepared for another shot. Warning: the defense value of the artillery vehicle has been reduced to 30% and is about to disintegrate. Do you want to perform repairs? Repair. Gunlong now has very abundant soul points. Seeing that this repair cost 30,000 soul points, Gunlong immediately turned the cannon head and aimed it at the charging crowd, laughing and saying, "Come on, bastards. Give me more. What I lack is your soul values." Sunset Priest saw that he was about to blow up the car. Unexpectedly, after a flash of colorful light, the car returned to normal. He was completely angry. If this was the case, how could we fight this battle? Seeing several more rocket launchers and a large number of people falling down on his side, Sunset Priest couldn't help but regret. He didn't listen to Mingyu Priest's words and retreated directly. Gunlong saw that after several consecutive attacks, the morale of the people on his side was greatly boosted. while the Sunset Priest's people were retreating continuously, simply because they were frightened. He immediately got out of the rocket launcher truck and faced the Sunset Priest directly. After all, Sunset Priest has a magical weapon on his body, and Genlong will not let the duck he got fly. You little bastard. You finally showed up. Boy, I'm going to destroy you today, Sunset Priest said and rushed towards Genlong. Feeling that Sunset Priest's attack was not bad, Genlong didn't move. He just stood there, waiting for Sunset Priest to attack. Sunset Priest, who was extremely angry, was so happy to see that Genlong didn't dodge. He couldn't think about why. However, when Sunset Priest's attack hit Genlong, he saw scars appearing on his body. However, Genlong just took a few steps back, and some cracks appeared in his armor. Sunset Priest was stunned there. He thought, not understanding what was going on. He stared blankly at his fist. You must know that although your own strength is not at the forefront among the subordinates who lead you, but this powerful blow allowed him to kill many space priests. But today, in front of this Genlong, it turned out to be completely useless. Sunset Priest couldn't understand. The Gung Dragon in front of him was at least about the same strength as himself. How could he be so powerful? Sunset, be careful. Priest Mingyu watched Genlong launch his attack. But Sunset was still there in a daze. He hurriedly spoke to remind him. But it was too late. Genlong, holding a long sword, came to Sunset Priest and stabbed it directly into Sunset Priest's chest. That's not all. Genlong actually took out another weird weapon and attacked Sunset Priest's head. After the light fell, Sunset Priest's body was riddled with holes, and he died immediately. No wonder he attacks with his fists. It turns out his magic weapon is a glove. Genlong took out the Shifangu and absorbed the gauntlet, because Sunset Priest was easily dealt with. And Mingyu Priest, who was shocked at the scene, naturally did not notice that Genlong's magic weapon was the Shifang drum. At this time, he just wanted to quickly open the connection channel and leave here. Ha ha ha. Since you come here, why do you want to leave? Priest Mingyu. Right? All your friends have died here. Why don't you stay with him? Priest Mingyu watched Genlong walking towards him. He was panicked and helpless. With a glance, he saw behind Genlong the door of the car that had just made a fierce attack, with its door wide open. As soon as the Mingyu priest gathered together, he immediately rushed towards the rocket launcher vehicle, thinking of occupying the rocket launcher vehicle. Hey, that's quite smart. It's a pity that not everyone can ride on my rocket launcher truck. Genlong didn't expect that Priest Mingyu would not fight him and go directly to capture the rocket launcher truck. Genlong laughed and stood with his hands behind his back, waiting to see Priest Mingyu's joke. It was said that Priest Mingyu came to the car and looked back to see that Genlong was not in a hurry. He immediately felt something bad. Could it be that there was some mechanism on this car? Otherwise, why would Genlong let him come and rob the car? Despite his thoughts, the body of Mingyu priest still honestly touched the car. And with a loud click, a huge flash of lightning appeared, and the car's self-protection mechanism was triggered. Mingyu priest was knocked to the ground, his whole body numb, and he tried to stand up, but failed. Genlong flew to Priest Mingyu, took out his nebula sword, put it on Priest Mingyu's neck, and said directly, "You bastard. You are so capable. But you still want to kill me. Tell me honestly, where is the commander you mentioned?" Priest Mingyu gritted his teeth, but he didn't want to say another word. When Genlong saw how stubborn this guy was, he snorted coldly and killed Priest Mingyu directly. After seeing that Priest Mingyu's magic weapon was a pair of shoes, Genlong did not hesitate and took out the Shifang drum to absorb the energy of the shoes. When Genlong touched the Shifang drum, which was successively integrated with other magical instruments, he felt that there was a big difference when he touched it again. He subconsciously beat the 10-square drum. A drum sound that resounded throughout the world appeared directly, which startled Genlong. However, when Genlong saw the sound of the drums falling, the strength of the people on his side skyrocketed, while the intruder's whole body was shaken, and they were still for a few seconds. Genlong couldn't put it down for the Shifang drum. He put the Shifang drum away and joined in the massacre of the intruders. Without the priests leading the team, the people were simply vulnerable. When they saw that they could not fight, they immediately chose to surrender in order to survive. Chapter 373: A Strange Space. Boss, go find 2 big pillars and hang the bodies of the 2 priests. I want those who dare to invade to know that we are not easy to mess with. After hearing Genlong's instructions, the boss immediately took people to make arrangements. Genlong looked at the group of passionate young people behind him. All of them looked at him with admiration. as if they regarded him as a god. Gunlong laughed, shook the laser gun in his hand and said, "Brothers, work hard for me. As long as you make outstanding contributions to our homeland, I will give each of you one of these weapons. What do you think?" "Good." The uniform voices echoed throughout the space. Gunlong retrieved the space information and found that in the previous battle, more than a dozen people had directly upgraded their shoulder straps to a higher level. After confirming that those guys had relied on their real skills to fight with swords and guns, Gunlong immediately called those people to come forward. "Brothers, Gunlong, do what I say. In the battle just now, these brothers killed the enemy with blood and were very brave. They were all in battle. They killed enough enemies, and the epaulets were upgraded to 1 level. Now I will directly distribute rewards to them, and hope everyone can follow their example," Gunlong said. He directly exchanged the AK rifle and handed it to those people. After personally demonstrating how to use it, Gunlong let them test it in public. Those who did not receive the reward were very envious when they heard the powerful sound of the rifle, which was stronger than their current strength. They wished they had one in their hands. "Haha. Don't be impatient. We have just started. The enemies keep coming, and their lackeys have been killed by us. And they will never give up. I hope that everyone will be alert and guard against the enemy from today on. Once the enemy appears again, everyone will fight bravely. We must let those bastards know that we are invincible." The enthusiasm of the guards was ignited by Gunlong, and they watched Gunlong greet everyone to disperse. Everyone immediately gathered around those who had received the rifles and lined up to touch the rifles. It seems that this is not going to work. After the rifle is recognized as its owner, it will be the same as its own gun carriage, but it will have a self-protection mechanism. Gunlong hurriedly reminded him that he could only look at it but not touch it. Otherwise he would end up like the Mingyu priest. However, Gunlong's reminder was a step too late, as someone had already been hit first. However, when people discovered that it was just numbness all over the body, and it would recover after a while, everyone was not happy about it. They told Gunlong that they were fine and continued to line up to experience it. Gunlong couldn't help but smile bitterly at the crowd's annoyance. Seeing that everyone was really fine, he let them do what they did, and he himself took Shuiyu and the others back to rest. "Gunlong, have you ever thought about taking the initiative?" Gunlong returned to his residence and was about to say goodbye to everyone and continue his practice. Hearing Conling's words, he was stunned. "Well, I don't mean anything else. I just feel that since you absorbed other priests' magic weapons, although your cultivation level has not improved much, the overall feeling is indeed much stronger. In this case, why don't we take the initiative to kill the priests in other dimensions to increase your own strength?" Gunlong felt that Conling's words made sense. He looked at the people living in the distance and found that there were still many children among them, and they could not go with him. Gunlong couldn't help but worry that after he left, their fate would be miserable. Conling saw Gunlong's worries. He chuckled and said, "Gunlong, the battles here are different from ours. The most valuable people in the entire space are those who control the magic weapons. What's more, as long as someone attacks, you will feel it no matter where you are. And the most important point is that those guys who invaded other spaces are now targeting you. Wherever you go, they will naturally follow and kill you, even if someone wants to attack from behind. As long as we make proper arrangements here, they can still hold on until you come back to rescue. After all, they have no countermeasures against your strange weapons." After hearing what Conling said, Gunlong was very moved. You know, he himself can feel the improvement in strength. In the beginning, he needed to replenish energy for up to 2 rounds of rocket attacks. But now, he can basically launch 3 rounds of attacks in one go. The desire for strength made Gunlong unable to control the temptation of war. Moreover, Gunlong found that he liked the feeling of using the 10 directions drum to smelt other magical instruments. So Gunlong nodded, indicating that he agreed with Conling's decision. Now that he had made plans for the battle, Gunlong was still prepared to arrange the base camp properly for the sake of safety. He locked himself in the room until he smelted all the weapons that Big Brother gave him, and then came out. Gunlong repeated his old tricks, setting up defensive weapons at every important pass, and asked the boss to teach everyone how to use them. After making sure that everyone was familiar with it, Gunlong felt relieved. Although Gunlong felt that Conling's words made sense, Gunlong felt that it was better to be on the safe side for this rare land. Seeing that the guards respected the boss, Gunlong asked the boss to stay and take charge, while he took Shuiyu and the others together with more than 10,000 guards to embark on the journey. This was the first time that Genglong took the initiative to break through the restrictions of space. This was different from exiling those enemies. He also needs to consider everyone's safe arrival at their destination. So Genglong studied it for a while. And in the end, Genglong finally understood. This is just like aiming and shooting by yourself. Just determine the destination and directly place the entrance to the passage there. Since every space in the prison was tightly connected, Genglong was too lazy to do anything and just opened a day passage nearby, leading Shuiyu and the others to kill them together. Huh? What is going on? There is no priest in this space? Genglong and the others arrived at their destination and looked at the desolate area in front of them. Although there were people living there, the mecha elements in the entire space were very weak due to the lack of support from magic weapons. So that all the people living here were old people and children. Young people don't have much. Empty. Didn't they say that once there is no support from the magic weapon, the space will break apart? But what's going on here? Why can they still survive? Genglong was very curious. So he asked directly. However, Conling had never come into contact with this thing before, and looked back at the guards behind him. They were all stepping out of space for the first time. So naturally they didn't understand. So Genglong and his companions walked towards the residence, thinking of asking someone what was going on. Chapter 374, No Master Magical Weapon. Old sir, I would like to ask, why don't you have priests and magic weapons here? Genglong saw an old man resting at the intersection, and he stepped forward and asked, what did you say? Chicken wire? Hair iron? What is that? Seeing that the old man was so out of touch with his words, Genglong had no desire to continue asking. He got up directly and walked towards the residence. Just as a middle-aged uncle walked out, Genglong immediately greeted him and said, Uncle, I would like to ask, why don't you have a priest here? Priest? What is that? Is it food? We have shredded meat here. Hearing the uncle's reply, Genglong's face turned green. He really couldn't bear it and went back to Conling. To be honest, he really couldn't figure out why the people here were like this. Could it be that it was because there had been no priest for a long time and everyone was getting rusty? Well, no. Since they don't know about priests, does it mean that there are no priests in this space at all? Genglong walked halfway when a sudden thought occurred to him. In order to verify his idea, Genglong immediately walked back and forth in his residence. When he saw a person with level 5 cultivation, Genglong immediately ran over and asked about the priest. Only when he saw that the man was also confused and didn't know what a priest was, did Genglong finally understand. Since this place was an unknown land, he immediately met up with Conling and the others to tell everyone the news. Hey, if only Lao Lua was here. Maybe he knows how to take over this space. Genglong was a little depressed, but he didn't expect to be able to discover an ownerless space. Genglong had no experience at all in how to receive this space. He sighed and prepared to open the passage again to find other spaces. I said, am I so unlovable that you won't think of me every time something happens? Just as Genglong made a move, Dragon Soul's voice sounded. Seeing Dragon Soul appear in front of him with a depressed look on his face, Genglong chuckled and said directly, well, you've never been here before. I thought you wouldn't know, so I didn't bother you. Oh my god, I was a mighty dragon god in my past, and I have been to many places. Have you seen that mountain? The magic weapons in this ownerless land are usually found in high mountains and deep waters. This space only has a shallow water, which is used for daily life, and there is no spiritual energy. The only place that can hide the high-energy magic weapon is the high mountains in the distance. Genglong was overjoyed to hear what Dragon Soul said so eloquently. After he thanked Dragon Soul, he immediately called Conling and the others to where Gaoshan was. Dragon Soul, do you know the specific location of that magical weapon? Genglong looked at the mountain spreading vertically and horizontally, and wanted to search carefully, but he couldn't do it within 10 days and a half. He asked Dragon Soul directly, thinking that Dragon Soul might know the whereabouts of the magic weapon. Well, you are really whimsical. If the magic weapon is so easy to find, can this space be idle, waiting for you to come over? In fact, it is not difficult to find the magic weapon. As the name suggests, the magic weapon is still related to the laws of this space. You are also a person who controls a space. It is not difficult to explore the laws of this space, as long as you can get the recognition of the space. The magic weapon will naturally appear. Genglong nodded when he heard this. He flew up in the air and wandered back and forth around the mountains. Just when Genglong was in a daze and had no clue, he suddenly saw a protruding platform on the side of the mountain. On the platform, a stone pier stood out of thin air like a seat. Gunlong came to the stone pier and sat down. Looking at the stretching mountains in front of him, he felt inexplicably comfortable. Just when Gunlong was about to stand up, he suddenly felt a suction force appear, trapping him firmly on the chair. This sudden change really startled Gunlong. Just when Gunlong was about to find a way to break away, Dragon Soul's voice sounded. Don't move. Follow your feeling. If you guess correctly, the magic weapon should have come to you on its own initiative. Whether you can succeed or not depends on your luck. When Gunlong heard that this was the case, he naturally did not dare to move for fear of scaring away the magic weapon. Boom! Gunlong felt his head was dazed. When he opened his eyes, he actually appeared in a cave. The surroundings were very dark, and he couldn't see anything clearly. But where Gunlong was standing, an inexplicable light appeared, covering him up. Shine. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of a string of iron chains mopping the floor was heard. Gunlong could tell that they were definitely thick iron chains. He thought that the person being bound would be no small. He took out the nebula sword and held it tightly in his hand to prevent any unexpected events. The sound of the iron bars mopping the floor still sounded. About half an hour later, Gunlong finally saw the appearance of the person coming. When he saw it was a cheetah, Gunlong couldn't help but be startled. Could it be said that this cheetah is the magic weapon of this space? You have a very unique aura. What are you doing here? Hearing the sound, Gunlong glanced at the cheetah. He chuckled and said, We were traveling around and accidentally discovered this treasure land. So we came to explore it. Unexpectedly, by some strange combination of circumstances, we ended up here. Humph. You're a liar. I'm afraid you're here for the magic weapon in this space. Come on. Let me see how capable you are, and whether you deserve to be recognized by the magic weapon. After the voice fell, the cheetah jumped directly into the sky and charged towards Gunlong. Nebula summoned Gunlong, who was already prepared, and attacked the cheetah. Seeing that his attack directly injured the cheetah, Gunlong was extremely happy, secretly thinking that this magical weapon was nothing more than that. Seeing the cheetah attacking him again, Gunlong immediately jumped up in the air, holding the nebula sword tightly in his hand, slashing from top to bottom. The thick nebula sword cut through Cheetah's body. Just when Gunlong was happy that the magic weapon was defeated, the iron chain that restrained the cheetah suddenly shot up into the sky, directly tying up Gunlong. Your grandfather's. I'm sorry. This is the magical weapon in this space. Gunlong could feel the mecha elements on his body being absorbed crazily by the iron chain. Looking at the cheetah corpse thrown on the ground, it was already shriveled and stiff. Gunlong immediately understood that the real owner was here. Although protected by Shangyun armor, the iron chain cannot hurt Gunlong. But the speed at which the iron chain absorbed the elements of the mecha made Gunlong a little flustered. The Gunlong summoned the nebula sword to come over and slashed at the iron chain. However, when he saw that the heavy iron chain only left some marks and failed to stop the movement of the iron chain, Gunlong felt a little depressed and didn't know what to do. Chapter 375, New Territory. The iron chain still did not let go of Gunlong, and continued to absorb the mecha elements in Gunlong's body. Gunlong tried to summon the Shifangu, but because he was tightly bound, the Shifangu did not appear. If this continues, he will die sooner or later. Gunlong gritted his teeth, turned on the weapon system, thought for a while, and summoned 2 grenades. When the grenade fell on the ground, Gunlong immediately called the nebula sword over and controlled the nebula sword to open the grenade. When the explosion sounded, Gunlong only heard a clicking sound, and cracks appeared in his Shangyun armor. However, when he saw that the iron chain that bound him was loose, Gunlong naturally had no time to repair the armor and jumped out. Shifangu took action directly, preparing to surrender the iron chain. Looking at the iron chain, it was obvious that he was afraid of Shifangu. He retreated after several probing attacks and did not dare to approach Gunlong again. Gunlong knew what was going on. He saw the colorful light rising on the surface of the Shifang drum. He knew that the Shifang drum was sensing something, so he directly threw the Shifang drum towards the iron chain. The iron chains that originally wanted to escape were shrouded in the light of the Shifang drum. The iron chains gathered together with a bang and surrounded the Shifang drum. Gunlong heard the clanking sound of iron chains on the side, and then looked at Shifangu being surrounded tightly, and could not see the shadow of Shifangu at all. Gunlong couldn't help but be a little worried. At the end, Shifangu was bound by iron chains. Dong dong dong. The rapid drumbeat suddenly sounded. Under the influence of the drumbeat, the iron chain slowly loosened. In the end, The entire Shifang drum was exposed. However, it is obvious that the fusion this time is very difficult. The Shifang side has just started, and the iron chains are rioting again. Gunlong was worried and had no choice. He walked around the chain, trying to see what countermeasures there were. But what disappoints Gunlong is that the chain is only so long. It's all here. There is no weakness at all. The Shifang drum must have also encountered resistance. The drum sounded one after another, trying to control the iron chain. Gunlong looked at Shifangu and said that although the iron chain could be suppressed now, once it started to fuse, the iron chain would fight back. Gunlong also frowned, not knowing what to do. It belongs to your grandfather. Could it be that this iron chain has no connection with me? Is it destined not to be absorbed by me? Gunlong was about to give up when Dragon Soul suddenly rushed out. He looked at the iron chain, stretched out his hand towards Gunlong and said, "Come on. Who owes you this? Give me a few inner elixirs and let me try them. If that doesn't work, we have no choice but to retreat." Hearing what Dragon Soul said, Gunlong was so happy that he took out the inner elixir and threw it to Dragon Soul. After watching the Dragon Soul swallow the inner elixir, he rushed directly to the iron chain, opened his mouth, and sprayed fire at the iron chain. At first, the chain didn't respond. However, as the flames burned for longer, the iron chain couldn't stand it any longer, and the layers began to melt. In order to avoid the damage of the flames, the iron chain had to move towards the Shifang drum. In the end, it was completely surrounded and merged with the Shifang drum. Dragon Soul, you are so awesome. This guy finally gave in. When Gunlong saw that he had succeeded, he jumped up happily and kept praising the Dragon Soul. However, the Dragon Soul, after the struggle just now, probably consumed a lot of energy. He waved to Gunlong and returned to Gunlong's arm to rest. Boom! With a loud noise, Gunlong saw the Shifang drum reborn. There were more decorations on the outside of the Shifang drum. Gunlong was overjoyed and put the Shifang drum away. That is when Shifangu entered his body. Gunlong returned to the platform. When he looked at the nearby mountains this time, he clearly felt like they were one. Gunlong knew that Kong Ling and the others were waiting for him, so he flew back directly. Feeling that Gunlong's strength has improved again, Kong Ling knew that Gunlong must have succeeded. Kong Ling, you guys protect me. I'm going to do a big thing. Hearing Gunlong's words, they saw Gunlong sitting cross-legged on the ground. Kong Ling and the others didn't ask any questions. They all gathered around Gunlong and protected him. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky, and Kong Ling and the others saw a connecting channel appear. But the difference this time was that the connecting channel expanded rapidly, and Kong Ling and the others could feel that the ground under their feet was moving. After waiting to realize that Gunlong wanted to move the entire space to their original space, Kong Ling and the others were dumbfounded. They all stood there, staring at the incredible scene in front of them. Boom, boom, boom. At the intersection of spaces, there was lightning and thunder, and everything struck by lightning was turned into powder. Gunlong could feel all this, and he was afraid that if he continued, his entire space would be destroyed. Gunlong didn't dare to try it rashly again. He looked at the connecting channels in the space and remembered the teleportation array he used on the Mecha Star. Then Gunlong thought that it would be no problem to make a teleportation array by himself. So Gunlong separated the space again, and kept adding energy to the connecting channel. After confirming that the surrounding space was stable, Gunlong immediately created a teleportation array came out. Place it in the connecting channel. Haha. It's done. In any case, our two dimensions are finally connected. Kill! Gunlong had just stood up when shouts of death rang out from within the teleportation array. Seeing that the boss was rushing over with a group of guards, Gunlong smiled and rushed forward. Go ahead. Master, you did this. We thought someone was here to invade again. What's the matter? This is our territory from now on. The boss was very happy when he saw Gunlong. When he saw Gunlong nodded affirmatively, the boss was so happy that he immediately started cheering, because a new site suddenly appeared. Kong Ling wanted to replan the place. Moreover, this unclaimed land has probably not been developed for a long time. After Gunlong's successful fusion, the energy in the space bloomed. Just looking at the concentration of mecha elements here, it was much better than their original space. In order to ensure that everyone has a good cultivation environment, Gunlong also gained some insights after this fusion. So he asked everyone to rest for a few days and wait for Kong Ling to settle the place before setting off to explore. Seeing everyone dividing the work in an orderly manner, Gunlong made a clean break and returned to the high mountain platform. He sat there alone, summoning the Shifangu, calmly feeling the surging energy in the Shifangu. Chapter 376 Powerful Summoning System. Gunlong. A soft cry appeared, and Gunlong woke up suddenly and looked around to see that there was no one around. Gunlong thought he was hallucinating. He shook his head and continued to meditate with his eyes closed. Gunlong. It's me. I'm in front of you. The clear voice appeared again, and Gunlong heard it clearly this time. He opened his eyes and looked forward. When he found that only Shifangu was hanging there, Gunlong couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that Shifangu was calling him? Yes. It's me. Shifangu. After you continuously provide energy fusion, I have also successfully upgraded. And now I have condensed my consciousness. Gunlong felt particularly surprised when he heard Shifangu's words. He didn't expect that the Shifang drum was actually conscious. When he found out the weapon information of the mecha star in his mind, Gunlong vaguely remembered that there was a description on it. After the energy of this magic weapon reached a certain level, it would be like a human being. Awareness of self emerges. I have been so busy practicing that I actually forgot about this. Gunlong. Thank you. You gave me life. Let me feel the real world. I am willing to follow you forever. Congratulations on being recognized by the spirit body and receiving the Super God reward. The reward content is being calculated. When Shifanga finished speaking, Gunlong felt as if something was attached to him. This feeling is different from Lanyo and Dragon Soul. This guy covers the whole body. But what made Gunlong even more excited was that the training system actually said that it would give him a Super God reward. Gunlong had a smile on his face and didn't say much, waiting for the calculation of the training system. Master, because of your strength, there are only two options for Super God rewards. One is to reward 1 million soul points, and the other is to activate the powerful summoning system. 1 million soul points. Oh my god. Wouldn't that allow me to upgrade the weapon system and equipment system to a high level? Wait. What did you just say? What other summoning system is there? Just when Gunlong was rejoicing at the large number of soul points, he suddenly remembered the second reward. Speaking of the summoning system, my current weapon system and equipment system are not both summoning systems. Could it be that there are other powerful things? Yes. Master. A powerful summoning system. In this system, there are all masters from first level cultivation to Super God realm. You can summon them by spending soul points. You can summon up to 2 masters at a time. After the master dies, you can summon them. Summon it again. But the soul value here is for one-time use. Even if the master dies, the soul value will not be returned. Master, please choose your reward. There are also masters at the Super God level. After Gunlong listened to the introduction of this powerful summoning system, he jumped up. Although he knew that the soul points required for the summons would definitely be high, Gunlong was certainly not stupid. This powerful summoning system was absolutely unparalleled. He immediately confirmed with the training system and chose the powerful summoning system as a reward. Congratulations on obtaining the powerful summoning system. Your current soul value is 100,000. The current soul value can summon a 5th level cultivation assistant. Please confirm whether you want to summon it. Your grandpa's 5th level cultivation. I want him to be useful. Don't summon him. After Gunlong negated the summoning system, he directly called up the summoning system and wanted to see how many soul points each cultivation level required. When he saw the soul value corresponding to each cultivation level, Gunlong couldn't help but smile. I originally thought that with a soul value of more than 100,000, I could be considered a little rich. Now looking at this, I realized that I am still a poor commoner. It turns out that the 5th level was fine before, and at most the 5th level cultivation could be exchanged for 100,000 soul points. But after the 6th level, the number immediately doubled several times. A 7th level cultivation assistant requires 500,000 soul points, and an 8th level cultivation assistant requires 700,000. As for the 9th level cultivation assistant, it shamefully jumps to 1 million soul points. What is most intolerable to Gunlong is that from the 9th level onwards, the Mahayana realm training assistant directly requires 2 million soul points. As for the Super God level assistant, Gunlong felt dizzy looking at the series of numbers behind him. Go. This is obviously going to kill people. Although the assistants summoned are very exciting, but with the number of soul points, I may have to wait for a long time to summon these guys. It seems useless. It really makes me excited. Gunlong sighed and muttered to himself. Master, the acquisition of soul value will increase at any time as you obtain high-level things. What's more, your refining skills are only level 4. If you could upgrade your refining skills to the full level 10, you will not only be able to, in addition to receiving a high number of soul value bonuses, there is a certain chance that you will receive a double soul value reward. As long as you work hard enough, you will get enough soul value sooner or later. The timely comfort from the cultivation system really made Genglong feel better. Na Genglong looked at the assistants standing still in the summoning system, especially those at the top of the super god realm. Just looking at them gave him a strong sense of oppression. Genglong felt itchy in his heart and wished he could summon all these assistants immediately. Hey, it's better to practice hard. Now that there is no soul value, it's useless to watch. Genglong suppressed the excitement in his heart and turned off the summoning system. But when he was about to exit the training system, he suddenly remembered something and immediately called the training system and reopened the powerful summoning system. I asked, why is there an empty space in front of the super god realm? What does that mean? Could it be that there is a higher level of cultivation than the super god realm? Seeing that there was indeed an empty seat there, Genglong was very curious. In my own understanding, the super god realm is already the limit. Could it be said that those masters who went out to find the true meaning of cultivation have made new breakthroughs? Master, I don't know about this either. I can only explore slowly after you reach your strength. Hearing that the cultivation system didn't know what was going on, Genglong nodded and shut down the system. Seeing that Kong Ling was still busy transforming this space, Genglong looked at the mountain at his feet and said that the material of this stone was not bad. Although it is not a top-grade ore, it is still stronger than ordinary stone. When he thought that he still needed a lot of soul points, and that setting up a new space also required soul points, Genglong bent down and became a miner, digging up stones and refining them. Genglong, come and see what we found. Genglong, who was working hard on refining, heard the call from space and immediately flew over. When he saw a piece of ground surrounded by people, full of colorful stones, Genglong was overjoyed and rushed forward. He took the colored stones handed over by the boss and weighed them. After confirming their weight, Genglong he laid directly on the colored stone and said, "Ha! God is really helping me. With this colored ore, everything is no longer a problem." Chapter 377, 9th Level Cultivation Assistant. Master, brothers all say that you are a lucky star, and I can definitely do great things if I follow you. I have never felt that, but now I see you taking this space, and there are piles of colored ores. I am really convinced. Master, you said in the end, can you become a world-famous person? The boss watched the brothers continue to explore. Looking at this area, it was full of colored ores for 100 miles. He was stunned there. It was really difficult to calm down his mood. Come on. Why do you want to go so far? Just take one step at a time. By the way, I need these colored ores. You can start mining from there, Genglong said, as he took out the nebulous sword and used the power of the mecha to dig out the colored ore. The boss watched Genglong refining the excavated ore, and absorbed the insignificant mecha elements into his body. The boss couldn't bear to say, Master, if you need to absorb mecha elements, I will get you an inner elixir. This colored ore is very rare even on Mecha Planet. A piece of, or the size of a fist can be priced at millions of gold coins. You are so wasteful. But it's inappropriate. Naturally, Genglong would not tell his boss that he needed to refine his soul value. Looking at the piece of colored ore he had just refined, his refining skill proficiency increased by more than 100 points, and his soul value also increased by more than 2,000. Genglong was very happy. He pushed the boss aside, waved his hand and said, Okay, go ahead. I'll show you something good in a few days. Seeing what Genglong said, the boss couldn't say anything more. Seeing Genglong digging out another piece of ore and refining it, the boss had no choice but to pretend not to see it and endure the heartache and leave. With the help of this high-quality ore, Genglong's refining skills and soul value increased rapidly. Seeing that his refining skills had been upgraded to level 8 and his soul value was about to reach 1 million, Genglong stood up and shook his body. Looking at the ore area where he was, half of the ore had been refined by himself. Genglong also felt a little extravagant, but after thinking about being able to summon a powerful assistant, Genglong felt at ease. Seeing that his soul value was rich enough and the colored ore resources were still abundant, even if he refined it to the required soul value, it would not have much impact on the overall situation. Genglong summoned the Shangyun leg armor and Shangyun boxing gloves, and also upgraded them. Boom! There was a loud noise. A space connection channel appeared in the distance, and hostility was felt. Genglong immediately called to the boss to gather the people, but he rushed over first. wanting to see what the person doing was doing. Ha ha ha. Sky Priest. Our trip is not in vain. There are such rich ore resources here. We will capture the Ginglong and go back with these ore resources. Do you think the commander will be merciful? Divide some more spaces for us. Dragon Priest. Stop talking. With these ore resources, we can at least raise them to the king level. Ginglong watched the two people in front of him singing along, not taking himself seriously at all. He could feel that the strength of the two of them was far above his own. Looking at the prompts of the cultivation system, they were both at the top level of 9th level divine armor. Ginglong's face tightened, and he felt a little difficult to deal with. You must be Ginglong. So, do you want to come with us? Or do you want us to kill you? You should decide quickly, because we don't have the time to stand here with you. The Dragon Priest looked up and down, and felt that the person in front of him should be Ginglong. He spoke directly and said casually, Asshole. Who do you think you are? You actually said that about our master. The boss was very unhappy with the Dragon Priest. He stepped forward and roared at the Dragon Priest. Bastard. Who do you think you are? The Dragon Priest was furious. He waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning appeared, attacking the boss. Feeling the huge power on the lightning, Ginglong looked solemn, rushed directly to the boss, and summoned the flaming flower formation. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the array of fiery red flowers shattered. Seeing that the fire red flower formation was unable to withstand even one attack from the opponent, Ginglong's face became even more ugly, and he called the boss to step back. How about it? Who else is not afraid of death, and wants to try my skills? The Dragon Priest stood first, lightning crackling in his hands. Ginglong and the others did not dare to act rashly. They just stared at the two priests. Ginglong, haven't you considered it yet? In this case, don't blame us for being rude, the Dragon Priest said, and the lightning in his hand struck Ginglong. Ginglong had no choice but to summon the Shifangu. The bombarded current hit the Shifang drum, and was all absorbed by the Shifang drum. Well, there is already a spiritual Shifangu. Ha ha ha. There are so many surprises today. Chan Kong. What are you waiting for? Let's deal with these guys quickly. Seeing the two high priests taking action against Ginglong, Kong Ling let out a loud roar, and directly landed on the head of the old cow. The old cow's strength increased instantly. He strode forward and attacked the priest directly. Boom! Continuous collision sounds were heard, and the two high priests were repulsed. But Lao Nio was not feeling well either. Blood marks appeared on his body, which was actually caused by the impact that destroyed his body. Ginglong, you retreat first. These two guys are difficult to deal with. Lao Nio gritted his teeth, roared, and rushed towards the two high priests, trying to buy Ginglong time to escape. Seeing that Lao Nio continues like this, he will be defeated by the two priests sooner or later. Ginglong gritted his teeth, looked at the men and horses brought by the two great priests on the ground, and took out the fragments of the Hunyuan cauldron. Destroy! With a loud shout, the Hunyuan cauldron fragment attack was launched. Ginglong did not directly attack the two priests. He aimed the attack at the two priests' men. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and corpses were everywhere on the ground. Ginglong watched his soul value increase rapidly, directly exceeding 1 million. He immediately turned on the summoning system, and chose to summon a 9th level cultivation assistant. Congratulations! You successfully summoned a 9th level assistant. Please name the assistant. I'll go. It's already this time. Who is still in the mood to name it? Ginglong didn't expect such a process, but he was convinced by the system. But as soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice continued. Name me to succeed. Hearing the sound of the system, Ginglong was completely speechless. After watching the sound of the system fall, a thunder fell in the sky. After the thunder disappeared, a man wearing armor and holding a spear appeared. He stood there directly. The surrounding space shook violently. He was obviously very powerful. Ginglong was overjoyed, secretly thinking that this 9th level cultivation assistant was the best. Chapter 378 Soul Bone Technique. Well, who is that? The people who were fighting in the group looked at the sudden appearance of the 9th level cultivation expert. They immediately separated and looked at the man on the ground in confusion, not knowing which camp he belonged to. I'll go. Come on. Beat them to death, Ginglong shouted loudly. And the 9th level cultivation assistant stood up and attacked the two high priests. When Lao Nio saw that this master was in the same camp as himself, he felt happy. It would be difficult for him to deal with two priests now, but it would be much easier to deal with one. Ha ha ha. Weren't you so awesome just now? Why don't you say okay now? Come on, brothers, and beat them to death. When the boss saw that the two high priests were restrained, he was extremely happy, looking at the remaining guys on the ground. They all retreated in panic. The boss roared and rushed behind them, blocking their retreat. Gunlong looked at the battle situation below without any problem, and he flew directly towards the battlefield in the air, seeing that the training assistant was on par with his opponent, and there would be no problem for a while. Gunlong flew to Lan Yo and followed Lan Yo to deal with the dragon priest. Gunlong, seal the passage. Don't let them escape. Lan Yo watched the dragon priest fighting and retreating, obviously trying to escape, so he hurriedly reminded Gunlong. Okay. Be careful. Gunlong responded and rushed to the connection channel, directly controlled the space law and closed the connection channel. Looking at the dragon priest, he didn't realize that the passage had been removed, but he still rushed here. Gunlong immediately took out his laser gun and attacked the dragon priest. Oh no! Chan Kong. Our retreat has been cut off. We can't continue playing like this with him. The dragon priest suffered several attacks from Gunlong, although it did not cause much damage. The disturbing feeling made him feel particularly uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Priest Chan Kong looked back and saw that the connecting channel was indeed gone. Although he was very depressed, the guy in front of him, who was as powerful as him, kept restraining him, which made him lose his temper. Long Dong, only one of us can survive. I will fight with them. You must find a way to rush out. Report to the commander, and bring people to avenge me. The Chan Kong priest seemed to have made a decision. He roared loudly, and flames rose around him. Knowing that Chan Kong was using sacrifice to burn the power of his mecha to gain a short-term strength boost, the Longjong priest with tears in his eyes retreated to a distance. Chan Kong, thank you. Don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. Seeing the priest and the dragon trying to open the connection channel, Gunlong and the others were just about to stop him when the powerful Chan Kong priest rushed forward and drove Gunlong and the others back. Gunlong, this guy's strength is now close to the Mahayana realm. We can only fight with him and wait for his mecha power to burn out. Lan Yo saw that he was no match at all, so he shook his head and sighed. Damn it. If we kill one, we'll win. I'll go. And you go and hold back that sky priest. Boss, let's all use long-range weapons to attack. Let's see how long he can hold out. The powerful Chan Kong priest now forms a barrier of his own. Although Gunlong knows that in a while, the dragon priest will open the connection channel. But with the Chan Kong priest around, there was nothing they could do. Duh. The sound of rifles sounded. The boss, Shuiyu, and all of them took out their weapons and aimed at the priest in the sky to attack. Seeing these attacks hitting the Chan Kong priest, they were still somewhat effective. With the help of the assistant, the flames on the Chan Kong priest became more and more intense, and some parts of his body were already roasted. Gunlong and the others were greatly confident and attacked even harder. It is true that on the dragon priest's side, the connection channel was closed for a short time only because of Gunlong. The surrounding space fluctuated violently, and it was still difficult for him to integrate these mecha elements for a while. Seeing that the priest of the sky was gradually losing ground, and he didn't know how long he could hold on, the priest of the dragon center was heartbroken. He took out a black object from his pocket and threw it directly towards the priest of the sky. Priest Chan Kong, who was still conscious, saw what was coming, and his eyes were filled with tears. He wanted to hide aside, but the black species was clinging to him. Coupled with the ties between Gunlong and the others, the black species finally touched the body of the sky priest, biting open the sky priest's body surface, and directly killed him, drilled into the body of the sky priest. Longjong, you bastard. Gunlong and the others didn't know what happened to the Chan Kong priest. They heard the Chan Kong priest yell loudly, and the flames that were originally burning on his body disappeared. Then, the white bones expanded rapidly and were peeled off from the body. In the end, it turned into a huge skeleton, roared in the sky, and attacked Gunlong and the others. Your grandpa. What's going on? Why do I feel like this guy's strength has improved again? Seeing that the Chan Kong priest was much more powerful than before, Gunlong was speechless, avoiding and asking Kong Ling. Yeah, that dragon priest is really ruthless. This is soul bone technique. Didn't you see the black bug on the sternum of the sky priest? It's that thing that made him become like this. Anyone who has been affected by soul bone technique will die unless he dies. Otherwise he will be in this state forever, enduring the pain of peeling off his flesh and bones every moment. Kong Ling rarely cursed, obviously showing great contempt for this method. Seeing the Chongkong priest's bone claws attacking, he directed Lan Yo and Gun Long to escape. Well, Chongkong, what are you doing? Go and deal with them. Gun Long and the others had just stood firm when they saw the Chongkong priest charging towards the dragon priest. Without waiting for the dragon priest to react, he grabbed the dragon priest in his hand and squeezed the dragon priest hard. The priest was crushed. Humph. Bad guys have their own troubles. He himself sacrificed himself to help him escape. So it would be better for him to come under the cauldron to draw out the salary. This time he has really deceived others and harmed himself. Kong Ling sighed and shook his head, watching the Chongkong priest attacking them again. Kong Ling controlled the old cow to take Ding Long to a distance, pointed at the black bug on the Chongkong priest's sternum and said, "If you want to break through this soul bone technique, you must kill the soul bone worm." However, the Chongkong priest who has entered the soul bone state is already close to the perfection state in strength, so we may not be able to destroy him. If that doesn't work, this method I still gave up the space and trapped him here. Ginlong tried to use the law of space to deal with the sky priest, but found that it was of no use at all. Ginlong had no choice. Seeing everyone being chased by the Chongkong priest and hiding in all directions, Ginlong sighed and decided to call everyone to retreat. Chapter 379, The Perfect Realm. Duh. The dull gunshot sounded, and the boss switched the rifle to semi-automatic mode. Seeing that his attack almost hit the soul bone worm, the boss was a little depressed and sighed. The attack of this thing is okay, but there are still some shortcomings in its accuracy. Otherwise, we can try to fight together. Maybe we can defeat the soul bone worm. After hearing what the boss said, Gun Long slapped his head and cursed himself for being so stupid. How could he forget the sniper rifle? He immediately turned on the weapon system and directly chose to summon the 98K sniper rifle. Seeing that the sniper rifle had a scope, Gunlong didn't say much and flew into the air, trying to aim at the soul bone worm. When he saw that every part of the soul bone worm's body clearly appeared in front of him, Gunlong secretly summoned the boss and the others to come forward and lure the Chongkong priest to him. Boom! Gunlong fired a shot and watched as the bullet grazed the soul bone worm's body and almost hit the soul bone worm. Ginlong took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and calmed himself down. The bullet was reloaded, and he continued to aim at the soul bone worm. Boom! There was another gunshot. Gunlong attacked again, and saw that this time he successfully hit the soul bone worm, directly punching through the soul bone worm, and almost fell off. Gunlong gained confidence and went into battle again with his gun, aiming at the soul bone worm. Gunlong, be careful. Gunlong, who was only focused on attacking the soul bone insect, did not notice that the sky priest had already arrived in front of him. Seeing that the bone claws of the Chongkong priest were already grabbing at him, the Gunlong could not dodge. When he was trying to think of a way to resist the attack, the old cow suddenly rushed over and directly knocked the Gunlong away. While the old cow himself was caught by the bone claws. Old cow, seeing that the bone claws had begun to close and Lao Nyo was about to die, Gunlong immediately raised his sniper rifle, aimed at the soul bone worm, and started shooting. Boom boom boom. 3 gunshots were fired in succession, and Gunlong's attack was completed in one go. Seeing that all 3 shots successfully hit the soul bone worm, the soul bone worm also fell from the sky priest. The bone claws that were holding on to the old cow were also loosened, and he escaped alive. Gunlong breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he was about to check on Lao Nyo, the boss's exclamation sounded again behind him. Gunlong followed the sound and saw that the soul bone insect, which was not completely dead, was flying again, flying around among the crowd, trying to find a new substitute. Gunlong didn't dare to be careless and immediately chased after him, since the flight path of the soul bone insect was difficult to find. Gunlong saw that the sniper rifle was no longer needed, so he took out the nebula sword again. Countless nebulae appeared and attacked the soul bone insect. Puff! There was a sound of frustration, and nebula pierced the soul bone insect's body. The already weak soul bone insect could not withstand such an attack. It whined and fell to the ground, completely dead. Gunlong was worried that the soul bone worm would come back. He came to the soul bone worm's body, called the dragon soul out, and used the dragon soul's flame attack to burn the soul bone worm's body to ashes. After watching the soul bone insect disappear into ashes, Gunlong felt relieved. Gunlong, what to do with that guy? Lao Nyo, who followed, saw that the soul bone insect was completely killed. He looked back at the Chongkong priest, who had returned to normal, and was lying weakly on the ground, and asked Gun Long directly. Gun Long went straight to the Chongkong priest and looked at the Lungu priest's magic weapon, a small dragon-shaped badge, still in his hand. Gun Long snorted coldly, went forward and took the badge, and fused it with the Shifang drum. Gun Long, I have to say that you are very lucky. You also have many tricks, but your good luck will not last long. If we don't take you back, the commander's close guards will come next time. That guy, but as a master of the perfect realm, you are completely vulnerable to him. Hearing the words of Priest Chongkong, Gun Long chuckled. He stretched out his nebulous sword, placed it directly on the neck of the sky priest and said, soldiers will block me. Water will cover me. So what if I am in the realm of perfection? If God doesn't want to accept me, what can you do to me? Thank you for your reminder. We will be ready and wait for your reinforcements to come over. After Gun Long finished speaking, he swung the nebulous sword and chopped off the head of the Chongkong priest. Seeing the Chongkong priest's magic weapon popping out of his body, Gun Long summoned the Shifang drum and fused the magic weapon. Everyone, you have heard that we will soon face the biggest challenge. A master who has reached the perfect state. I, Gun Long, want to speak to the front. If anyone is afraid or wants to leave, you can do it now. Stand up. I, Gun Long, will not blame you, nor will I hurt you. This is human nature and is understandable. Gun Long finished speaking and looked at the escort in front of him. Seeing that everyone was looking at him and no one left, Gun Long chuckled and opened the connection channel directly. Everyone, it's okay. I'm afraid of death too. Even I don't have the confidence to defeat the master of the perfect state. Let's all be brothers. You don't need to consider other people's feelings. If you want to leave, leave now. Hack it. Since I followed the city lord, I have lived like a human being and felt that life still has meaning. Isn't it just a person who has reached a perfect state? The worst he can do is die here. I won't leave. I will fight with the city lord to the end. You're right. Without the city lord, we're still living like dogs. Whoever wants to leave can leave. But I won't leave. There were constant voices from the crowd, all of them supporting those who stayed. As time went by, everyone reached a consensus and clamored to join Gun Long to fight against the master of the perfect state. Wang Lao, aren't you usually very capable? Why did you stop talking today? Just when everyone calmed down and waited for Gun Long to speak, an angry voice suddenly came out. Everyone turned their heads and looked towards the place where the sound came from. They saw a tall guy surrounded by several people, and the surrounded person lowered his head and didn't know what he was doing. Gun Long thought that that person probably had his own ideas, since he had spoken out and advocated fairness. Gun Long asked everyone to calm down and said directly, brothers, I have made it clear beforehand. If you want to leave, you can leave. Everyone has their own aspirations. Please don't blame that brother for this. Please make way for that brother to leave. Hearing Gun Long's words, the people surrounded immediately became anxious. He waved his hand and inside, the message stone Gun Long said to them said, City Lord, you have all misunderstood me. This broken message stone belongs to his grandmother. I just encountered it during the battle, and it is a little insensitive. I have told our brothers at home about the situation here. The brothers over there said that it is call the brothers together and kill them all immediately. Waiting to listen to your arrangements and fight to the end with those bastards. Chapter 380 Phoenix Nirvana. At the teleportation array, people came out in an endless stream. After a short while, all the able-bodied people gathered here and lined up neatly, waiting for Gun Long's arrangements. Gun Long looked at the group of passionate people in front of him, and he was very moved. After his emotions stabilized, Gun Long finally spoke. Everyone, I, Gun Long, am here to thank you all for your support. Don't worry. I will definitely try my best to find a way to ensure that those bastards never come back. Kill! 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 Uniform shouts of killing rang out, resounding throughout the sky. At this moment, everyone unites into a rope and works together. Gun Long knew that no matter how nice he said it, his true strength would show. And if the other party really told Priest Chongkong this time, he is a person in the perfect state, being separated from 3 realms at once, Gun Long really felt a bit stressed. Then Gun Long opened the cultivation system and saw that summoning a person to the perfect state requires 3 million soul points. It would be impossible to collect that much at this time. Gun Long didn't want everyone to see his helpless look, so he asked everyone to withdraw and rest first, and he would inform everyone after he made arrangements. Kong Ling and the others followed Gun Long's steps, knowing that Gun Long was also at a loss. They suddenly remembered the faceless man, who was at the super god level in the human tribe. Kong Ling spoke directly. Gunlong, how about you guys think of a way here to delay the time as much as possible, while Lan Yo and I go to the human tribe and ask the faceless man to come and help. Gunlong immediately became alert when he heard about the faceless man. The faceless man was a master in the super god realm. If the faceless man helped, then the guy in the perfect realm would have no problem. Okay, you guys go back quickly. I'll make some arrangements here. If that guy arrives early, we'll do our best to delay it. Kong Ling nodded in response, and sent it out through the connection channel opened by Gunlong. With hope in his heart, Gunlong immediately became active. He asked everyone to follow his pace. Filled a bag with the colored ore he dug out. And while refining the colored ore, he set up artillery and rocket launchers nearby. After waiting for everything to be arranged, it looked like this place was obviously like a military base, with dark gun muzzles everywhere. Gunlong felt uneasy and added another barrier. After all, what he faced this time was a master of the perfect realm. Well, what is this? After Gunlong was refining a huge piece of colored ore, he watched the stone disappear and a wooden stick actually fell out. Seeing that the wooden stick would last longer, but there was no sign of damage at all, Gunlong was very curious. Just when he was about to study it, a systematic voice in his mind sounded. Congratulations on getting the soul-inducing stick. Soul-inducing stick. Ha ha ha. God really wants to help me. No one can stop me. Gunlong didn't expect that the soul-inducing stick he was looking for was hidden in this place. Without saying much, he took out the head that had been stored in his pocket for a long time. When the soul-inducing stick touched his head, Gunlong felt a huge energy appear. As the soul-inducing stick moved, an energy ball the size of a fist appeared and floated in front of Gunlong. Strong. Too strong. This guy should have been a master in the Mahayana realm during his lifetime. Gunlong sighed and sat down cross-legged to absorb the energy. The surging energy entered his body, and Gunlong felt like he was enlightened. He could clearly feel the energy merging with himself. The mecha elements in his body were rapidly sublimating, and his cultivation was growing rapidly. When Gunlong was waiting for him to completely absorb the energy, he saw that he was already at the top of the 8th level of cultivation, and would be able to break through immediately. Gunlong was overjoyed, took out another head, and continued to use the soul-guiding stick to guide the energy out of the head. Hey, what is this? Why don't you feel any energy at all? Looking at the thing guided by this head, he did not feel that it had strong power. Gunlong couldn't help but be a little confused, wondering if the head had been damaged for too long. However, looking at what was produced by the soul-inducing stick, there was still a faint breath wandering back and forth in the round ball. Gunlong did not hesitate and absorbed it directly. The supreme method. Phoenix Nirvana. Put it to death and then live. Life is death. Death is life. Come and go. The heaven and earth shake. Gunlong successfully refined the aura, and seeing that his body had not changed, he was just about to lead the souls of the other heads again when a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Before Gunlong could react, his body burst into flames. Feeling the power of the mecha inside his body burning rapidly, Gunlong naturally knew what was going on. He really couldn't figure out how he could offer sacrifices on his own initiative. In this case, wouldn't it be that he was done playing and would die after all the power of the mecha was burned out? The boss who was guarding beside Gunlong was also anxious when he saw Gunlong's condition, and hurriedly called Shueyu over. However, everyone had no way to deal with Gunlong's condition, and could only watch Gunlong frantically beat the flames on his body. But this was the fire of the soul, which could not be extinguished at all. Gunlong struggled a lot, but it seemed that it was of no use at all. He sat on the ground and felt that his abundant power now exploded, reaching the Mahayana realm at the very least. Although this sudden increase in strength made Gunlong feel very powerful, but Gunlong knew that this would not last long. The mecha element in his body would soon be at its lowest point. Once the mecha element was no longer replenished, he would definitely die. Boom! When the last bit of mecha elements in his body burned out, Gunlong, who thought he would die, saw the flames on his body disappear directly, and he returned to his normal state, with the mecha elements in his body slowly recovering. Not only did Gunlong feel unbelievable, but Shueyu and the others next to him were also stunned on the spot. To be honest, this was the first time they saw someone alive after being sacrificed. Congratulations on understanding the ancient secret technique Phoenix Nirvana. This skill cannot be upgraded and has a cooldown time of 24 hours. Congratulations on understanding the ancient secret skills. The soul value reward is 200,000. A series of system sounds sounded. And Genglong, who knew what was going on, was extremely excited. He jumped up and gave Shuiyu and the boss a big hug. You know, this means that you will be different from others in the future. You can continuously use sacrificial skills to improve your combat effectiveness. But there is no need to worry about your life. Genglong calmed down while waiting, and thought that as long as he was promoted to the 9th level of divine armor cultivation, he would be able to reach the state of perfection after making sacrifices. Genglong didn't waste any time and took out another head, expecting that this time it would be an energy ball.